Chapter 1. Under a vast, azure sky, the scorching rays of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting their warm glow upon the parched lips of Xia Yunyun. Clutching a branch as thick as her wrist, her legs trembling, she faced the formidable wild boar that weighed 300 to 400 pounds. "Stay back, or he'll roast you." Charcoal grilled pig's trotters, charcoal grilled ham, charcoal grilled pig brain. Having gone 2 days without sustenance, the mere sight of a living wild boar made her mouth water uncontrollably. "Ah!" The wild boar let out a piercing squeal, baring its teeth as it charged towards Xia Yunyun. "Get away from me!" Xia Yunyun screamed in terror, throwing down the branch and sprinting away, tears and snot streaming down her face. Damn it! She had truly had enough. 2 days prior, she had ventured out for a stroll, only to find herself in this desolate place, where she had not encountered a single soul since. She had wandered for 2 whole days, without a single grain of rice or a drop of water, teetering on the brink of collapse. In a dizzy haze, Xia Yunyun stumbled and fell, landing ungracefully on the ground. Ugh! Oh no! She was about to be gored by a pig. "What are you doing here?" A melodious male voice, devoid of emotion, resounded from above her. Startled, Xia Yunyun looked up. What she beheld was astonishing. A robust man towered over her, gazing down with an imposing presence. His muscles were well-defined, his physique perfectly proportioned, and his long legs exuded strength and vitality. Swallowing hard, Xia Yunyun rose from the ground, belatedly covering her eyes in shock. You, how could you be without clothes?" Yutsong tilted his head slightly, assessing the delicate figure before him with a somewhat dazed expression. Where did this frail female come from? She was so fair and tender, surpassing any female he had ever encountered. Xia Yunyun, slightly parting her fingers, noticed that the man's eyes were glowing with a fervent intensity as they fixated on her, prompting her irritation. "Pervert, why don't you hurry and put on some clothes?" A sudden, piercing roar interrupted Xia Yunyun's words. The wild boar, tail swinging, revealed its sharp tusks and charged menacingly towards her. Xia Yunyun's hair stood on end in fright. Not again? Before she could rise, a swift, white figure leaped forth, aiming directly at the wild boar. Crack! The white figure latched onto the boar's neck with precision, leaving it no chance to resist. Crimson blood spattered onto the ground as the boar collapsed, and the white figure circled around it with a swishing tail. Xia Yunyun stood in stunned silence. A snow-white lion? The lion's bloodthirsty brown eyes turned toward Xia Yunyun, its long fangs still stained with scarlet. "I warn you, do not come any closer." Her legs quaked as she sat helplessly on the ground. However, the lion flicked its tail and gracefully approached her, its form elongating and transforming back into the man she had seen earlier. With exquisite silver hair, a prominent nose, and striking features, he appeared to be a divine masterpiece. The transformation from snow lion to handsome man was utterly surreal. "Little female, are you all right?" Yutsong extended his long hands, attempting to pull Xia Yunyun into his embrace. "I'm fine, just a bit sore," she stammered, still reeling from the shock. This damned lion man had an incredible grip, it felt, as if he might crush her wrist. "Did I hurt you?" Upon hearing her melodious voice, Yutsong's hands recoiled as if spring-loaded, his demeanor shifting from bloodthirsty to awkward. So this female was so delicate he would need to be more careful to avoid causing her harm. Such a beautiful female, he must take her back and care for her. With that determination, Yutsong bent down and lifted Xia Yunyun into his arms. "Little female, you smell delightful." As he spoke, he inhaled deeply, his nose drawing closer to her. Xia Yunyun blushed furiously, clenching her fists, unsure of how to react. This lion was utterly shameless. Just as she was grappling with her embarrassment, Yutsong raised his head, his expression one of curiosity. "Little female, what race are you? I cannot discern your kind. Where are your kin? Why would a female like you be wandering in the great forest?" This Xia Yunyun's large, sparkling eyes darted around at a loss for words. What to do? He was not human, and she had no idea where she was. If there were no humans here, would she be captured as a monster? Gazing into Yutsong's earnest brown eyes, Xia Yunyun felt a pang of anxiety, But suddenly a thought struck her. I got separated from my kin and cannot find them. Separated? A fervent light flickered in Yu Tsong's eyes. Do you remember where your tribe resides? Xia Yunyun, already feeling guilty, quickly averted her gaze. I don't remember. I forgot long ago. That is splendid. Yu Tsong responded with a smile. Xia Yunyun looked at him in confusion, unsure why he was suddenly so elated. I saved you, so you belong to me now. My name is Yu Tsong, and from this day forth, you shall be my female. As he spoke, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. What? What does it mean that she belongs to him? If you don't wish to live in the forest, I have a settled tribe we could live there instead. Yu Tsong continued, unperturbed by Xia Yunyun's reluctance. What if you take me back, and your parents disapprove? Xia Yunyun ventured cautiously. What if she returned with him, and his parents disliked her, unleashing their beastly instincts and killing her? Yu Tsong's expression darkened. I have no parents, so you need not worry. Beastmen are known for their loyalty. Although some egg-laying beastmen grow up without parental care, they lack affection. However, as a mammalian beastman, being abandoned was a lifelong disgrace for him. Feeling the cold aura emanating from Yu Tsong, Xia Yunyun shivered and quickly reassured him. I'm sorry. Since you have no parents, you can consider me your family. In an unfamiliar world, where she knew not when she might return, the perilous surroundings made Yu Tsong her safest option. All right, I will take you back to the tribe. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's words, Yu Tsong's spirits lifted. Before she could react, he abruptly transformed back into a lion. What are you doing? Xia Yunyun exclaimed, only to be hoisted into the air by the lion's sharp fangs. Roar! The lion let out a low growl as it leaped, depositing Xia Yunyun onto its back. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the forest. A massive snow lion carried a petite girl, weaving through the woods, startling flocks of birds and animals along the Waya, true beastly rendition of Beauty and the Beast. The ever-changing scenery left Xia Yunyun dazzled. The fantastical and vibrant world around her was lost on her as she felt her very insides tremble. After a tumultuous journey, the lion suddenly halted, transforming back into a man, his strong arms cradling her once more. Little female, this is the tribe where we shall reside. Curious, Xia Yunyun turned to look beside her. At the base of a cliff lay a narrow path, flanked by large stones, seemingly unremarkable. The Twin Gorge was a territory of the lion tribe, a place Yu Tsong had stumbled upon previously. Here, the locals were simple and warm-hearted, treating him well, so he had chosen to settle down. Feeling dizzy and unwell, Xia Yunyun remained silent, allowing Yu Tsong to carry her, planning to request he release her once they reached a safe place. Yu Tsong, what is it that you're carrying? A sharp voice pierced through the air. Lion Xingxing, what I carry is none of your concern, Yu Tsong replied tersely. Intrigued, Xia Yunyun tilted her head, but before she could clearly see the girl, Yu Tsong pressed her back into his embrace. Female? Upon seeing Xia Yunyun, Lion Xingxing's pupils dilated, blocking the path. The chief has decreed that, given the recent dangers, no outsiders are permitted in the Twin Gorge. She is not an outsider, she is my female. In the glaring sunlight, Xia Yunyun sensed an icy aura emanating from Yu Tsong. I don't believe you have not bonded with her. Lion Xingxing seemed resolute in her denial. You are overstepping your bounds. Yu Tsong shot a cold glare at Lion Xingxing, maintaining his grip on Xia Yunyun, and without further ado, he strode past the obstinate girl. As they navigated the narrow path, Xia Yunyun soon discovered what it meant to find a hidden paradise. Beyond a vast expanse of grassland, the forest stretched endlessly. In the distance, a scattering of wooden cabins came into view, surrounded by individuals clad in animal hides, their bare torsos showcasing well-defined muscles exposed to the open air. Xia Yunyun swore she had never encountered such an exquisite scene. At that moment, the orcs, each preoccupied with their own tasks, noticed Xia Yunyun nestled in Yu Tsong's arms. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity as they approached her. Yu Tsong, where did this female come from? What a delightful female. She seems to be bonded. May I claim her as my mate? My goodness. Yu Tsong, your female is stunning. I desire her as well. A multitude of fervent gazes fixated on Xia Yunyun, causing her heart to sink with an ominous feeling. It was over she had stumbled into the den of beasts. Observing the ill intentions of those around him, Yutsong swiftly shielded Xia Yunyun behind him, addressing the nearby orcs in a cold tone. "This is my female, none of you shall lay a hand on her. Otherwise," he transformed, revealing a fearsome beast head, sharp fangs glistening, his eyes radiating menace. Several orcs instinctively took a step back, hesitating as they regarded Xia Yunyun, their expressions a mix of regret and reluctance to contend. Yutsong was the only three-crystal orc on par with the chieftain in the tribe. These orcs stood no chance against him. Satisfied, Yutsong retracted his fangs, reverted to his human form, and embraced Xia Yunyun, striding purposefully toward his humble wooden abode. Females were a rarity among the orc tribe. It was considered fortunate if even one female emerged from 10 orcs. Orcs valued females above all. They would forsake their lives for the sake of a female. It was wise of this group of orcs not to challenge him for her. Yutsong felt a swell of pride, but failed to notice the myriad thoughts swirling in Xia Yunyun's mind. Each orc bore a distinctive pattern on their foreheads, resembling diamonds. Yutsong's forehead displayed 3, while others had 2 or merely 1. What did this signify? It seemed that among these orcs, the patterns served as indicators of status or ability. Thus, as an ordinary human, her presence here was perilously precarious. Lost in contemplation, she was jolted back to reality as Yutsong set her down on the ground. Ouch! As her feet met the earth, a sharp pain shot through her. "Female, what is wrong?" Yutsong asked, concern etched on his face as he helped her settle onto a patch of grass. "It's nothing, just a sprained ankle. I just need a moment to rest." Xia Yunyun waved her hand dismissively. "Hurt? Stay here, I will fetch a healer to examine you. I cannot allow you to perish." Upon hearing her words, Yutsong's expression hardened, and he turned to leave. "Wait, no need, they'll be fine in a moment," Xia Yunyun called out, regarding him as if he were a monster. "How could a sprained ankle be life-threatening? Be obedient, I shall return shortly." Just as Yutsong was about to depart, a peculiar sound erupted from behind him. "Gurgle, gurgle." Xia Yunyun hastily covered her stomach, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she caught Yutsong's gaze, which was fixed on her midsection. How mortifying! At such an inopportune moment, her stomach had betrayed her. With a loud growl, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Yutsong furrowed his brow. I'm just a bit hungry and thirsty. Is there anything to eat or drink?" Xia Yunyun stammered, her face flushed, attempting to break the awkward tension. Yutsong's expression softened with pleasure. The fact that this female had sought food from him perhaps indicated her acceptance of him. It was well known that in orc tribes, females seldom initiated requests for anything from males. If they did, it signified a burgeoning interest in the male. "Water lies in the stone trough outside the door. I shall venture out to hunt and return swiftly." With a stern countenance masking the delight surging within, Yutsong transformed before Xia Yunyun's eyes into a lion and, with a swish, vanished from the small wooden cabin, leaving behind a momentarily petrified Xia Yunyun. Was such exaggeration truly necessary? She merely desired a morsel to satiate her hunger. What was this hunting nonsense? With a resigned sigh, she realized she had indeed arrived at a beast tribe. Once Yutsong departed, Xia Yunyun curiously surveyed his abode, only to discover that the spacious interior contained not a single piece of furniture, just an empty floor. Save for a pile of dry grass in one corner and some firewood stacked against the wall. Could that possibly be a sleeping area? She struggled to fathom where else one might rest in this place. Would she truly be expected to reside here, sharing a nest with that lion? Instantly, images of herself as a wildling flashed through her mind. Bang! Just as Xia Yunyun was lost in her musings, Yutsong returned, gripping an enormous wild boar in his jaws, which he unceremoniously dropped onto the floor. In an instant, he transformed back into his human form before her, showcasing a physique that was nothing short of breathtaking, especially those muscles. Xia Yunyun gulped in astonishment. "Wait a moment, little female. I shall prepare some roasted meat for you." Yutsong effortlessly lifted the hefty boar, unfazed by its weight. This was his first time attending to a female, and a thrill coursed through him. Xia Yunyun felt as though her mind might explode that a boar of such magnitude could be lifted so easily. Despite having witnessed Yutsong's immense strength before, she could not help but be astounded. Moreover, Could he not at least be mindful of his appearance in her presence? For goodness sake, put on some clothes first. Yutsong, please dress before speaking to me. She covered her eyes, her heart aflame with embarrassment. She was on the verge of a nosebleed, unable to contain herself. After all, you are my female. What is there to fear? Yutsong grumbled, yet he complied and donned a skirt fashioned from animal hide. His robust form seemed to evoke a sense of modesty in his female companion. Concerned that Xia Yunyun might go hungry, Yutsong swiftly skinned the boar, igniting a fire to roast the meat. A thick plume of smoke rose, leaving Xia Yunyun dumbfounded. The dark, unseasoned chunks of meat, impaled on wooden sticks, bore no resemblance to anything she could recognize as food. Was this truly edible? Xia Yunyun felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. As a bona fide foodie, such fare was utterly unacceptable. Female, the meat is ready. You may eat first. Yutsong grinned, revealing his white teeth as he presented the offering to Xia Yunyun. No, I refuse to eat that. She recoiled in distaste, showing no intention of accepting the charred offering. The grotesque, coal-black morsel was far more horrifying than any dark culinary creation. She would not touch it. Yutsong's expression darkened. Why not eat? Did you not just claim to be hungry? In the beast tribe, a female's rejection of a male's food was tantamount to spurning a bond with him. His displeasure was palpable, mirroring the unappetizing roast. I shall not eat it. Furthermore, I have a name. I am Xia Yunyun, not female. She turned her head away defiantly. Xia Yunyun, the females in the tribe would clamor for my roasted meat. Why will you not partake? Frustration bubbled within Yutsong, yet he was unwilling to let go of this female so easily. Regardless of his antics, Xia Yunyun remained resolute in her refusal to eat. However, moments later, her stomach growled audibly. Xia Yunyun flushed with embarrassment, ravenous yet still hesitant to gaze upon that so-called roasted meat. Could it truly be consumed? After a brief moment, her hunger triumphed over her rationality. Fine, just give me a little. She surrendered, willing to overlook the quality if it would merely fill her belly. What happened to your earlier refusal? Yutsong's lips curled into a smile as he tore off a hefty piece of the meat and handed it to her. No, that's far too much. Just a small piece will suffice. Xia Yunyun gestured, indicating that she could not possibly consume such a large portion. Will such a meager amount suffice to sate your hunger? Yutsong scrutinized her petite frame, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. Xia Yunyun's frail constitution might not be ideal for bearing offspring, but why Yutsong silently vowed to nurture her, ensuring she would grow plump and healthy enough to bear a litter of cubs. As Xia Yunyun held the charred meat, her distaste was evident. She bit down hard, only to recoil in agonied teeth. A spurt of blood escaped her lips, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Damn it. This beast must have been raised on stones. For her first meal here, she nearly shattered her teeth. All of this was the fault of that wretched lion. Why ruin perfectly good meat in such a manner? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she flung the meat to the ground in frustration. How can you waste food? Yutsong retrieved the discarded piece with an irritated expression, his brow furrowed. For beasts, food was a precious commodity. Some weaker members of their kind had starved for lack of sustenance. Thus, from a young age, they were taught never to waste food. Casting a glance at the bloodied remnants Xia Yunyun had spat out, Yutsong's handsome features contorted in displeasure. With a swift motion, he disappeared from sight. Xia Yunyun raised her head in alarm, bewildered by his sudden absence. Is he angry with me? Yet, recalling the look he had given her earlier, she scoffed. What a ridiculous man, storming off in a huff. Clutching her stomach, she found a patch of ground strewn with grass and leaned back to doze. Half an hour later. Where is Yutsong? Surely he hasn't abandoned me here. The wooden cabin echoed with her panicked cries, startling the birds into flight. Glancing around the empty space that had once contained Yutsong, a flicker of worry crept into Xia Yunyun's heart. This place was filled with beasts. When she had first arrived, it was Yutsong's presence that had deterred them from approaching her. Now that he was gone, would they come to devour her? Suddenly, soft rustling sounds outside the cabin heightened her fear. Without Yutsong, the beasts who knew of Xia Yunyun's presence could not resist peeking inside, although they remained cleverly hidden from her sight. That irresponsible Yutsong. What a negligent man. Xia Yunyun covered herself with grass, stifling the wave of grievances that threatened to spill forth. Without warning, a loud bang at the door sent a jolt of terror through her. Under her anxious gaze, a pristine white lion appeared at the threshold, clutching something wrapped in leaves. The noise had been caused by the lion pushing the door open with his paw. Why are you just sitting there? Aren't you hungry? Come see if you wish to eat this. Yutsong placed the object on the ground, instantly transforming back into his human form and revealing the leaf-wrapped item before her. His expression remained stoic, yet concern seeped through his words. Xia Yunyun should have felt touched, yet upon glimpsing certain things she should not have seen, she quickly covered her eyes with one hand while the other shielded her from Yutsong. You, put on some clothes first, then we can talk. Goodness, will I sprout needles? Clothes? Was that not a skirt made of animal hide? Yutsong raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. This female seemed to have had little contact with males before. Her shyness was adorable, but he silently reveled in his good fortune, fetching a hide skirt from the corner and donning it before returning to Xia Yunyun. Now, you may come and eat the fruit. Fruit? What fruit? Xia Yunyun peered through a narrow gap in her fingers, relieved to see that Yutsong had covered himself. When her eyes fell upon the fruit on the ground, they brightened instantly. Apples. Apples. To her surprise, there were apples here. How wonderful. Though she could not consume the meat, surely she could eat these apples. They may not fill her completely, but at least they would stave off starvation. Starved to the brink of madness, Xia Yunyun dashed forward, seizing a vibrant red apple from the ground. Without a moment's hesitation to wash it, she hastily wiped it on her sleeve and took a substantial bite. The apple here boasted an exceptionally thin skin, with flesh that was both sweet and crisp. With one bite, the fragrant juice burst forth, filling her mouth with its delightful essence. Delicious and sweet, far superior to the apples we buy back home. With her stomach pressed against her back, this apple felt like a culinary treasure to Xia Yunyun, that Yutsong observed with a mix of pride and confusion as Xia Yunyun savored the fruit with more relish than she would meat. Did you just call this fruit an apple? He inquired. Indeed, that's what we call it where I come from, Xia Yunyun replied, having devoured 2 apples before finally feeling revitalized. Seeing her expression of satisfaction uplifted Yutsong's spirits, prompting him to pick up another beautifully skinned apple and offer it to her with a smile. There are plenty more. Feel free to indulge as much as you like. Xia Yunyun waved her hands in refusal, insisting, No, I'm full. You should eat them. With a smirk, Yutsong carefully wrapped the apple in leaves and set it aside. That I won't partake in this. These are the fruits you females enjoy. If you like them, I shall save them all for you. Xia Yunyun nodded, somewhat understanding, but then suddenly remembered something, her face flushing with embarrassment. Yutsong, weren't you angry and left just now? And now you're picking apples for me? The recollection of her earlier petulance made her feel deeply ashamed. Though Yutsong had indeed been upset, his resolution to gather apples for her puzzled him. Hearing Xia Yunyun's words, his earlier irritation dissipated, and he awkwardly replied, Angry? Why would I be angry? I am male. I do not get angry with females. How could he possibly harbor anger towards a female? It was my fault for letting you go hungry. Having never cared for a female before, I was unsure of what you liked to eat. Seeing you disdain meat, I feared you would starve, so I inquired among the females in the tribe. They informed me that they often gather fruits, so I brought back these fine specimens for you. Xia Yunyun was momentarily taken aback by Yutsong's earnest demeanor. Noticing her apparent discontent, he quickly added, But I assure you, such an incident will never occur again. I will bring you plenty of fruits each day, ensuring you are well fed and healthy. At that moment, Xia Yunyun was so touched by his words that she found herself at a loss for words. It turned out he hadn't left in anger, but rather to seek food for her. This beast man, was both proud and kind-hearted. For the first time in her life, Xia Yunyun felt the warmth of genuine care directed towards her, and it was a truly delightful sensation. Although, she mused, this person was rather unique. Observing the glistening eyes of Xia Yunyun, Yutsong furrowed his brow slightly. Little female, are you feeling unhappy again? Or do you not like these fruits? If they do not please you, I can go find something else. Xia Yunyun was momentarily stunned, but quickly shook her head. No. I truly enjoy these fruits. Thank you, Yutsong. I really appreciate it. She made a concerted effort to stifle the tears that threatened to spill, hastily wiping her eyes to reveal a sincere smile. Her delicate face, with its dewy eyes and rosy cheeks, framed by a simple ponytail, captivated Yutsong, leaving him momentarily spellbound by her beauty. After a while, he finally processed what Xia Yunyun had said, his mood lifting as he relaxed slightly. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. When spring approaches, we shall become mates, and I will be able to gather fruits for you forever. Beastmen have few aspirations: to protect a female throughout their life, to ensure she is well fed, and to raise a few litters of offspring is considered the epitome of happiness in their eyes. This, too, was the life Yutsong yearned for after meeting Xia Yunyun. Spring? Mates? Xia Yunyun's expression was nothing short of extraordinary. Why Yutsong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at her. You do not know about spring and mating? Allow me, as a male, to enlighten you. Isn't that just the prelude to animal mating? Xia Yunyun trembled with indignation, promptly pushing him away. What do you mean by spring and mating? Do you take me for an animal? This wild lion was truly infuriating. What do you mean by animal? Yutsong raised his head, confusion evident in his chestnut-colored eyes. Why did his little female always utter such strange terms? Xia Yunyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She was no encyclopedia. How could she define what an animal is? After a moment's contemplation, she stammered. Animals are those beings that lack emotional bonds and merely come together to reproduce. Yutsong pondered this, his eyes lighting up with renewed excitement. So, in that case, I am also an animal. Xia Yunyun exclaimed. You are a beast man. A beast man. Do you understand? With a pleased smile, Yutsong licked his lips and rubbed his hands together. Little female, are you hungry? Since you do not eat meat, I shall gather more fruits for you. No. No. Fruits are only for occasional snacking. I want meat. I just need some other things. Xia Yunyun sighed deeply. She was not a bug. How could she survive solely on fruit? After a moment's thought, Xia Yunyun seized the opportunity to communicate her needs to Yutsong. Fortunately, Yutsong was not truly dim-witted. He earnestly noted down everything she mentioned. Yunyun, I shall head out to hunt. If you find yourself bored, feel free to seek out the females in the tribe to play with, Yutsong suggested. Recalling how frequently he had seen the females in the tribe gathered together, likely enjoying each other's company, the prospect of playing out drew immediate excitement from Xia Yunyun, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed. Yes, I want to meet the females in the tribe. Clapping her hands in delight, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm, Xia Yunyun was eager to see the other females. When she had entered with Yutsong, she had only caught a glimpse of one, and now she yearned to see the beauty of the others. Come, I will take you. With Xia Yunyun's enthusiasm igniting his own, Yutsong's expression softened as he led her to a grassy area within the tribe. He set Xia Yunyun down on the ground before heading off to hunt. Standing amidst the lush grass, Xia Yunyun breathed in the fresh air, spotting shadows moving beneath the ancient trees alongside the sound of women's voices. However, the distance was too great for her to discern their features. Intrigued, she made her way toward the commotion. That you. Outsider female, what brings you here? Before she could get closer, a haughty female emerged, her nose nearly touching the sky. That voice sounded familiar. Wasn't this the female who had obstructed her and Yutsong's path when they entered the double gorge? Yutsong had referred to her as Lion Xingxing. Lion Xingxing had sun-kissed skin with a slight bronze hue, suggesting she spent much time in the sun. While her appearance diverged from contemporary beauty standards, she exuded a healthy allure. Dressed in the signature Beastman tribal leather attire, her voluminous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her slanted eyes, along with her slightly upturned lips, radiated a wild beauty. Though the Beastman females were hostile towards her, Xia Yunyun greeted them with grace. Hello, my name is Xia Yunyun, brought here by Yutsong. I look forward to your kindness. Xia Yunyun, what a peculiar name, and your speech is quite odd as well. I truly cannot fathom how Yutsong could take a liking to you. Lion Xingxing remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she regarded Xia Yunyun's radiant smile. Are all the females here so unfriendly? Xia Yunyun thought, feeling as though she had not offended this woman in any way. Yet her words were sharp as thorns. Choosing to ignore the disdainful tone, she overheard other females discussing nearby. This the female Yutsong brought back. She is incredibly fair and quite lovely. Indeed, I have never seen a female so pale. It must be due to her tribe's careful upbringing. What does being fair matter? Just look at her slender frame. She probably cannot bear offspring. I wonder which male would choose such a female as a mate. She might just be a discarded female from her previous tribe. The last voice unmistakably belonged to Lion Xingxing. Xia Yunyun, however, did not feel angered. After all, she was not an orc, and their words were of no concern to her. Why should she bother with a group of intellectually challenged orcs? She was, after all, a product of the 21st century, A high IQ individual. I say, Lion Xingxing, could it be that you are envious of her, hence your remarks? Before her arrival, you were the most beautiful female in our tribe. But now, it appears that the newcomer is far more aesthetically pleasing, likely to attract the male's attention even more. As she spoke, a group of female orcs emerged from behind a large tree. Each of these females displayed traits that were less than flattering: a protruding belly, buck teeth, thick lips, and sagging breasts that seemed on the verge of forming a second belly. Without exception, their hair was disheveled, hanging limply over their shoulders. Indeed, aside from their hairless faces and skin, they resembled primitive savages. It was no wonder that Yutsong had always praised her beauty. In truth, it was not that Xia Yunyun was exceptionally attractive, but rather that the women of the orc tribe were rather unappealing. Looking at herself, she noted her large, almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf brows, and perfectly shaped cherry lips. Having traversed into the orc realm, she had unwittingly become the unparalleled beauty here. Her thoughts returned to the present, and Xia Yunyun quickly patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yutsong was so handsome, a sight that brought her solace. She murmured to herself, feeling a bit apprehensive. They are all like that. Do not take it to heart. Just as Xia Yunyun was musing, a reasonably attractive female approached her with a smile. Oh, I'm perfectly fine, Xia Yunyun replied politely, smiling back. She felt a slight fondness for this kind-hearted girl before her. I am Lion Xiaolu, residing to the east of Yutsong's home. May I call you Yunyun? Lion Xiaolu bore a resemblance to Lion Xingxing, though she lacked the latter's buxom figure. Nevertheless, in Xia Yunyun's eyes, she appeared particularly pleasing. Certainly, that would be lovely. Xia Yunyun cheerfully engaged in conversation with Lion Xiaolu. Meanwhile, the group of females continued to discuss the earlier topic, with Lion Xingxing occasionally hurling sarcastic remarks at Xia Yunyun. Lion Xiaolu listened, her expression turning apologetic. I'm sorry. Lion Xingxing is just like that. Don't mind her words. She leaned in closer and whispered into Xia Yunyun's ear. Lion Xingxing is the chieftain's daughter, so it would be wise to accommodate her a bit, despite her sharp tongue. She isn't entirely ill-natured. Yes, that's so? Thank you, Lion Xiaolu. I appreciate your kindness. Xia Yunyun expressed her gratitude, touched by Lion Xiaolu's consideration. It was evident that Lion Xiaolu was a kind-hearted female, and no need for thanks. You haven't yet formed a bond with Yutsong, have you? Lion Xiaolu inquired cautiously. Xia Yunyun shook her head, having gathered that forming a bond here equated to marriage. What about you, Lion Xiaolu? Xia Yunyun asked, her curiosity piqued. Like most females in this realm, Lion Xiaolu bore several peculiar animal tattoos. But I'm already with child. Lion Xiaolu beamed with maternal pride. Wow, Xia Yunyun exclaimed, reaching out to touch Lion Xiaolu's belly, which still appeared flat. She must not have been pregnant for long. Xia Yunyun began to wonder what the offspring of orcs resembled, human or animal. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed in her ear. Yunyun, I've returned from the hunt. Turning, Xia Yunyun saw a massive beast being tossed onto the ground. As a man clad in a hide skirt rushed toward her, as if fearing she might flee, Yutsong pulled her into his broad, warm embrace with a swift motion. While you need to let me go first. Xia Yunyun's immediate reaction was to push him away. This odious creature reeked of blood and dirt, nearly suffocating her. Why, Yutsong? I need to speak with you. Observing the closeness between Yutsong and Xia Yunyun, Lion Xingxing could no longer contain her irritation. Approaching with an air of arrogance, she demanded, What is it? Yutsong, ever polite due to her status as the chieftain's daughter, casually inquired. I'm nearing my first heat and can bear you offspring. Shall I reserve this opportunity for you? I'm sorry. But I already have Yunyun, Yutsong replied, not even glancing at Lion Xingxing, assertively wrapping his arms around Xia Yunyun. Nearby males watched, their envy palpable. The tribe's acknowledged most beautiful female, Lion Xingxing was not lacking in suitors. Currently, she had 4 partners, all first and second-tier orcs. However, being newly of age, she had yet to offer her mating opportunity to any male. Her 4 partners were among the strongest in the tribe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered them. Now, for Lion Xingxing to propose her first mating opportunity to a male who had not even bonded with her was simply unacceptable. Yutsong, think carefully. This is my first heat, and I can guarantee you a litter of strong lion cubs. Lion Xingxing did not anticipate Yutsong's rejection. Her vanity could not tolerate it, and she cast a disdainful glance at Xia Yunyun. This female is so frail. She surely cannot produce strong offspring. Lion Xingxing was determined, while the other females watched with keen interest and no need. You should reserve your first heat for your partners. That my mate is solely Yunyun. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Yutsong proclaimed, before striding away with Xia Yunyun in his embrace, lifting the massive prey effortlessly out. Why Yutsong? You will regret this. Lion Xingxing fumed, stamping her foot as she watched their retreating figures. As the tribe's most beautiful female, with a father who was the only formidable chieftain, she had always had males lining up to bond with her. To think there was a male who did not wish to father her offspring was the greatest affront. The blood trail from the slain beast extended far into the distance, much like the depth of Lion Xingxing's resentment, Xia Yunyun, having been directly brought back to the wooden hut by Yutsong, still bore an expression of shock until a loud thud announced the beast being placed on the ground, jolting her back to reality. What is this? These orcs are far too forward. They speak openly of bearing children. Even in foreign lands, such openness is rare. Yutsong assumed Xia Yunyun was troubled by Lion Xingxing's earlier words and approached her, saying, Yunyun, rest assured, I will not accept Lion Xingxing that I have only ever recognized you as my mate. Even if you are frail, I do not mind. I am strong, and together we will surely produce robust offspring. Yutsong's expression was resolute, leaving Xia Yunyun utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? When had she ever indicated a desire to have children with this lion? Let us discuss such matters later. I'm hungry, Xia Yunyun laughed, attempting to divert the topic. Ridiculous. She had no intention of marrying a lion. She was still a young maiden, far too early to assume the role of a mother. Xia Yunyun intended to cherish her youth and engage in a passionate and romantic love affair. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun mention her hunger, Yutsong immediately shifted his focus. He was not in a hurry for offspring. I caught a large prey today. The meat is exceptionally tender, and I have also prepared what you requested. As he spoke, Yutsong unfastened a flat stone vessel from his waist, presenting it to Xia Yunyun. You finished it so quickly? Xia Yunyun exclaimed in surprise. The stone vessel in Yutsong's hand was a flat-bottomed pan that Xia Yunyun had specifically asked him to prepare. Her excitement surged as she reached for the pan. Thud! The flat stone pot crashed heavily to the ground. Xia Yunyun stared in shock. Was the gravitational pull in the orc realm stronger than that of Earth? How could Yutsong handle it so effortlessly while it felt like 1,000 pounds in her hands? Stone certainly could not be compared to iron. Xia Yunyun attempted to lift it with both hands, but she could only manage to raise it a few centimeters off the ground before her strength gave out. Yunyun, allow me. Seeing Xia Yunyun's face flush with effort, Yutsong rushed forward and effortlessly lifted the stone pan, looking puzzled. Yunyun, is this what you meant? I made it just as you instructed. What is its purpose? Precisely. Now, stack the stones into a circle, leaving the center open for firewood. And be sure to leave a gap. Don't seal it completely. Xia Yunyun's eyes sparkled with delight, eagerly urging Yutsong onward. As she engaged in these tasks for the first time, Xia Yunyun felt an immense sense of novelty, reminiscent of childhood days spent playing house. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun speak, Yutsong dared not hesitate. Before long, a circular pile of stones appeared within the dwelling, intentionally left hollow in the center, with an opening as per Xia Yunyun's instructions, after finding a large wooden stick to place inside as firewood. Xia Yunyun selected some slender twigs. Once the firewood was arranged, she instructed Yutsong to ignite the flames. Why Yutsong, could you please cut the meat into sizable chunks, and make sure to wash it clean? Xia Yunyun gestured helplessly at the enormous, unidentified prey. Although she had observed others slice meat before, lacking a knife left her at a loss. Why Yutsong, understanding her unspoken request, swiftly skinned the creature, revealing sharp claws that tore through the bloodied flesh. Quickly yielding the portion Xia Yunyun had indicated, he skewered the meat with a stick and soon returned after washing it thoroughly. The meat, though still retaining some odor, was devoid of bloodstains. Xia Yunyun joyfully accepted it, placing it meticulously on the stone skillet. Seeing Xia Yunyun's happiness, Yutsong felt a sense of relief wash over him as he smiled at her industriousness. Soon, the sizzling sound of the meat filled the air, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma. It smells wonderful. It looks quite promising. Xia Yunyun nodded in satisfaction as she observed the meat gradually turning golden. Despite the absence of oil, the meat appeared to be rich and tender, exuding its own fat as it cooked, akin to modern-day pan-frying. Yutsong, enticed by the delightful scent, found himself swallowing involuntarily, despite not being particularly hungry. Since their departure, he had not encountered such an enticing aroma indeed. He had never experienced it even before they left. It seemed delectable. No, no, this is for Yunyun. With that thought, Yutsong shook his head, attempting to dismiss the craving that lingered in his mind. Xia Yunyun, noticing Yutsong's inner struggle, chuckled and used the makeshift chopsticks he had found to lift a piece of meat, presenting it near his mouth. Here, try my Xia family's pan-fried meat. Yutsong stared at Xia Yunyun in disbelief. In the orc tribe, when a female offers food to a male, it signifies acceptance or affection. Did Xia Yunyun's gesture imply that she had accepted him as her mate? A surge of joy filled Yutsong's heart as he bit into the meat, revealing the primal instincts typical of an orc. With a resounding crunch, the makeshift chopstick snapped, one end still caught in his mouth, but Wai Yutsong paid no heed to such trivialities, devouring the meat in mere moments. With a satisfied smack of his lips, he exclaimed, Yunyun, rest assured, when the time comes, we shall have many strong offspring together. You are the only female for me in this lifetime. How could a creature so wild express such poetic sentiments? Xia Yunyun, startled by the fervor of his words, snapped back to reality, playfully swatting at Yutsong's arms that encircled her. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down, or the meat will burn. Realizing that reasoning with this lion was futile, Xia Yunyun decided to drop the topic altogether. After all, she could never marry an animal. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she would soon find herself surrounded by not just a lion mate, but creatures of the sky, land, and water, each vying for her attention, leading to delightful chaos. After savoring several pieces of pan-fried meat, Xia Yunyun felt full. Although she possessed a hearty appetite, her capacity for food was modest. She merely became hungry quickly and often craved snacks. Diligently, she prepared the remaining portions of the prey for Yutsong, her initial enthusiasm transforming into exhaustion as she worked up a sweat. By the time Yutsong had eaten his fill, Xia Yunyun was already seated on the ground, reluctant to rise, while Yutsong had cleared the clutter around them. Wai Yutsong, do you know where I can find water? I wish to bathe. Xia Yunyun glanced at Yutsong, who had just finished tidying the space, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. It was a sweltering summer day, and even though it was afternoon, she felt sticky with sweat and uncomfortable. Wondering how the orcs managed bathing. Bathe? Yutsong echoed her words. He recalled hearing that females were particularly fond of cleanliness. There is a river in the tribe where females often play in the water during summer. I can take you there. Upon hearing that she could bathe, Xia Yunyun eagerly nodded, her mind filled with thoughts of cleansing herself of the day's grime. Transforming into his beast form, Yutsong allowed Xia Yunyun to sit upon his back. The plush sensation was so comforting that it almost lulled her into slumber. A petite girl perched atop a massive lion resembled a scene from a fairy tale. The wind rustled around her, and before long, Yutsong arrived at the riverbank. With a mighty roar, the white lion took a few steps to the river's edge, bending his legs, prompting Xia Yunyun to dismount. The fresh air filled her lungs, imbued with the mingling scents of river water and earth, invigorating her senses. Approaching the riverbank, Xia Yunyun dipped her hand into the water. Fortunately, it was summer, the sun blazing fiercely, yet the water was shallow and pleasantly warm, making for a perfect bathing experience. As Xia Yunyun prepared to undress and bathe, she suddenly noticed that the lion behind her showed no intention of averting his gaze, which irked her. I'm going to bathe now. So you mustn't look. Do you understand? Her flushed cheeks appeared utterly adorable in Yutsong's eyes, who nodded vigorously, captivated by her charm. His mind racing, he quickly turned and dashed into the woods, disappearing from sight. Once Yutsong had truly left, Xia Yunyun felt at ease as she stepped into the water to wash. The river was astonishingly clean, crystal clear to the bottom, revealing the textures of the pebbles beneath. She removed her clothes, rinsed them in the water, and after wringing them out, laid them on the grass to dry while she took her bath. By the time she finished, her clothes were nearly dry. Without any spare garments to change into, she reluctantly donned her damp attire. While Yutsong had yet to return, and with no sense of direction, Xia Yunyun sat at the riverbank, playfully splashing her feet in the water, reveling in the tranquility. After an indeterminate amount of time, the once silent forest finally stirred with sounds. Xia Yunyun turned with delight, only to be surprised to see that the newcomer was not Yutsong. Why are you here? Xia Yunyun exclaimed, astonished to see Shixing approaching, followed by a dozen towering males, all resembling humans and exuding an imposing presence. What a coincidence, you've come here to bathe too, she queried, puzzled by the presence of so many males. However, Shixing's next words sent a chill down her spine. This is the female that Yutsong brought back. Whether or not she can become your mate is entirely up to you. With her chest thrust forward, Xia Yunyun stood with an air of superiority, looking down upon Xia Yunyun with disdain. The males behind her began to stir restlessly. Where did this beautiful female come from? She's stunning. With such delicate skin, the mating experience must be delightful. Fresh from her bath, Xia Yunyun appeared radiant. Her cheeks flushed from the afternoon sun. Her complexion a flawless blend of rosy hues the eyes of the orc males. She was a vision of beauty, captivating beyond compare. Xia Yunyun, can she truly become our mate? One robust lion male stepped forward, uncertainty lacing his voice. Can I truly win the affection of such a beautiful female? Yet, since Yutsong had brought her back, it was clear she was destined to seek a mate among the tribe's males. Lion Xingxing responded without the slightest hesitation, a fierce jealousy flashing in her eyes. The relentless pursuit of these males in the past, now directed towards another female, filled her with intense displeasure, making her wish she could devour Xia Yunyun whole. Xia Yunyun stood there in astonishment, warily observing the males with gleaming eyes fixated upon her. She could hardly believe that Lion Xingxing would dare to act in such a manner. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Yutsong will return, and he will not spare you. Meanwhile, Yutsong wandered aimlessly outside, Xia Yunyun's face appearing vividly in his mind that it had been quite a while. Yunyun should be done by now. As he strolled through the woods, Yutsong suddenly caught a whiff of many unfamiliar scents. His deep brown eyes immediately glinted with a fierce intensity. Female, allow me to be your mate. I am strong, and during mating season, you will surely be delighted. An impatient beastman approached Xia Yunyun, his excitement palpable. This beastman, although robust, bore large, bell-like eyes and an imposing beard, rendering his appearance quite fearsome. Don't joke around. Xia Yunyun chuckled awkwardly, instinctively taking 2 steps back, only to realize she was already at the riverbank. With nowhere to retreat, seeing Xia Yunyun's refusal, the beastman grew anxious and stepped forward, saying, I truly. Roar. Just as sweat began to bead on Xia Yunyun's forehead, an enraged roar echoed from somewhere. The pure white lion suddenly leaped out from the forest, pouncing fiercely at the bearded beastman. Snow lion. Yutsong, Xia Yunyun exclaimed in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. The beastmen were extremely alert, but the speed of the snow lion was astonishing. In an instant, the bearded beastman was knocked to the ground. Yutsong's sharp fangs mercilessly aimed at his neck. The bearded beastman bore 2 crystal-like markings on his forehead, one less than Yutsong, making him the only second-marked beastman among this group. He instantly transformed into his beast form beneath Yutsong's fangs, and the 2 lions quickly separated. Why Yutsong? Go for it. Xia Yunyun stepped back from the riverbank, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape to cheer Yutsong on. Oh, Yutsong responded with a growl, the soft flesh beneath his claws pressing into the grass, his brown eyes fixed fiercely on the male before him. No male would allow another male to approach his mate. These lions are doomed. The bearded beastman glared defiantly at Yutsong. Xia Yunyun suddenly felt worried. She was unfamiliar with this place, while Yutsong was the only one she could rely on. She hoped nothing would go awry. Enough, Yutsong, they haven't done anything to me. Don't be angry. Even a fool can see how close this lion is to going berserk. Yet Xia Yunyun was unaware that her explanation only fueled Yutsong's fury further. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the massive snow lion charged at another lion. The bearded beastman was equally unyielding, but Yutsong's strength was astonishing. With a single swipe, he sent him flying. In the blink of an eye, the bearded beastman was left bloodied and battered. Soon, he found himself defeated. The snow-white lion approached Xia Yunyun, shielding her, his sharp fangs stained with the blood of their recent battle. Roar. Lion Xingxing, did you bring them here? The enormous lion bellowed at the petite lion Xingxing, beastmen of the lion clan. They could communicate even in their beast forms. I did bring her. What of it? There are few females in the tribe now. What harm is there in letting her choose 2 mates? Lion Xingxing retorted fearlessly, flanked by her 2 companions, knowing Yutsong would not dare to harm her. Roar. She is mine. I warn you, do not lay a hand on her. I will not mate with you. The fury in his deep brown eyes intensified. Lion Xingxing, enraged by Yutsong's words, felt smoke rising from her. When had she ever endured such humiliation, observing that no beast dared to step forward? She angrily stomped away. Noticing the males still stealing glances at Xia Yunyun, Yutsong let out a ferocious roar at them. Instantly, all the males brought by Lion Xingxing fled in panic. Xia Yunyun was left dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that Yutsong would be so formidable. A whole group of lions feared him. However, had he just been conversing with Lion Xingxing? Why could she not understand their words? Once everyone had departed, Yutsong finally transformed back into human form. His snow-white hair contrasted sharply against his sun-kissed skin, and his well-defined abdominal muscles were a feast for the eyes of any admirer. Gaping for a while, Xia Yunyun regained her composure. One hand propped her chin while the other covered her eyes as she quickly turned away. Hurry and put your clothes on. There are no other beasts around. So what is there to fear? Yutsong showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he proudly puffed out his chest. Am I not a person? Xia Yunyun felt like she could spit blood. She truly wished to give Yutsong a good thump. Hurry and turn back into a lion. We need to go. What if other beasts see you? In her desperation, she could only coax Yutsong to revert to his lion form. After all, witnessing a lion's body would not evoke the same sense of guilt as seeing a man's body. Fortunately, Yutsong obediently complied with Xia Yunyun's request, transforming into a lion and carrying her back to the wooden hut. By the time they returned, the sun was almost setting. Xia Yunyun felt a sudden craving. With nothing to do, she yearned for a snack. However, having just eaten roasted meat in the afternoon, she was not particularly hungry and did not wish to consume another meat meal. After inquiring with Yutsong, she learned that beastmen did not adhere to a three-meal system. They hunted and ate whenever they felt hungry, generally consuming only 1 or 2 meals a day, since Yutsong had eaten in the afternoon. He did not require food at that moment. Yunyun, what are you looking for? Yutsong asked curiously as he noticed Xia Yunyun searching around the hut. Where did you put the fruits you brought back? I want to eat them. Xia Yunyun felt a bit embarrassed. Would her constant eating ruin her image? The fruits are over there. Yutsong pointed with his long fingers. Yunyun, are you hungry? If so, I can go hunt. Rising, Yutsong prepared to remove his beast skin skirt to transform back into his beast form. Having never kept a female before, he was unaware of how much food a female required. Previously, seeing Yunyun eat so little, he assumed females needed less food and thus did not save any. No, I just want to eat the fruits. Xia Yunyun quickly waved her hands. The sky was nearly dark. Going out would be too dangerous, and she felt awkward troubling him. As she walked to the corner, Xia Yunyun spotted a piece of beast skin, remembering that Yutsong had used it to wrap up the fruits for storage. She reached out to open it. What is going on? Xia Yunyun exclaimed. Her hand trembled, and the beast's skin fell to the ground, revealing black, writhing organisms that surged out, sending chills down her spine. What happened? Yunyun. Yutsong hurried over at the sound, glancing into the beast's skin. It's maggot. Yunyun, stay away from them. Yutsong's expression darkened as he pulled Xia Yunyun aside, preventing her from getting too close. Maggot? What is that? Xia Yunyun, intrigued by Yutsong's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but ask. How could such a fine fruit be infested with these creatures? Maggots are pests that steal food from beastmen. They reproduce rapidly and are rarely found in the tribe. How could there be maggots here? Yutsong explained while swiftly tossing the beast's skin and its contents into the fire. The maggots sizzled and crackled as they burned, releasing a foul odor. Could it be that the hot weather attracted the pests? Xia Yunyun asked quietly. In the modern world, pests were not surprising due to pollution, but she had never seen such disgusting creatures. They were neither like flies nor like maggots. It is possible. Maggots thrive in heat, especially in summer. Tomorrow, I will inform the tribe leaders so everyone can check their supplies. If they find maggots, they must eliminate them promptly. Why Yutsong's expression was grave, as if they were facing a calamity. Xia Yunyun poked Yutsong's muscular arm with her finger. Are these maggots really that terrifying? They're just bugs. Do we really need to alert the tribe leader? Having just arrived in the beastmen world, she was completely ignorant of their customs. More puzzling to her was how such powerful beastmen could be frightened by such insignificant, repulsive little bugs. Could it be that beastmen all have a fear of clusters? You don't know what maggots are? With a hint of surprise in his resolute gaze, Yutsong curiously regarded Xia Yunyun. Well, naturally, I have not heard of it, Xia Yunyun replied, shaking her head. Why Yutsong concealed his astonishment, pointing at the still-burning insects in the fire, and remarked, though small, these insectivores are relentless. Wherever they go, virtually no life can survive. They can consume anything, even orcs. Xia Yunyun, frightened by Yutsong's words, recoiled slightly, her face pale with fear. Are you saying that once these insects finish devouring the food and are still hungry, they will come for us? Goodness, are these repulsive insects truly that voracious? Fear not, Yunyun. With me here, I shall ensure you are not consumed by the insectivores. Yutsong assured her, confidently thumping his chest. As a male, he could not allow any harm to befall a female, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Xia Yunyun shivered and waved her hands dismissively. In truth, these insectivores were not as terrifying as they seemed. She hailed from the modern world, having heard of locust plagues, and perhaps in this beast realm, They exaggerated the horror of these insects due to their technological backwardness. Suddenly, an uproar erupted outside. Insectivores! The insectivores are here! Hurry and inform the chieftain. The commotion grew louder. Yutsong's wooden cabin was already distanced from others, allowing them to hear the outside clearly, revealing the beast's agitation. Yutsong, shall we go outside and take a look? With a strong sense of curiosity, Xia Yunyun began to urge him, but as they stepped out, the night had already fallen, and distant flickers of firelight danced in the darkness. It appeared that other places were also afflicted by the insectivores. They have all gone to the chieftain. I shall see for myself. Yunyun, stay here and rest. With that, Yutsong strode away, casting a glance back at the wooden cabin illuminated by the fire. Xia Yunyun hurriedly trotted to catch up, grasping his arm. That I want to go too. I am afraid to be alone. She feared the dark and certainly did not wish to remain there by herself. Yutsong abruptly halted, his bright eyes reflecting the firelight, gazing deeply at Xia Yunyun. Just as she thought he would refuse her request, he suddenly bent down and scooped her up. What are you doing? I can walk on my own. This is quicker. Yutsong firmly held her in his embrace, unwilling to let go. The soft sensation of her in his arms made him unable to suppress a sigh. Yunyun willingly wanted to be with him. She must surely have feelings for him. Together, they arrived at the chieftain's wooden cabin, where they found over 100 beasts gathered. The cabin could not accommodate so many, forcing them to stand outside. Xia Yunyun was taken aback, having never seen so many non-humans. Yutsong, how many beasts are there in the tribe? She whispered into his ear. About 200, but there are only a little over a dozen females. He answered without hesitation. Xia Yunyun was left speechless. No wonder they said females were scarce. With over 200 males and merely a dozen females, the ratio was staggering. By that calculation, each female could have 20 partners. That was a lot. Those females must be exhausted from the daily rotations. Ugh, what was she thinking? Returning her thoughts to the chieftain, she noticed the elderly leader's serious expression as the beasts continued to discuss in fear. Chieftain, what shall we do? All the food in our homes has been consumed by the insectivores. Indeed, what shall we do? If the insectivores come, we must all relocate. The tribe faced disaster. The chieftain spoke in a deep voice, trying to calm everyone. Do not panic. Do not leave food in your homes and limit your outings. But even so, that would not drive the insectivores away. How could there suddenly be an insectivore disaster? Father, what should we do? Lion Xingxing supported the aged chieftain, worry etched on her face. The chieftain shook his head, his brow furrowed in silence. He felt powerless against this insectivore calamity. Was abandoning their homes truly the only option? Suddenly, Lion Xingxing's gaze fell upon a frail figure among the beasts. Releasing the chieftain, she stepped forward, her yellowed fingers pointing at the crowd. It's all her fault. The female Yutsong brought back. Ever since she arrived, the insectivores have come. A murmur of discontent rippled through the assembly as the beasts turned their eyes toward Xia Yunyun. Xia Yunyun stood dumbfounded, pointing at her lips, and upon realizing, vehemently protested, "It's not me. I had no knowledge of these insects. Lion Xingxing, do not speak recklessly. How could Yunyun possibly be related to the insectivores?" Yutsong was the first to defend Xia Yunyun, casting a disapproving look at Lion Xingxing. If it's not her, then why did the insectivores appear as soon as she came to the tribe? She must have brought them, Lion Xingxing accused angrily, inciting further dissent among the beasts. Males would never harm females, as they were exceedingly scarce. Yet if they did not remove this female, their tribe would be doomed. Lion Xingxing continued, "She is an ill-fated female. Whether I speak the truth or not, you all can ponder it well. What Xingxing says does seem reasonable. Could it truly be this female that brought the insectivores? Even though females were rare, compared to the tribe's safety, their value seemed trivial. How can you slander me? I have nothing to do with this." Seeing that the beasts were swayed by Lion Xingxing's words, Xia Yunyun grew frantic. However, no beast was willing to listen to her, as Lion Xingxing was the chieftain's kin and a female. Her authority within the tribe was immense. Satisfied with the attention she garnered, Lion Xingxing proclaimed loudly, "Expel this female who brought disaster. Yes, drive her away. Expel her." A chorus of agitated beasts roared, while many females either expressed concern or were entertained, yet none dared to speak up for Xia Yunyun. "It's not me. Why won't you believe me?" Xia Yunyun's eyes reddened with anger. Were a few insects truly worth this uproar? A roar silenced the tumultuous voices. "I believe Yunyun." Yutsong's face, illuminated by the firelight, bore a grim expression that if the tribe is unwilling to keep her, then I shall take her away. Lowering his head, his deep brown eyes reflected a pale face. Do not fear. At worst, I shall lead you to another tribe. Even if no tribe takes us in, I will build a tribe for you. Xia Yunyun felt a warmth in her heart, and all the grievances from the earlier slander vanished. However, Yutsong's words ignited a frenzy among the beasts. Had another spoken so boldly, they would have laughed in disbelief. Yet it was Yutsong who spoke. A three-crystal beast, he was second only to the chieftain in strength within the tribe. It was more accurate to say that the tribe was sheltered by Yutsong rather than the other way around. Now that he intended to leave, it was not a good omen for the tribe. Yutsong, you cannot go. You are a part of this tribe. Do you intend to betray us for a foreign female? Lion Xingxing's expression was one of resentment. Previously, she had instructed the males in the tribe to claim this female, which led to Yutsong engaging in fierce battles. Now, he wished to abandon the tribe for her, and she could not accept it. Would I, Yutsong, forsake my partner and rely on the tribe for survival? His expression was icy, as if he had resolved to take Xia Yunyun away from this place of strife. But you are not yet bonded. Lion Xingxing shouted. Enough, Xingxing, step back. The chieftain's aged voice interrupted her. Hearing her father's words, Lion Xingxing bit her lip, casting a fierce glare at the unwelcome guest. With slow steps, the chieftain approached, his expression grave, his tone laced with resignation. Why Yutsong? As chieftain, I must prioritize the tribe's safety. Since this insectivore disaster was brought about by this female, it seemed these beasts had made up their minds to place the blame squarely on her shoulders. Yet Xia Yunyun was not one to shy away from confrontation. Puffing up her not-so-prominent chest, she questioned, Chieftain, everyone claims that I brought this insectivore disaster. However, no one has witnessed how I brought these insects here, am I right? The chieftain had not anticipated Xia Yunyun's sudden interjection. And after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Indeed. Then I would like to inquire if there is any way to drive the insectivores away. Upon the utterance of these words, a stir erupted among the orc crowd. Indeed, it exists, the chief replied. That if that is the case, I would be grateful if you could share this method with me. Female, are you truly intending to drive away this insect eater? The chief, unable to believe his ears, inquired once more. He had never encountered such a bold female, whose beauty was matched only by her unparalleled courage, a trait seldom seen among orcs. It was no wonder that Yutsong cherished her so dearly. Xia Yunyun nodded confidently. Of course, chief, please enlighten me on how to drive away the insect-eater. In the past, she would have simply resolved the matter with a bottle of insecticide. Hearing this, the chief hesitated. Shifting his gaze towards Yutsong, Yutsong glanced at Xia Yunyun and nodded. I trust Yunyun. The chief's lips twitched awkwardly. To repel the insect-eater, one merely requires a plant known as stinkweed. However, stinkweed only grows deep within the wild forest, and only the larger tribes can dispatch powerful orcs to gather it. Unfortunately, our tribe. Instantly, the faces of the orcs fell, their earlier bravado replaced by shame. Although they believed Xia Yunyun had attracted the insect-eater, revealing their inadequacies in front of a female was a blow to their pride. Stinkweed, is it? Such a peculiar name, Xia Yunyun mused with a sudden smile. Captivating the orc males with her charm, before I venture to collect the stinkweed, do tell me what lies within the depths of this wild forest. The chief's expression darkened further. Deep within the forest lay the nests of ferocious beasts, and venomous snakes coiled around the edges where stinkweed thrived. As for other dangers, he had never ventured into the forest's depths. Xia Yunyun swallowed hard, realizing the peril she was inviting upon herself. Was she truly setting herself up to be prey for snakes and wild beasts? Suddenly, a warm hand grasped hers. Xia Yunyun was taken aback and instinctively tried to pull away, but the grip was too strong that a familiar voice reached her ears. I will accompany you. Once we find the stinkweed and drive away the insect-eater, we shall settle elsewhere. You too, Yutsong? That would be splendid. Xia Yunyun felt a rush of gratitude, her eyes glistening with emotion. With this lion by her side, she felt fearless. Why Yutsong? You cannot leave. Our tribe cannot do without you. The orcs murmured, attempting to persuade him. Why Yutsong cast a disinterested glance at the orc assembly, choosing not to utter another word. The other orcs, robust and aware that further protests would be fruitless, fell silent. Xia Yunyun's large, almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she noticed that among the orcs, only the chief and Yutsong bore 3 diamond-like tattoos on their foreheads, a mark absent in the others. Did this signify that Yutsong and the chief shared equal status? "We leave at dawn," Yutsong stated, his gaze flickering, as he led Xia Yunyun back to his small wooden hut, watching their departing figures and the disgruntled orcs. Sure, Xingxing fumed with indignation. She could hardly believe that this female would ever emerge from the wild forest. Orcs held their promises dearly. Once spoken, words were unbreakable. Thus, no orc doubted that Yutsong and Xia Yunyun would deceive their kin. "Father, how could you allow Yutsong to go?" After the orcs had returned, Shi Xingxing relentlessly complained to the chief. What would it matter to prevent him from leaving? He is a third crystal orc. And I am aging. I am no match for him, especially since he is not even from our tribe. The chief sighed, wishing for nothing more than for Yutsong to remain inside the wooden hut. As Xia Yunyun prepared to rest, she fixated on the disheveled pile of dried grass on the ground. Beside her, Yutsong's face betrayed a hint of a blush. "Are you certain we must sleep here tonight?" Xia Yunyun pressed again, unwilling to relent. Though the grass pile was substantial, the hut lacked separate rooms. Was she to share a bed with this lion? What if he succumbed to his primal instincts in the night and devoured her? "Devour me?" The thought felt strange. "Rest. It is but one night," Yutsong replied, his countenance darkening as he lifted Xia Yunyun, and they lay upon the grass pile. The grass was laden with dust, and although Yutsong sensed Xia Yunyun's disdain, he could not lower himself to express it, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Xia Yunyun glanced at the dust, and then at her freshly washed clothes from earlier that day, feeling despondent, just as she prepared to push away the warm figure beside her. She inadvertently touched something hot and rounded. Xia Yunyun froze. This creature was not wearing clothes, only a hide to shield its vital parts. As she attempted to push Yutsong away, he tightened his hold on her. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" Xia Yunyun exclaimed, while Yutsong loosened his grip slightly, but showed no intention of releasing her. To protect Xia Yunyun's delicate skin from the prickly grass, he held her close, resulting in her nearly lying against his abdomen. Exhausted from her 2-day trek through the forest, filled with trepidation, Xia Yunyun soon relaxed and fell asleep. The following day, in the forest, a colossal lion carried a petite girl upon its back, enacting a scene reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast, sending flocks of birds and beasts scattering in their wake. "You, slow down. I feel like I'm going to be sick." Xia Yunyun, pale-faced, clung tightly to the lion's fur. Her head turned to the side. Though she had witnessed motion sickness before, she had never seen anyone suffer from beast sickness. "Yunyun, are you all right?" Hearing Xia Yunyun's pained voice, Yutsong grew concerned and promptly halted, setting her down before transforming into his human form. "I'm fine, just a bit queasy. Can we take a break?" She could no longer endure the discomfort. Leaning against a tree, she dry-heaved a few times before feeling some relief in her stomach. "I never intended to help them find stinkweed. Now look what a state you're in," Yutsong thought grimly, recalling their tribe's situation. "Please rest for a moment. I didn't realize you were so sensitive to the bumps. Next time, I shall run more slowly." Observing Xia Yunyun's pale face filled him with sympathy. "If only I had known earlier, I would never have agreed to this quest for stinkweed. All right, I'm fine now. Just a bit unaccustomed. I've never ridden a lion before." Xia Yunyun's complexion improved as she reassured him with a gentle touch on her nose. "I wonder how many modern folks would dare to ride a lion. If we were in the modern world, we'd surely become internet sensations. I have never carried a female before." "You are the first," Yutsong admitted, a hint of blush creeping onto his cheeks, though his darker skin made it less noticeable. Concerned about starting a fire in the forest that might lead to a disastrous blaze in the summer heat, they rested briefly. Xia Yunyun snacked on some wild fruits Yutsong had gathered. No longer feeling famished, due to his exertion, Yutsong required ample sustenance. When Xia Yunyun witnessed him devouring a strangely shaped wild boar, she was genuinely astonished. So, orcs truly did eat raw meat. It was no wonder the forest flourished. Frequent fires would surely lead to devastation. The forest was home to other wild beasts and unknown creatures. Xia Yunyun felt a twinge of curiosity. What would happen if the forest were set ablaze? Yet, despite her musings, she dared not act on such thoughts. As the afternoon wore on, they resumed their journey through the lush forest that shielded them from much of the sunlight, providing a refreshing coolness. Xia Yunyun sat atop Yutsong's lion form, who had deliberately slowed his pace, allowing her to feel much more comfortable as she began to appreciate the scenery, with Yutsong guarding her. Their outing resembled a leisurely excursion. Perhaps they would even camp out and enjoy a picnic that evening. The reality of their adventure, however, seemed quite different from her initial expectations. Finally, as darkness approached, Yutsong's keen eyes spotted a cave. Once he set her down at the entrance, Xia Yunyun stretched and felt her stomach rumble in response. You're hungry? I'll go hunt. You wait for me inside, Yutsong instructed, having already surveyed the area for threats. Go ahead, but be careful. Having witnessed Yutsong's prowess in battling beasts firsthand, she felt reassured. Although aware of Yutsong's formidable prowess, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but express her concerns that why Yutsong reached out. Affectionately ruffling Xia Yunyun's hair before transforming into a lion and departing. How infuriating! Just because he was tall, he thought he could indulge in such playful antics. With her hair tousled, Xia Yunyun seethed with indignation. Why did that insufferable lion enjoy messing up her hair so much? There was no comb around. Didn't he realize how troublesome it was to untangle hair? Gripping the beast hide bag that Yutsong had handed her, she pouted and walked into the stone cave. The entrance of the cave appeared small, yet the interior was surprisingly spacious, though shrouded in darkness. Xia Yunyun could not discern its true size and dared only to sit against the stone wall where light filtered in. What on earth are all these threads? Accidentally brushing her hand against the wall, she found her fingers coated in a sticky substance. Looking down, she was horrified to discover it was spider silk. Something seemed to be stirring nearby, tickling her. When she reached out, she grasped another handful of spider silk. How peculiar! Why were there so many spider webs? Curiously, she glanced up to her dismay. The sight nearly sent her sprawling to the ground. Oh my! A colossal spider with round, crimson eyes the size of eggs stood before her, its long, hairy legs anchoring it to the cave's ceiling, a strand of white silk dangling from its mouth. This creature was at least a meter in size. Xia Yunyun couldn't help but grimace at so. She had unwittingly intruded into the lair of a formidable spider. Dear spider warrior, I did not intend to trespass into your home. Since you are present, I shall take my leave, she chuckled nervously, inching toward the cave's entrance. She recalled that spiders typically ensnared their prey in silk before feasting, a fact she was aware of. She hoped this spider could understand human speech and would not lunge at her. However, fate had other plans. The spider, indeed understanding, shifted its predatory gaze, unwilling to let a meal slip away. Its 8 hairy legs lunged forward. And in the blink of an eye, the massive spider was right before Xia Yunyun. Yutsong, help me. Xia Yunyun shut her eyes, her body frozen in fear. She loathed such furry creatures, especially one so enormous. Here, a familiar roar resonated, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld a lion engaging in a fierce battle with the giant spider. Yutsong. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He was indeed her savior, always arriving just in time during perilous moments. Watching the two massive beings entwined in combat, Xia Yunyun felt an unexpected wave of anxiety wash over her. The spider appeared formidable, equally adept in close combat as Yutsong, and neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Be careful. That spider might be venomous. Do not let it bite you. Xia Yunyun retreated to the entrance, shouting to avoid further complicating Yutsong's struggle. Upon hearing her voice, Yutsong seemed invigorated, launching himself at the giant spider, toppling it to the ground. With a powerful swipe of his paw, he struck its head, causing a spray of viscous fluid to erupt. The spider lacked blood in the traditional sense. It was more accurate to describe its insides as a liquid substance. Disdainfully, the lion shook his paw, dragging the spider's body outside the cave before transforming back into human form to approach Xia Yunyun. Put on the beast hide skirt. Anticipating that Yutsong would not don clothing voluntarily, Xia Yunyun handed him the skirt he had previously removed. Understanding her discomfort at seeing him unclothed, Yutsong silently put on the skirt and extended his hand toward her. This is for you. What is this? Xia Yunyun gazed curiously at the diamond-like object in Yutsong's hand, which sparkled enticingly. It is the life essence of that monstrous spider. It will enhance your physical strength. As you are rather frail. Yutsong stated matter-of-factly, promptly placing the object into Xia Yunyun's mouth. Cough. Can this be eaten? Realizing that the seemingly hard crystal was dissolving in her mouth, she glared at Yutsong, ready to admonish him not to shove things into her mouth without warning. Suddenly, she noticed a trickle of crimson liquid seeping from Yutsong's arm, prompting her to grasp it anxiously. You are injured. Was that fierce beast truly so strong? Scanning the surroundings for something to clean the wound, Xia Yunyun gritted her teeth and tore the hem of her t-shirt to bandage his injury. Given that it was summer, her clothing was thin and had already sustained several rips, making it easy to tear. It's nothing, just a beast. This minor injury is inconsequential for a male, though Yutsong spoke dismissively. He allowed Xia Yunyun to wrap the soft fabric around his arm. The concern she displayed for his wound was touching. After all, why would she care so much if she were indifferent? Regardless of gender, injuries should not be ignored. Xia Yunyun felt a surge of irritation. Did the beastmen here not regard males as equals? To her, there was little difference between the genders. Injuries deserved attention. Are you truly worried about me? Yutsong raised an eyebrow, pleased to see her concern etched on her face. But of course. You've been hurt, Xia Yunyun replied without a moment's thought. Then let us mate. Yutsong suddenly leaned closer to Xia Yunyun, pinning her against the cave wall, his warm breath brushing against her face. What? Xia Yunyun was taken aback. How did her concern for his injury relate to mating? No, I do not wish to mate. As she averted her gaze, flustered, she sought to escape Yutsong's intense stare. Why not? Do you not wish to be my partner? Do you dislike me? With her refusal, Yutsong pressed closer, his expression darkening. No, I do not dislike you, but becoming partners is something I need to think about. She hesitated to outright reject Yutsong, fearing his wrath might lead him to devour her. Why must you ponder it? Do you have another male you prefer? Yutsong's voice was laced with fury as he slammed his fist into the wall, creating a deep hole. Xia Yunyun trembled in fear. Oh my, is he going to harm me out of jealousy? No, absolutely not. You are the only male I know here. She looked up, forcing a smile to calm Yutsong's anger. As expected, his demeanor softened upon hearing her words. Then why will you not mate with me? He pressed relentlessly. Because, Xia Yunyun stammered, feeling as if she were being asked an impossible question. Because, Yutsong's piercing gaze bore into her, as if he would consume her alive if she failed to provide a satisfactory answer. Gurgled at that moment, her stomach growled audibly. Because I am hungry. If we do not eat soon, the insects will devour the prey. She pointed dramatically at a bloodied wild boar near the cave entrance. Never had she felt such delight at admitting her hunger in front of why Yutsong was acutely aware of Xia Yunyun's frail condition. Even if he wished to mate, he would not allow her to starve. Thus, he released her and obediently set off to find water to wash the meat, intending to satiate her hunger first. Soon, he returned with a plump wild boar, alongside a large bundle of dry grass and some twigs, both for kindling to roast the meat and to provide a comfortable bedding for Xia Yunyun to sleep on that night. With everything prepared, their gazes locked, two pairs of eyes meeting in silence. Xia Yunyun blinked, puzzled by Yutsong's lack of action. Why aren't you starting a fire? I forgot to bring flint. Yutsong replied nonchalantly. Then how will you make a fire without flint? He shook his head, face-palming. Xia Yunyun thought. Why hadn't he mentioned the lack of flint earlier? After contemplating her options, she resolved to use the ancient method of friction to create fire. She rummaged through the pile of wood for a thick stick and a slender one, gathering some fine, easily ignitable grass roots, placing them atop the thicker stick, and began to vigorously bore into it. Yutsong watched curiously, perplexed by her actions. Regardless of what she chose to do, he would support her, as long as she remained by his side. 10 minutes later, crack, Xia Yunyun, filled with indignation, hurled the small wooden stick in her hand to the ground. Indeed, the television was nothing but a deceitful illusion. Despite her relentless efforts, not even a wisp of smoke had emerged. Was she truly destined to dine on raw meat like a beast today? Just as Xia Yunyun sank into despair, a formidable figure loomed before her, seizing the broad stick. Astonished, she gazed at Yutsong's actions. Was he assisting her in creating fire by friction? Before long, sparks erupted where the two sticks met. As the flames quickly blossomed into a fire, lacking a pot, she could only use the stick to poke and carefully roast the meat. It must be said that, as a foodie, Xia Yunyun possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. Once satiated, Yutsong tidied up the cave and approached Xia Yunyun. Understanding his intentions, she hastily laid down on the pile of grass, disregarding the dirt, and feigned exhaustion, murmuring, after a day of wandering, I'm so tired. Yutsong, you must be weary too. Let's rest quickly. Though it was Yutsong who had been tirelessly running about all day while she merely sat, Xia Yunyun genuinely felt fatigued, observing her pretentious slumber. Yutsong said nothing, instead lying down on the grass and possessively enveloping her slight form in his embrace. Realizing that the female only recognized him as her male counterpart, Yutsong felt a swell of joy. There would be ample time for courtship in the future. He was in no rush as the first rays of dawn pierced the cave. Xia Yunyun turned over, sensing a weight upon her abdomen. Groggily opening her eyes, she beheld a fluffy, massive paw resting on her. Turning her head, she was met with a pair of deep brown lion eyes, fixated on her dada. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Moments later, fully awake, Xia Yunyun sat at the cave's entrance, casting a look of reproach at the lion before her. Why did you transform into a lion while I was sleeping? She was still struggling to adjust to life in the beast realm. Nearly suffocating from fright at the sight of the lion. Roar, Yutsong lowly growled, seemingly aware of Xia Yunyun's irritation as he paced in place. Observing his somewhat aggrieved demeanor softened Xia Yunyun's heart, prompting her to approach and untie the cloth that had been wrapped around his forearm. Though it should be referred to as his forepaw now to her surprise, there were no wounds. She was astonished by how quickly he had healed. Recalling his earlier description of a minor injury, she realized it could mend so swiftly. Roar. Seeing the astonishment in Xia Yunyun's eyes, Yutsong proudly lifted his head, displaying his strength before the female was something every male relished. After casually rinsing his mouth and splashing water on his face, Xia Yunyun followed Yutsong on their journey once more. With no means to wash up, she pondered whether her teeth would turn yellow. Unlike the previous day, they did not proceed straight ahead today. After walking for less than half an hour, Yutsong halted and changed direction. Why, Yutsong? Are we not heading deeper into the forest? Is this direction truly leading us into the depths? Xia Yunyun inquired curiously. The surroundings were filled with the cacophony of birdsong, and the underbrush appeared less dense than before, as if frequently traversed. Roar, he replied. Although Xia Yunyun could not comprehend the beast language, she sensed something amiss. Gently patting the lion's head, she urged, "Stop. You must first tell me where we are headed." Once dismounted, the lion promptly transformed back into human form. Donning the beast-skin skirt Xia Yunyun had handed him. "Your clothing is torn. Let me find you a proper beast skin to wear." He grasped Xia Yunyun's hand, his transformation not hindering his stride. Beast skin? Clothing? Realizing Yutsong was earnestly attempting to learn the words she had previously mentioned, Xia Yunyun felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart that it's all right. This outfit is still wearable. Moreover, if you need beast skin, you can simply hunt a larger prey, Xia Yunyun replied nonchalantly. Having grown up in someone else's household, she had never been overly particular about her attire. Freshly stripped beast skin bore a scent of blood. Hua Yutsong glanced down at her, aware that Xia Yunyun disliked the smell of blood. Xia Yunyun was taken aback. She had not anticipated Yutsong would consider her preferences, especially since she had consumed raw meat. "Thank you. You were so kind to me," she exclaimed, squeezing Yutsong's large hand, feeling that as long as he was by her side, she had nothing to fear. Why Yutsong's gaze softened. "There are traces of nomadic tribes here. There must be one ahead. I shall go there to exchange beast skin for you." "All right," Xia Yunyun replied, aware of Yutsong's resolute nature and unwilling to decline. In the sweltering heat, drenched in sweat, she wondered when they would return to the lion tribe. Indeed, she needed a change of clothes. Hand in hand, they walked for over 10 minutes, eventually spotting a group of beastmen clad in beast skin. She had previously asked Yutsong if there were any humans here, but he seemed to have never heard the word human, leading her to suspect that perhaps no humans existed in this realm at all. Upon encountering these beastmen adorned in beast skin, she did not consider them to be the humans she knew. "What kind of beasts are you?" One beast man, with a long tail trailing behind him, inquired as he blocked Yutsong's path. "Is this a nomadic tribe? We come to exchange goods." Why Yutsong's demeanor conveyed a clear message of stay away to the stranger. The beast man with the long tail suddenly noticed Xia Yunyun, his eyes lighting up. "This female is truly beautiful. It would be wonderful if she could stay in our tribe." Perceiving the beastman's intentions, Yutsong's expression darkened as he tugged Xia Yunyun forward. Xia Yunyun sensed the beastman's gaze upon her. He appeared relatively youthful, and she paid him no mind. Following Yutsong to her surprise, he quickly trailed behind them. "Wait, I am the chief son of this nomadic tribe. My name is Ho Sanda. I just came of age this year. Whatever you wish to exchange, I know where to find it," he declared, wagging his tail playfully. "You are a monkey beast?" Xia Yunyun inquired curiously, observing the bright and cheerful beastman. "Yes, yes," Hosen eagerly nodded upon hearing the female speak to him. Feeling the grip in her hand tighten, Xia Yunyun realized Yutsong was signaling her to remain silent. So she closed her mouth, Lead the way. Why Yutsong's expression darkened, but he did not refuse. The sooner they exchanged for the beast skin, the quicker they could leave this place and avoid attracting more male gazes. Nevertheless, as they traversed the nomadic tribe, they attracted the attention of many male beast men, all of whom cast their eyes upon Xia Yunyun. Here we are. This is the place with the most beast skin in our tribe. You can find Ho Lun to exchange. Ho San pointed to a massive tree as he spoke to Xia Yunyun. Hearing this, she looked up at the towering tree, its thick trunk adorned with an array of beast skins. Thank you, Ho San. Xia Yunyun smiled at Ho San. Always polite to those who showed kindness, no need to thank me. He replied, scratching his head, somewhat bashful. Suddenly, a monkey leaped down from the tree and transformed into human form. Before Xia Yunyun could even glimpse the monkey's appearance, Yutsong covered her eyes. Outsider beast, here to exchange for beast skin, the human monkey inquired, his beady eyes fixated on Xia Yunyun without a moment's distraction. Hey, Ho Lun, hurry and put on the beast skin. Can't you see there's a female present? Ho San called out irritably, not waiting for Yutsong to speak. What's the rush? She's not your female, Ho Lun retorted nonchalantly. But upon catching sight of Yutsong's terrifying gaze, he quickly complied and donned the beast skin. I want 2 pieces of dry beast skin. Only then did Yutsong release his grip, his voice low and serious. Feeling the myriad of male gazes fixated on Xia Yunyun, he wished to whisk her away from this place immediately. Upon hearing this, Ho Lun's eyes darted around, a smirk forming on his face. The dry beast skin is for this little female, right? I have freshly tanned beast skin in my tree hollow. Let your female choose whichever she likes. His mention of your female was a blatant attempt to appease Yutsong, who relaxed his grip, allowing the exchange to proceed without further hindrance. What shall we offer in exchange? Xia Yunyun inquired worriedly, signaling Yutsong to lower his head and whisper in his ear. It seemed neither of them possessed any form of currency. How could they possibly barter for the beast skin? You need not worry about that. Let's go, Yutsong reassured her. Holding on to Xia Yunyun, Yutsong was prepared to accompany her to select animal hides. Wait a moment. My tree hole is too small to accommodate so many beasts. Only your female can enter. Suddenly, Ho Lun blocked Yutsong's path. Normally, anyone who dared to obstruct him would have already become his prey. Yet today, despite the veins on his forehead bulging, he relented. Xia Yunyun followed Ho Lun into the tree hole, feeling that Yutsong was far too vigilant. After all, it wasn't as if she would disappear just because he wasn't following her. After a considerable amount of time had passed without anyone emerging from the tree hole, Yutsong's expression suddenly shifted. Xia Yunyun had entered the tree hole with this monkey, named Ho Lun. But inside, it was desolate. There were no animal hides in sight. Where are the animal hides? What have you done with them? Xia Yunyun questioned, perplexed, glancing at Ho Lun's back. They're right here. You'll see them below. The finest animal hides are down there. As he spoke, Ho Lun kicked aside a pile of weeds, revealing a sizable hole in the ground. In there. It's so dark. Could you help me retrieve them? Just grab a couple. Observing Ho Lun's grin and the ominous darkness of the hole, Xia Yunyun suddenly felt an unsettling premonition and began to hesitate. That won't do. Your partner will kill me if you don't choose them yourself. A cunning glint flickered in Ho Lun's eyes. Very well, I will go down, Xia Yunyun reluctantly agreed, unwilling to be the cause of an orc's demise. She had no doubt that Yutsong would indeed resort to such actions. Descending into the hole, she found herself in pitch darkness, relying on the earthen walls for support. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her. Ho Lun had followed her down. Oh, you have a light? It's so dark. I can't see anything. Where are the animal hides? Xia Yunyun felt a surge of fear. Without Yutsong by her side, her sense of security diminished greatly. No worries. Just move forward. I've dug a path. And there's light ahead. The animal hides are there. Reminded of Yutsong waiting outside, Xia Yunyun gritted her teeth and cautiously moved forward, eager to retrieve the hides and return. After a long and careful walk of over 10 minutes, she finally spotted a glimmer of light. Climbing out, her heart sank as she realized she had been deceived. Turning around, she saw Ho Lun approaching with a sinister grin. What do you want? Why did you trick me? Xia Yunyun feigned calmness while retreating in alarm. Surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings, she understood that this monkey had plotted to ensnare her all along. A wave of fear washed over her. She was merely a 17 or 18-year-old girl, unequipped for such treachery, unsure if Yutsong would even notice her absence or manage to find her. It's been ages since I encountered such tender flesh. That lion is not your partner, right? Perfect for me to have a taste. As Ho Luin spoke, he eagerly rubbed his hands together, inching closer. Stay away from me. Who says he isn't my partner? When he finds me, he will surely kill you. Despite feeling nauseated by Ho Luin's bizarre demeanor, Xia Yunyun shouted defiantly. Damn it. How could I have believed such a vile creature? Stop lying to me. You aren't really partners. Why not let me have a go? After all, I don't have a partner either. Ho Luin's eyes glinted with a mix of desire and malice as he lunged at Xia Yunyun without hesitation. Get away. You pervert. You filthy monkey. Xia Yunyun screamed, struggling against his grip as despair began to form in her eyes. Had she known, she would have rather given her first time to Yutsong than allow this disgusting monkey to take advantage of her. Orc's strength was immense, and even a monkey beast, unskilled in combat, was far beyond a female's capabilities. Xia Yunyun stood no chance against Ho Luin. Her already tattered clothing was soon torn to shreds. Roar! At the sound of a furious roar, Xia Yunyun felt the weight on her suddenly vanish. Startled, she looked up to see Ho Luin, who had been atop her, hurled into the air, with a thunderous crash. A hole was created in the ground. A massive lion, with bloodthirsty eyes, showed no signs of stopping. Before Ho Luin could catch his breath, he charged once more. With a single strike, Ho Luin was transformed into a gray monkey. His left arm severed. With another strike, his right arm and leg were torn from his body. With a final blow, his left leg was forcefully driven into the ground, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Becoming the first human stick of the orc world. Yutsong. Xia Yunyun looked on in disbelief at the blood-soaked, ferocious lion. It was not fear that gripped her, but rather an unsettling discomfort at witnessing such brutality. She had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Roar! Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's voice, the lion let out a low growl, its malice dissipating as it transformed into a human form and rushed to her side. Damn it! I should have been with you. Seeing Xia Yunyun's state, Yutsong felt a pang of dread and heartfelt sorrow. I'm fine. He didn't truly harm me, Xia Yunyun began, but then faltered. What if something had truly happened to her? Yutsong seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts, urgently grasping her hand, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Then I would ensure he does not live. As he spoke, Yutsong's eyes burned with bloodlust. Before he could finish, a figure swinging on a vine approached from a distance. Hurry, what happened? Why are you running so fast? Ho-san, unable to match Yutsong's speed, swung down from the trees, only to be met with a gruesome scene. Ho Luin, what happened here? Upon seeing the gray monkey crushed into the ground, Ho-san's breath caught in his throat as he widened his eyes at Xia Yunyun and Yutsong. Yutsong paid no mind to Ho-san, quickly lifting Xia Yunyun to leave. After the recent ordeal, Xia Yunyun had no desire to answer Ho-san's questions. It was no wonder they said humans evolved from monkeys. These monkeys were so cunning. She had thought orcs were more straightforward. Stop. What transpired here? Ho-san. Why is Ho Luin like this? As Yutsong took a few steps forward, a group of orcs approached from a distance. Some still bore monkey-like ears, while others had long, monkey-like fur. In comparison, Ho-san appeared somewhat more presentable. Father? I don't know. Ho-san glanced at Xia Yunyun cradled in Yutsong's arms, fully aware that only Yutsong could have caused such a scene. Yet he refrained from pointing fingers. If Yutsong were captured, this female would surely suffer. Though he hoped for her to remain, he did not wish for her to be harmed. The tribe's members would not treat her kindly. Male, did you harm Ho Luin? The speaker was Ho-san's father, the leader of the monkey clan, his narrow monkey eyes scrutinizing Yutsong and Xia Yunyun, seemingly calculating something. He harmed my female and deserves to die. Sparing his life is sufficient. Why Yutsong was not one to shy away from confrontation. He had previously left the lion tribe for the sake of a female, now, in an unfamiliar nomadic tribe. He felt no fear whatsoever. Spare him. With his limbs shattered, even if he awakens, he will lack the will to survive. If you do not compensate me today, do not expect to leave the tribe. The monkey clan leader spoke bluntly, but the calculating smile at the corner of his eye made it hard to believe he was genuinely advocating for Ho Luin. Why Yutsong remained silent, while Xia Yunyun anxiously watched him, uncertain if he could contend against this group of orcs. Bah! What do you mean by contending? Why must all problems be resolved with violence? She thought, realizing she had begun to mirror the orc's brutish tendencies. Casting Xia Yunyun a reassuring glance, Yutsong bent down to remove the bag of animal hides tied to her, throwing it toward the clan leader. 13 life crystals. Will this suffice for compensation? Skeptical, the clan leader opened the bag and immediately broke into a smile, abandoning his earlier ferocity. This is enough? Next time, Feel free to come to our tribe for exchanges. These are 13 life crystals. Most orcs might not even touch one in their lifetime. Ignoring the leader's words, Yutsong lifted Xia Yunyun and turned to leave. This time, no orc dared to obstruct him. Why, Yutsong, did you give them all those things? As the group of orc-like creatures retreated into the distance, Xia Yunyun finally dared to inquire. 13 life crystals. Though she was unaware of their significance, Yutsong had informed her that they were extracted from the bodies of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts, such as the dreadful giant spider they had previously encountered. To slay 13 such monsters in exchange for these crystals was undoubtedly no easy feat. What she did not realize was that not every ferocious beast contained a life crystal. And those 13 represented the entirety of Yutsong's lifelong savings. If you wish, I can assist you in finding more in the future, Yutsong replied lightly, avoiding a direct answer to Xia Yunyun's question. Nevertheless, Xia Yunyun felt a lingering discontent, sensing that these creatures had taken advantage of them. That old man, was he the father of that monkey, the chieftain? She perceived him as nothing more than a shrewd merchant. They had not only failed to acquire the beast pelts, but had also been duped by the beasts. Just as her thoughts drifted, the monkey appeared. Wait, please wait. Monkey-san rushed up to Xia Yunyun. Breathless, clutching a large piece of beast hide. I apologize for my father's behavior. Please don't be angry. Also, Ho Luan was abandoned by a female and can no longer find a mate. He often bullied others' partners. Yet no one in our tribe could stand against him. This is a form of compensation. It's all I have. Monkey-san handed the substantial piece of beast hide to Yutsong, who accepted it without hesitation. This was something the female required. Had he not received it now, he had intended to discreetly take a few pieces from that monkey when departing. We nomadic tribes do not settle in one place. But if the opportunity arises, I hope to continue compensating you, Monkey-san said, lowering his head, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Thank you, but this matter has nothing to do with you, Xia Yunyun stated firmly. She was a person of clear principles. The chieftain was the chieftain, and Monkey-san was Monkey-san, and she would not conflate the two. There won't be another opportunity. We will not return, Yutsong firmly refused. Understanding Monkey-san's intentions, after bidding farewell to Monkey-san, Yutsong led Xia Yunyun away from the nomadic tribe. They journeyed deeper into the forest, and the path remained unobstructed. Achoo! A sudden chill enveloped Xia Yunyun, causing her to sneeze unexpectedly. Roar! What's wrong? Are you unwell? The lion immediately began to fidget anxiously. Xia Yunyun, noticing the lion's concern, gently patted its head. I'm fine. It just seems to be getting colder the further we go in. Can you believe it? In the middle of summer, I'm actually feeling cold. What a ridiculous situation. A sharp, grating sound pierced the air, and before Xia Yunyun could even glimpse the source, Yutsong's hand struck down, ending the life of a vibrantly colored snake in an instant. Are you all right? Upon seeing the snake's hues, Xia Yunyun asked, her worry evident. If bitten, wouldn't even the beastmen perish? Roar. Yutsong flung the snake aside and continued forward. How peculiar. Why were there so many snakes along this route? Yesterday, she hadn't seen a single one. Yet today they seemed to be everywhere. Xia Yunyun felt a wave of frustration, grateful that Yutsong was with her. Otherwise, she might have been poisoned before even finding the stinky grass. The thought of Yutsong brought another wave of melancholy. She appeared to be increasingly reliant on him, and she couldn't discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. After trekking a bit further, Yutsong suddenly halted. Xia Yunyun, who had been dozing on the lion's back, jolted awake and beheld a deep waterhole not far ahead. It seemed they had reached an impasse. She knew Yutsong was following the direction indicated by the chieftain. Was this lack of a path a sign that the stinky grass grew nearby? With excitement bubbling within her, Xia Yunyun jumped down and began to survey her surroundings. Indeed, beside the waterhole lay a patch of grass distinct from the others, vibrant and lush, with each blade clearly bifurcated. Among the grass were many vividly colored red flowers, which at first glance appeared to resemble blood flowing from the grass. It's the stinky grass. Yutsong transformed into human form and spotted the grass, but his expression swiftly shifted. Yunyun, don't go over there, Yutsong shouted, but alas, Xia Yunyun had already dashed forward. Crouching down to pluck the stinky grass, curiously, she brushed aside the grass blades, puzzled as to why it bore such an unflattering name when it emitted no foul odor. Could this stinky grass truly repel insects? Before she could ponder further, the bright red flowers suddenly writhed, transforming into slender, blood-red snakes that reared their heads, ready for confrontation. Snakes? Xia Yunyun gasped in shock. She had witnessed many transformations, but flowers morphing into snakes was beyond her comprehension. Startled, she fell back onto the grass. In the next instant, The serpents lunged forward like bullets from a gun, hurtling toward her. Roar. A deafening roar filled the air as Xia Yunyun felt her face collide with something soft and fuzzy. The familiar scent enveloped her, granting her an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Yu Song, now in lion form, swept his tail, sending the attacking snakes flying, but one slender snake managed to bite him. The lion's tail recoiled in pain. And with a swift movement, he flung the last snake away, rendering it invisible. Yu Song, are you all right? I'm so sorry. I had no idea there were so many poisonous snakes. Xia Yunyun lowered her head. Guilt washing over her. As she did, she noticed the bloodstains on the lion's tail. You were bitten by a snake? But that's a venomous one. What should we do? Worrying, she grasped the tail and parted the fur, revealing 2 puncture wounds. Yu Song reverted to human form, yet as Xia Yunyun held onto his tail, he seized the opportunity for closer contact, leaving his tail in her grasp, not fully transforming into his human form. It's nothing. During winters when prey was scarce, I often sought out snake dens for these flowers. He recounted his bleak past without a flicker of emotion. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun's expression darkened further. You resorted to eating snakes when there was nothing else to consume. What kind of life had you endured? Compassion welled up within her, and with determination, she began to suck the venom out. Tui, she continued, not knowing how many times she had spat, until her mouth felt numb. All right, that should do it. Just as she spoke, her mouth was suddenly sealed. She opened her eyes wide to meet a pair of deep brown ones. Witnessing them up close for the first time, the heavy breath that wafted towards her face flushed her cheeks with warmth. Xia Yunyun's initial reaction was not to push him away. Her mind felt as though it had been bombarded. Be my mate. I will always treat you well. You can only be my partner. Finally, when she had a moment to breathe, Xia Yunyun attempted to speak, but found herself unable to articulate a rejection. Had she developed feelings for this lion? Reflecting on their past encounters, she surmised that she could no longer be without Yu Song. For the first time, she did not refuse him, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Lying still, she felt a twinge of fear. Wasn't the first time supposed to be painful? In the next moment, an unexpected surge of intense pain made Xia Yunyun's urge to curse bubble forth. She was on the verge of tears when a warm wave flooded over her. Yu Song's actions came to an abrupt halt. She recognized this sensation all too well. Her monthly visitor had arrived at the most inconvenient time, and she wished she could disappear into the earth. Yunyun, are you hurt? Yu Song immediately rose from her, disregarding her protests, and began to examine her injury. No, it's not an injury. Xia Yunyun felt her face heat up, trying to push him away, but he was far too large for her to budge. You're losing so much blood. It must be my fault. Seeing the wound oozing blood, Yu Song was even more convinced of his assumptions. Unable to heed Xia Yunyun's words, his tone was laden with deep remorse. Had he known that females bled, he would never have forced himself upon her. Now, with her refusing to let him inspect the injury, he assumed she was merely upset. I must take you back to find a healer. The overwhelming scent of blood stirred Yu Song's instincts, disregarding Xia Yunyun's explanations as he scooped her up in his arms. I am really not injured. I promise I'll be fine. Put me down. You'll get dirty. Xia Yunyun protested, patting Yu Song's muscular arm, though she dared not struggle too forcefully. If she were to get her menstrual blood all over him, she would truly be driven to madness. Seeing that Xia Yunyun insisted and seemed to be unharmed, aside from the bleeding that did not render her weak like a typical injury, Yu Song decided to let her down. Yu Song, please fetch me the animal skin. I need to wash up by the pond, Xia Yunyun urged, pushing him away under the pretense of finding an excuse to send him off. Sensing Yu Song's gaze upon her, she swiftly ran to the edge of the pond. Reluctantly, Yu Song complied and went to retrieve the animal skin for her. With Xia Yunyun still bleeding, it was impossible for him to engage with her romantically at this moment. Upon reaching the pond, Xia Yunyun felt a chill as the temperature was quite low. She could only scoop water with her hands to rinse herself off, managing a rudimentary bath. The warm current beneath her had not ceased, and perhaps due to just having absorbed snake venom, she felt that this menstrual cycle was more intense than usual. Without even looking down, she knew the grass below must be drenched in vivid crimson. A sight too harrowing to bear. Contemplating how to face Yu Song later, her hand froze in the water. Beneath the surface, a pair of glimmering triangular eyes were fixated upon her. Was that a snake? Ah, oh my. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yunyun sprang to her feet and dashed toward Yu Song. Those snake eyes appeared as large as her fist. If it emerged, it would surely swallow her whole. Yu Song sensed the imminent danger and swiftly turned, intending to rush towards Xia Yunyun upon witnessing her panic. Suddenly, with a splash, A massive black python erupted from the pond, its gaping maw poised to lunge at Xia Yunyun. "Help me, Yutsong," she screamed, regretting ever approaching the pond upon realizing the presence of a snake. "Yunyun," Yutsong exclaimed, transforming into a lion and sprinting toward her. However, his speed could not match that of the python. In the blink of an eye, the serpent was beside Xia Yunyun, its silver-gray triangular eyes darting about before the entire length of its body emerged from the water, its tail whipping toward her. "Ah!" Xia Yunyun screamed in terror, covering her eyes, convinced that her end was near. Yet, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she felt herself ensnared by something slick, and upon opening her eyes, she realized the python's tail had wrapped around her. The silver-gray triangular eyes regarded her before the snake dove back into the pond with a splash, taking both Xia Yunyun and itself beneath the surface. Cough, cough, the young woman lay on the ground, suddenly sputtering out a few mouthfuls of water as she slowly opened her eyes. "Where am I?" Xia Yunyun pressed her forehead, fragments of memory flooding her mind. She recalled being by the pond, Yutsong getting bitten by a snake, her helping him extract the venom, and then they nearly. The python. Yes, she had been captured by the python. "Female, you have awakened," Xia stated, observing Xia Yunyun stirring nearby. His gaze piercing as he approached her, Xia Yunyun instinctively looked over. "The beastmen here are so. Who are you? What happened to that giant python?" She shielded her eyes, diverting her gaze, sensing that the man was not particularly amiable. She had to clarify the situation first. "I am Xia, and this is my cave." Upon hearing Xia Yunyun mention the giant python, Xia's expression turned icy. "You fear snakes?" Xia scrutinized her with his triangular eyes, appraising the petite female. Initially, he had been sleeping beneath the pond, disturbed by the noise above, and in a fit of anger, intended to devour the noisy intruder, only to find such a beautiful female instead. He had always roamed as a snake but had taken a liking to this pond as his favorite dwelling, and so he captured her, never intending to seek a mate, merely seeking some amusement or a delectable morsel. "No, I don't fear snakes." Xia Yunyun quickly waved her hands in denial, not wishing to appear foolish by admitting fear in front of a serpent. "Then it is settled. You shall stay here from now on." The unmistakable fear in Xia Yunyun's eyes could not escape Xia's keen perception. With a disdainful snort, he suddenly approached and pulled her up. "What? Stay here?" Xia Yunyun exclaimed in shock, questioning if she was being imprisoned. However, before she could receive an answer, Xia interrogated her with fury. "Was it that male who caused your injury?" His eyes flared with rage. "No, I'm not injured. It will heal on its own in a few days." Xia Yunyun hastily shook her head, feeling apprehensive under Xia's grip, terrified he might suddenly transform back into a giant python and devour her whole. She had heard that being digested by a snake's stomach was excruciating. No way would she allow that. "You still defend him? He is not your mate, yet you hold such affection for him." Xia's fury intensified. Those snakes are cold-blooded creatures. They possess a strong sense of possessiveness. Xia Yunyun was utterly bewildered, not comprehending why the python was so enraged. The moment she opened her mouth, the pungent scent of blood assailed her senses, causing her cheeks to flush. "Could you please help me find some cotton or perhaps some softer leaves?" Xia Yunyun shielded herself, realizing she was only clad in too thin garments and felt exposed in front of a bare serpent. Although she was unsure why the python was so furious, she decided to address the immediate issue first. "Will cotton and leaves heal your wounds?" Xia, successfully diverted from the topic, stubbornly believed Xia Yunyun was indeed injured. "I told you, it's not an injury," Xia Yunyun protested, but upon seeing Xia's frigid gaze, her voice softened, conceding, "Fine, if you say it's an injury, then it's an injury. With cotton and leaves, I'll stop bleeding in a few days." She had no expectations of reasoning with this cold-blooded creature. "Very well, I'll fetch it." Xia turned and transformed into a massive python, thick as a barrel and over 10 meters long, swiftly slithering toward the cave's entrance. Gulp. Watching the python disappear, Xia Yunyun took a moment to collect herself. Struggling to swallow the saliva pooling in her mouth, stealthily, she made her way to the spot where Xia had just left, pondering if she could seize this opportunity to escape. However, when she reached the cave entrance, the thought was utterly extinguished. What was happening with the water outside? Remembering how the python had dragged her into the pond, a realization struck her. She was beneath that very pond, but why was the water outside not flooding in? Xia Yunyun was perplexed, yet she abandoned the notion of escape, resigning herself to wait for Yutsong to rescue her. Why? The outside was pitch black, although she had once been an excellent swimmer. The thought of venturing into the unseen depths of the pond terrified her. What if that cold, black python discovered her? She could not afford to take such a risk. Reluctantly, Xia Yunyun returned to the cave, patiently awaiting Xi Yu's return, or rather, waiting for Yutsong to come and rescue her. Meanwhile, at the pond's edge, Yutsong was nearing a state of panic. He could never have imagined that a giant python would suddenly emerge from the water and seize Yunyun. That python was clearly a beastman of the snake tribe. Such creatures were notoriously savage, showing no mercy even toward females, who were merely tools for reproduction. Some snake beasts would even kill the female after she laid her eggs, feeding her to the newly hatched snakes. How could he not be frantic, knowing Yunyun had been captured by a snake beast? The magnificent white lion paced anxiously by the pond, his deep brown eyes tinged with worry, slightly reddened with bloodshot veins. The trees and venomous snakes surrounding the pond suffered the wrath of Yutsong's fury over losing Yunyun, resulting in chaos and devastation, with dead snakes and severed limbs strewn about. Suddenly, the snow-white lion's gaze darkened, and his ears perked up. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the surface of the pond erupted in waves. In the next moment, a colossal python surged from the water, upon locking eyes with the snow lion. The python's silver-gray triangular eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty hue, and it lunged at the snow lion with its gaping maw. The snow lion, unable to swim, was troubled by how to enter the water, only to have the black python present itself. With unwavering determination, the lion charged forward to meet the threat. The two beasts, one black and one white, became entwined in a fierce struggle. Initially, the snow lion's ferocity pushed the giant python back, but the significant difference in size soon revealed the balance of power. The white snow lion found itself tightly coiled by the black python. Roar! The proud snow lion could hardly tolerate such indignity. With a low growl, it struck fiercely at the silver-gray eyes of the giant python, seemingly intent on blinding it with a single blow. The bloodthirsty python had intended to swallow the lioness whole, but it had not anticipated the tenacity of this lion. A three-crystal beast man. It was astonishing that he could still muster the strength to resist against the six-crystal serpent beast. With a hiss, the python discerned the lion's movements, flicking its crimson tongue in anticipation, and prepared to devour the lion's paw whole, as if to satiate its hunger. The python's calculations were sound, yet the snow lion's actions abruptly shifted. Its other paw swung violently towards the python's vulnerable underbelly. The adage "strike the snake at its 7 inches" proved true, and the python, caught off guard, felt the sting of the blow, although its scaly hide remained intact. The pain compelled it to loosen its grip on the snow lion, allowing the lion to vanish from sight in an instant. The python writhed in agitation, its blood-red, triangular eyes radiating an unmistakable fury as it watched the snow lion flee into the distance. Recognizing that its purpose was not to eliminate this lion, it refrained from pursuit and instead slithered back into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Yutsong, who had been sprinting for quite some time, finally ceased his frantic pace when the scent of the giant python dissipated, resting against a massive tree and transforming back into human form, in his lion form. The wounds on his body had been obscured by his mane, revealing only faint traces of blood. But now, in human guise, his once bronze skin was marred by an array of bruises that appeared alarmingly severe. Weakly leaning against the giant tree, Yutsong felt his strength wane further. The giant python had turned out to be a six-crystal beast man, possessing strength that far surpassed his own. He had barely escaped with his life, expending every ounce of energy in the process. Had the python chosen to pursue him further, he would surely have become its next meal. Was he to perish? This feeling was all too familiar to him. In his infancy, he lacked the ability to hunt, surviving solely on water and leaves. During his juvenile years, he had wandered the forest, prey to numerous wild beasts due to his inability to find food, and even when he had learned to hunt, he was often deprived of his catch by stronger predators. In this merciless South Wild forest, he had faced life and death countless times, enduring until now. Now that he had found a cherished companion, one who was neither delicate nor disobedient like other females, how could he possibly allow himself to perish here? A fierce will to survive surged within him, igniting a newfound brilliance in his previously lifeless eyes. He could not die. He must save Yunyun. He would not allow her to suffer at the hands of the serpent beast. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from Yutsong's forehead. Had anyone been present at that moment, they would have undoubtedly observed the transformation. Within this warm glow, his pallid visage and the scars adorning his body began to heal at an astonishing rate. Minutes later, as the light faded, he discovered that the wounds had miraculously vanished, and the 3 diamond-like tattoos on his forehead had inexplicably multiplied to 4. But realizing the change within him, Yutsong's expression brightened. "But I have advanced. Since reaching adulthood at 16 and attaining the rank of 3 Crystal Beastman 4 years ago. His strength had steadily improved, yet he had never advanced further. Now, having ascended, his prospects for rescuing Yunyun had greatly improved. With renewed vigor, Yutsong transformed into a snow lion and plunged deeper into the forest. In the dark stone cave beneath the water pool, the surroundings were pitch black. The only source of light for Xia Yunyun was a luminous orb, forcefully embedded into a crevice by an unknown force. The feeble glow allowed her to discern her immediate vicinity, yet she had not even caught a glimpse of the serpent's true form. Time passed without her knowledge, and while she awaited Yutsong's rescue, she instead encountered the returning serpent ghost. With a series of hissing sounds, the giant python slithered into view, its massive tail entwined with a large bundle. Transforming into human form, it dragged the gathered items closer to her. Upon inspection, she realized it was a collection of wooden sticks. However, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she recognized the wrapping around the sticks. Could it be? This was the very pelt that Yutsong had acquired at the cost of 13 life crystals. That rascal had taken it to wrap wooden sticks before she even had a chance to use it. In Xia Yunyun's heart, a tumultuous stampede of 1,000 alpacas surged forth. "You ventured out solely to gather firewood?" Straining to maintain a rigid smile, she seemed to be seeking solace for herself, insisting that the meat should be cooked thoroughly. "Very well." Observing the serious, harmless expression on Shiyu's face, she found it difficult to voice any further objections and could only silently lament the loss of the 13 life crystals of Yutsong. As she gathered a bundle of wooden sticks for kindling, she vowed, this would undoubtedly be the most expensive firewood she had ever burned in her life. Unbeknownst to Xia Yunyun, Shiyu had conjured sparks from the ground, and the fire soon blazed to life. However, she noticed the moment the sparks appeared, Shiyu's slender fingers twitched, and he promptly discarded 2 stone-like objects he had been holding. Those must have been the flint stones Yutsong used to ignite the fire earlier. Although she was curious about where Shiyu had found the flint, she refrained from asking, quietly watching him as he cleaned the game and prepared the meat for roasting. "Are you afraid of fire? Shall I take over?" Seeing Shiyu maintain a distance from the fire, merely extending the meat he was roasting, she couldn't help but suggest, "Can that even cook the meat? That's absurd. A female. Capable of work?" Shiyu regarded her with skepticism, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Yunyun, yet he showed no intention of relinquishing the meat he held. His memories of females were of those who waited at home for males to catch prey and deliver food to their mouths, leaving them with nothing to do but breed when spring arrived. Why wouldn't a female work? Listening to Shiyu's oddly phrased words, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but laugh. She was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the beastman world and was unaware of how cherished females were within it. Akin to something so precious it could melt in one's mouth. How could any male bear to make a female toil? Shiyu fell silent, sensing that the female before him seemed somewhat different. His previous thoughts of keeping her as mere sustenance suddenly shifted. "Let me roast the meat, lest you burn yourself." Xia Yunyun tentatively approached, and seeing that Shiyu did not refuse, she took the meat and began to roast it herself. If he were to roast it, she feared it might turn out as inedible as the meat Yutsong had prepared, which she dared not consume, since the large chunk of meat was prepared by Shiyu himself. It was thick and hefty, and Xia Yunyun struggled a bit to lift it. Fortunately, since Shiyu had kept his distance from the fire, the meat had not burned and was nearly cooked through. Shiyu sat nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Yunyun's actions. "That it should be done. Why don't you try it?" Before long, the meat was ready, and rather than indulging herself first, Xia Yunyun immediately offered the meat to Shiyu. "You eat." "No, no, no. You eat. Such a large piece, I cannot possibly finish it. I will roast more afterward." Shiyu frowned, staring at the roasted meat for quite some time, appearing exceedingly reluctant to eat it, just as Xia Yunyun thought he would refuse. Shiyu suddenly extended his hand, took the roasted meat, and bit off a large chunk without even chewing, swallowing it whole. The manner in which he devoured it was rather unrefined. Once he finished the meat in hand, he immediately discarded the skewer. Xia Yunyun's heart sank. Was her roasted meat truly so unpalatable? If it tasted bad, he could simply refuse to eat it. She felt as though she were mistreating him and could no longer hold back. Speaking up, even though Shiyu had already finished eating, that we serpents are cold-blooded creatures. We do not consume hot food. Noticing Xia Yunyun's conflicted expression, Shiyu clarified, concluding with, "This is the first time I have eaten food prepared by a female." What was with that icy demeanor and the inexplicable satisfaction in his tone? Xia Yunyun could only think, "Uncle, you seem so innocent. You probably have never even held hands with a woman in your life." Indeed, at that moment, the image of a mature uncle was etched in Xia Yunyun's mind when she looked at Xiyu. Previously, without the light, she could not discern his features, but now, with the fire's glow, she could clearly see his appearance. His half-length black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his sharp triangular eyes seemed perpetually fixed on his prey, complemented by his mature features, while he lacked the eight-pack abs of Yutsong. His physique bore no excess flesh, rendering him a model of perfection that it was truly a pity he was not born in modern times, as for why she thought to call him uncle. The mature aura he exuded was unmistakably several years beyond her. However, Xia Yunyun dared not voice it aloud, merely allowing her mind to silently mock him. "Did you used to live here alone as a beast?" Though she pondered this, Xia Yunyun felt a twinge of gratitude for Shiyu's act of consuming the hot meat he could not eat, and her curiosity about his past piqued. "Well, from now on, it will be two beasts living here." Xia Yunyun's expression stiffened. She had no desire to reside here indefinitely. "I would like to inquire about my friend, the lion. How is he faring?" Suddenly, Shiyu's calm triangular eyes darkened, glaring fiercely at Xia Yunyun. When Yutsong emerged from the wild forest, it was already the following morning. Previously, he had to slow his pace due to escorting Xia Yunyun, but now, hastening to rescue her. He spared not a moment to catch his breath, sprinting southward. Passing through the Twin Canyons, he did not pause for even a moment. Originally, it would take half a day's journey from the Twin Canyons to his destination. However, he managed to reach the outskirts of the wild forest in under half a day, Giant Stone City. This was a place free of racial discrimination, where myriad beasts cohabitated, unlike tribes that housed only one species. The massive city was constructed from various gigantic stones, and as far as the eye could see, it was filled with sturdy stone houses inhabited by different beastmen, far more solid than the small wooden cabins within the Twin Canyons. Without a moment's hesitation, and even neglecting to transform into human form, the snow lion dashed into Giant Stone City. Within the city, many beastmen traversed in their beast forms, yet a snow-white lion like Yutsong was a rare sight. Drawing the attention of many beastmen, with several females inquiring about this male, eager to become his mate. Yutsong paid no heed to the gazes of the other beasts, racing onward until he finally halted before a prominent structure. This was a house larger than the average stone dwelling. Though its shape was peculiar, rather than a stone house, it resembled a pile of giant stones accumulated together. Roar. After pacing around outside for a while, the snow lion let out an impatient growl. Why, Yutsong, you scoundrel! From the stone pile's entrance emerged a red-haired youth clad in animal skin, appearing to be of similar age to Yutsong. "Hu Shiyi, my female has been captured by a 6-crystal snake beast. Quickly gather some males, and let's go rescue her from the wild forest." Upon seeing the red-haired youth, the snow lion immediately transformed into human form and spoke urgently. Hu Shiyi had never seen Yutsong in such a state of panic, and his expression turned serious. "I will go gather some strong males from my father. We must rescue your female." Upon hearing that the opponent was a 6-crystal snake beast, Hu Shiyi realized the gravity of the situation. Only by seeking his father, the Fox King, could he procure formidable males. "Be quick," Yutsong urged. Showing no intention of entering. "Wait here. I will return shortly." Hu Shiyi turned and entered the Fox Den. Yutsong owed him a debt of gratitude for saving his life. He would not hesitate to fight to the death, let alone seek a few males to rescue a female. "Father, I wish to take a few strong males to the wild forest. Please grant your approval." Hu Shiyi went directly to the Fox King. Although Giant Stone City allowed free movement, the fastest way to secure strong males for passage was to directly request his father's command to the wild forest. "It is summer now. It is not yet time to store winter provisions. Hunting in the nearby small forest would suffice." The Fox King cast a glance at Hu Shiyi. This son of his was the least ambitious. Ever since he had been injured while hunting in the wild forest years ago and was saved by a snow lion named Yutsong, he had become more diligent. Aside from his eldest son, who was a 4-crystal beast man, this youngest son possessed the strongest abilities, recently advancing to the status of a 3-crystal beast man. "That I must rescue a female. Father, please allow me to take several strong males." "Female?" Upon hearing Hu Shiyi's words, the Fox King's eyes suddenly sparkled with joy. Could it be that his youngest son had found a beloved female? It is well known that in the realm of orcs, a male has the right to claim a female as his mate if he saves her. The youngest son had specifically sought out his father for several robust males. Was it perhaps to pursue that female? Very well, I shall grant your request. Choose from the strongest males of our clan. Thank you, father. Upon receiving his father's consent, Husai did not dwell on it further, his thoughts occupied with the matters concerning Yutsong. He promptly set off to find several sturdy foxes to rendezvous with Yutsong. However, he did not anticipate that while searching for males, his elder brother would catch sight of him, and upon hearing that he intended to rescue a female, would selflessly volunteer to assist. Thus, a group of foxes and a snow lion hastened deep into the wild forest. Within the cavern beneath the waterhole, Xia suddenly bore a fierce expression, his countenance twisted in a menacing snarl, as if he wished to devour Xia Yunyun whole. Are you still contemplating escape? If you continue to think of that male, I shall mate with you and consume him. No, no, no. I merely wish to ascertain whether he is injured and if he has left the forest. Xia Yunyun was taken aback by Xiyu's sudden change in demeanor. She had not uttered anything particularly provocative. Why the outburst? You are deceiving me. You worry for his injuries. Does that not indicate your thoughts are with him? You would do well to remain compliant. Even if he has not departed, he lacks the strength to come and rescue you. Xia Yunyun fell silent, yet her silence only fueled Xiyu's ire. His originally somewhat sunken silver-gray triangular eyes swelled like balloons, and his deep pupils swiftly narrowed. Detecting the discord in Xiyu's words, Xia Yunyun grew suddenly anxious. What do you mean? Have you harmed him? A mere 3-crystal orc dares to bring a female into the wild forest. How audacious! Xiyu scoffed, failing to respond to Xia Yunyun's query, instead continuing to speak, his tone rife with disdain and contempt for Yutsong. 3-crystal orc. Xia Yunyun's face contorted in confusion. She had heard this term from the orcs in the area more than once. While she had surmised some meaning, she was still uncertain what the so-called crystal truly signified. Why did Xiyu regard Yutsong's strength with such scorn? To her knowledge, Yutsong was the mightiest orc in the tribe. Could it be that Xiyu was even stronger? If so, her chances of escape were even slimmer. Are you unaware? Xiyu, keenly perceptive of the confusion in Xia Yunyun's eyes, soon found it understandable. No wonder she sought a lion as a mate. She evidently did not know how to discern the strength of males. According to Xiyu's ancestral memories, all female seeking partners would prioritize those with formidable power. Did he believe that a beautiful female, like Xia Yunyun, ought to be paired with a male as formidable as himself? Xia Yunyun fell speechless. She could discern the pride in Xiyu's voice and his belittling of Yutsong, causing her internal scales to tip in Yutsong's favor. The greater the number of crystals adorning an orc's forehead, the stronger they were. That lion was no match for me. You should remain here quietly. With that, Xiyu proudly elevated his brow by the dim light of the still-burning fire. Xia Yunyun observed the 6 crystalline patterns on his forehead, which were translucent like Yutsong's, but were an impressive double in number. Yutsong, with his 3 crystals, was already the strongest in the tribe. Thus, Xiyu, with 6, must be a true monstrosity. In this place devoid of sunlight, light, and flowing water, how was I to reside here? Xia Yunyun muttered softly, though her thoughts were consumed with concern for Yutsong. From Xiyu's earlier words, it seemed Yutsong had not suffered any harm. Now, she could only pray for Yutsong's fortune and resilience, hoping he would remain unscathed. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's inquiries, Xiyu found himself in a quandary. His ancestral memories did not indicate that females required such things to survive. He had thought that as long as a female had food and water, she would thrive. Noticing Xiyu's silence, Xia Yunyun refrained from further self-inflicted torment, continuing to roast meat to satiate her hunger, no longer offering any to Xiyu, lest he be unable to eat and yet feel compelled to partake. At a small prey, no larger than a modern wolf, left Xia Yunyun full before she had even finished one leg. Without a second thought, Xiyu transformed into a massive python, swallowing the remaining prey, skin and bones alike, in mere bites. Xia Yunyun watched as 1 or 2 bulging forms disappeared into the python's maw, gradually sliding down, shrinking until not a trace of the prey remained. Coming back to her senses, Xia Yunyun was filled with astonishment. Thank the heavens she had not been swallowed by this massive python. Otherwise, in less than 2 minutes, she would have become its excrement, simply awaiting expulsion. With her hunger addressed, Xia Yunyun did not permit Xiyu to extinguish the fire. Although the cave was warm, her scant clothing would surely leave her chilled while sleeping. Thus, she took the beast skin Xiyu had used to wrap the firewood, washed it clean, and set it by the fire to by nightfall. It would be ready to serve as a blanket or at least a mat on the ground, better than having nothing. Having completed these tasks, Xia Yunyun turned to see Xia still in his recently fed python form, lazily sprawled on the ground, his serpentine body coiled in a manner that sent shivers down her spine. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her expression changed. While eating, drinking, and sleeping were no issue, what about relieving herself? Blinking in dismay, Xia Yunyun cast a troubled glance at the napping python. Hesitant to approach, "I asked there any chance you could take me outside? I need to." Hisses. Before Xia Yunyun could finish, the massive python opened its triangular eyes, flicking its crimson tongue, exuding an aura of danger that I knew it wouldn't be possible. With a darkened expression, Xia Yunyun sat beside the fire, lost in thought. The necessities of life could not be overlooked. Must she henceforth resolve such matters here? Why did it feel as though she was regressing with each passing day? Behind her, the python opened its eyes briefly before contentedly closing them once more. A female wishing to venture out was simply inconceivable. Perhaps it was the surrounding darkness that influenced Xia Yunyun, for gradually, drowsiness enveloped her, and she drifted off to sleep beside the fire, clutching the dried beast skin. In her dreams, Xia Yunyun found herself plunging into the depths of the ocean, sinking to the seabed. She yearned to swim to the surface, yet discovered she could not move at all, ensnared by what she believed to be seaweed. Upon closer inspection, however, she realized it was not seaweed at all, but rather a horde of green snakes, tongues flicking menacingly. Consequently, Xia Yunyun awoke with a start. Upon waking, her first instinct was to survey her surroundings, only to be met with utter disbelief. Could someone please explain why she found herself ensnared by a snake as thick as a water bucket, that wretched python? So, it had not spared her even in her dreams. It appeared that this python had taken to using her as a toy for its slumber. After much struggle, Xia Yunyun found herself unable to escape the constricting coils that in truth, she had awakened long before Xia Yunyun opened her eyes, merely feigning sleep, and had caught a glimpse of her flushed face before slowly blinking awake. Hisses. The crimson tongue of the python brushed against Xia Yunyun's face, leaving several damp streaks in its wake. "Ah, you're awake. Please let me go. I can't breathe." Suppressing her urge to lash out, Xia Yunyun attempted to push him away, yet dared not touch the flickering tongue, instead tilting her head and pleading in agony. Seeing that Xia Yunyun's skin had indeed reddened from his constriction, Xi released her, allowing her to drop onto the ground. Finally, her feet touched the earth, and feeling the profound sense of return. Xia Yunyun noticed she was wrapped in the beast's skin she had cleaned the previous day. "I will go hunt." Xi transformed back into human form, rekindling the extinguished fire, his gaze landing on the beast's skin draped over her. A glint of light flashing in his eyes before he turned and morphed back into a python, heading toward the cave entrance. According to his ancestral memories, once a female awakened, she required sustenance. There was no need for him to hunt specifically for her, as hunting every few days sufficed for nourishment. Females also needed light, and here, fire was the only source. With insufficient firewood, the beast's skin he had used previously appeared to belong to her. Xia Yunyun was unaware of Shiyu's thoughts as he departed. She merely felt a sense of relief wash over her as he left, and she plopped down onto the ground, having gone an entire day without water. She felt sticky all over and could no longer endure it. Seizing the opportunity while Shiyu was away, she hurried to the cave entrance to wash herself in the waterhole, however, without drinking water. She feared she might perish from thirst. She could only wonder how long this existence would continue. She certainly has not forgotten that her journey to the untamed forest was to seek out the foul-smelling grass to bring back to her tribe to eliminate the insect plague. Now, she finds herself trapped here, uncertain whether Yutsong remembered to carry the foul-smelling grass back. Indeed, Xia Yunyun's concerns were well-founded. The tribe has descended into chaos since Xia Yunyun and Yutsong departed from the lion tribe in the Shuangxia Valley. Nearly 3 days have passed, and the insect infestation has worsened. Although it is currently summer and the beastmen do not need to store food, even their hides have been ravaged if the insect problem continues to escalate. Even the females may suffer, which is the greatest fear among the beastmen. "Father, Yutsong has been gone for several days without a trace. Could something have happened? 4 days on end, she has waited at the entrance of the tribe." Yet Yutsong's figure has not appeared. In her worry, Lion Xingxing rushed to inquire with the chieftain. Alas, the chieftain sighed silently, offering no reply. "Father," seeing the chieftain's demeanor, Lion Xingxing felt a surge of frustration, stamping her foot before returning to the tribe's entrance to wait. That female who ventured into the untamed forest surely could not have survived. If Yutsong were injured, She would be right here waiting to demand he become her mate. Little did Lion Xingxing know that her waiting would not bring Yucong back, but rather usher in another disaster. Deep within the untamed forest, the returning Xia Yu, as usual, prepared the meat for Xia Yunyun to roast. Having no need to feed, he sat quietly beside her, neither moving nor speaking. Under his intense gaze, Xia Yunyun felt uncomfortable. After finishing a piece of roasted meat, she took a bite of the sweet fruit Xia Yu had gathered. Inhaling deeply, the moisture in her mouth eased her throat, allowing her to clear her voice. Ahem, Xia Yu, may I ask for your assistance? I assure you, I have no intention of fleeing. After munching on a few more pieces of sweet fruit, Xia Yunyun offered a charming smile to Xia Yu. What assistance? Xia Yu remained impassive, but to Xia Yunyun's surprise, he did not refuse her request. Originally, I had no tribe. I was taken in by one outside the forest for a few days. They are plagued by insects and require the foul-smelling grass from near the waterhole to rid themselves of the infestation. This was the first time Xia Yunyun had spoken such a lengthy explanation to Xia Yu. Her words a blend of truth and half-truth, her expression filled with hope. So, would you accompany me to deliver some foul-smelling grass to that tribe? I only wish to repay their kindness. I have no desire to stay. And I will return immediately after. Just a little will suffice. As she spoke, Xia Yunyun gestured with her hands. The beastmen of the tribe mentioned that the foul-smelling grass was difficult to find, so it must be quite precious. However, Xia Yu did not appear to be a miser, and she hoped he would agree. After Xia Yunyun finished speaking, Xia Yu remained unmoved, as if her words had not registered with him at all. The hope that had once illuminated Xia Yunyun's face dimmed with the passage of time. Suddenly, a cool voice broke through her thoughts, causing her to pause. Very well, we shall go and return. Xia Yu regarded Xia Yunyun with curiosity. Unaware that he had been contemplating the meaning of her words repay all along, that in his ancestral memories, he had never encountered a female who would express gratitude. He assumed that in their eyes, whatever the males did was simply expected. This belief fueled his disdain for females. Having lived in this untamed forest for decades, he had grown weary of seeking out those barbaric, unreasonable females who brought trouble. The fact that this female could harbor feelings of gratitude was indeed remarkable. Thus, he pondered whether by showing her a bit of leniency, she might also feel inclined to reciprocate. With this thought, Xia Yu's mood inexplicably brightened as he led Xia Yunyun away from the waterhole. Wait a moment. I will gather a few stalks of foul-smelling grass, and then we shall depart. As Xia Yunyun emerged from the waterhole, her body was naturally damp, but she paid it no mind, as the hot weather would soon dry her. Upon reaching the patch where the foul-smelling grass grew, she examined it carefully before daring to approach. The last time, she had been terrified by the snakes, but thankfully, none appeared this time. However, it was strange that not a single snake was in sight today. Before Xia Yunyun could get close, a massive python suddenly appeared before her. In the blink of an eye, a large swath of foul-smelling grass by the waterhole had vanished. What? What is happening? Isn't this foul-smelling grass supposed to be very precious? Why is this snake uprooting it, as if it were nothing? Xia Yunyun was at her wit's end. What was supposed to be a simple gathering had turned into a disaster. Now, apart from a few surviving stalks of foul-smelling grass swaying weakly in the breeze, the area was entirely barren. Ahem. Actually, we don't need so much, Xia Yunyun said awkwardly, glancing at Xia Yu. Despite standing before a truly terrifying giant python. With a hiss, the enormous serpent's head darted forward, its crimson tongue flicking close to Xia Yunyun, leaving her momentarily dazed, unable to discern where the snake's mouth was. When she regained her senses, she realized she had been ensnared by Xia Yu's massive tail. In an instant, she found herself standing atop the python's back, the thick body easily supporting her weight. Looking again, she noticed that Xia Yu had somehow produced a large piece of beast hide, and with a swift sweep of his tail, he collected all the recently gathered foul-smelling grass. Wrapping it in the hide and securing it with his tail, the two of them proceeded toward the Shuangxia Valley together. Slow down. Xia Yu, you're going to jostle me to death. Xia Yu, I'm so thirsty. Let's eat some fruit along the way, so we don't have to stop to hunt. As Xia Yunyun spoke, she realized that cold-blooded creatures could indeed be quite agreeable. She had learned that as long as she refrained from discussing Yucong or mentioning leaving, he would not become angry and would comply with her requests. The evidence proved that Xia Yu not only possessed greater strength than Yucong, but also moved with significantly more speed. Despite having taken nearly 2 days to reach the waterhole alongside Yucong, Xia Yu arrived at the outskirts of Shuangxia Valley in less than a day. Fortunately, during that day, She had managed to resolve all her needs in the stone cave beneath the waterhole, which had been quite stifling. She was impressed with her own endurance, despite the difficulties she had faced. As they approached the entrance to Shuangxia Valley, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Xia Yunyun stood on her toes, scrutinizing the individual, whose stature was not particularly tall and appeared to be a female. She found her face oddly familiar. She had only a handful of beastmen she recognized in this place, so who could this female be? Once she drew closer, Xia Yunyun could clearly see the female's face. Confirming her suspicions, "How could it be you? Where is Yutsong? I can't believe you've allied with the snake beast. What have you done to Yutsong?" Lion Xingxing, who had been vigilantly waiting at the entrance of Shuangxia Valley, had initially thought the figure approaching was Yutsong returning. She had been eagerly preparing to greet him, only to find herself confronted by a massive python with Xia Yunyun standing atop it. Undoubtedly a snake beast rather than a mere serpent. "Yutsong? He hasn't returned." Upon hearing Lion Xingxing's question, Xia Yunyun's heart sank. Could something have happened to him? Noting Lion Xingxing's evident worry, she hoped she was not being deceived. "Wasn't Yutsong with you?" "You, Xia Yunyun. Have you and this snake beast conspired to harm Yutsong?" Lion Xingxing accused in a fit of rage. Xia Yunyun had anticipated returning alongside Yutsong. Yet unexpectedly, the one who should have perished in the untamed forest had returned unscathed, accompanied by a formidable python. This was a bitter pill for the prideful Lion Xingxing to swallow. It was one thing for the tribe's strongest young male, Yutsong, to favor Xia Yunyun. Now, even a creature more powerful than Yutsong willingly allowed her to ride upon it. She could not comprehend what it was about Xia Yunyun that set her apart. "No, Lion Xingxing, you misunderstand me. Shi means no harm. We have come to deliver the foul-smelling grass to the tribe." Having been wronged before, she was determined not to be misunderstood again or to provoke further conflict. While Lion Xingxing stood her ground, preventing Xia Yunyun from entering, she remained oblivious to how her unreasonable behavior had already angered Xi Yu. With a hiss, the enormous python lunged forward, wrapping its tail tightly around Lion Xingxing, who let out a shrill scream as Xia Yunyun looked on helplessly. "Did I told you I came to deliver the foul-smelling grass? Why does this woman harbor such animosity towards me?" Xi Yu's arrival quickly drew the attention of the males within the tribe. The ominous approach caused an immediate alertness among them, prompting numerous males to swiftly rush towards the unfamiliar scent. "There's a serpent beast. The serpent beast has attacked the tribe. The serpent beast aims to abduct our females. Hurry and inform the chieftain." Upon catching sight of the colossal python, the males of the tribe descended into chaos, anxiously encircling the massive creature. Soon, the chieftain arrived at the sound, and upon seeing the trapped Xing, he exclaimed, Xing, "Father, come save me. This female has brought the serpent beast to attack the tribe." Xing must have been slain by this serpent beast the moment Xing spotted the chieftain. It was as if she had seen a savior. Despite being ensnared by the serpent's tail, she did not forget to slander the serpent beast, and she went in their beastly forms. The beastmen bore no rank insignia, and the tribe's males were unaware that Shyu was a six-crystal beastman. Listening to Xing's words, they became infuriated and were ready to drive him away. "Chieftain, you are mistaken. We have come to deliver stinky grass. Shyu. Do not harm them. They mean no harm." Seeing the escalating tension, Xi Yunyun hastily intervened. She had intended to return to assist the tribe, not become its misfortune. It was crucial to note that with Shyu's strength, annihilating the entire tribe would be entirely feasible. "Shyu, let us give them the stinky grass and depart." Noting Shyu's reluctance to act, she gently patted his serpentine skin. Only then did Shyu cast a disdainful glance at Xing, flicking his tail, sending her and the stinky grass-covered hide tumbling to the ground with a thud. The hide loosened, and the stinky grass covered her entirely. "Ugh, Xi Yunyun, you actually tried to harm me. You meant to throw me to my demise." Xing, in pain from the fall, struggled to rise, inadvertently tasting the stinky grass, her face contorting in disgust as she spat it out. Xing, "That is stinky grass. Hurry and get up." Upon witnessing Xing being thrown aside, the chieftain's expression shifted, and several of Xing's companions rushed over, concerned to help her up. "Damn Shyu. You dare to covet the tribe's females. Serpent beasts are cold-blooded creatures, unaccepted by beastmen, and would not appear within the tribe." The males, seeing Xia Yunyun standing beside Shyu, naturally assumed he had abducted her. Several enraged males transformed into lions, charging at the massive python beneath Xia Yunyun. Before she could comprehend the situation, she instinctively clung tightly to the serpent's body. In the next moment, the lions lunging at them were flung aside by the python's tail with a resounding thud. Hiss! The python reared its upper body, towering several beastmen's heights, its half-closed triangular eyes glinting with a sinister red hue, exuding an aura of danger. Xia Yunyun realized that Shyu was enraged and immediately began to pat his serpent body, urging, "The stinky grass has been delivered. Let us depart." With no trace of nostalgia for the tribe in her words, Shyu's furious gaze momentarily flickered with understanding, his anger gradually subsiding. With another flick of his tail, all surrounding lions were sent flying, one male even crashing onto Xing. Ouch! A pained cry erupted from behind, as if every bone in her body had been crushed. When Xia Yunyun turned back, the tribe was receding into the distance, soon becoming invisible. Phew! She sighed in relief. Thankfully, Shyu did not hold a grudge. Had he, in a fit of rage, swallowed a few beastmen, her guilt would have been immense. Her only intention was to deliver stinky grass to help the tribe eliminate the insectivorous pests, ensuring they would not blame her for their presence. This journey had also laid her mind to rest on the way back. As night approached, the pair found a cave to spend the night. For Xia Yunyun, it made little difference where she stayed, as she felt like a wildling regardless. Shyu, why do the beastmen become so agitated upon seeing you? Inside the cave, seated by the fire, Xia Yunyun felt the coolness of the forest night. Yet her curiosity remained undeterred. Fear, came Shyu's flat response, his pallid face illuminated by the firelight, his lips of vivid crimson, resembling blood-stained flesh. Fear? Why would they fear you? Xia Yunyun pondered. Though the sight of the colossal python was indeed somewhat intimidating, she believed the beastmen should be accustomed to it. Serpent beasts do not dwell alongside other beastmen. Perhaps they fear I might abduct their females. Shyu replied in a nonchalant manner, as if the vicious serpent beasts that historically raided other tribes for females were not his ancestors. Xia Yunyun suddenly understood. These beastmen perceived Shyu as a bandit. But why do your serpent kin seek to abduct the tribe's females? She asked, her curiosity piqued if serpent beasts did not frequently engage in such behavior. The tribe's beastmen would not be so eager to expel him. This line of reasoning was not lost on her. Only the tribe would keep females, whereas serpent beasts grew up independently, rarely encountering females outside the tribe. For reproduction, they had to go to the tribe. Shyu spoke as if dismissing the matter, showing no remorse for such bandit-like conduct. Xia Yunyun was left speechless. The customs here were indeed peculiar. Instead of seeking their own, they resorted to raiding other tribes. No wonder the beastmen were so terrified, having been victims of such thefts. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, you didn't bring me to your cave with the intention of treating me as a breeding female to produce serpent offspring, did you? A shiver coursed through her, and she cautiously regarded Shyu's reaction. Hearing the concern in her voice, Shyu chuckled lightly. Those serpent beasts do abduct females during mating season. I have no intention of laying serpent eggs. He spoke. His sharp gaze pierced through Xia Yunyun, adding, if I were to seek a female, it would have to be one of robust physique. Xia Yunyun's expression darkened, her hands instinctively shielding herself. Then why did you capture me? For amusement, he replied. You find this amusing? Your entire family must be quite the jesters. Did he really seize her merely for entertainment? What misdeeds had she committed in her past life to attract such misfortune? Before sleeping that night, Xia Yunyun repeatedly warned Shyu not to coil around her, insisting they should sleep separately, finally allowing herself to drift into slumber. The following morning, she awoke to find her previous warnings had been in vain. That rascal had once again ensnared her. Xia Yunyun protested to Shyu. But ultimately, her protests were futile. Upon returning to the stone cave beneath the water pool, Shyu relaxed his vigilance over Xia Yunyun, occasionally allowing her to visit the water pool, but always at her request. Gradually, the two grew more familiar with one another. Xia Yunyun discovered that as long as she refrained from mentioning Ying or the topic of leaving, Shyu would not become irate. After spending 2 days in the cave, she had not heard a single word about Ying. Occasionally chatting with Shyu, she learned that he was not an ordinary serpent beast, but a hybrid of a dragon and serpent beast. his father being a formidable dragon. Thus, his inherited strength stemmed from his father's lineage, making him exceptionally powerful. It dawned on her that when Xia transformed into a giant python, two protrusions adorned his serpent head, a sign of his unique bloodline. However, she recalled that dragons typically resided in water. When she inquired about this, Xia chose not to disclose any further information about himself. Deep within the untamed forest, a swift pack of beasts darted through the underbrush. Suddenly, the leading snow lion came to an abrupt halt. Roar. It's Yn. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted through the air, causing the snow lion to perk up, letting out a low growl before darting into the jungle, accompanied by several orcs trailing behind. Just as the red fox behind him attempted to halt his advance, it was already too late. In the forest, gathering fruits was the highlight of Xia Yunyun's day, bringing her immense joy that a massive black python coiled beneath a modest fruit tree, while Xia Yunyun stood atop its head, blissfully plucking the fruits hanging above. The fruits here were far more delectable than those found in modern times. If only she had some tools, she would love to concoct fruit juices or wines. Certain they would surpass their contemporary counterparts in flavor. Lost in such delightful thoughts, Xia Yunyun reached out and plucked a large, ruby-red sweet fruit, casually tossing it behind her, where the python's tail swiftly swept it into the hide it had wrapped around itself. Just as she was reveling in her playful activity, Xia Yunyun suddenly swayed, losing her balance. Xiyu, what are you doing? Why are you moving around? Are you trying to throw me off? The smooth head of the python made her fearsome struggle to stay upright all the more challenging. As it swayed unexpectedly, she could not maintain her footing. A shrill scream escaped her lips, and she successfully tumbled off the python's head. In truth, the area beneath the python's head was still its body, so she merely landed against it, rubbing her aching head when her gaze caught sight of a white figure rushing toward her from a distance. Yutsong. Even without a clear view of the white shadow, she instinctively recognized it as Yutsong. Roar. The snow lion seemed to respond to Xia Yunyun, growling lowly as it quickened its pace. However, they appeared to have forgotten that another formidable entity, Xiyu, was present. Even sensing the impending danger, Yutsong continued his relentless approach towards Xia Yunyun without hesitation. Why Yutsong? Run! Don't come over! Realizing that Xiyu was still there, she shouted anxiously, fearing for Yutsong's safety. Knowing he would not allow him to leave unharmed, seeing Xia Yunyun safe and sound brought joy to Yutsong. But hearing her first words were a concern for him only strengthened his resolve to rescue her. Xia Yunyun gazed worriedly at Yutsong, and indeed, the very next moment, the massive python beneath her began to writhe uneasily, its heavy tail sweeping toward the direction Yutsong was approaching from. Instinctively, she covered her eyes, unable to bear the thought of what might happen if Yutsong were to be killed by Xiyu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Soon, she heard strange sounds that did not belong to the snake or the lion. Opening her eyes in confusion, she lowered her hands to see two red foxes and several others of various hues, each much larger than she had anticipated. That moment, they circled around the pristine white lion, Yutsong. Xiyu, don't harm them. Seeing Yutsong and the other beasts unable to approach due to Shiyu's presence, she hurriedly called out to stop the confrontation. However, those who had touched the python's sensitive scales could not hope to deter its wrath. Even with Xia Yunyun in tow, Yutsong and the others had no chance of victory. As Xiyu ignored her pleas and charged toward Yutsong and the others, she had no choice but to cling tightly to Xiyu, desperately trying not to fall. The height was at least several meters. A fall from such a distance could be fatal, if not crippling. The sound of rushing air filled her ears as she squeezed her eyes shut, only to hear several heavy impacts, feeling as though her heart had been struck by a hammer. Damn it. Why does this have to happen now? If only it were when Xiyu wasn't around. I might have been able to escape with them. A few foxes engaged in a fray with the snow lion, but it was the snow lion and the foxes who bore the brunt of the battle. Stop it, Xiyu. Don't twist around so much. The python's massive body weaved effortlessly amongst the foxes, its size not impeding its agility, yet it posed a significant threat to Xia Yunyun as expected. Her voice caused the python to momentarily halt, taking a heavy blow from the snow lion, yet its gaze remained unchanged, ignoring the foxes and the lion entangled beside it, swiftly diving into the waterhole. Once back in the stone cave beneath the waterhole, Xia Yunyun finally felt relief in her head, realizing that the python had transformed back into its human form. Xiyu, please don't harm them. Yutsong is my friend, Xia Yunyun, disregarding whether Xiyu would be angered, urgently pleaded. Now that she knew Yutsong was safe, She understood his character well. Since he had come, he would not leave easily. Especially now that he had gathered a few foxes to know. They're here to take you away. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia firmly rejected her. His tall yet not overly muscular silhouette was barely discernible in the absence of a fire. Then let me explain to you, Tsang. I won't leave with him, all right? Just as long as you don't harm him. Since her visit to the tribe, Xia Yunyun had never doubted Xia's strength. Opposing him would mean certain injury or death. She was even unaware of how Yu Tsang had escaped from Xia last time. Moreover, she was oblivious to the fact that, unbeknownst to her, Yu Tsang had become incredibly important to her. Seeing that Xia was still silent, Xia Yunyun grew anxious. What if you come with us to the tribe instead? After all, you don't desire a female to produce snake eggs. Why not try to accept the beast of the tribe? Go to the tribe. For some reason, Xia's voice suddenly turned. I see why no tribe will coexist with snake beasts. His unwavering conviction made Xia Yunyun almost believe he was espousing some profound truth. She could not comprehend why the beasts here could not coexist with modern people as they did in a normal society. Thus, Xia Yunyun remained trapped in the cave, confined for an entire day without being allowed to go out again. She knew full well that Xia would not permit her to leave. Her heart was more concerned for Yu Tsang, wondering what they might do, praying fervently that there would be no further direct confrontation with him. Silently, she hoped as Xia ventured out to hunt. Outside the waterhole, concealed in the shadows, Yu Tsang caught the scent of the snake beast. Once it departed, he and the foxes emerged at the waterhole's edge. The snake beast's sense of smell was far inferior to theirs, so they were not worried about being discovered until the snake beast returned from its hunting trip. Yu Tsang, you are the strongest. You guard the outside while we foxes, being adept swimmers, will go in to rescue your female. Once we retrieve her, we will leave immediately. The red-haired youth speaking earnestly was Yu Tsang's close friend. Yu Tsang did not oppose Xia's proposal, standing resolutely like a pillar. Big brother, what I just said, I entrust to you. Remember to push down some of the surrounding trees, or it will cause major trouble. Hu turned to instruct the few male foxes he had brought along. The Fox clan was notorious for their cunning and trickery, and since Xia was the most resourceful among them, no one dared to oppose his words. If there are no issues, let's act swiftly. Seeing no objections, Xia urged. Wait. Just as everyone prepared to act, the beast referred to as Big Brother by Xia suddenly spoke up. I'll go down with you. If something goes awry while you're alone. The moment Xia had mentioned Yu Tsang's strength, Dahai's expression had soured, but as everyone focused on Xia's plan, they failed to notice his change. Whatever. Hurry up. Yu Tsang had little patience for hesitant males and urged them impatiently. If it weren't for the fact that lions could not swim, he would have jumped in himself long ago. Why should he wait for others to rescue him? For a beast, allowing another beast to save his female was a grave humiliation. Dahai's expression darkened, and before anyone realized, he leaped into the waterhole. All right, you all hurry up. Yu Tsang, alert us if there's any movement. Upon concluding his words, Xia hastily leapt into the pool. His elder brother, with whom he typically shared a rather indifferent relationship, had unexpectedly proposed to assist him, leaving Xia both astonished and curious about his true intentions. The Fox clan, inherently astute and adept at discerning the hearts of others, had ingrained in him a habit of perpetual suspicion towards those around him. Even if Xia wished to dismiss his thoughts, he could not bring himself to believe that Dahai genuinely harbored altruistic motives. Upon diving into the water, he caught a whiff of Xia Yunyun's scent, making it easy to locate the stone cave beneath the surface. They had memorized her scent during yesterday's skirmish and were now eager to seek her out. Before long, the two beasts arrived at the cave's entrance, where a faint light emanated from within. Xia quickened his pace, while Dahai, despite his superior strength, struggled with swimming and blushed in embarrassment, hastening to catch up. Inside the cave, Xia Yunyun had kindled a fire. Lost in deep contemplation but unable to devise a feasible plan, suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the cave entrance. Having lingered in darkness for too long, her vision was impaired, yet her hearing had sharpened significantly. Who is it? Yu Tsang. Is that you? The voice did not resemble that of Xia returning, and Xia Yunyun's gaze fixated on the entrance. Soon, two red foxes emerged from the shadows. Xia Yunyun recognized them immediately as the two foxes who had accompanied Yu Tsang the previous day. After all, she had only encountered these two red foxes before. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The smaller of the two foxes called out to Xia Yunyun, but upon realizing she could not understand, it quickly transformed into human form. Come quickly. We must leave. The snake beast has gone hunting. We must hurry. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun, Xia momentarily hesitated, but quickly regained his composure and urged her forward, his demeanor seemingly normal, though internally he mused. No wonder Yutsong would go to such lengths to rescue this female. She is truly exquisite. Did Yutsong send you to save me? Xia Yunyun, who had initially been focused on escaping, hesitated upon hearing Xue's words. Is it truly impossible for Xiyu to find refuge in the tribe? He is no different from other males, merely lacking social skills with beast men. Must he be ostracized? Having been an orphan without parents, Xia Yunyun had lived a life of dependency, and at that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy for Xiyu. Yutsong is waiting outside. We must leave quickly, or else the snake beast will return, and we won't be able to escape, Xia urged anxiously, perplexed by Xia Yunyun's hesitation. Recalled to the present by his words, Xia Yunyun straightened her posture and nodded. But suddenly a head appeared before her, startling her. Elder brother, what are you doing? Xia was taken aback. He had not noticed that his brother had approached the female. The gleam in Hu Dahai's eyes was unmistakable. He seemed to have ulterior motives. I am Hu Dahai, Xue's elder brother. Allow me to assist you. With that, Hu Dahai moved to lift Xia Yunyun with a charming demeanor. Instinctively, she recoiled, saying, No, I don't know the way. Please lead in front. Taken aback by her avoidance, Hu Dahai's expression soured. But it was Xia who interjected, and the trio, 2 beasts and 1 female, finally exited the stone cave. Phew. At last surfacing, Xia Yunyun inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air. When Xiyu had guided her, they had swiftly emerged, but now that she swam on her own, she realized the distance was quite substantial. How unjust! Why must there be such a stark difference between humans and beasts? Just as she breathed in the fresh air, a white figure swooped down and lifted her. Yutsong. With a delighted gasp, she recognized the familiar, fluffy sensation. The snow lion did not respond but swiftly tossed her onto its back and dashed into the forest. Fleeing, the enormous black python, having dragged several prey through the woods and returned to the pool, soon discovered that the female in the cave had vanished. Its silver-gray triangular eyes ignited with fury. How dare its female escape? Without a second thought for its prey, the giant python turned and left the water, following the trail on the ground with swift determination. In the forest, the snow lion had barely fled with Xia Yunyun when the sound of rustling foliage reached them from behind. The deep brown eyes of the lion darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, it accelerated its pace. Gripping the lion's fur tightly, Xia Yunyun too heard the rustling and felt a pang of alarm. You must have realized I've escaped. Yutsong, hurry. If the snake beast catches you, you won't be able to escape. Xia Yunyun's face was etched with concern. She was unperturbed for herself, but the thought of Yutsong losing his life because of her was unbearable. However, even as they raced, the swift advance of the giant python was relentless. In mere moments, it had closed the distance to a mere 10 meters. Hiss, 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 the distinct sound of the snake beast echoed, exuding an aura of danger as its serpentine gaze locked onto the swiftly moving white snow lion, brimming with murderous intent. It's still alive, then it shall become my meal. With that thought, the giant python bared its fangs and lunged toward the moving snow lion. Blinded by rage, it failed to notice that the snow lion showed no sign of panic as it fled. When it finally reacted, the sudden searing sensation on its head caused it to roar in pain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as the python was about to swallow the snow lion whole, the lion leaped into the air. A massive fire pit blocking the python's path, though it could not deter its leap. Xia Yunyun felt the rush of wind past her ears and the surrounding heat. Upon daring to open her eyes, she found herself suspended in midair. She had never witnessed a lion leap so high. Thus, the snake beast was momentarily obstructed by the towering flames. The snow lion, having cleared the fire, cast a calm glance back. There was neither triumph nor pride in its gaze, only resentment towards the snake beast and frustration for not having slain it. Xia Yunyun noted that the python had not pursued them and, glancing back, saw a massive fire pit where Yutsong had just leaped, reminiscent of a long, undulating dragon of flames. The snake beast fears fire. Yutsong, let us depart, she urged, patting the snow lioness fur. Fearing her resolve might waver in the next moment, the snake beast, thwarted by the flames, seethed with frustration, its triangular eyes reflecting the image of the snow lion and the female together, only intensifying its fury. Suddenly, a black protrusion atop the python's head erupted, elongating into a sharp tip as it leaped into the air, its mouth widening that a torrent of water gushed forth from the python's maw. quickly extinguishing the raging flames. The snow lion, sensing the change behind it, turned to see the snake beast could indeed spit water, widening its eyes in surprise as it hastened its pace. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake beast would not let them escape easily. The dark serpent glided through the underbrush, emanating a sense of danger and urgency, targeting the white figure ahead. Xia Yunyun had been closely observing the snake beast and realized its intent was to kill Yutsong. Instinctively, a thought surged in her mind. Yutsong must not die in a moment of reckless impulse. She leaped from the snow lioness back. The snake's head, which should have struck the lion, was startled by Xia Yunyun's sudden movement, but its body was already in motion, unable to be controlled. Hiss, hiss, roar, disaster. The two sounds echoed in unison, conveying the same meaning. Upon realizing the girl atop its back was gone, the snow lion turned back, but it was too late to save her. Bang! Xia Yunyun felt as if all her blood had been forced backward from the impact. The pain in her lungs was beyond description. What was I thinking? When did I learn to sacrifice myself for others? Seeing Xia Yunyun propelled into the air by the collision, the snake beast was taken aback, its pupils dilating, just as it intended to swoop down and rescue her. The snow lion suddenly darted forward, catching Xia Yunyun before it was too late. Yunyun, are you all right? Upon catching her, Yutsong immediately transformed into human form, his expression filled with concern. Cough, cough. Xia Yunyun felt as though her entire body was on the verge of breaking apart. Her throat felt constricted, and when she coughed, a surge of blood spewed forth. Hiss, hiss. The snake beast, witnessing Xia Yunyun spitting blood from afar, felt as though it had been struck in the chest. Its eyes nearly bulging out, in an instant. Disregarding all else, he transformed into human form and rushed forward. Female, I did not anticipate your sudden fall. Compared to Yutsong's panic, Xia was scarcely in a better position. Her naturally pallid face grew even more wan and colorless. Get away. Serpent beast, do not harm Yunyun any further. Yutsong forcefully shoved Xia aside, his strength catching her unawares, causing her to stagger back 2 steps. Instantly infuriated, you little snow lion dare to shout before me. I shall devour you first. Xia, not known for her temper, was immediately enraged by Yutsong's provocation. The unique triangular eyes of the serpent glinted with a savage light, and her silver-gray pupils were filled with murderous intent. Cough. No. Xia Yunyun managed to utter through the excruciating pain. She had barely succeeded in preventing Yutsong from being attacked by Xia. If Xia were to consume Yutsong, her suffering would have been in vain. She would truly be on the brink of death. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's voice, both pairs of eyes turned toward her in unison. Xia, do not harm the pale, blood-spattered face of Yutsong, who looks utterly pitiful. Xia Yunyun vowed. She had never uttered such benevolent words in her life, although anger still flickered in Xia's eyes at her words. She was straining to contain it. Had this been a usual day, she would have swallowed Yutsong whole without hesitation, allowing him to stand there unscathed. Meanwhile, Yutsong, cradling Xia Yunyun, was in a state of mental disarray. Throughout his life, he had scarcely encountered a beast man he could grow close to, and he had never experienced a bond of emotion. Yet, he never expected that the female he had rescued would risk her life to save him. Yutsong could not fathom that Xia Yunyun had merely acted on impulse without much thought. Why, Yutsong? Why are you still here? Hurry and leave. The serpent beast will catch up soon. Xia, spotting Yutsong standing motionless from a distance, transformed into human form to urge him on, only to be rendered speechless upon seeing Xia. What is happening here? Xia stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him. The sight of Xia Yunyun, lying in Yutsong's arms and spitting blood, made his heart skip a beat. Yunyun is injured. You must think of a way to help her recover. Yutsong's expression turned grim as Xia's voice pulled him back to reality. Xia glanced at Xia beside them, noticing her lack of intent to attack. He felt puzzled, but focused on answering Yutsong's question. After a moment of contemplation, even the cleverest of the Fox clan furrowed his brow. Females are inherently frail, and your female is particularly delicate. Having sustained such severe injuries, we must return to Giant Stone City promptly to seek the aid of the old veterinarian there. Then let us hasten back to the city and find the old veterinarian. No, the female cannot leave. At the mention of taking the female away, Xia vehemently refused. In her mind, the female was already her possession. How could she tolerate her beast being taken away so easily? If anything happens to Yunyun, I shall exact vengeance with my very life. With a fearless voice, Yutsong's aura matched that of the formidable Xia. Xia cast a glance at Xia Yunyun in Yutsong's embrace, lowered her serpent eyes, and fell silent. Yunyun, I will take you back to find the old veterinarian. Listening to this tenuous exchange, Xia Yunyun felt her body grow weightless, her consciousness gradually fading, and soon she fell into darkness. Watching Yutsong carry Xia Yunyun away, a flicker of confusion crossed Shiyu's eyes, which quickly transformed into a giant python as she followed suit. The entrance of a giant python into Giant Stone City caused a great uproar. Within the Fox Den, the Fox King, troubled by his younger son's absence for several days, suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence and became alert that a white shadow suddenly darted in, causing the Fox King to frown and prepare to expel the intruder. However, upon seeing a flash of red, he realized it was none other than his younger son, who had been missing from Giant Stone City for several days. Sie. Is that Yutsong? Once both beasts transformed into human form, the Fox King discovered that the sudden white shadow was Yutsong, the snow lion, his son's friend. Father, the female is gravely injured. I will fetch the old veterinarian for treatment. Xia spoke but a single sentence before turning to summon the old veterinarian. The Fox King was astonished, not expecting his son to be so devoted to a female, returning in such a hurry. He didn't even take a moment to rest, yet was wholly focused on this female. The Fox King, baffled by his son's sudden concern for the female, perhaps grew accustomed to the beastman norm of multiple partners. Seeing Yutsong also waiting by the female's side, he felt no sense of wrongness, instead secretly rejoicing. Not long after, the old veterinarian was summoned. In the realm of beastmen, females were exceedingly rare. Although males seldom required veterinary care, having become accustomed to a rough lifestyle, veterinarians were scarce and precious. In all of Giant Stone City, only the Fox and Wolf clans had an old veterinarian each. If any female from either clan fell ill, they would need to respectfully seek help from these two clans to receive treatment. What kind of injury is this female suffering from? The Fox clan's old veterinarian examined Xia Yunyun and fell into deep thought. Beastmen have always regarded females as treasures, and he had never seen one so severely injured. Serpent venom? How could this female be poisoned by a serpent? Believing Xia Yunyun to be the cherished female of his son, the Fox King felt a twinge of concern for her. It was that serpent beast. Upon hearing this, Yutsong's face darkened with fury. Had it not been for his current inability to confront that serpent beast, he would not let it go unpunished. Old veterinarian, do you have any methods to save her? Xia, the most clear-headed among them, turned to inquire. Not panic. Although the serpent venom is fierce, it is not from a bite, but rather from the prolonged ingestion of a small amount of toxin, which has lain dormant within her body. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Otherwise, even if the female had not sustained serious injuries, she would be beyond saving. The old veterinarian, having spent most of his life treating beasts, was able to identify the serpent venom within Xia Yunyun's body at a glance. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yutsong anxiously interjected, "Then hurry and save her." The old veterinarian shook his head. A hint of worry reflected in his eyes. This is not ordinary serpent venom. It is the venom of a serpent beast. I must ask, was this female captured by the serpent beast? Yutsong nodded, a look of frustration on his face. That serpent beast possesses the strength of a 6-crystal beast man. That explains it. The female must have ingested prey caught by the serpent beast, which was poisoned, and thus introduced the toxin into her body. To cure the female, we must first neutralize this serpent venom, the old veterinarian mused. The fact that serpent beasts cannot keep females is partly due to this reason. How to raise them? They would be poisoned to death. Therefore, serpent beasts can only seize females from various tribes. Then how do we neutralize this serpent venom? Yutsong asked urgently. The old veterinarian hesitated, recalling Yutsong's earlier words that I fear we will need the serpent scale from the serpent beast's tail to neutralize the venom within the female. He had not forgotten that this male had stated the serpent beast was a 6-crystal beast man. Although he was unsure how Yutsong had retrieved the female from the serpent beast, he knew that obtaining a scale from the serpent beast would require the prowess of one of the 4 beast kings of Giant Stone City. No sooner had the old veterinarian's words left his lips than Yutsong grew impatient. I will retrieve the serpent scale. With that, Yutsong stood, not at all daunted by the thought of taking a scale from a 6-crystal serpent beast. Even if it meant death, he would reclaim the scale to save Yunyun. However, before he could exit the room, he was halted by the Fox King. Do not act rashly. That is a 6-crystal beast man. You are only a 4-crystal in strength. How can you possibly defeat it? I will confront him. Foxes are clever and cunning, and the Fox King was particularly astute in this regard. That's wonderful. Father, you will surely obtain the serpent scale, without waiting for Yutsong to respond. Hu Si exclaimed in delight. Though his father was not the most powerful beast king in Giant Stone City, he was more than capable of dealing with the serpent beast. That why Yutsong remained silent. Aware of his own limitations, yet his resolve to enhance his strength grew ever firmer. The Fox King scrutinized Yutsong, his mind calculating that it was not unusual for a female to have multiple partners. And seeing Yutsong so concerned for the female, he surmised that he too was smitten with her. However, the bond he shares with his youngest son is so profound that even in the pursuit of a female, cohabitation remains a possibility. Contemplating this, the Fox King's mood began to lighten. Suddenly, a male orc burst into the room, his expression one of panic. This is bad, Your Majesty. A serpent beast has invaded Giant Stone City and is making a beeline for our fox den. Its strength is formidable, and we cannot stop it. Serpent beast? The Fox King raised an eyebrow. It is indeed that serpent beast. Upon hearing this, Yutsong clenched his fists. Outside the fox den, Xia Yunyun had followed the tracks left by the snow lion and arrived at their location. Surrounding him were numerous orcs, all watching him with predatory eyes, yet none dared to approach. Even the foxes within the den did not dare to obstruct him. Now in human form, Xia Yu's forehead bore 6 translucent scales that glimmered strikingly in the sunlight. Ignoring the orcs in the city, he advanced directly towards the entrance of the fox den. Before he could get close, an imposing figure emerged, a red-bearded elder, with a conspicuous red gemstone tattoo on his forehead. Adorned with faint patterns, Xia Yu's brows furrowed as he sensed a wave of dangerous energy approach, his gaze meeting that of the elder. You, who dared to steal a female, now have the audacity to wreak havoc in Giant Stone City? The Fox King casually rested one hand behind him while stroking his red beard with the other. If Xia Yunyun were present, she would surely exclaim, "Wow, the foxes here are truly advanced." Even using the term wreak havoc, "I demand entry," Xia Yu stated firmly, his gaze unwavering on the den's entrance. Unresponsive to the Fox King's inquiry, he knew the female was inside. Unsurprisingly, the Fox King revealed a look of astonishment. When did a serpent beast gain the audacity to enter the tribe without harming the orcs? Giant Stone City is no mere small tribe. If you dare to enter, you must be quite confident in your own strength. With that, the Fox King transformed into a magnificent red fox and lunged at Xia Yu. Orcs harbor no compassion for serpent beasts, especially since the one before the Fox King had harmed his son's beloved female. Without a shred of hesitation, Xia Yu morphed into a massive python, boldly meeting the attack head-on. He understood that to enter, he must first vanquish the male before him. The clash between the black and red beasts ensued. Although the black python was larger than the Fox King, it was clearly at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the giant python fought valiantly, showing no signs of retreat. Hiss, with a powerful blow from the fox's claws. The giant python cried out in pain, its immense body sent crashing into several small stone houses. After exchanging blows, the python was left battered and bruised. The serpent scales, its strongest armor, had been easily shattered by the Fox King, demonstrating the vast disparity in their strength. Writhing, the giant python prepared for another assault. Despite its severe injuries, it chose not to flee. The Fox King's eyes glimmered with intensity as he approached the injurious python. Having transformed back into human form, exuding an air of calm, many orcs had gathered to witness the event. Seeing the Fox King's actions, they murmured in astonishment. Why did the Fox King not slay the serpent beast? Indeed, the Fox King had transformed in front of the serpent beast. What if it were cunning? Amidst the orcs' gasps, Xia Yu, feeling utterly exhausted, reverted to human form, propping himself against a nearby stone. Barely standing, he anticipated such formidable orcs in Giant Stone City. Why don't you escape? The Fox King's expression was unperturbed, as if he had not just fought Xia Yu. What of the female? Xia Yu inquired, his heart racing at the thought of her safety. He was astonished that the Fox King did not intend to kill him, yet when he wished to inquire about the female, he realized he didn't even know her name. The Fox King, however, was aware of whom he spoke, gazing at him with keen interest. "Oh, you know that the female is in mortal danger. What has happened to her?" Xia Yu's face turned anxious, disregarding his injuries and the peril he was in. The fox, being the most astute of all orc species, could clearly see the genuine worry within Xia Yu's eyes. "You have been poisoned by my venom, and even a veterinarian cannot cure it." Yu appeared perplexed. He had not bitten the female. How could she be poisoned? Furthermore, his venom was so potent that she would not survive long if affected. Yet, the fox beast did not seem to be deceiving him. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Yu. The female must have consumed the prey he had bitten. The fox king was aware that the scales of serpent beasts could counteract the poison, but chose not to mention it. Observing Yu with a detached demeanor that a flicker of regret crossed Yu's triangular eyes as he suddenly transformed back into serpent form in front of the crowd. Heaven, the serpent beast was preparing to attack again. Just as the fox king contemplated sparing him, he had the audacity to strike again. Many orcs were taken aback by Yu's transformation that in their eyes. Transforming into beast form typically implied a hunt or an attack. However, the anticipated brutality did not unfold. Instead, the serpent beast lifted its tail and struck it against a nearby boulder, shattering it into pieces. A glimmering scale fell from its tail, grasping the scale. The serpent beast extended it toward the fox king. The fox king's interest deepened as he reached out to take the scale. Before the orcs could react, the serpent beast swiftly turned and departed Giant Stone City, leaving behind a scene of chaos and bewildered onlookers. Pondering the serpent beast's retreat, the fox king glanced down at the scale in his hand. It was said that the scales at the tip of a serpent's tail were crucial, even influencing the growth of its power. Back in the fox den, the fox king presented the serpent scale to the old veterinarian, who immediately began to work on detoxifying Xia Yunyun. The serpent scales were remarkably tough. The old veterinarian, a mere second-tier orc, was met with the daunting task. Upon hearing the old veterinarian's words, Yutsong silently took the scale, revealing his lion claw, and without complaint, ground the entire scale into powder. It was not until midnight that the old veterinarian wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "The task is complete." Meanwhile, the unconscious Xia Yunyun had no knowledge of the events unfolding outside. She felt as though she had plunged into water, losing her breath and unable to inhale. The scenery before her flickered, and she was transported back to her childhood, at her aunt's house, where her cousin and his friends would come to insult her as a jinxed child. Such words would bring her to tears, prompting her to vehemently defend herself. However, now, she found herself strangely in agreement with them. Indeed, she was a jinx. Her father had perished in a car accident before her birth. And on that very day, her mother had suffered complications during labor. After finally bringing her into the world, she succumbed to illness a few years later, following her husband to the grave. From that moment on, she had been fostered in her aunt's home, yet the memories of her parents remained an unshakable nightmare throughout the years. Yunyun, who is calling for me? In her hazy state, Xia Yunyun sensed a diminishing discomfort. Her heavy eyelids flickering slightly. Slowly opening her eyes, she was met with a pair of deeply concerned brown eyes. Yutsong. Xia Yunyun attempted to speak, but found her throat painfully hoarse. Yunyun, do not speak for now. Rest assured, that serpent beast will not abduct you again. I will not allow you to be harmed. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun awaken, Yutsong was overwhelmed with joy. Yet his gaze turned resolute. He hurriedly offered her water, which provided some relief to her throat. Where is this? How did we end up here? Xia Yunyun looked around, discovering herself in an unfamiliar setting. You were injured by that serpent beast, so I brought you to Giant Stone City to seek medical aid. You are not yet well. Do not move about, Yutsong insisted, pressing her back down under the fur blanket, preventing her from stirring. Though he was obedient to the female, it did not mean he lacked his own will. With no other choice, Xia Yunyun complied and lay back down. Giant Stone City? Yes, Giant Stone City is a gathering place for countless beasts, the safest sanctuary. Here, the serpent beast cannot harm you further. It's my fault. If only I had brought you here sooner. Yutsong's expression shifted to one of regret as he took full responsibility for the female's injury. Xia Yunyun shook her head. What is meant to be will be. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Besides, you did not harm me. Do not blame yourself. Having just awakened from her dreams, she felt a lingering heaviness in her heart. Noticing the guilt reflected in Yutsong's eyes, she offered a gentle reassurance. Are you still speaking up for that serpent beast? Have you truly accepted him as your companion? A deep discontent flickered in Yutsong's gaze as he grasped Sheyun's wrist with a hint of agitation. Let go, it hurts. To her surprise, Yutsong lost his composure, causing Sheyun's tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. Realizing his overreaction, he quickly released her wrist, though it had already reddened from his grip. Xia Yunyun, feeling a twinge of annoyance, rubbed her wrist and ceased her conversation with Yutsong. Her eyes wandered, and she suddenly noticed that both of Yutsong's hands were also flushed. Comparing them to her own wrist, she felt a sense of disbelief. "What happened to your hands? Let me see." Without waiting for a response, Xia Yunyun reached out, capturing Yutsong's hand before he could retract it. Upon closer inspection, she saw that his previously sharp nails were inexplicably worn down, even to the point of injuring the flesh beneath. Perhaps due to the robust nature of beastmen, there was no blood. But the sight was still exceedingly alarming. "What on earth happened? How did you get hurt?" Xia Yunyun's tone was tinged with anger, recalling that Yutsong's hands had not been in such a state before. Even during his battles with the serpent spirit, the injuries should not have appeared like this. As a medical major in university, she could discern such details that why Yutsong turned his head away, attempting to withdraw his hand. But Xia Yunyun held it firmly. Fearing he might inadvertently cause her harm, he could only stammer a vague response that "It's nothing. Just a minor injury that it will heal in a few days," despite his nonchalant demeanor. Xia Yunyun sensed something amiss, her expression skeptical as she fixed her gaze on him. Her slightly pale lips parted. "You're lying to me." At her words, Yutsong fell silent, lowering his gaze. "What is really going on? Please tell me," Xia Yunyun inquired calmly. Although Yutsong should have felt elated by the concern of the female, a strange discomfort settled in his heart. "You were struck by the serpent beast's venom. After that blow, the toxins flared up, the Fox King retrieved the serpent scales, and I ground them into powder for you to consume, which alleviated the poison." In no longer hiding the truth, Yutsong briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun felt a surge of emotion. Why Yutsong had risked his life to save her, even grinding the serpent scales with his own claws to create the antidote. Having spent days with the serpent spirit, she understood how hard those scales were, and for beastmen, their claws, second only to their fangs, were their most vital weapons, cherished possessions. Why Yutsong was the first beastman she had met in this place. And he treated her with such kindness. Had it not been for the racial divide, she might have already. Yet now, what Yutsong had done for her had far surpassed her expectations, and seeing him injured stirred a pang of heartache within her. "This minor injury means little to a male. We are not as delicate as females," Yutsong stated, cautiously withdrawing his hand. Feigning indifference, he wished for the female to care for him, as it would affirm her feelings for him. However, he did not want her to be troubled because of him. Xia Yunyun gazed at Yutsong helplessly, nearly believing his words. By the way, what did you just mention about the Fox King?" Xia Yunyun recalled his earlier statement. Curiosity written across her face. "You are currently in our fox tribe's den. This is my room." Before Yutsong could finish, he was interrupted by the sudden entrance of Xia. "Who are you?" Upon hearing the voice, Xia Yunyun turned to see a young man with red hair, who appeared to be of similar age to Yutsong. "The Fox Den? I thought this stone city was more advanced than the tribes. It seems it's merely a name that sounds sophisticated. I am Xia, the youngest son of the Fox King. My father, the Fox King, is one of the rulers of the 4 tribes in Stone City. You need not worry about the serpent beast capturing you here." Xu's deep red eyes sparkled with warmth as he kindly explained. He had never encountered such a beautiful female, even their tribe's self-proclaimed most beautiful fox. Yu paled in comparison to her. The strikingly handsome Xia reminded Xia Yunyun that it was this very individual, along with another fox beast, who had rescued her from the stone cave beneath the water pool. "Thank you for saving me," Xia Yunyun expressed her gratitude, as she had always been a person who valued kindness. "What are you thanking me for?" "You're Yutsong's female," Xia shrugged. Averting his gaze, he was afraid that if he continued to look, he would be unable to resist pursuing her. No, he must not compete for his good friend's mate. Why Yutsong nodded at Xia, acknowledging his gratitude. After all, they had shared life and death together, and verbal thanks seemed unnecessary. Yunyun, now that you're awake, I'll find us a stone house in the city, so we can move out." Why Yutsong lowered his head, inquiring of Xia. This was the Fox King's territory, and as an outsider, it was unreasonable for him to reside here permanently, especially with Yunyun by his side. Seeing Yutsong's intention to leave with Xia, Xia stepped closer but hesitated to speak. "All right, I'll follow your lead. Wherever you choose to stay is fine." Xia nodded in agreement. She was indifferent about their location, as she was unfamiliar with the area and preferred to leave it to Yutsong. "Who said you could leave?" A voice, tinged with age, suddenly reached their ears, causing Xia Yunyun to glance over in confusion. She saw an old man with a red beard, bearing a slight resemblance to Xia. Slowly approaching, his deep red eyes fixed on her intently, an involuntary shiver ran through her, causing her to instinctively grasp Yutsong's arm. Oh dear, why do I have a foreboding feeling? Having just escaped from the serpent's lair. She hoped she wasn't about to fall into another trap of the Fox Den. Why Yutsong regarded the sudden arrival of the Fox King with a wary expression. Father, Xia, also concerned, wished to inquire about his father's intentions, but was silenced by a glance from the Fox King. What are you doing, Fox King? Yutsong positioned himself protectively in front of Xia Yunyun, ready to whisk her away at the slightest hint of danger from the Fox King. This female cannot leave the Fox Den, the Fox King stated, a smile gracing his lips, but his tone was not negotiable. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yutsong felt a surge of anger. Preparing to storm out of the den with Xia Yunyun, bewildered by this sudden turn of events, was completely at a loss. Why Yutsong? Please wait, Xia urged hastily, not wishing to see his friend clash with his father. The female's health had not yet fully recovered, and staying in the Fox Den would facilitate the old healer's care. Moreover, you don't have a house in Stone City yet, right? If you leave now, where will you stay? Xia knew Yutsong's temperament well and hit upon his concerns with his words. After a moment of hesitation, Yutsong cast a doubtful glance at the Fox King. That complicates matters. I will find a house as soon as possible. His implication was clear. He reluctantly agreed for Xia Yunyun to stay here temporarily. Thus, Xia Yunyun found herself residing in the Fox Den. After Xia was called away by the Fox King, only Xia Yunyun and Yutsong remained in the room. Why Yutsong? Is this Fox King very formidable? Noticing Yutsong's apparent trepidation towards the Fox King, Xia Yunyun's curiosity piqued. To be able to obtain serpent scales from the 6th crystal beast man, he must be more powerful than the serpent spirit, right? Among the 4 great beast tribes in Stone City, fox, leopard, tiger, and wolf, the 4 beast kings are all patterned crystal beast men, and the Fox King ranks second among them. Yutsong replied impassively, though internally he resolved to attain such strength one day. Xia Yunyun nodded in understanding. Patterned crystal beastmen were likely a more formidable existence than 6 crystal beastmen. So when do we move out? She felt an aversion to remaining here whenever the Fox King looked her way. Once I go hunting and exchange the food for a house, we will move out immediately, Yutsong declared resolutely. In his deep lion-like eyes, a trace of concealed darkness lingered, a sense of unease sparked by the Fox King's recent actions. Yutsong, thank you for being so good to me. Xia Yunyun gazed sincerely into Yutsong's deeply affectionate eyes, momentarily oblivious to the gradually heating atmosphere surrounding them. You are the partner I have chosen. If I do not treat you well, how can I be good to anyone else? Yutsong declared earnestly, as though fearing any dissent to his words, for the first time, broaching such a serious topic. Xia Yunyun found herself without the desire to counter him. Her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively asked, why? Aside from my appearance, I am just like any other female, perhaps even more frail. Aren't males typically attracted to healthy females? Is it solely because of my face? In modern times, she had never considered herself particularly striking. Yet here, her once unremarkable visage had been elevated to that of exquisite beauty. She yearned to understand whether Yutsong's kindness stemmed solely from her looks. You are truly special. Observing her petite face, which was on the verge of crinkling like a dumpling, Yutsong felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, yet his lips spoke the truth. Even without your face, you would still be my partner. His steadfast gaze remained fixed on Xia Yunyun's large apricot-shaped eyes, as if pledging a lifelong commitment. When he first encountered Yunyun, he had assumed she was a pampered female from some tribe. Hence her striking beauty. Having never witnessed such lively eyes before, he felt an urge to take her back with him, initially believing that such a petite female would be incapable of much. He was astonished to discover that her roasted meat was the most delectable he had ever tasted. By the time he realized it, he found himself unable to part from Yunyun, gazing at her now. Yutsong was resolute in his belief that she was his one true partner in life. For the first time in 20 years, he felt a sense of hope for his beastly existence. Hey, are you confessing your feelings to me? Upon hearing the unreserved affection in his voice, Xia Yunyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, lowering her head and playfully punching Yutsong's chest with her soft fist. To Yutsong, the gentle touch was akin to a spark on dry tinder. Although she did not grasp the meaning of confession, she surmised it must be akin to the mating rituals of beastmen. Yutsong. Xia Yunyun's remaining rationality waned. a hint of fear creeping in as her soft, glutinous voice floated out that I want to be your only partner. Hearing this, she felt an inexplicable sense of security and nodded gently. Xia Yunyun closed her eyes, fully prepared to accept him. Just then, an unexpected visitor burst in.sie. I need your help. A soft, captivating voice suddenly rang out, and in the next moment, a female clad in animal skin appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing the two in the room, her voice abruptly halted. Xia Yunyun blushed at the sound, hastily attempting to hide behind Yutsong, her face filled with regret. How mortifying to be seen. In that moment, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Yutsong quickly reacted, grabbing a piece of the torn animal skin beside him to cover Xia Yunyun, his eyes filled with vigilance as he glared at the uninvited guest. At that moment, Yutsong longed to charge out and reprimand this inconsiderate intruder, yet since she was a female, he could only fix her with a fierce glare. The female, acutely aware that she had interrupted an intimate moment, hastily withdrew before he could unleash his wrath. Gulyalu. Just then, Xia Yunyun's stomach protested loudly that I'm hungry, she said, patting her belly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, you rest here. I will go hunt. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's complaint of hunger, Yutsong immediately sprang into action, transforming into a snow lion and darting out of the fox den. In the eyes of males, there was no danger in females being together. He also needed to release the pent-up frustration from earlier. After Yutsong left, Xia Yunyun buried her head in her knees, the tension easing a bit in his absence. Just as she was lamenting her situation, the earlier female appeared before her once more. Who are you? Why are you in Fox Ye's room? Xia Yunyun, taken aback, stared at the suddenly appearing female. With a high nose, large eyes, and a small mouth, she was undeniably attractive, albeit with slightly darker skin and a larger face. Her physique was so alluring that even Xia Yunyun, herself a female, couldn't help but admire it. Truly, she was the most normal female Xia Yunyun had encountered since arriving in the Beastman realm. Why hadn't she left? If it was already stated that this was Fox Ye's room, how had she entered? Moreover, she had intruded during a moment meant for her and Yutsong. Xia Yunyun felt utterly helpless. Her cheeks still flushed from earlier, yet she managed to reply, I am just borrowing this space for a few days. Borrowing? The female eyed Xia Yunyun skeptically, clearly disbelieving. Where has Fox Yi gone? Where is he? I don't know. Xia Yunyun shook her head, bewildered. How was she to know where Fox Yi had gone? You're lying. How could you be in his room and not know where he is? Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's response, the female's expression shifted dramatically, adopting a stubborn demeanor as she approached the grass pile where Xia Yunyun lay, reaching out to pull her up. How dare this despicable female be in Ye's room? Mingling with other males, Xi even allowed her in. Could it be that he had taken a liking to this female? Xia Yunyun had never encountered such an unreasonable female. Even the previous lion Xingxing had merely argued verbally, without resorting to force. Already weak and feeble, Xia Yunyun found herself unable to resist as this female dragged her out of the grass pile and onto the ground. Disregarding her protests entirely, Xia Yunyun felt utterly vexed. Regretting her decision to stay here, what had she done in a past life to deserve such trouble? Xi never allowed females into his room, if she wasn't from the fox tribe. How had she managed to enter? Was she a spy sent by another tribe? The female relentlessly tugged at Xia Yunyun, spouting nonsensical accusations. Xia Yunyun felt as though her head might spin from the shaking. Having only recently awakened, her body remained fatigued. Just then, another figure entered from outside. Oh no, a male beast man. Fox Yu, what are you doing here? A rather ordinary-looking male entered. And Xia Yunyun recognized him as the fox who had rescued her alongside Fox Yi by the water pool. His name was something like Fox Dahai. While calling him ordinary, it was only in comparison to the many handsome men she had recently encountered. In modern terms, Fox Dahai would still be considered quite handsome. However, compared to Yutsong and Shiyu, he seemed to pale in comparison. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun, Fox Dahai's eyes lit up, quickly moving to gently pull Fox Yu aside and support Xia Yunyun. Brother Dahai, you're here. Look at this female sleeping in Ye's room. I was just about to kick her out. Fox Yu, noticing Fox Dahai's protective gesture towards Xia Yunyun, displayed her displeasure openly. Pouting and pointing at Xia Yunyun, Xia Yunyun observed this female named Fox Yu and from her name, surmised she belonged to the fox tribe, though she was puzzled by her immediate hostility. Yu, stop causing trouble. She is the female that I and Fox Yi rescued. She's temporarily staying here. Fox Dahai cast a glance at Fox Yuyu before quickly diverting his gaze back to Xia Yunyun. Smiling warmly, when he mentioned rescue, a glimmer of something joyful flashed in his eyes, as if recalling a pleasant memory. Are you all right, female? Xia Yunyun shook her head, not paying attention to the underlying meaning in his words. Instinctively, she pushed Fox Dahai's hand away, sitting back down on the grass pile to catch her breath, feeling somewhat better. Meanwhile, Fox Yuyu watched Fox Dahai's uncharacteristic demeanor with jealousy. Previously, he had always sought to please her. Why now was he so attentive to this outsider? She was the most beautiful female in the fox tribe. How could a male show more kindness to another female than to her? Gritting her teeth, Fox Yuyu cast a dark glance at Xia Yunyun. Thank you. I'm fine now. May I ask who she is? Xia Yunyun instinctively distanced herself from Fox Dahai's earnest care, politely inquiring. This female seemed to harbor a strong dislike for her. She couldn't fathom what had offended her. Her name is Fox Yuyu, my cousin. If you're bored, she can show you around. She knows all the fun places in Giant Stone City. In the depths of Hudahi's eyes lingered an inexplicable smile. As though, in his gaze, only Xia Yunyun existed. Humph, Stone City is not a place where just any beast can tread. Upon hearing Hudahi's overtures of goodwill, Huyu's displeasure only deepened. Why should she be tasked with entertaining this female? She was the most esteemed female of the Fox clan. Why are all of you here? Upon entering the room, Huyue, who had just returned from visiting the Fox King, was met with a gathering of individuals. When her gaze landed on Xia Yunyun, she shrugged, indicating her ignorance. I just came to see how the female is faring. Hudahi was the first to speak. Expressing his concern, Huyue regarded him with a peculiar look. It seemed that her elder brother had recently developed an affinity for meddling in others' affairs. He had never shown her such attention before. Huyue, what brings you here? Did I not mention that you should refrain from entering my room without permission? Huyue's expression soured as she turned to glance at the alluring Huyuyu beside her. Xia Yunyun couldn't help but feel curious. Is not the female here considered rare? Why did Huyue seem to harbor disdain for this Huyuyu? Though Huyuyu had attempted to drive her away upon their first meeting, she had to admit that Huyuyu was the most beautiful female she had ever encountered. Even the likes of Lion Xingxing, renowned for her beauty in the tribe, could not compare. I merely came to see you. Upon noticing a female in your room, I wished to engage her in conversation. Huyuyu transformed into a different beast upon seeing Huyue, adopting a demure demeanor as she pitifully explained. Xia Yunyun was astonished. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. Was Huyuyu a performer in her past life? Had she mastered the art of changing faces? All right, you should return now, elder brother. The female has only just awakened. Let her rest for a while, or else Yutsang will hold me responsible. Huyue clearly disregarded Huyu's transformation, speaking as if to send her away. Huyuyu, aware of his temperament, turned back one last time to glance at Xia Yunyun, leaving behind a parting remark. Then I shall come to visit her again when I have the chance. A glimmer of jealousy flashed in her elongated fox eyes. Hudahi, too, cast a reluctant gaze at Xia Yunyun, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Huyue, yet still bid her farewell before departing. Such a beautiful female would make for an excellent companion. He had saved her. He refused to believe that this female would only have that snow lion as her partner. He was a four-crystal beast man, capable of contending with that snow lion. My apologies. This is simply how our Fox clan behaves. We tend to show more concern for outsiders compared to other beast clans, Huyue said, intentionally emphasizing the word concern. He had always believed that a female who could survive an encounter with a serpent beast was certainly no ordinary female. Hee. Xia Yunyun's lips twitched as she chuckled dryly. This concern was indeed quite unique. For the time being, feel free to stay here. I will ensure that no other beasts disturb you. Noticing Xia Yunyun's silence, Huyue suddenly realized that this female was truly unlike any other. Under normal circumstances, a female would have been angered by such intrusion. Beastmen placed great importance on territoriality, often disliking other beasts entering their domain. Of course, most males would rather have females on their territory. In Huyue's mind, he had naturally begun to regard Xia Yunyun as one of his own. I apologize for intruding and occupying your space. I should be the one to thank you. Today was merely an accident. She was unaware of my presence here, Xia Yunyun explained, unwilling to disrupt the harmony of their household. Huyue can be a bit willful. She is often spoiled, Huyue remarked. Looking at Xia Yunyun with surprise that it was his first time encountering a female so courteous. Had he not met her, he might have continued to believe that it was a given for males to treat females well. In comparing the two females, Hu Siyue's inclination swiftly shifted in favor of Xia Yunyun. That I understand. Xia Yunyun smiled and nodded in comprehension. Hu had not treated her poorly, and being a person of good nature, she would not dwell on such matters. Once she and Yutsong moved out, she would naturally no longer encounter Hu Yuyu. Xia Yunyun thought this, unaware that her current situation was not as easily escapable as she imagined. A flicker of admiration passed through Hu Siyue's eyes, but he quickly concealed it before Xia Yunyun could notice. Where is Yutsong? He deftly pivoted the conversation, intentionally seeking a topic to discuss. For some reason, he found it difficult to divert his gaze from the female before him. No, this is Yutsong's female. How could he contend for a mate with Yutsong? After all, Yutsong was his lifesaver. Yutsong? He went hunting. Xia Yunyun replied casually. Yutsong's female. If you desire anything to eat, feel free to tell me. Hu Siyue stepped closer, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the female's inadvertent aloofness. There's no need. Thank you. Why Yutsong will hunt for me, she replied. Also, you don't need to keep calling me female. You can call me Yunyun. My name is Xia Yunyun. She felt it inappropriate to accept someone else's food, given that she had already taken up residence in their space. After the insect-eating incident in the tribe, she began to comprehend that the food of beastmen was akin to money in her modern world. Yunyun, Hu Siyue murmured, warmth blooming in his eyes. Xia Yunyun's friendliness caused a flutter in his heart. However, he had to suppress this feeling. Roar. Just as Hu Siyue departed, Yutsong returned, hearing the snow lion's low growl. Xia Yunyun's expression brightened. Why Yutsong, you're back. She ran barefoot across the floor to stand beside the snow lion, whose pristine white fur was speckled with the blood of its quarry. Xia Yunyun did not mind. She helped him wipe it clean with animal hide and retrieve the beast skin skirt that Yutsong had originally worn. With a thud, the snow lion dropped its prey to the ground. Transforming into human form, he, having grown accustomed to Xia Yunyun, accepted the beast skin skirt and donned it. Once dressed, Yutsong prepared to turn and leave. Where are you going? Xia Yunyun called out, puzzled that Yutsong turned around. Adopting a serious expression. Your frying pan is at the Shuangxi Valley tribe. I am going to make you a new one. Xia Yunyun was momentarily speechless. She suddenly felt inclined to laugh and quickly stopped him. There's no need. It's not like I can't eat meat without a frying pan. Seeing Yutsong so concerned about her matters touched her heart. I also picked some apples that you like. If you don't want to eat meat, you can have apples. Yutsong pointed to the fruits wrapped in large leaves on the ground. Ever since their first meal together, he had been particularly attentive to her diet, striving to ensure she had the best nourishment. As evening fell, Yutsong invited the old healer to check on Xia Yunyun. Gazing at the bowl of thick, dark liquid before her, Xia Yunyun couldn't help but swallow hard. She looked up, batting her eyelashes, and pleaded pitifully, "Is it possible for me to skip this?" "No," came Yutsong's uncompromising voice in response. Turning away, Xia Yunyun realized she could not sway Yutsong's decision. She glanced at the old healer, who was handing her the bowl. "Little female, your body is currently quite weak. Although the serpent beast's poison has been neutralized, you still need to take medicine to recover. Otherwise, you may struggle to bear offspring in the future." Puffed. Bear offspring. Xia Yunyun's mind was filled with dark thoughts. What kind of nonsense is this? The old healer, with a gentle smile, remained oblivious to Xia Yunyun's discomfort as he placed the bowl in her hands. "Hurry and drink it. If you drink a bowl every day for about 10 days, your body will be nearly restored. 10 days. Xia Yunyun, who had just resigned herself to accepting the bowl, trembled, nearly spilling the black liquid. This concoction not only smelled terrible, but also looked unappetizingly thick. Could it truly be consumed? Would she indeed survive after drinking it? Actually, I'm almost better now that I don't really need to drink it." In an effort to prove her well-being, Xia Yunyun patted her chest, only to find her throat itching and her chest feeling tight. Cough, cough, cough. Enough talk. Just drink it. Did you not say the apples were sweet? After you finish, you can have an apple. Having spent considerable time in the company of Xia Yunyun, Yutsong's thoughts began to align with hers, gently patting her back and offering guidance. Xia Yunyun was taken aback by the frailty of her own body. Furrowing her brow as she swallowed hard, resolute, she pinched her nose and gulped down the murky liquid from the bowl. "It's surprisingly not bitter," she remarked with a hint of astonishment after drinking. Yet, the taste was utterly disagreeable. Although it lacked bitterness, its peculiar flavor made it a challenge to swallow without gagging. This concoction was brewed from the fruit of atractylodes, known for its restorative properties. Particularly beneficial for females recovering from illness. The old veterinarian kindly explained, "You are in need of this tonic to restore your strength." She recognized atractylodes from her previous readings, likening it to ginseng in its medicinal value. Yet she pondered why it transformed into this unappetizing sludge in the hands of a beast man. The culinary skills of the beast men left much to be desired. After she consumed the concoction, the old veterinarian took his leave. That Yutsong presented her with an apple he had prepared earlier. "In just a couple of days, we shall have our own dwelling. We will move out then," he promised as he began to tidy up the leftover bones and ashes in their current abode. "That sounds wonderful." Xia Yunyun had already accepted the idea of living with Yutsong in her heart. "What kind of dwelling do you envision?" he inquired, his eyes brimming with affection at her joyful expression. "I'll have to think about it," Xia Yunyun mused, tilting her head in contemplation. She had no clear idea of the nature of houses here, but they surely differed from modern structures. After a lengthy deliberation, Xia Yunyun articulated her simplest desire. "I would like a larger house. A spacious home would allow her to prepare numerous delightful dishes." It seemed that the houses here lacked separate rooms. She yearned for ample storage space, a kitchen, and a bedroom. She didn't want to continue living in a space where eating, drinking, and sleeping all occurred in the same area. "Absolutely," Yutsong replied without hesitation. To "It's getting late. Let us retire for the night." Xia Yunyun swore that her intention was purely to sleep. "Indeed," came a deep, resonant reply. She felt enveloped by a towering figure. And soon, she found herself nestled in a pile of grass. With her back to Yutsong, she sensed his warm breath against her neck and broke the silence. "Yutsong, could you transform into a lion?" She was simply unaccustomed to sleeping next to a man. Yutsong remained silent, but obediently shifted into his beast form. Initially, with a large beast skin beneath her, there was just enough space for both of them in human form. However, now that he had transformed, there was barely enough room for one person and one beast. Xia Yunyun lay on the beast skin, oblivious to the fact that half of Yutsong's lion form sprawled on the ground. Yet he remained silent. When she awoke the following morning, Yutsong had already vanished. Next to the beast skin lay several fresh fruits of unknown variety. After rinsing her mouth, Xia Yunyun took one for breakfast. Pleasantly surprised by its sweetness, the fruits in the beastman realm were indeed delightful. She understood that Yutsong had likely gone in search of a house. She surmised that obtaining a house here required an exchange of equivalent goods. Though she was uncertain what would suffice, that Xia, "What brings you here?" A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, prompting Xia Yunyun's curiosity. "Is Yutsong not here?" Xia asked, scanning the room for any sign of him. "Are you looking for him?" "He left as soon as I woke up. He must be searching for a house." Xia Yunyun felt gratitude towards Xia, treating him as a friend, especially since he was a close ally of Yutsong. "I am not looking for him," Xia replied, shaking his head. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Yunyun interrupted suddenly. "By the way, do you know how to find a house? What do we use to exchange for one?" Xia Yunyun struggled to articulate her thoughts clearly. Thankfully, Xia understood. "You can exchange food or beast skins, or even craft them yourself, though that would take quite some time. There are also life crystals. Those can be traded for anything." Xia explained patiently, sensing that this female seemed to lack much common knowledge, though he did not express his thoughts aloud. "Is a lot needed for the exchange?" She wondered, recalling how Yutsong had left early that morning, uncertain of how difficult it would be to find a house. She had requested a large one just the day before. If she had known, she wouldn't have made such a demand. As long as it was habitable, that was all that mattered. Seeing Xia Yunyun's worried expression, Xia suddenly laughed. "You underestimate Yutsong. Finding a house is a simple task for him. Though it may take a bit of time to hunt, I'll take you to gather some beast skins. You seem to lack them," Xia suggested. "Beast skins? That won't be necessary." Xia Yunyun initially intended to say that Yutsong would provide her with skins, but she suddenly recalled that he was busy searching for a house and fell silent. Noticing her hesitation, Xia quickly added, "You needn't worry. Yutsong is my good brother. My beast skins are as good as his. You can use them for now, and he can return them to me later." Typically, when a female accepts items from a male, it signifies acceptance of that male. Xia assumed Xia Yunyun was hesitating over this implication. Little did he know, she was completely unaware of such customs. She merely felt that sleeping in another's dwelling and even using their beast skins for clothing seemed somewhat inappropriate. Looking down at herself, she noticed she was merely wrapped in a large beast skin, with only a fitted garment underneath that it felt a bit improper. All right then, I appreciate your generosity. I'll ensure Yu Tsang returns them to you. Ultimately, Xia Yunyun nodded in agreement to Hu Siyue's proposal. Putting on a beast skin skirt that Hu Siyue provided, Xia Yunyun found it rather loose, yet it was sufficient for her to step outside without merely wrapping herself in a large skin. Although the beast skins worn by females here bore little difference from her fitted clothing, she was not one to flaunt her figure and had no habit of venturing out in just her undergarments. Upon stepping outside, Xia Yunyun realized she was truly within a cave, a colossal fox den. After inquiring with Hu Siyue, she learned that the fox den had originally been a small rocky hill, later claimed by the Fox King as the home of the fox tribe. Foxes are known to prefer dwelling in dim caves, a fact Xia Yunyun was aware of, yet she had not anticipated that even the beastmen foxes retained this habit. They could easily reside in proper houses, yet they chose to burrow in caves. After wandering through the fox den for a considerable time, Xia Yunyun finally emerged, discovering that the den was a labyrinth. Had it not been for Hu Siyue's guidance, she doubted she would have successfully navigated her way out. Where shall we go to obtain beast skins? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. To my mother's place. Her den is separate from ours, Hu Siyue explained. In the beastman realm, the accommodations of females and males are even more strictly delineated than in modern society. This is largely due to the rarity and value of females, coupled with the strong possessiveness of beastmen. Any female present is typically well protected from other males. Xia Yunyun had not anticipated that acquiring beast skins would require a visit to Hu Siyue's mother, leading her to hesitate. Given that Hu Siyue's father was the Fox King, his mother must surely be the Fox Queen. However, she realized that it was too late to retract her invitation. On the way to Hu Siyue's mother's dwelling, Xia Yunyun gleaned some information about the Great Stone City from him. The city is home to 4 major beast tribes, with the Tiger tribe leading, followed by the Fox tribe, the Wolf tribe, and the Leopard tribe. Apart from the 4 great clans of beastmen, numerous orc tribes from various races have also settled within the city, their numbers so vast that the surrounding smaller tribes dare not encroach upon them. Only the Ant clan, residing by the riverside, dares to challenge the orcs of Stone City each autumn, vying for food to store for the winter. Originally, Stone City was not of such grand scale. It began as a mere cluster of rocky hilltop tribes, surrounded by ample open space and a river coursing through. The 4 major beast clans took residence here, and it was only when a monkey clan orc arrived to assist them in dealing with the Ant clan that the magnificent Stone City was constructed. Today, the city's expanse no longer fears any nearby tribes, and the orcs within, along with the leaders of the 4 major clans, hold the monkey clan orc in utmost reverence, honoring him as an elder of the city. Speaking of this elder, the eyes of Hu Siyue brim with admiration and respect. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun feels a surge of curiosity. This city was established only after the arrival of the monkey clan elder. Yet she has heard no tales of his formidable prowess, which must explain the orc's veneration for him. He is certainly not ordinary. Exiting the fox den, after a brief walk of about 10 minutes, Hu Siyue leads her into another cave. This cavern is unlike the previous dark one. Its ceiling is open, allowing the gentle rays of the newly risen sun to filter through. After walking for a few more minutes, Xia Yunyun finds herself in a large, brightly lit chamber. Before she can fully enter, she hears the voices of 2 female beasts within. Madam, this beast's skin is truly exquisite. It must be the one Siyue hunted. I assent it. Indeed, this child is no longer little, yet he doesn't think to keep it for his future mate, but instead brings it to me. Well, he has no mate yet. Of course, Siyue, I must show you filial piety. None of the males in my family possess skins as fine as his. As she hesitates, contemplating whether to wait for them to finish speaking before entering, a sharp voice suddenly pierces through. What are you doing here? Xia Yunyun recognizes the voice, looking up to see it belongs to Hu Yuyu, the Fox clan female who had caused trouble at her dwelling yesterday. Mother, I've arrived, Hu Siyue says, his brow furrowing at the sound of Hu Yuyu's voice. He strides past Xia Yunyun and approaches an older female seated atop a pile of grass. Curiously, Xia Yunyun observes a slightly plump woman with a kind face, unremarkable in appearance, yet exuding an aura that makes one feel inexplicably drawn to her. The female, whom Xia refers to as mother, gazes intently at Xia Yunyun. Confusion arises regarding Yu's intense reaction, but another question takes precedence. Xia, is this the female you rescued? Mother smiles warmly as she scrutinizes Xia Yunyun, nodding appreciatively. Indeed, quite lovely. However, she seems rather frail. If she is to bear cubs in the future, she must take care to strengthen her constitution. Xia Yunyun stares blankly at mother, unable to grasp the implications of her words. What is it with these beastmen? Do they always speak of bearing cubs? Is her mind simply too slow to catch up? It is Xia who interrupts his mother's musings. Mother, it is not as you think. Yunyun is the maid of Yutsong. I brought her here to assist Yutsong, as he has no dwelling in Stone City, and I have allowed her to stay here temporarily. Realizing his mother has misunderstood the nature of his relationship with Xia Yunyun, Xia hastily clarifies. Although he indeed admires this female, she is, after all, recognized as Yutsong's mate. Thus, he cannot entertain such thoughts. Despite Xia's explanation, mother seems to disregard it entirely, her gaze on Xia Yunyun growing more meaningful. Her smile widening. Very well, let her stay for now. With so many dens in the fox cave, why should she reside in yours? Yu's displeased voice suddenly interjects. Feeling quite awkward, Xia Yunyun stands frozen. Having realized by now what Xia's mother truly meant, Yu's comment only deepens her confusion. However, mother pays no mind to Yu's remarks, her delight unabated. You must be Yunyun, correct? Being a female, it is only right for my son to care for you. Do not worry. There are plenty of beast skins here that are surplus to my needs. Taking a few is of no consequence. Observing Xia Yunyun's cheeks flush slightly, mother assumes she is merely shy and offers soothing reassurances to Xia Yunyun can only respond, I find myself at a loss for words. Mother, let us not discuss this for now. Yunyun lacks beast skins. I have come to retrieve some for her. With mother clinging stubbornly to her notions, Xia shifts the conversation back to the matter at hand. Upon hearing that Xia has brought Xia Yunyun to collect beast skins, mother's expression betrays her amusement. She has no male. Why then should she use your beast skins? You are not her mate. After all, why should she be entitled to use your skins? Yu retorts, visibly irked. Having always been on good terms with mother and being Xia's cousin, she has never received a single beast skin from him, so it is only natural for her to feel resentful that another female is receiving them so effortlessly. Xia Yunyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjects, perhaps I should ask Yutsong to bring back some beast skins instead. It feels inappropriate to impose on you. Xia, taken aback by Xia Yunyun's sudden distance, furrows his brow deeply, casting a disapproving glance at Yu and pursing his lips. Before he can voice a response, mother interrupts Xia Yunyun, affectionately grasping her hand. You have 8 males at home. Naturally, you cannot compare to her. She is a newcomer, and as a young female, you need not worry that I have plenty of beast skins that go unused. Taking a few is no issue. Mother is astute, immediately perceiving her son's concern for this female, and thus leans heavily in her favor. Such a rare and lovely female. She must ensure her son keeps her. The warmth in her words causes Xia Yunyun's expression to soften. She had thought the females here would be unfriendly towards her, yet Xia's mother proves to be exceedingly kind. In contrast to Yu, the difference is night and day. Thank you. Xia Yunyun replies sincerely. Ever since her mother's passing, she has not experienced such care from anyone. Even her aunt has only provided monetary concern, never treating her with such genuine kindness. In that moment, Xia Yunyun begins to believe that beastmen truly are pure-hearted and benevolent, capable of treating a stranger with such sincerity, far surpassing the various intrigues and disputes of modern life. Moved by mother's kindness, she instinctively overlooks Yu's previous hostility. Haha, little female, there's no need to be polite with me. If you need anything, just tell my son directly. Mother chuckles, patting her hand before walking toward the corner of the cave. In a short while, she returns with several large beast skins in hand. Yu watches in envy as mother approaches with the skins. These are the skins of the white-furred beasts Xia hunted from the wild forest not long ago. What do you think? Xia Yunyun glances over white-furred beasts. I assent that just the fleece skin stripped off? Feeling the texture, she finds it indeed much softer than the skin she had used previously. and the fleece is not thick, making it comfortable to wear even now. Seeing that Hu mother intends to give these skins to Xia Yunyun, Hu Yuyu steps forward indignantly. Madam, these skins are precious. Xia Yunyun nearly risked his life to bring them from the wild forest. How can they be given to an outsider? She has long had her eye on these skins, yet none of her males possess the skill to hunt white-furred beasts. Rendering her envious of Hu mother's bounty. Is simply unacceptable that they are being freely gifted to this female. Xia Yunyun, taken aback by the unexpected generosity, turns to Hu Xiyue in disbelief. Are these skins really so significant? You could simply give me one that is usable. If they are important, you should keep them. As she speaks, Xia Yunyun attempts to return the skins to Hu mother. Given Hu Yuyu's words, it seems the skins are quite valuable. She cannot accept such an important gift, for she would not want to owe a debt of gratitude. She has never considered taking something for free from others. Hu Yuyu scoffs, her expression dripping with disdain. You don't even know what a white-furred beast is. How have you survived this long? The skins of white-furred beasts are indeed rare and valuable. In times past, I seldom ventured outdoors, thus I was unaware of the trepidation that Xia Yunyun felt regarding the suspicion of her humanity, prompting her to hastily provide explanations. Observing Hu Yuyu's continuous targeting of Xia Yunyun, Hu Xiyu could no longer contain himself. Hu, if you have no pressing matters, you might as well return. It is not as if I am a beast from my mother's den, and I do not wish for your partner to be perpetually obstructing the way. Ever since Hu Yuyu had enhanced his prowess, he frequently sought out his mother and often bothered him, which had become quite irksome. Siyu, I did not anticipate you would address her in such a manner. Hu Yuyu remarked, her expression darkening. Glancing at Xia Yunyun's visage, which was far more enchanting than her own, Hu Xiyu gritted his teeth in frustration, letting out a huff before turning on his heel and exiting the cave. Is it truly acceptable to speak to her in that fashion? A twinge of guilt gnawed at Xia Yunyun, as she felt responsible for the tension that had arisen between the two. However, Hu Xiyu appeared utterly unfazed, dismissing Hu Yuyu without a second thought. It is of no consequence. Do not concern yourself with her, he said with a tone laden with disdain. Hu Mu observed the two with a smile. Should you desire anything upon your return, inform Xiyu. Your physique is rather frail. You ought to consume more nourishing fare, lest it affect your ability to bear offspring in the future. Upon hearing the term offspring once more, Xia Yunyun felt a surge of disbelief. Did she truly appear to be someone who would struggle with childbirth? No, that was not the crux of the matter. She was not even married. How could the topic of childbearing arise? Meanwhile, Hu Xiyu lowered his gaze slightly, remaining silently beside them, refraining from interrupting their conversation. Upon returning to her dwelling, Xia Yunyun's first course of action was to quench her thirst, initially reluctant to accept the animal skins. She could not resist Hu Mu's enthusiasm and Hu Xiyu's insistence, thus she brought them back. She genuinely enjoyed conversing with Hu Xiyu's mother. It felt warm and comforting, and she couldn't help but wish her own mother were still alive. After placing the animal skins down, Xia Yunyun pondered how to transform them into garments when Yutsong returned, dragging along a sizable catch. Upon entering, Yutsong immediately noticed the additional animal skins in the cave, particularly the rare and precious white-furred variety. Where did these skins come from? He inquired, approaching while carrying a bundle wrapped in leaves. Though the stone city boasted greater strength than typical tribes, capturing a white-furred beast was no easy feat for any male. The notion of another male presenting skins to his mate stirred discontent within him. His mate was not to be claimed by any other male. Seeing Yutsong return, drenched in sweat, Xia Yunyun rushed over, offering him a drink. Your good friend Hu Xiyu visited today, and, upon seeing I had no animal skins, lent me a few that we shall return them later. Xia Yunyun conveniently omitted the awkward incidents of that day. Had she to recall those moments daily, she would scarcely know how to interact with Yutsong. Fortunately, Yutsong remained preoccupied with housing matters and did not broach the subject of their previous encounter. Is the white-furred beast particularly hard to catch? If it is, we might consider returning these skins. You can simply skin your prey and clean the hide for me to use. Sensing Yutsong's slight displeasure, Xia Yunyun cautiously inquired. She understood that lamb was quite expensive in modern times, yet she was uncertain whether the white-furred beast, akin to sheep, was equally rare here. Otherwise, why would Hu Yuyu display such anxiety over these skins? After drinking the water Xia Yunyun provided, Yutsong's expression improved somewhat as he scrutinized her from head to toe, adopting a serious demeanor. Just a few white-furred skins. Use them for now. once I resolve the housing issue. I will hunt a few white-furred beasts to return to Xia," he stated, a hint of guilt evident in his tone. Since Xia Yunyun had accompanied him, her days had not been easy. She had faced ostracization from the tribe, been robbed by serpentine beasts, and now lacked even a proper animal skin skirt. He realized he had not been thorough in his considerations. Really? Upon hearing Yutsong's words, Xia Yunyun's spirits lifted. After all, she was a woman. Lacking even a decent outfit made her hesitant to step outside. Now, with the animal skins, she could finally have something presentable to wear. The garments she currently donned were borrowed from Xia, and they were quite oversized, ill-fitting for her. Indeed, Yutsong nodded earnestly. Observing Xia Yunyun's delight tugged at his heartstrings, solidifying his resolve to adequately compensate her. However, how was she to fashion clothing from the animal skins? Did she possess any needles or thread? Xia Yunyun began to fret once more. Humu had only provided her with the skins, neglecting to instruct her on crafting garments from them. She was aware that modern clothing required needles and thread, but was uncertain how such things were procured in this realm. Needles and thread? Yutsong's face reflected confusion. Upon witnessing his expression, Xia Yunyun was suddenly beset by a foreboding sense. Surely, they could not lack such essentials here. How then was she to make clothing? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Previously, while foraging for stinky grass in the wild forest, she had encountered slender fibers from certain vines that in modern times. She had heard that clothing was crafted from plant fibers. Perhaps that could serve as a substitute for thread. With this thought, Xia Yunyun promptly shared her idea with Yutsong, urging him to keep an eye out for those vines during his hunts. "No problem," Yutsong affirmed, nodding. He knew that the skirts worn by females were typically tied directly. Although he was unclear about Xia Yunyun's intentions, he was determined to assist her in finding what she needed. "I will search for them while hunting this afternoon. Let us eat first." Only then did Xia Yunyun realize it was already midday. Having consumed only fruits that morning, her stomach had begun to grumble. "Very well, let us dine." Just as she spoke, she noticed Yutsong's expression shift momentarily. As she pondered this change, Xia entered the cave, bearing a stone-plattered Xia. "What brings you here?" Xia Yunyun was taken aback. Having not anticipated his swift return, that I worried Yutsong might not have returned, so I brought some fruits that females enjoyed. "It seems you have already returned," he replied, surprised to find Yutsong present. Yutsong, maintaining a placid demeanor, regarded Xia with an indifferent gaze as he looked past the fruits presented. "I will return the animal skins once I resolve the housing issue. Furthermore, I will ensure Xia Yunyun is provided with the appropriate sustenance in exchange for her stay here." Among beast men, the principle of clear accounts prevailed. Even among good friends, matters concerning females required meticulous clarity. After all, no male would permit his mate to utilize the possessions of another male, for that would signify inadequacy and imply the need for shared guardianship over the female. A notion Yutsong would not tolerate. "Just a few animal skins. I have no need for them. My mother has my father, and she does not require my skins," Xia attempted to deflect. The firm boundary Yutsong had established between him and Xia Yunyun left him feeling somewhat discontented. Yet, Yutsong's resolute response came unyieldingly. "I can provide for my female." Xia ceased further protest. Recognizing he could not infringe upon Yutsong's limits, he donned a facade of joviality, behaving as though the prior discomfort had not occurred. "I appreciate your assistance during these few days." Yutsong suddenly shifted his tone. Xia hesitated. Realizing Yutsong was expressing gratitude, he shrugged nonchalantly, muttering, "It's no trouble." Xia Yunyun, unaware of the intricacies between the two, thanked Xia, ultimately leading Yutsong to decline the fruits he offered. She was ignorant of the customs among beast men, feeling she owed Xia a significant debt, which she resolved to repay gradually. As Xia departed, Xia Yunyun remained oblivious to the helplessness evident in his gaze. Perceiving Yutsong's slightly altered demeanor, she was about to inquire about his well-being when he suddenly produced the leaf-wrapped bundle he had returned with. Upon unveiling it, Xia Yunyun discovered not only the apples he often brought her, but also several long, white fruits, still muddied as though recently unearthed. Without a doubt, these were foraged by Yutsong. "What are these?" she asked, intrigued as she examined the unfamiliar items, which seemed vaguely familiar yet eluded her memory. "Baiju," Yutsong replied seriously. "The old shaman advised consuming more of it," I inquired. "And it can be eaten or awas if engaged in an exceedingly significant task." "Baiju?" Xia Yunyun paused, holding the baiju in her hand. astonished that the old veterinarian had casually mentioned it to her before, and she had actually committed it to memory, even going so far as to dig it up herself. She recalled that in modern times, this item was as precious as ginseng, and in the realm of beastmen, it surely wouldn't be as commonplace as radishes and cabbages. Strangely, Xia Yunyun felt a surge of emotion within her after cleaning one bijou. She took a bite. The taste was somewhat astringent, likely due to its burial in the soil, resembling that of a radish, devoid of any sweetness. However, compared to the thick, dark liquid she had been drinking, this was nothing short of a delicacy. On the side, Yutsong was grilling meat. After numerous demonstrations and teachings from Xia Yunyun, he had begun to grasp the art of roasting, and the meat he produced was no longer met with her disdain. For 2 consecutive days, Xia Yunyun spent her time within the cave, gradually regaining her strength, occasionally stepping outside to bask in the sun while awaiting Yutsong's return. On the 4th day in the fox den, while Xia Yunyun was busy grinding animal hides, waiting for the thread to begin making clothes, she suddenly saw the snow lion returning, its body marked with splotches of blood. Upon seeing the snow lion, Xia Yunyun was momentarily taken aback that it was still afternoon. Typically, Yutsong would return around noon or in the evening, so why was he back so early today? Moreover, the blood appeared to be more abundant than usual. Yutsong, what happened? Why are you back so early today? Xia Yunyun quickly picked up a piece of animal hide and gently wiped the bloodstains from the snow lion's body. The snow lion seemed fatigued, waiting for her to finish before transforming into human form. His face, stark and uninviting, bore an unmistakable weariness, yet his deep brown eyes sparkled with excitement. Yunyun, we can have our own house now. I'll take you to choose one shortly. Yutsong's voice was laced with exhilaration. Finally, they would no longer have to reside in the fox den. They could have a home of their own. Really? Hearing Yutsong's words, Xia Yunyun's face lit up momentarily. But then she quickly adopted a serious expression. The house can wait. First, tell me what you've been up to these past few days. Each time Yutsong returned, even if injured, he never appeared this exhausted, which left her puzzled about what had transpired today. Whenever he ventured out, he claimed to be hunting, but even if that were the case, there was no need to rush so. Noticing the resolute glint in Xia Yunyun's eyes, Yutsong's gaze remained as tranquil as ever as he lightly responded, I killed a few ferocious beasts and obtained some life crystals, which will allow us to trade for a larger house. I also caught a few white-furred beasts for Husai. Hearing Yutsong speak so nonchalantly about these matters brought a moisture to Xia Yunyun's eyes. He had confronted such vicious beasts all alone. Thanks to Yutsong's explanations, she had acquired some knowledge. Not every beast killed yielded a life crystal. Even with a few ferocious beasts, Yutsong would need to slay several to obtain the crystals. Xia Yunyun opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. It's nothing, just a few ferocious beasts. Now, let us go choose a big house. Why Yutsong donned his animal hide skirt and took Xia Yunyun's hand. As if the wounds on his body were non-existent, he would never let Xia Yunyun know that he had ventured deep into the wild forest, confronting the dens of over 10 ferocious beasts to procure the 4 life crystals he now possessed. Before they could exit the fox den, they were intercepted. Where do you think you're going? The Fox King, having appeared seemingly out of nowhere, stood at the entrance, blocking their path. Upon seeing the Fox King's serious expression, Xia Yunyun felt an ominous premonition and clutched Yutsong's hand tightly. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days, but I am taking Yunyun to find a house today, Yutsong replied, frowning slightly as he subtly shielded Xia Yunyun behind him. With so many dens in my fox den, is it necessary to seek out a house? I believe your female should simply reside here with me. The Fox King's stern face suddenly broke into a smile. Xia Yunyun looked at Yutsong in confusion, her eyes flashing with the words, what should we do? No. Thank you that my female will naturally be cared for by me. It would not be appropriate for her to live in the fox den. Although it was Husai who had saved Xia Yunyun, Yutsong wished to minimize any entanglements with the fox tribe. Sensing the tension in the air, Xia Yunyun attempted to lighten the mood. Well, Fox King, we owe you a debt, and Yutsong will repay it. What if the Fox King was afraid she would run away? Hence not allowing her to leave. The Fox King maintained his smile. Yet Xia Yunyun felt no warmth from It's settled then. We'll be on our way. Goodbye. Xia Yunyun tugged Yutsong forward. Suddenly a cold voice rang out ahead. What if I don't let you leave? Xia Yunyun's body stiffened, realizing that the Fox King seemed to have some nefarious plan. Why Yutsong? Let us hurry. A sense of dread surged within her as she pulled Yutsong to run. You think you can leave? You believe this four-crystal beast man can take you away? The Fox King scoffed, transforming into a fire fox and darting in front of her in an instant. Yutsong's expression tightened as he transformed into a snow lion, attempting to flee with Xia Yunyun, but unexpectedly, the fire fox collided violently with him, sending his body hurtling far away, uncontrollably, by the time the snow lion picked itself up from the ground. Xia Yunyun and the fire fox had already vanished from sight. Damn it! How could he have been so careless, underestimating the Fox King's cunning and premeditated schemes? He should have taken Yunyun away sooner. Inside the fox den, Xia Yunyun was captured by the fire fox and unceremoniously tossed onto a pile of grass. It was the same room belonging to Hu Sai, yet Xia Yunyun no longer felt the ease she once had. Fox King, why did you bring me back? Yutsong will repay your kindness. Xia Yunyun, still under the impression that the Fox King was afraid she would leave without repaying her debt, nervously assured him. Hiki, the fire fox transformed into human form, stroking his red whiskers, and suddenly burst into soft laughter. What are you laughing at? Xia Yunyun had lost all fondness for the beastman who had captured her. Don't you know that any male who saves a female can make a request of her? The Fox King turned to face Xia Yunyun, his long and deep red eyes scrutinizing her from head to toe. What request? Instinctively guarding her chest, Xia Yunyun felt a jolt of alarm. This old fox wouldn't want her as a mate. Would he? She had no interest in an older man. Before the Fox King could speak, she continued, don't go too far. Although you are the Fox King, it was merely your son Hu Sai who saved me. I already have Yutsong and won't seek another male. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's words, the Fox King's expression clearly faltered as he stepped closer, causing the previously animated Xia Yunyun to sit down in shock on the pile of grass, as the Fox King suddenly laughed. You're quite an amusing female. Rest assured, I already have a mate. A male will only ever have one mate, and I have no intention of making any requests of you. The Fox King realized that Xia Yunyun had misunderstood his intentions, which only made him laugh more heartily. This female not only possessed beauty, but was also delightful in conversation. If only she could become his son's mate, it would be splendid. Initially startled by the Fox King's words, Xia Yunyun sighed in relief upon hearing his explanation. Since everything's fine, could you please let me go? Yutsong is still waiting for me. Xia Yunyun stood up and walked toward the cave's entrance. Wait, while I'm not making any demands of you, I also never said you could leave here. The Fox King abruptly blocked Xia Yunyun's path. What exactly do you want? Xia Yunyun looked at the Fox King in exasperation. Not allowing her to leave without an explanation was indeed peculiar. Since my son saved you, why not stay and be his mate? After all, you only have one male and have not yet bonded. What? No way. As soon as she heard the Fox King's words, Xia Yunyun immediately rejected the notion to ask her to bond with Hu Sai. That was tantamount to marriage. She had not even agreed to Yutsong yet. How could she possibly consent to this Hu Sai, whom she had only known for a few days? While he had indeed saved her life, she was not one to subscribe to archaic traditions that demanded such a bond. This is not solely your decision. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's firm refusal, the Fox King was not angered. Instead, he chuckled again. This is an unwritten rule among beast men. Do you intend to defy it? In a moment of stunned silence, Xia Yunyun found herself at a loss for words. No wonder that Yutsong had so presumptuously insisted she be his companion. It was all due to this. What a ludicrous regulation, more abhorrent than feudal superstitions. The notion that saving a life necessitates a pledge of oneself. You had better think this through carefully. If you defy the rule, you will face punishment. Until you make a decision, you cannot meet that lion. I shall not permit him to enter. I will arrange for food to be brought to you by the beasts. The Fox King assumed that Xia Yunyun hesitated, and after speaking, prepared to leave. Wait, what about Hu Sai? Are you so cavalier in finding him a partner? Will he even agree? Xia Yunyun was uncertain what punishment the Fox King referred to. However, she understood that as long as Hu Sai did not consent, this demand would not be made, and thus, nothing would come of it. The Fox King halted, his voice tinged with age. There is no need to worry about Sai. He is not in the fox den today. If you agree, I will let you meet that lion. With that, the Fox King strode out without delay. Xia Yunyun made a face at the cave entrance. What is this nonsense? This is nothing short of coercion into marriage. Having been educated in the principles of monogamy in the 21st century, how could she possibly accept the custom of polyandry here? Even if she could not change the other beast men, She could never be like them. Marrying multiple males, staring at the empty fox den, Xia Yunyun could only sit helplessly on a pile of grass, utterly at a loss. Outside the fox den, Yutsong was blocked from entering by several male beast men. Compared to the others, Yutsong remained relatively composed, wandering outside the fox den for quite some time, knowing that the Fox King would not harm Xia Yunyun and understanding the reason for her being left behind. Guarding the cave entrance were several Sanjing beast men. Although he could force his way in, he could not defeat the Fox King, and even if he did enter, he would be unable to bring Yunyun out. After much contemplation, Yutsong could not devise a solution and decided to seek Hu Xiua, only to discover that he could not find him anywhere in the entire stone city, with no other option. Yutsong resolved to search outside the city. Outside the stone city, Xiyu, having been gravely injured by the Fox King, did not return to the barbaric forest but instead found a cave to reside in just outside the city. Beastmen possess formidable recovery abilities, and as a Lu Jing beastman, his wounds had nearly healed within a matter of days that he felt a lingering guilt over Xia Yunyun's injury and had been inquiring among the beastmen about how to nourish a female. He had been meandering through the forest, contemplating when to seize an opportunity to check on her condition that in his human form. Xiyu walked through the forest outside the stone city, carrying a large beast skin bundle on his back. Headed straight for the city, suddenly, a rustle in the grass caught his attention, and his silver-gray triangular eyes narrowed as he instantly readied for battle. Roar! Soon, a snow-white snow lion emerged from the brush. "It's you!" Xiyu exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter this snow lion here. Roar, roar! The snow lion, upon seeing Xiyu, appeared equally excited, pawing the ground as if ready to charge at him. Its sharp fangs were exposed to the air, showing none of the gentleness it displayed towards Xia Yunyun. "You cannot defeat me. I do not seek to take the female. I merely wish to deliver something to her." With that, Xiyu set the large beast skin bundle down on the ground. Hearing his words, the snow lion paused, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in its eyes. Observing Shiyu's calm demeanor, it seemed he truly was not there to claim Yunyun. The expression on the snow lion's face softened slightly as it retracted its fangs and transformed into human form. "Yunyun is my female. She requires none of your offerings. Return to your barbaric forest. Do not presume that just because I do not fight you, you can appear before me unrestrained." Yutsong spoke bluntly, showing no fear of provoking Xiyu. He had not forgotten that this serpent beast was the cause of Yunyun's injury. Had it not been for her wounds, she would not have been captured by the solitary king. "This is what I have brought to nourish the female. The veterinarian said it would be beneficial for her. I can forego seeing her. You merely need to deliver this to her." Xiyu remained unperturbed, maintaining a placid expression as he tossed the bundle before Yutsong. Yutsong was somewhat taken aback, surprised that he had indeed come only to deliver something. However, he still had no intention of accepting anything from Xiyu. "You should leave. Yunyun does not need these things now, and you should not seek her out again." Yutsong felt no goodwill towards him and did not wish to disclose Xia Yunyun's current situation. The serpent beasts were an exceedingly perceptive race, and Xiyu keenly sensed the subtle shift in Yutsong's tone, furrowing his brow. "Something has happened to the female, hasn't he?" It was not a question but a statement of certainty. Given that it was not hunting season, there was no reason for this lion to loiter in the forest. Observing Yutsong's anxious expression, Xiyu realized something must indeed be amiss. Yutsong remained silent and turned to leave. "I will not pursue the female again. I only wish to know how she is. If something is wrong, I can assist." Shiyu's tone was sincere. He genuinely hoped that nothing had befallen the female. At this, Yutsong's thoughts shifted, and he halted. "Follow me." "Not good. The serpent beast has invaded." The serpent beast was heading towards the fox den where the Fox King resided. "Quick, inform the Fox King," within the stone city. The appearance of a massive black python caused a stir throughout the city. Lu Jing beastmen were already rare, and even within the stone city, only the royal beasts of the four tribes possessed strength above Lu Jing. At that moment, Shiyu's beast form, the python, had arrived at the entrance of the fox den, and he certainly remembered the route as it was here that he had been defeated last time. The silver-gray triangular eyes looked disdainfully at the fox tribe beastmen, who appeared like ants before him. Here, only the Fox King and the other three tribal kings could invoke any fear in him. In his mind echoed the words of the snow lion outside the stone city. "Yunyun is trapped in the fox den by the Fox King and cannot escape, that I must find a way to rescue her." "You are a Lu Jing beast man. You should be able to buy some time before the Fox King that if you can lure him away, I can enter and bring Yunyun out. Though this method offered him no advantage. Xia Yu agreed without a moment's hesitation. Before long, an elderly man with a red beard emerged. You serpent beast, are you planning to steal the female again? It seems that letting you go last time was a grave mistake. The Fox King gazed at the now nearly healed Xia Yu, his eyes glinting with coldness. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant python regarded the Fox King with indifference, fully aware of his purpose for this visit. He sought to delay the Fox King, granting the snow lion time to rescue the female. The most intolerable offense for beastmen was the invasion of their territory, and Xia Yu's incursion directly touched the Fox King's bottom line. Without a moment's hesitation, the Fox King immediately grew in size, his beast skin tearing into shreds as his fire-red fox form swiftly charged at Xia Yu, seemingly intent on killing him. All the beastmen's attention was focused on the battle between the serpent beast and the Fox King, and none noticed a white shadow swiftly flit past a corner outside the fox den, disappearing in an instant. Though the fox den was a labyrinth, rendering it nearly impossible for an average person to navigate, Yutsong had entered numerous times and could easily avoid the fox tribe members. Roar! Upon arriving at Husiue's den, the snow lion let out a low growl, careful not to make it too loud to avoid attracting the attention of the fox tribe. The den was eerily quiet, and upon entering, the snow lion found it completely empty. Besides some fruits and unmade beast-skin skirts, there was no sign of Xia Yunyun. Roar! Where is Yunyun? A flicker of panic flashed in his deep brown lion eyes. What had happened? Where had Yunyun gone? Anxiously pacing, the snow lion soon dashed out of the den again. Despite the lioness visage, it was not hard to see the urgency and distress etched across its face. Meanwhile, one was stalling for time against the Fox King. Another was desperately searching for Xia Yunyun, while the instigator of this farce wandered about the fox den like a headless fly. What is this place? Why can't I find an exit? Frustrated, Xia Yunyun stamped her foot, beads of sweat cascading down her flushed face. Exhausted, she leaned against the wall, unable to refrain from striking it in frustration. Originally, she had thought that with no beastmen guarding the cave at this moment, she could sneak out. As a result, wandering through the corridors of the fox den, she had lost track of time, her feet aching as if they might break, yet she still had not glimpsed the exit. The darkness of the fox den enveloped her. She could only gingerly lean against the walls of the stone cave to avoid crashing into them, utterly oblivious to her whereabouts. Clinging to the wall, Xia Yunyun advanced inch by inch. Just as she was on the verge of giving up, a flicker of light suddenly appeared ahead and a wave of surprise surged within her. At last, she had found the exit. Enduring the pain of her blistered feet, Xia Yunyun, filled with hope, moved toward that glimmer of light. After what felt like nearly 10 minutes, she finally reached the cave's mouth. Nevertheless, the joy of discovering the fox den's exit was enough to lift her spirits. Stepping outside, Xia Yunyun stretched her arms wide, embracing the open air. She had finally emerged. She wondered where Yutsong was now. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, she looked around, only to be struck by a troubling realization. She seemed to have no familiarity with this place at all. What was this location? Why did it feel different from the entrance to the fox den? Yet, it also seemed eerily similar. The thought was overwhelming. What could be more terrifying than having finally found an exit, only to discover she was utterly lost? Well, whatever may come, she resolved to move forward and not dwell on her surroundings. After all, escaping the fox den and ensuring that the Fox King could not recapture her was her priority. All around her were enormous stone blocks resembling foam mountains, though not as exquisitely crafted as modern decorative stoneworks. They possessed a raw, natural charm. The variously sized stones soon left Xia Yunyun feeling dizzy, as she wandered in circles, convinced she was merely treading the same ground. She needed to see what was happening outside. Just as she was aimlessly walking, she suddenly heard a male voice not far off. Oh no! Could it be that she had been spotted by the beastmen of the fox tribe upon her escape? Without waiting for the voice to draw closer, she pressed herself against a stone, hiding her body. Indeed, listening intently as the voices grew nearer, Xia Yunyun strove to keep her body tightly pressed against the stone. Surrounding her were bushes reaching half her height, and a strong scent of earth and grass filled her nostrils. She covered her nose, daring not to make a sound. Thankfully, the scent masked her own, preventing her from being detected by the several male fox tribe members who passed by. Once they had moved on, Xia Yunyun exhaled a sigh of relief, her body giving way as she sank onto the grass. Thank goodness she hadn't been discovered. Otherwise, she would have been captured again. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden chill beneath her foot caused her to pause. Rising, she lifted her foot to discover a scale the size of an infant's fist. Shimmering in a pale blue hue under the sunlight, quite a sight to behold. Was this a fish scale? Although Xia Yunyun had never encountered such a large scale before, aside from the scales of the serpent spirit, she was certain it belonged to a fish. If she could mistake this, it would be a disservice to her fondness for fish during her time in the modern world. What could possibly explain the presence of fish scales here? And such a large one at that. A curious blue color, how strange. Could there be fish beastmen residing in this stone city? Xia Yunyun murmured to herself, holding the pale blue scale tightly. Never mind that. First, she needed to find a way out. Turning around, she resolved to ask Yutsong about it later. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a small black opening concealed by the bushes. What is this? Taking a couple of steps closer, Xia Yunyun scrutinized the little opening with curiosity. She had been so preoccupied that she hadn't noticed how the surrounding bushes were denser, almost as if they were deliberately hiding something. Instinctively, Xia Yunyun bent down, reaching out to part the foliage. Sure enough, a half-height opening appeared before her, just low enough to have gone unnoticed previously, before she could fully comprehend the interior of the opening. Another scale came into view, perfectly shielded by the bushes, lying serenely in the center of the entrance, its pale blue hue identical to the one in her hand. Could the owner of these fish scales reside within this cave? A thought suddenly struck Xia Yunyun. Since the fish scale was here, there must be some passage leading somewhere. Even if it wasn't the home of the scale's owner, there had to be another exit. Otherwise, how could this opening remain undiscovered by the beastmen? After some reflection, Xia Yunyun tightened her grip on the scale. Wandering aimlessly would only lead to being recaptured by the fox tribe's beastmen. So it would be better to explore this cave and uncover its secrets. Perhaps it would allow her to escape the fox den for good. Resolute, Xia Yunyun bent down and crawled into the cave. Upon entering, she remembered to carefully arrange the bushes at the entrance to conceal it, avoiding detection. The opening, only half her height, forced her to stoop as she made her way inside. Before long, she noticed that the height of the cave seemed to increase, allowing her to stand upright. This surely must be a secret passage. With her spirits lifted, Xia Yunyun quickened her pace. Inside, it was dark, and she felt her way forward, as if there were only one path to follow. After walking for what felt like several minutes, she finally emerged into the light once more. Learning from her previous experience, Xia Yunyun was cautious this time, carefully peering out to ensure no beastmen were around before stepping out. This exit was thankfully free from bush cover. Looking around, Xia Yunyun noticed no significant differences, only larger trees and smaller stone blocks compared to before. However, she did observe one important detail. There were none of the fox den entrances she had seen previously. Her heart soared with joy as she stepped forward, relieved to have left the fox den behind. As she exited the small grove, Xia Yunyun lifted her head to find a tall building standing before her. At first glance, it seemed as if she had arrived in the modern world, standing outside a villa. While she pondered this, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Yes, I have already had the Fox King consume those items, and I added them to the food of the other beastmen as well. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, and Xia Yunyun perked up, holding her breath as she listened intently. Excellent. Has the Fox King had any recent contact with other tribes? Aside from a private meeting with the Wolf King, he has not interacted with any beastmen outside the Fox tribe. I heard you rescued a female a few days ago. Has she been staying in the Fox Den? Yes. Does that female have a mate? No, the mechanical responses only deepened Xia Yunyun's confusion. What was the nature of the relationship between these two? Cautiously inching closer to the towering stone wall, she maneuvered her body to get nearer to the source of the voices. Before long, she spotted two male beastmen standing face to face. One of them had a familiar profile, and as she blinked a couple of times, it suddenly dawned on her. It was the fox Shi, whom she hadn't seen in days. No wonder the voice had sounded so familiar. But who was the male beastman standing opposite him? Lost in thought, Xia Yunyun didn't realize that the conversation was gradually fading away. Standing still for too long, her legs began to tingle, prompting her to shift her weight slightly. However, the dense grass beneath her caused a rustling sound. Who was there? A cold voice suddenly cut through the air, causing Xia Yunyun's heart to leap into her throat. Oh no! Had she been discovered? Surely she wouldn't be sent back so easily. The male had just inquired about whose side. Suddenly, the unfamiliar male muttered something. and Xia Yunyun heard a series of footsteps gradually approaching her, pressing her back against the stone wall. A sense of foreboding washed over Xia Yunyun. She wished to flee, yet her feet felt as if they were encased in plaster, rendering her immobile. She could only resign herself to fate and close her eyes. Yunyun, what brings you here? A startled voice broke the silence, and Xia Yunyun opened her eyes to find Husai, clad in a fur skirt, gazing at her in astonishment. "Oh, how fortuitous. You are here as well. I was merely wandering about and did not mean to intrude. Please, continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." Having been discovered, she turned to depart, only to be abruptly halted by the unfamiliar male's voice. "You are the female rescued by Sai, are you not? Since you are here, why not engage in conversation before you leave?" In the blink of an eye, a figure stood directly before her. Xia Yunyun froze, sensing the encroaching shadow ahead. Raising her gaze, she beheld a somewhat hunchbacked middle-aged man, his coppery eyes wide open, observing her. Dressed in a fur skirt like the other males, he possessed a pair of pitch-black irises that momentarily led her to believe she was gazing upon a human. He was the first orc with entirely black eyes she had encountered in this realm. Had she not fully accepted her current surroundings, she might have mistakenly thought there were others of her kind present. "Indeed, I am Xia Yunyun. And you are?" Realizing escape was futile, Xia Yunyun boldly met his gaze. "This is our elder from the monkey tribe of Stone City. Elder, this is the female that Yutsong and I rescued from the wilderness forest," Husai interjected, introducing Xia Yunyun to the monkey tribe elder. Elder? Upon hearing this title, Xia Yunyun was momentarily taken aback and inquired, puzzled. It turned out this orc was the elder of Stone City, a figure Husai had often extolled, and she was finally meeting him in person. "You know me?" The monkey tribe elder's expression darkened, a strange light flickering in his eyes as he regarded Xia Yunyun, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. "I have long admired your reputation. Husai frequently shares tales of Stone City, so I know a little about you," Xia Yunyun replied with a smile, diverting her gaze as she stepped behind Husai. For reasons she could not quite articulate, she felt an inexplicable unease towards this elder and preferred to limit her interaction with him. Unbeknownst to her, as she spoke, a complex expression flitted across the elder's eyes. "That it was I who mentioned her to him. I believe Yutsong intends to settle in Stone City, so I introduced her," Husai explained, unaware of any peculiarities regarding the elder. To him, females required protection. With a male present, there was no need for a female to speak, especially one as delicate and lovely as Xia Yunyun. "Is that so? Stone City is indeed a splendid abode for females." The elder cast a glance at Husai, who was so protective of Xia Yunyun, implying that Stone City was a commendable place for her to reside. However, before Xia Yunyun could respond, the elder abruptly changed the subject. "This is my dwelling. Why are you not residing in Husai's fox den? How did you come to my abode?" Cornered by this pivotal question, Xia Yunyun could only respond with an awkward smile. "I was merely bored and decided to take a stroll, but I lost my way and ended up here. I had no idea the fox den and your dwelling were connected." She would never admit that she intended to escape. "Is Yutsong out again today?" Husai asked, puzzled. He had not been at the fox den for the past few days. With Yutsong's care, Xia Yunyun should be safe, yet he still found her presence here somewhat odd. "Yes," Xia Yunyun replied, lowering her head, avoiding Husai's questioning gaze. Husai had been absent for the past few days. It seemed he was unaware that the Fox King had confined her to the fox den, forbidding Yutsong from entering. Perhaps it was best not to inform him just yet. There might still be an opportunity to escape. With this thought in mind, Xia Yunyun resolved to speak up. "I am feeling somewhat hungry. Husai, could you escort me back?" She had not encountered any fox tribe orcs in the fox den earlier, and she hoped to avoid them now. Naturally, Husai would not refuse a request from a female, especially not from Xia Yunyun. "Elder, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to converse with you another time." After politely bidding farewell to the elder, Husai led Xia Yunyun away. Once they escaped the monkey tribe elder's line of sight, Xia Yunyun let out a sigh of relief. "What were you discussing with the elder?" Once assured that the elder would not suddenly appear, Xia Yunyun inquired curiously. "I sought the elder's counsel regarding advancement. I often consult him, which is why my strength has grown so rapidly," Husai replied, his pace unbroken, his tone filled with respect and admiration for the elder. Xia Yunyun, trailing behind, felt a twinge of confusion at the mention of advancement and strength. It seemed at odds with what she had just overheard. Did the elder say anything, perhaps about food? Xia Yunyun pondered, recalling that she had heard him mention something about what the Fox King and the orcs had consumed. Food? Are you that hungry? I'll prepare some roasted meat for you when we return. Do you prefer meat or fruit? Husai appeared to misunderstand her words, his expression one of bewilderment, which Xia Yunyun noticed. What was happening? Did he not remember what he had just said? Orcs were not known for such poor memory. How could he forget so quickly? Though puzzled, Xia Yunyun refrained from probing further, opting instead for a casual response. After all, eavesdropping on others' conversations was hardly a noble act, with Husai by her side. Xia Yunyun soon returned to the cave where she had been staying. To her delight, they encountered no fox tribe orcs along the way. She now had an opportunity to slip away. How strange. The fox den is unusually quiet today, Husai remarked, puzzled as he returned to the cave, preparing to help Xia Yunyun find food. Wait, could you take me outside with you? Xia Yunyun called out to Husai, who was about to leave. If she ventured out alone, she would undoubtedly lose her way again. Why not accompany Husai? Well, Husai hesitated, glancing at Xia Yunyun. Hunting posed little danger for males, but it was perilous for females. However, considering the absence of orcs in the fox den today, he reconsidered. It might not be entirely safe. Seeing the pleading look in Xia Yunyun's eyes, he could not find it in himself to refuse. Very well, you may accompany me, but do not wander off. Ultimately, Husai acquiesced to Xia Yunyun's request. Joyfully, Xia Yunyun followed Husai toward the exit of the fox den, mentally formulating a plan regarding Yutsong. Suddenly, a flash of white caught her eye in the distance. Xia Yunyun rubbed her eyes. Had she misseen? It seemed she had spotted Yutsong. Just as doubt crossed her mind, a familiar low growl reached her ears. In the next moment, she felt a furry sensation against her face. Why, Yutsong? It is truly you. Having grown fearful of confinement, Xia Yunyun threw her arms around the snow lion. As the first orc she had met in this place. She now regarded him as her unwavering support. Without Yutsong, she truly did not know where she would find herself. Roar! The snow lion responded with an excited growl, swiftly picking Xia Yunyun up and tossing her onto his back. Disregarding the puzzled Husai standing nearby, and bolted toward the cave entrance. In her elation at reuniting with Yutsong, Xia Yunyun momentarily forgot about Husai. Fortunately, Husai quickly regained his composure and followed suit. Before long, Xia Yunyun sensed something amiss. The closer they approached the cave entrance, the more peculiar noises she heard. Why, Yutsong? How did you get in here? Wasn't the Fox King prohibiting your entry? Xia Yunyun inquired. Puzzled as the memory returned to her, Roar, preoccupied with the desire to escape the fox den, Yutsong had no time to answer her question, only letting out a low growl as if to reassure her. Shortly thereafter, Xia Yunyun was greeted by sunlight once more. However, what was this wounded behemoth and that enormous red fox outside? Xiao? How could he be here? Xia Yunyun did not recognize the fox. But she did recognize the giant python she had spent many days with. She had never seen Xiao so severely injured. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's voice, Yutsong's gaze fixated on the giant python. Although he had greatly assisted himself, Xia Yunyun's preoccupation with the serpent beast continued to irk him. As soon as the words left his lips, the enormous fire fox unleashed its sharp claws. Striking fiercely at the python's vulnerable spot, the already severely injured python remained motionless, utterly defenseless. Xia Yunyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she realized that the serpent spirit, with whom she had shared countless moments not long ago, was on the brink of death beneath the fire fox's colossal talons. Father, wait! In that critical moment, a resounding voice rang in Xia Yunyun's ears, though the sudden outburst failed to halt the fire fox. It did grant the serpent spirit precious moments to flee. With a resounding thud, the python writhed, yet its tail could not escape its grim fate, being brutally struck by the fire fox, leaving a 3-meter-deep crater in the ground, within which lay a bloodied serpent tail. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yunyun could hardly bear to look. She gasped and covered her eyes. The tail had been mercilessly severed by the fire fox's strike, and it was not difficult to imagine what the outcome would have been had that claw struck the serpent spirit's vulnerable spot. Hiss! Hearing that faint sound, Xia Yunyun felt a pang of sympathy and stumbled down from the back of Yutsong. Rushing to his side, serpent spirit, the python, colossal in size, measuring over 10 meters in length, with a girth as thick as a barrel, had never before seemed vulnerable to any beast in her eyes. Yet now, it appeared she had been mistaken. Hiss! The python's triangular eyes barely opened a sliver, emitting a weak groan that seemed to respond to her call. How are you? Does it hurt? Xia Yunyun gently placed a hand on the serpent spirit's head. Oblivious to the source of the flowing blood that stained her hands, upon hearing her voice filled with concern, the python laid its head on the ground, closing its eyes in resignation. Yutsong, come quickly to see. Should we take the serpent spirit to find a veterinarian? Xia Yunyun cried out to the distant snow lion, her voice laced with tears. Although she had once been imprisoned by the serpent spirit, it had never harmed her and had always cared for her diligently. In the world of beasts, aside from Yutsong, the serpent spirit had treated her the best. She regarded him as a beloved older brother. And now, seeing him bloodied and lying before her, she found it impossible to accept this reality. The snow lion looked up at Xia Yunyun, whose eyes were red with tears, feeling displeased yet still approached her. Meanwhile, the fire fox transformed into human form, and Hu Shiyi, emerging from the fox den, gazed at him with a look of confusion. Father, what is happening? Why has this serpent beast returned to Giant Stone City? Hu Shiyi questioned, glancing toward the python, only to find Xia Yunyun anxiously kneeling beside it, further deepening his confusion that he recognized this serpent beast as the one that had abducted Xia Yunyun. Should she not hate it? Why was she grieving for the injured serpent beast? Did you bring that female out? The transformed Fox King retorted with a question, his narrow fox eyes fixated on Xia Yunyun. Yes, I brought her along to hunt. What is going on? Hu Shiyi replied, looking bewildered, sensing that something was amiss. You saved her without making any demands for her to be your mate? Why would you bring up that demand? Do you not wish for this female to be your companion? Hu Shiyi was taken aback by his father's unexpected inquiry. He wished to refuse but found the words stuck in his throat. After enhancing his strength, he had begun receiving attention from females who had previously shunned him. Yet he had never accepted any of them. His father had been monitoring this matter, and he had not anticipated that it would come up now. The snow lion, now in human form, approached Xia Yunyun instead of seeking a veterinarian. Pulling her gently to her feet, Yutsong, he means no harm and has never hurt me. Could you please find a veterinarian to help him? Xia Yunyun pleaded, knowing she could not resist Yutsong's authority. Yet refusing to give up her request, Yutsong disregarded the python entirely, focusing instead on the soft grass on the ground, expressionless as he wiped the blood from Xia Yunyun's hands. Yutsong, feeling the gentle motion of his hand, Xia Yunyun was touched and whispered a plea. Yet, Yutsong seemed to hear nothing, his deep brown eyes stubbornly fixed on her bloodied hands. Only when the blood was finally cleaned away did he grunt. He will not die. The thick scent of jealousy lingered, yet Xia Yunyun, absorbed in her concern for the serpent spirit, remained oblivious. No male could tolerate his female worrying over another male, especially one as possessive as the snow lion. Is he really all right? Xia Yunyun trusted her own eyes, yet Yutsong's assured tone did not seem deceptive. Before she could await Yutsong's response, she was drawn aside. Yutsong, what are you doing? Seeing Yutsong approach with an angry demeanor while pulling Xia Yunyun, Hu Shiyi's expression turned puzzled. I am taking Yunyun away. Yutsong's deep brown gaze swept over Hu Shiyi before landing on the Fox King. The words seemingly directed at both. No. The Fox King decisively denied, his red eyes locking onto Xia Yunyun, calculating. You think that with me here, you can take the female away? Hearing this exchange, Xia Yunyun tightened her grip on Yutsong's arm. She had just been worried about the serpent spirit, yet had not realized that the fire fox who had injured it was the Fox King, though she did not understand the situation. Knowing the Fox King's intentions, she was reluctant to remain in the fox den. Hu Shiyi also sensed the brewing tension and stepped forward. Father, what is happening? What are you planning? He did not wish for his good friend and father to become adversaries. What has changed in just 2 days? The Fox King regarded Hu Shiyi, showing no intention of answering, instead shifting his gaze to Xia Yunyun behind Yutsong. Female, your name is Xia Yunyun. Is it not? My son saved you, and you ought to grant him a request. I demand that you become his mate. Otherwise, you shall not leave the fox den, having been a king in Giant Stone City for decades. The Fox King was accustomed to commanding his subjects, and thus he never considered negotiating with Xia Yunyun. Unable to tolerate this commanding tone, Xia Yunyun retorted, what you are doing is no different from when the serpent spirit imprisoned me. Hu Shiyi should be the one to make the request here. Father, you misunderstand. I brought Yunyun back to assist Yutsong. I have no demands. Upon hearing their dialogue, Hu Shiyi finally grasped the situation. No wonder Yutsong had been so agitated upon seeing Xia Yunyun. It turned out his father had mistakenly assumed her to be his desired mate and was meddling in his affairs. After listening to Hu Shiye's explanation, the Fox King paused, appearing unconvinced that truly the case. Gazing into his father's eyes, Hu Shiyi shifted his gaze uncertainly, yet responded with conviction. Yes, father, since Yutsong has decided to take Yunyun away and her injuries are healing. Let them go. The Fox King scrutinized Hu Shiyi for a moment, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes before he suddenly laughed. So it was all a misunderstanding. In that case, I shall not keep you. Come visit the Fox Den again when you have the chance. The Fox King's arched eyebrows and smile made it difficult to reconcile with the fierce beast he had just been. Xia Yunyun, standing behind Yutsong, could not help but roll her eyes. She had never encountered someone who could change their demeanor so swiftly. She had no intention of returning to the Fox Den. Without further words with the Fox King, Yutsong led Xia Yunyun away from the Fox Den. Surprisingly, the serpent spirit, who had previously been immobile, seemed to have regained strength from an unknown source. Writhing its tailless body to follow in the direction Xia Yunyun had taken, unimpeded by any beasts. The earlier commotion caused by the battle between the serpent spirit and the Fox King had drawn many beasts to the area surrounding the Fox Den, creating a blockade. Now, seeing the serpent beast still alive, they parted to allow passage to in no time. The farcical scene dissipated. It was not until Yutsong brought her to the house he had prepared in advance that Xia Yunyun realized she had seemingly overlooked something. What was the deal with the bloodied python that had followed her all the way? It had been on the brink of death moments ago. How could it now be moving? Realizing this, Xia Yunyun's expression darkened. How dare it deceive her? Anger aside, the blood that stained his body could not be fabricated. After much pleading, Xia Yunyun finally persuaded Yutsong to allow Shiyu to enter the house. Transformed into human form, Shiyu was still drenched in blood, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Although Yutsong was displeased with Xia Yunyun's affection toward Shiyu, he was clear about their mutual grievances. As a male, he understood the severity of Shiyu's injuries. When Xia Yunyun boldly declared her intention to seek a veterinarian, he ultimately transformed into a lion to find one. Meanwhile, after Xia Yunyun departed, the Fox King seemed to have not dispelled his earlier thoughts, gazing meaningfully at his somewhat dejected youngest son. See, she is a fine female. Why not approach her directly with your desires? Having lived for decades, the Fox King easily discerned Fox Xia's feelings. Though he verbally denied it, his heart was still preoccupied. Such a beautiful female. Had he not already had a partner, he might have been tempted. Let alone his son who lacked one, but she was Yutsong's female. Fox Xi lowered his head, offering no direct answer. What if that was the case? They were not yet bonded as mates. Even without that requirement, he could still pursue her. Moreover, which female had only one partner? If he did not act, others surely would. Knowing his son's sentiments, the Fox King was determined to offer his unwavering support. Is that so? Upon hearing his father's words, a flicker of doubt momentarily glimmered in Fox Xia's eyes as he murmured softly, that very moment, in a large stone house adjacent to the Fox Den. A middle-aged male stood inside, gazing towards the direction of the den. Master, lunch is ready. A young female entered, carrying something resembling a platter, her head bowed, as if she were in the presence of a figure of utmost reverence. Set it down. The middle-aged male did not even glance at her, his gaze still fixed far off towards the Fox Den. He was troubled. Their earlier conversation had been overheard by a female, and she must have caught every word. No, he had to devise a plan. He could not allow her to divulge their discussion. The houses in Giant Stone City were constructed along the rivers, with a stream feeding into the city and flowing southward, creating an idyllic settlement. The small creek in front of Xia Yunyun's house was the uppermost tributary of the river within Giant Stone City. Situated at a higher elevation, true to its name, Giant Stone City was built from massive stones, and it was unclear what materials had been employed to ensure their stability. Xia Yunyun was genuinely astonished by the peculiarities of this beast-man world after learning from Yutsong how the house was constructed. The residence, obtained through the crystallization of life, was expansive, approximately 200 to 300 square meters. In contrast, her room in the Fox Den was merely around 100 square meters. Upon inquiry, she discovered that Yutsong had exchanged for 2 houses and had combined them into one. Simply because she had previously expressed her desire for a spacious home, why Yutsong's attentiveness to her words deeply moved her. In the modern world, although her aunt treated her well, they were not family. She had always felt like an invisible person, unnoticed by others, finding solace only in moments of indulgent feasting. The interior was sparsely furnished, devoid of beds or similar items, leaving Xia Yunyun with no choice but to let Xia lean against the wall. The sight of his bloodied form and myriad wounds pained her to behold. It was only when Yutsong returned with the veterinarian, who tended to Xiyu's injuries and provided care instructions after brewing a concoction akin to the dark medicinal potion she had previously consumed, that Xia Yunyun felt a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to the veterinarian, the afternoon had well passed. Gurgle. Having long surpassed lunchtime, the sound of her stomach growling reminded Xia Yunyun just how ravenous she had become. Turning her gaze towards Yutsong, who stood with his arms crossed, she offered an embarrassed smile, realizing that she would need to rely on him for food. Stay here and don't wander off. I will go hunt. Yutsong, having noticed Xia Yunyun's gaze and assessed the motionless Xiyu on the floor, likely concluded that he posed no threat at the moment, and thus cautioned Xia Yunyun before transforming into a lion and stepping outside to hunt. Okay, I will wait for your return at home. Xia Yunyun nodded, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She finally had a place she could call home. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's words, the snow lion, swiftly exiting the stone house, paused momentarily, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes before he swiftly disappeared from her view. With Yutsong gone, Xia Yunyun found herself without tasks. She tore a small piece from her animal skin skirt and washed it in the nearby creek, using it to wipe the blood from Xiyu's body. Lacking a basin, she had to make multiple trips back and forth to the creek, rinsing the bloodied skin piece before bringing it back inside to clean Xiyu. After over 20 trips, she finally managed to cleanse the blood from Xiyu's form. Once finished, Yutsong returned from his hunt, carrying a massive prey in his jaws. When he placed the catch on the ground, Xia Yunyun realized he had brought back not just one prey, but also a large bundle wrapped in animal skin. Yutsong, what is this? She inquired curiously as she approached. Although Yutsong had previously returned with fruits from his hunts, he had never brought back such a substantial package. Baiju, that serpent beast sought it out. You need nourishment, so I brought it along. Yutsong openly shared the details with Xia Yunyun. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun understood why Xiyu had suddenly appeared outside the fox den. It had been prearranged with Yutsong to divert the fox king and rescue her, not realizing she had also stealthily slipped away. Reflecting on the peculiar elder and fox Xiye's conversation, she intended to ask Yutsong about it, but the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air made her set aside those thoughts. Knowing that Xiyu did not consume cooked food, Xia Yunyun initially considered saving some raw meat for him, as he was likely unable to hunt in his current state. However, before she could voice her intentions, Yutsong had devoured the entirety of the prey. Perhaps the scent of the roasted meat was too overpowering, or perhaps the smoke in the room had awakened Xiyu, who had been resting with closed eyes. At an indeterminate moment, he opened his eyes, observing the two busy and intimate figures before him, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his heart, a sudden urge to separate them. Yutsong, how could you have eaten it all? Xia Yunyun exclaimed, astonished at the empty ground. She found it perplexing. Such a large prey should not have been completely consumed by Yutsong alone. I was a bit hungrier today, he replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he sat on the ground. His tone surprisingly composed and steady, not even blinking. Xia Yunyun sensed something unusual about Yutsong today. Helpless, she sighed and remarked, what about Xiyu? He cannot hunt now. What will he eat? I never allow males to hunt. Yutsong retorted, not even glancing at Xiyu. His implication was clear. He had no interest in what the serpent beast required for sustenance. Allowing the serpent beast into his home was already a display of his tolerance. He had no intention of providing it with food. What about him? Seeing Yutsong's demeanor, Xia Yunyun grew anxious. This was not typical of him. Today he seemed cold and indifferent towards everyone, as if someone owed him 5 million. Thankfully, at that moment, Xiyu interrupted her thoughts. It's all right. I do not need to eat daily. I hunt only when I am hungry. I fed just yesterday, so I do not require prey now. Upon hearing Xiyu's explanation, Xia Yunyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. She understood that in this place, food was paramount. Without it, beastmen could perish from starvation. She realized she had absorbed the customs of this world. Although Xiyu stated he did not require food, Xia Yunyun still washed several baiju roots for him, believing it would serve him well, whether to satiate hunger or to restore his health. After all, he had lost far more blood than she had. Throughout the afternoon, Xia Yunyun, with Yutsong's assistance, cleaned the house thoroughly until it was presentable. She gathered a pile of dry grass and stacked it in the corner to serve as a makeshift bed. completing their humble abode. However, as night fell, a dilemma confronted Xia Yunyun. The house, though spacious, lacked separate rooms, and with 3 individuals, how would they sleep? Upon witnessing this, Yutsong wasted no time in expelling Shiyu. Despite Xia Yunyun's fervent attempts at persuasion, Yutsong remained resolute, refusing to allow Shiyu entry. The serpent beast, accustomed to the wilderness, silently exited the stone dwelling. Aware of Yutsong's boundaries, Xia Yunyun could only recline on the grass beside the snow lion. Gazing at the open doorway where starlight trickled in, resembling the ethereal illusions of a dream, perhaps overwhelmed by the day's events, she found herself drifting into slumber, unknowingly sleeping until the following morning. Awakened by the cacophony outside, she opened her eyes to find a pair of deep brown lion eyes fixed upon her. What was happening outside? Why was it so noisy? Accustomed to Yutsong's presence, Xia Yunyun sat up from the grass pile and curiously peered outside. The absence of a door amplified the sounds, causing her to frown involuntarily. Did I disturb you? Do you wish to sleep more? I can go outside and quiet the beasts. The snow lion, having transformed back into human form, also sat up, observing her furrowed brow and preparing to step outside in no need. Let us venture out and see what is transpiring. Xia Yunyun shook her head, casually tousling her hair before stepping out with Yutsong. That a sigh escaped her lips, as she felt increasingly detached from her own image. Upon exiting, she was met with a throng of beastmen surrounding her home. There were humanoid forms and beasts alike, jackals, tigers, leopards of every kind, while a few bold females cautiously peeked from behind their male counterparts. At the center of this gathering lay a massive serpent coiled into a giant circle. Motionless on the ground, its severed tail evoking gasps of unease. Where had this serpent beast come from? And how had it ended up in the Great Stone City? Was it not the very serpent that had battled the Fox King the previous day? Why was it still here, seemingly gravely injured, and why had no beast driven it away? Let us expel it. Such a beast poses a threat to the females in the city. Indeed, drive it away. A chorus of voices erupted among the beastmen, some in beast form, and although Xia Yunyun could not comprehend their words, she understood they were directed against Shiyu, and the sentiments were decidedly negative. Hearing their remarks deepened Xia Yunyun's frown. Releasing Yutsong's hand, she approached the massive serpent's side, facing the gathering of beastmen. Everyone, please quiet down. This serpent has not committed any wrongdoing. The confrontation with the Fox King was merely a misunderstanding. Now that it is injured, I wish to keep it here to recover. This was the first time Xia Yunyun had spoken before such a large assembly of beastmen since her encounter with the Shuangxiao Valley tribe. Her presence immediately ignited a flurry of reactions among them. What a beautiful female. Where did she come from? I had no idea there was such a female in the Great Stone City. I must have her as my mate. Pretty female. But the serpent beast is dangerous. We cannot allow it to remain. Among the beastmen, voices clamored in a chaotic uproar. Xia Yunyun felt a headache coming on. Confronted with such a scene, she was at a loss for what to do. I assure you, it will not harm any beast. Once it recovers, I will not keep it here. She reiterated her plea, determined not to allow the gravely injured Shiyu to simply leave the Great Stone City. After all, it was because of her that he had sustained such injuries. Absolutely not. The serpent is too dangerous to remain. Yes, it cannot stay. Just yesterday, a serpent attempted to abduct females from the city. I will not trust a serpent. If it is injured, we might as well kill it. Kill the serpent. We cannot let it harm the females further. Faced with the sudden fervor of the beastmen, Xia Yunyun had not anticipated that her attempts at reasoning would lead to such a tumultuous situation. She found herself at a loss. When she tried to speak again, her voice was quickly drowned out by the rising clamor. The once motionless giant serpent suddenly flicked its tongue, its silvery gray eyes inexplicably tinged with red, casting a cold glare at the surrounding beastmen. In an instant, a tremendous pressure enveloped them, silencing the ruckus as if it had never existed. Though Shiyu was gravely injured, his prowess as a six-crystal beastman was undeniable. The onlookers, unaware of his true strength, could nevertheless sense his formidable presence, causing them to fall silent, fearful of his wrath. I promise you, he truly will not harm anyone. Please trust me. Look, he is here now, unharmed, and has not caused any trouble. Xia Yunyun understood their fear. She had felt the same upon first encountering Shiyu. She believed that the beastmen could come to accept Shiyu's identity as a serpent beast. This time, the beastmen fell silent, Xia Yunyun's words held merit. The serpent had not harmed them while here. Under normal circumstances, should a serpent beast invade, it would have likely snatched away a female by now, rather than remain docile. Noticing the hesitation in their eyes, Xia Yunyun felt a glimmer of hope. Her persuasion seemed to be taking effect. Just as she prepared to continue her argument, a sudden voice interrupted her. Do not believe her words. The unexpected proclamation reignited the beastman's agitation. That not Hu Yuyu, the most beautiful female of the fox tribe? How is she here? I think this outsider female appears even more attractive than Hu Yuyu. As a figure of immense attention within the fox tribe, Hu Yuyu was the center of admiration wherever she went. Unbeknownst to her, she was now overshadowed by an outsider female, fuming as she glared at Xia Yunyun, who stood beside the giant serpent. Hu Yuyu spoke again, interrupting the murmurs of the beastmen. This serpent has already invaded the great stone city twice, and just yesterday, it fought with the lone king in front of the fox den. Do not trust this female's words. The serpent has committed numerous wrongdoings. The beastmen, already distrustful of serpent beasts, were swayed by Hu Yuyu's assertions and turned their focus toward her, intent on driving Xia Yu away. Not every serpent beast is malevolent. Have none of you ever erred? Moreover, Xia Yu has not harmed any of you. Cannot we allow him to recuperate here before leaving, despite the chorus of opposition? Xia Yunyun bravely stood her ground, advocating for Xia Yu. Influenced by her modern education, she could not simply condemn all serpent beasts without consideration. How can we be sure he will not commit wrongs in the future? I certainly would not dare to keep such a terrifying serpent in the city. Hu Yuyu scoffed, dismissing Xia Yunyun's arguments. With Hu Yuyu inciting the crowd, the beastmen paid Xia Yunyun no mind. Clamoring to expel the serpent, she grew increasingly anxious, unsure of how to proceed. A cool hand suddenly grasped hers, and a tall figure appeared by her side. If the serpent harms any beast, I will expel it. The deep voice resonated in the ears of every beastman present, silencing them all in an instant. He was taken aback. She had not anticipated anyone would come to Xia Yunyun's aid. Jealousy flared within her as she turned to the source of the voice, only to be stunned that it was a 4-crystal beastman. Among her 8 partners, only one was a 4-crystal beastman. The rest were 3 and 2 crystal. To her astonishment, this female had a 4-crystal beastman by her side. Gazing intently at Yutsong, Hu Yuyu suddenly realized that this female was still unbonded, and the male had the opportunity to choose a mate. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes, and the anger she felt transformed into a sly smile. Is there any more to discuss? Seeing no further objections from the beastmen, Yutsong's expression remained impassive as he scanned the crowd, coldly reiterating his inquiry. Since a 4-crystal male has spoken, let us depart. Hu shot Yutsong a meaningful glance before turning to tend to her companions as they left. The beastmen, once raucous, fell silent at Hu Yuyu's departure, refraining from challenging the 4-crystal beastman and gradually dispersing. Relieved that the crowd had finally dispersed, Xia Yunyun exhaled deeply, gazing up at Yutsong, who towered over her. Thank you. Yutsong. It is known that Yutsong harbors a sense of aversion towards Xia Yu, yet now he astonishingly stands up to assist her, leaving her utterly astounded. Well, from now on, I should be able to enjoy a good night's sleep in the mornings. Yutsong replied nonchalantly, raising his hand to gently tousle Xia Yunyun's hair, and in his otherwise calm eyes, there was a profound tenderness. He only spoke up because they were too noisy. Being pulled back into the room by Yutsong, Xia Yunyun's mind struggled to comprehend the meaning behind his words. But she discerned that he did not intend to aid Xia Yu. Never mind. As long as this matter is resolved, it matters not the reason. After consuming 2 white attractalodes in the morning, Xia Yunyun perched herself upon Yutsong's back, now transformed into a lion, and they ventured into the forest beyond Giant Stone City. In the realm of the beastmen, forests are abundant, surrounding Giant Stone City. Aside from a mountain peak, are vast expanses of forest that rival even the most pristine of ancient woodlands in modern times. Originally, Yutsong intended to hunt at noon, but upon Xia Yunyun's suggestion to procure some furnishings for their home, and with Xia Yu watching over the house, he agreed to accompany her to the forest. Of course, it was Xia Yunyun who proposed the idea of gathering furniture from the forest. The forests in the world of beastmen differ greatly from those within Xia Yunyun's understanding. Upon entering the forest, she found herself standing in a clearing where the surrounding weeds towered higher than herself, rendering movement impossible. She could only watch as Yutsong felled trees nearby. The trees here were astonishingly massive. Even a moderately sized tree could not be embraced by 2 or 3 individuals, making them perfect for crafting furniture. Though lacking tools, Yutsong's lion-like claws proved exceptionally sharp, allowing him to fell a tree with ease. Before long, Yutsong had crafted 4 small stools, a bed frame, and a table based on Xia Yunyun's descriptions. While these items could be deemed furniture, they were merely solid, square structures, and their rudimentary design could be considered tragically unremarkable. Yet, in this world of beastmen, Xia Yunyun felt immense satisfaction at having such creations that Yutsong then gathered several long vines to bind these freshly made furnishings together. As Xia Yunyun stood idly beneath the trees, feeling rather useless while Yutsong toiled away, her boredom was suddenly interrupted by a rustling in the underbrush. Peering through the gaps in the foliage, she spotted a small white creature. Is that a rabbit? Cautiously stepping closer, Xia Yunyun confirmed it was indeed a rabbit, a plump, white bunny the size of a small tree stump, its roundness perhaps attributed to its fluffy fur. A smile broke across her face. She had not anticipated encountering rabbits here. She had always adored such small creatures and could hardly wait to catch one to raise at home. With this thought, she stealthily followed the little white rabbit. Trailing it for over 10 meters, the rabbit seemed engrossed in munching on a patch of delectable grass, and seizing the opportunity, Xia Yunyun pounced to the ground, successfully capturing the rabbit. Yutsong, "Look what I've caught," she exclaimed, lifting the rabbit by its ears and waving towards Yutsong, who was engrossed in his work. Upon hearing her voice, Yutsong immediately set down his task and turned to look. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and he strode towards her with urgency. "This is my first time catching a rabbit. Shall we take it home to raise?" Xia Yunyun proposed joyfully, only to be taken aback by a sudden sharp pain in her hand. To her surprise, the rabbit bit her, and she shrieked, dropping it to the ground. Looking down, she saw that her index finger had been bitten, a small chunk of flesh missing, and crimson blood flowed freely. In the next moment, Yutsong was by her side, wordlessly seizing her hand and bringing it to his mouth. Unfamiliar with how to treat a female's injury, he knew only that Yunyun was bleeding, and his heart sank at the sight, urging him to stop the blood from flowing. Though the pain in her finger was quite pronounced, it was bearable. Xia Yunyun's immediate reaction was to shout in the direction the rabbit had fled. "It's getting away. Don't let it escape. That wretched rabbit. It bit me, and now it thinks it can run." Reluctantly releasing Xia Yunyun's hand and noticing the blood flow had diminished, Yutsong turned and marched towards the rabbit. In an instant, he returned, holding the little white rabbit once more. As he glanced at Xia Yunyun, his brows knitted together. Such a small vermin. Little meat. Not worth eating. Small creatures were generally looked down upon by beastmen. They referred to them collectively as vermin. Seeing Yutsong's serious demeanor, Xia Yunyun momentarily forgot the pain in her hand and burst into laughter. "Who said I wanted to eat it? I want to raise it. Besides, the less meat, the more precious it is. It's quite delicious." Xia Yunyun recalled a time in the modern world when her aunt had purchased wild rabbit meat, a taste she still remembered fondly. Yet, back then, she couldn't indulge freely. Always longing for her surprise, she could now enjoy rabbit meat in this place. Lost in thoughts of culinary delights, Xia Yunyun quickly forgot her initial intent. Did she not agree to merely raise the rabbits? With the abundance of vines in the forest, Xia Yunyun fashioned a large cage to hold the rabbit. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yutsong ventured into the underbrush to catch a few more, stuffing them into the cage to take home. Xia Yunyun could hardly contain her joy. However, upon returning home, her smile faded. What was the commotion outside? Why were there so many beastmen gathered at her doorstep? As soon as she arrived, the beastmen blocking the entrance immediately parted to let her through. With a puzzled expression, she walked alongside Yutsong through the path they cleared, only to find a male beastman standing by the door. At first, Xia Yunyun did not recognize him, but as he turned, she realized it was the elder of the monkey clan she had encountered on the day of her escape. "Elder, what brings you here?" Although she harbored a dislike for the elder, she approached him with curiosity. "I have come today regarding the matter of this snake beast," the elder stated, his gaze darkening upon meeting Xia Yunyun's eyes. Yet his faint smile concealed the shift in his demeanor. Xia Yunyun, unaware of these subtleties, instinctively glanced at the massive python lying at the entrance, one of the subjects of the beastman's scrutiny. "Elder, you aren't here to drive him away, are you?" Considering the gathering of beastmen, Xia Yunyun could only surmise this possibility. The snake beast, known for its ferocity, could not remain in the city, even if it posed no immediate threat. None could guarantee it would not in the future. Despite voicing intentions to expel Xia, the elder maintained a genial smile that in light of this, Xia Yunyun found it difficult to counter his assertions. The presence of Xia instilled fear among the surrounding residents, who worried that a single outburst might lead to their demise. Now, hearing the most authoritative elder speak so, no one dared to dissent. The elder's insistence and the beastman's dilemma left Xia Yunyun feeling helpless, and she could only promise to resolve the issue. Ultimately, the elder granted her one final day to allow Xia to leave voluntarily. Otherwise, he would resort to drastic measures. Xia Yunyun remained uncertain of what the elder meant by drastic measures, but she understood that, given the beastman's cruelty, they would not permit Xia to depart unscathed. Yet, could she truly bear to witness Xia being driven away? No. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She bit her lip, realizing she possessed the discernment to navigate this situation, since she had entered this barbaric and unreasonable world of beastmen. She could not act as a passive fish swept along by the current. As midnight approached, the sky darkened to an inky black, and the land beneath the cloak of night fell into a profound silence. As if all had been consumed by the darkness, outside, a dark-haired man stood quietly, his silver-gray eyes fixed intently on the stone house, motionless like a statue, the image of that small yet fiercely stubborn figure from the day lingering in his mind. For the first time in his life, a beast had spoken on his behalf. Abandoned since he was an egg, he bore within him the bloodline of a snake beast, and the unique memories of his heritage made it impossible for him to forget the indifference of being forsaken. He had never imagined that warmth could ever seep into his cold body, yet he always felt he did not belong here. Inside the stone house, Xia Yunyun tossed and turned upon the pile of grass. An inexplicable sense of restlessness gnawing at her, the furrow in her brow, which had yet to relax, did not escape the notice of the deep brown eyes observing her. What's wrong? Can't you sleep? As Yutsong transformed into human form, his profound and unfathomable gaze fell upon Xia Yunyun, his large hand gently caressing her brow. Xia Yunyun had vehemently opposed sharing a bed with him, insisting that Yutsong should sleep in his beast form. What if the elders come tomorrow and drive Xia away? Xia Yunyun pouted, brushing aside Yutsong's hand, her eyes filled with concern. Unaware of the sudden darkness that clouded Yutsong's expression upon hearing her words. Are you so worried about him? Of course. Do you want him to be your partner? Yutsong's nails had sunk deeply into the ground. As if at Xia Yunyun's mere affirmation, he would rend the earth asunder. Xia Yunyun, perplexed, gazed at him in confusion. What nonsense is this? What twisted logic? How could everything be related to partners? Impossible, Xia Yunyun retorted instantly. Accepting a male beast man was already a testament to her mental fortitude. How could she entertain the notion of a harem? Then why do you constantly speak of him? Yutsong asked sullenly, his previously dark countenance beginning to lighten, though his tone betrayed a tempest of frustration. Why, Yutsong? Do you not think this is unfair to him and to she beast? He has committed no wrongdoing. And not all snake beasts are malevolent. Why must they all be exiled? Xia Yunyun met Yutsong's gaze, resolute in her desire to address his query for the first time. Snake beasts are cold-blooded, only seizing the females of the tribe. Even if he does no harm, he cannot change anything. Why? Yutsong scoffed, his voice tinged with an odd inflection, his eyes occasionally darting towards the door, with the beastman's acute senses. He could hear sounds that Xia Yunyun could not. You. How can you share their thoughts? Xia Yunyun exclaimed in frustration, oblivious to Yutsong's unsettling demeanor. She had always believed him to be different, whether in his kindness towards her or his character. She had relied on him, yet he failed to comprehend her. In an instant, she felt transported back to a time when, without her mother, she was bullied by her aunt's children. Desperately wanting to assert her place as family, yet forever perceived as an outsider, she was perpetually superfluous. Thus, would she repeat the same old patterns here? Regardless of my thoughts, you can only be mine. Yutsong declared stubbornly, his voice deep and resonant, seemingly conveying his discontent and possessiveness. Xia Yunyun was fuming. With a huff, she stormed out of the room. Yet, the unexpected emptiness outside momentarily stunned her. The inky blackness of the night enveloped her, rendering her surroundings indistinguishable, as if it yearned to swallow her whole. Where was Xia? Taking a few steps into the darkness, though the expanse was not far, Xia Yunyun could discern that, apart from herself, there were no other beings present. Xia had sustained injuries. How could he have vanished in the dead of night? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Had he left because of her? A profound sense of guilt surged within her. He must have departed due to the elders and beastmen's rejection. Despite being a formidable six-crystal beastman, in Xia Yunyun's eyes, he was shrouded in an inexplicable veil of pity. Inside the stone dwelling, Yutsong's deep brown eyes remained fixated on the frail figure. His emotions of resentment, anger, and regret ultimately concealed beneath a veneer of calm. The following morning, still irked with Yutsong, Xia Yunyun rose to fetch water from the stream. Upon stepping out, she was startled to see several male beastmen entering the previously vacant neighboring house. Just yesterday, it had been empty. Had someone moved in today? As she pondered this, a female emerged from the house next door. Hu. Wasn't she residing in the fox den? Why has she moved here? As Xia Yunyun recognized the female, confusion washed over her. Hu's gaze met hers. With a taunting smile, she turned to instruct her partners to carry various bundles of beast skins into the house. It was all so bewildering. Instinctively, Xia Yunyun felt that Hu Yu's sudden relocation was far from innocent. Upon returning home, Yutsong approached her, noticing the peculiar expression on her face. What is it? Yunyun rarely exhibited such expressions. She was either smiling or expressionless. What had she just witnessed? The female of the Fox clan has moved next door. Your admirer has followed you here. Aren't you going to greet her? Xia Yunyun spoke, without fully grasping her own feelings. Frustration welled within her, stemming from both last night's conversation and Hu Yu's unexpected arrival. What admirer? I know nothing of it. Yunyun, my only partner will ever be you. Sensing Xia Yunyun's discontent, Yutsong hurriedly defended himself. In that fleeting moment, he feared she might leave him. Xia Yunyun turned away, her mood soured by Xi Yu's departure, rendering her irritable and discontented with everything, especially after her disagreement with Yutsong the previous night. When Yutsong's voice fell silent, Xia Yunyun's irritation deepened. She regarded the male beastmen here as akin to modern men. Influenced by countless tales of scoundrels, she unconsciously applied those notions to them. As she sulked, her hand was suddenly seized. Where are you taking me? Glancing at Yutsong, who continued to stride forward despite attempting to slow his pace, Xia Yunyun struggled to keep up. To find stones for crafting tools. Yutsong explained, referring to the kitchen utensils Xia Yunyun needed for cooking. Previously, when Xia Yunyun had complained about the lack of tools, he had taken note of her words, waiting for an opportunity to create them. He understood that Yunyun was unlike the other females. She enjoyed venturing outside. Though he didn't wish for any other males to see her, he decided to take her out for her happiness. As they walked, Xia Yunyun, intrigued by the colossal stone city she had never seen before, quickly cast aside her earlier displeasure, chattering incessantly to Yutsong. After exploring Stone City, she realized that commerce did not exist in the Beastman realm. Although there were many males and female gazes frequently turned towards her, there were no makeshift stalls akin to those of ancient times. Only simple stone houses were visible. The sole silver lining for Xia Yunyun was the pleasant environment. Despite the subpar living conditions, she believed that settling down would gradually lead to improvement. After a thorough exploration of Stone City, Yutsong led Xia Yunyun to the dwelling area of the Wolf clan. Each of the four major beast clans possessed their own residential zones, while the other stone houses were allocated for newly joined beastmen, some of whom had separated from their tribes and chosen their own living spaces. Upon entering the Wolf clan's territory, the architecture bore no distinction from the other buildings in Stone City, all constructed from stone, yet the stones appeared somewhat unique, with reflective rooftops that seemed peculiar. What are we doing here? Xia Yunyun inquired, puzzled. The stones of the Wolf clan are special. They should be suitable for crafting the tools you desired. Why Yutsong led Xia Yunyun into one of the houses, soon emerging with a hefty block of stone. This is stone. Xia Yunyun's lips twitched. This is clearly iron ore. Observing Yutsong's reverence for the iron ore, Xia Yunyun began to comprehend how precious this commonplace material was in her modern world. What did you trade for this stone? A few days ago, I made arrangements with the Wolf clan. I brought some game over, and today I came to collect the stone. He had truly remembered her words. Gazing at the earnest Yutsong before her, Xia Yunyun found herself momentarily speechless. Why Yutsong? Is this the female you brought back? Just then, a tall male approached, his bright gray eyes fixated on Xia Yunyun. A devilish grin spreading across his face, sending chills down her spine. Xia Yunyun scrutinized the male in return. Though lacking the formidable physique of Yutsong, he exuded an undeniable presence, standing there like a natural aristocrat. Wolf foam, mind your manners. She is my female. Suddenly, Yutsong took a large step forward, positioning himself between Xia Yunyun and the male figure, he felt a strong sense of displeasure at the unabashed gaze that Lang Feng directed towards him. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Oh, why be angry? I merely heard that the wolf clan had guests, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to encounter such a beautiful female. I truly envy you, Lang Feng said, a sly smile on his face, effortlessly dissipating the charged atmosphere. His sharp gray eyes continually darted towards Xia Yunyun, seemingly unperturbed by the obvious fury etched on Yutsong's face. Xia Yunyun will have only me as her partner. Do not entertain any other thoughts, Yutsong declared, feeling a surge of irritation at Lang Feng's gaze. He turned on his heel, leading Xia Yunyun away from the territory of the wolf clan. Having grown up independently, Yutsong's mindset diverged from that of ordinary beastmen. He was unwilling to share his partner with anyone. Not wanting to stir trouble within the wolf clan's domain, he refrained from engaging in conflict with Lang Feng, a remarkable warrior of the younger generation and the favored son of the Wolf King. However, if Lang Feng dared to overstep, the situation would be different. Standing his ground, Lang Feng did not impede Yutsong's departure. Instead, he stroked his chin with interest, a cunning smile spreading across his face as he gazed into the distance. Only one partner. That remains to be seen. After leaving the wolf clan's residence, Xia Yunyun brushed off the earlier incident. After all, Yutsong had expressed similar sentiments on numerous occasions. As they strolled down a narrow path in the city, Xia Yunyun suddenly halted and turned around, noticing a scruffy stray dog trailing behind her. She had observed the little creature earlier, but was surprised to find it still following her, piquing her curiosity. "Little one, where is your owner?" she asked, crouching down to stroke its fur. She pet its head. The dog wagged its tail joyfully, its soft, pink tongue licking her hand, exuding an air of charm that instantly captured Xia Yunyun's heart. Bark bark, the small dog, with its amber eyes sparkling brightly and its adorably floppy ears, barked a few times at Xia Yunyun as if eager to explain something. Amused, Xia Yunyun scooped up the muddy little dog, turning to Yutsong. "Yutsong, may I keep this little dog? It appears to be without an owner." Given its dirtiness, it was evident that it was an unloved stray, and she couldn't bear the thought of leaving it to fend for itself. She adored such furry creatures. "The dog?" Yutsong replied, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a look of disdain. "Such canine beasts are commonplace. If you desire it, take it home." Xia Yunyun often uttered inexplicable phrases, and he instinctively understood that the dog she referred to was this very creature. In the world of beastmen, canine beasts were regarded as lowly creatures, and there were seldom any beastmen of canine lineage. Thus, most beastmen looked down upon them, a sentiment Yutsong shared. However, since Xia Yunyun liked it, he saw no harm in her keeping it. And so, with the little puppy in her arms, Xia Yunyun followed Yutsong back to their home. Upon entering the house, Xia Yunyun was taken aback. "What is going on? Who you? Why are you in my home?" She observed an unexpected pile of firewood and a slender female figure in the center of the room, feeling somewhat vexed. Why was her house so popular? Just days ago, it had been the elders and the beastmen from Giant Stone City, and now it was Hu Yuyu's turn. "Whose home is this? Isn't it Yutsong's house? Haven't you two yet bonded as partners?" Hu Yuyu retorted defiantly, puffing out her chest with pride. She was the cousin of Hu Siyue, and being of similar age to Yutsong, she had surpassed her prime, already possessing 8 partners and often engaging in romantic escapades, which naturally endowed her with a physique superior to that of 17-year-old Xia Yunyun. Beastmen generally did not concern themselves with the age of females, so her age posed no issue in their eyes. However, Xia Yunyun thought to herself, an old cow eating tender grass. "Fine, this is Yutsong's house. But why did you enter without his permission?" Xia Yunyun had not anticipated Hu Yuyu's response, and upon reflection, she realized her own approach might have been somewhat inappropriate. So she amended her statement, "If you can be here, why can't I enter? I specifically came to prepare roasted meat for Yutsong." "Yutsong, come and taste it. I made it myself," that Hu said, picking up a large piece of meat roasting over the fire. A flattering smile plastered across her face as she moved closer to Yutsong, practically pressing herself against him. Xia Yunyun's gaze fell upon the roasted meat, and she couldn't help but silently mourn for Yutsong. Was this meat truly edible? It looked even worse than the first piece of meat he had prepared for her. It was a thick, oversized chunk, seemingly burnt to a crisp, with a charred smell wafting through the air, and to describe it as unappetizing would be an understatement. "Xia Yunyun is my recognized partner." "You must leave," Yutsong declared, taking 2 steps back. causing Hu Yuyu to nearly stumble. "That why you'd song. How could you? You actually want me to leave?" Hu Yuyu exclaimed, disbelief painted across her face. Generally, males would not refuse a female's presence in their homes. On the contrary, they would consider it a great honor. Yet he was dismissing her, all for the sake of this insignificant female. "My home is Xia Yunyun's home. From now on, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter," Yutsong stated, his expression unwavering. "You." Hu Yuyu trembled with anger. The smoke from the roasted meat had blackened her face, and in her fury, her features contorted into a crumpled, unappealing visage akin to a wrinkled black pancake. "Yutsong, enough. She came specifically to cook for you. How could you throw her out? That's terribly rude." Xia Yunyun couldn't help but laugh aloud. She swore she wasn't being malicious. She simply couldn't contain herself. To say Hu Yuyu was striking would be an understatement. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful female of the Fox clan, her features captivating and enchanting, the most exquisite female Xia Yunyun had ever encountered. Yet in her current state, she resembled a clown. "Humph, at least you know your place." Hu Yuyu crossed her arms defiantly, discarding the roasted meat from her hands. "You should wash your face first. Stay for lunch today." Offering a kind reminder, Xia Yunyun suggested. Noticing the enormous prey remaining, Hu Yuyu didn't argue, huffing in acknowledgement as she stepped outside to wash her face. Naturally, she had no intention of leaving now that she could stay. Upon exiting, she was immediately surrounded by her partner, who fussed over her with concern. "But I'm going hunting," Yutsong declared, shifting into his beast form as he stepped out of the house, his deep brown eyes glaring threateningly at Hu Yuyu's masculine companions. In a house with a female present, males generally could not enter freely, but the opposite was true for females. Hu Yuyu's partners had remained outside, not accompanying her inside to Hu Yuyu. "I can allow you to stay for dinner, but you must assist me with a small task." Xia Yunyun looked at Hu Yuyu, who was entering the house, formulating a plan. "What task?" Hu Yuyu replied, her expression haughty. "Have your male partners help me polish this stone." Xia Yunyun gestured towards the tall, muscular males standing outside. Though she wasn't sure what clan they belonged to, they looked strong enough to help with polishing a stone, right? Hee, she chuckled to herself. She would not forget how Yutsong's claws had been worn down while assisting her with grinding snake scales. Since Hu Yuyu had so many partners, she wouldn't hesitate to ask for their help. "Truly useless. It's just a stone. Why do you need a beast to help? I wonder what Yutsong sees in you." Hu Yuyu scoffed, her disdain evident. Nevertheless, she did not refuse, gesturing for her partners to come in and carry the stone outside to polish it according to Xia Yunyun's request. Xia Yunyun disregarded her unkind words, cheerfully directing Hu Yuyu's partners. With Hu Yuyu's instruction, the 8 males eagerly obeyed Xia Yunyun's commands, especially since they were assisting such a lovely female. However, as they began to polish, their expressions turned grim, resembling mute individuals forced to endure bitter experiences. What they were dealing with was no ordinary stone. Their claws had barely made a dent, and this was no other than the unique, unyielding stone of the wolf clan. The males internally lamented their plight, yet dared not voice their grievances, fearing the loss of face before Hu Yuyu. They bit their teeth and endured the pain, ultimately managing to polish the tools that Xia Yunyun requested. A pot, a spatula, several large and small bowls, along with a knife that was blunt on one side and sharp on the other, nearly exhausted the males. "Thank you all. I shall commence cooking," clutching the polished kitchenware with delight. Xia Yunyun found a rough wooden stump to serve as a cutting board. There remained a bit of iron, just enough for her to sharpen the knife. The sole drawback was the weight of the iron, which was significantly heavier than modern equivalents. Xia Yunyun mused that the iron here must differ from what she was accustomed to. She chopped the remaining game brought back by Hu Yuyu into small pieces, set up stones to form a fire, placed the pot on top, and poured in water and meat. Soon, a pot of broth began to simmer. "Xia Yunyun, you are wasting food. How can you put the meat in water and still expect to eat it?" Hu Yuyu, witnessing this entire process, stood agape and angrily pointed at the pot to accuse her. "Have no fear. It will surely be delicious. Just wait and see," Xia Yunyun replied confidently. Cooking rib soup in modern times follows a similar process. It's just that here, there are no additional ingredients. The meat is naturally rich, requiring no added oil, and with a sprinkle of salt, it should taste delightful, right? "Humph, I don't believe you. I shall wait for Yutsong's return to see what you have to say." Hu Yuyu, unconvinced, awaited the spectacle, while Xia Yunyun, aware that no beastmen consumed boiled food here, chose not to explain further, trusting that the taste would speak for itself once the broth was ready. Wong Wong. At that moment, the little puppy she had forgotten, drawn by the aroma of meat, approached Xia Yunyun, wagging its tail eagerly. Little one, are you hungry too? You can't eat raw meat, so let me roast some meat chunks for you. Stooping down to pat the puppy's head, Xia Yunyun prepared to roast some meat for it. Animals have low standards for meat doneness. She simply grilled it briefly before offering it to the little puppy. While trying to feed the puppy, Xia Yunyun pondered, since I will be raising you, it doesn't feel right to keep calling you little one. Let me give you a name. How about Mao Mao? When Yutsong returned, he bore a prey in his mouth and another on his back. Upon catching the enticing aroma, he realized that Yunyun had begun cooking. He set down the game, transformed into human form in a corner, donned a leather skirt, and stepped out. Why Yutsong? Your timing is impeccable. The broth is ready. I will serve you. Seeing Yutsong return with 2 pieces of game, Xia Yunyun eagerly grabbed a large bowl and served him some. She looked at him with anticipation. Why Yutsong cast her a tender glance, brought the bowl to his lips, took a sip of the broth, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. He had never tasted anything so exquisite. Could meat be consumed in such a manner? Beside them, Hu Yuyu noticed that Yutsong seemed oblivious to her presence. Feeling a pang of jealousy, she stomped her foot and walked away, sulking. How can you eat meat and water together? Yutsong, you must not deceive her. Otherwise, she will waste food like this regularly. Am I lacking in food? My female can waste as she pleases. If you don't want to eat, then leave. No beast will keep you here. Yutsong glared at Hu Yuyu with a frosty demeanor, a stark contrast to his earlier tenderness. Upon hearing Yutsong's words, Hu Yuyu realized he might genuinely cast her out, and she sulkily fell silent. Hu Yuyu, you should give it a try too. Yutsong says it's delicious. Perhaps aiming to win over Hu Yuyu and earn her respect for her culinary skills, Xia Yunyun patiently served her a bowl as well. Having secretly tasted a spoonful herself, she found it surprisingly good, albeit slightly gamey. Though for a beast man accustomed to raw meat, that should be quite normal. Seeing Xia Yunyun's beaming smile, Hu Yuyu initially contemplated overturning the bowl, but, mindful of Yutsong's presence, she begrudgingly accepted it, taking a small sip to her surprise. Once she tasted it, she found it irresistible. Without chopsticks, she tilted the bowl and poured its contents into her mouth, ignoring the scalding heat that burned her tongue, quickly finishing an entire bowl. So, how is it? Is it delicious? Xia Yunyun asked with a bright smile. Not bad, Hu Yuyu eventually replied, savoring the lingering flavors, staring at her now empty bowl, secretly wishing for another serving. However, to maintain her pride, she refused to let this female bask in triumph. Would you like another bowl? Xia Yunyun noticed Hu Yuyu's discomfort. She couldn't overlook how ravenously she had devoured the first bowl and kindly offered. Hu Yuyu remained silent, her pride intact, and handed the empty bowl back to Xia Yunyun, curtly stating, you should be grateful that your food is edible. If it weren't for the fear of my partner's prey being wasted, I wouldn't bother eating this. Xia Yunyun chose not to engage with her words, her smile blooming like a flower as she quickly filled another bowl for her. Wai Yutsong stood nearby, having taken a sip from his bowl, unwilling to eat further while his Yunyun had yet to have her share. When Hu Yuyu began on her second bowl, the savory aroma of the broth wafted through the air, reaching the ears of the 8 females outside the door. Aside from Xia Yunyun and the others, 8 pairs of eyes, each of varying hues, turned towards the house, entranced by the tantalizing fragrance that wafted through the air, their Adam's apples bobbing involuntarily. What could smell so delightful? It looks utterly delicious, and it's made by that beautiful female. We've never seen food prepared in such a manner. The 8 males simultaneously thought of one thing. They yearned to taste the food within. Yet they could not enter, as it was the dwelling of other males, which would mean challenging the inhabitants. They had no desire to confront the fearsome lion beast. The rich aroma of meat was unlike anything the beastmen had ever encountered. Sensitive to scents, they quickly caught wind of it, and beastmen residing around Xia Yunyun's home emerged in droves, drawn to the source of the enticing smell. Soon, they discovered that the delightful aroma emanated from the new beast man who had moved in a few days prior. And they gathered at the door, peering curiously inside. Among the 8 males at the entrance, they became the center of attention among the beastmen. Is this Hu Yuyu's partner, the most beautiful female of the fox tribe? What are they doing here? Is Hu Yuyu inside? Hasn't she always lived in the fox den? How could she possibly be here? I never even caught a glimpse of her while pursuing her. This scent is incredible. I have never encountered such a fragrance before. What are they cooking inside? Being Hu Yuyu's partner was undoubtedly one of the most honorable achievements in the Great Stone City. And almost no beastman was unaware of Hu Yuyu's companions. Beastmen were loud and lacked the public decorum of modern individuals. Their homes were hardly soundproof, and the sounds from outside naturally reached Xia Yunyun's ears. Yutsong, what is happening outside? It seems many beastmen have gathered. Hearing the commotion outside, Xia Yunyun feared the beastmen might be seeking trouble again, recalling the earlier scene when they tried to drive off Shiyu. Pay it no mind, Yutsong replied, not sparing a glance outside, instead adjusting Xia Yunyun's small head, signaling her to focus on her own affairs and ignore the outside commotion. In truth, with his keen hearing, there was no way he couldn't discern the envy-laden words of the beastmen outside. His heart swelled with pride. His female was indeed unlike any other. As the 8 envious males outside grew increasingly restless, Hu Yuyu finished her second bowl. Being a beastman, her appetite was naturally larger than that of an ordinary human. However, mindful of her pride, she refrained from asking for a third bowl, casting furtive glances at the steaming pot of broth. Given Xia Yunyun's appetite, she could manage only a standard bowl, and 2 large bowls were already impressive. Assuming Hu Yuyu was sated, Xia Yunyun refrained from asking further. Hu Yuyu, call your partner in to eat as well. They helped considerably with polishing the kitchenware. Xia Yunyun was well aware that Yutsong had a particular aversion to consuming the prey of other orcs. She prepared a large pot of meat soup, which was already somewhat larger than the modern pots, specifically designed to suit Yutsong's appetite. Naturally, she had no intention of indulging alone. After entertaining her guests, she intended to prepare the prey captured by Yutsong for him to enjoy. Hu Yuyu was taken aback by Xia Yunyun's declaration to eye in the eyes of the orcs. It was an inherent expectation for males to assist females, with males traditionally preparing food for females. It was unheard of for a female to cook for a male, especially for someone of her esteemed status, who would typically wait for a male to serve her. The 8 males outside, hearing this, exchanged delighted glances, and seeing that Hu Yu did not object, they were about to approach when a cold voice interrupted them. They had their own partners and did not require food prepared by her. The implication was clear. If they desired to eat, they should ask Hu Yu to cook for them. Only he was entitled to consume food prepared by his female. The fact that he had not chased Hu Yu away was already a concession, considering Xia Yunyun's plea, allowing males into his home, and to eat food prepared by Yunyun. Absolutely not. Yutsong declared that this prey was brought by someone else. Xia Yunyun was bewildered by Yutsong's sudden stinginess, finding his unfriendly tone both amusing and exasperating. She had hoped to use this opportunity to foster good relations with the orcs. How troublesome Yutsong could be. No way. This is your food. Yutsong firmly rejected, not giving Xia Yunyun a chance to speak. Helpless, Xia Yunyun could only offer an apologetic smile to the 8 males. Meanwhile, Hu Yu was fuming with indignation. What was so special about this female that warranted Yutsong's protection? She, the most beautiful female of the Fox clan, could not comprehend why he favored this slender female and treated her with such hostility. Oof, how extraordinary could she be? A flush of anger colored her slightly yellowish skin, not from embarrassment, but from fury. Stomping her foot, Hu Yu left with her envious partner in tow, though her partner was eager to taste that enticing dish. They were bound to follow Hu Yu's wishes. With her departure, the doorway was left vacant, and the interior brightened considerably, as the only source of light had been the entrance. As soon as they left, Xia Yunyun naturally noticed the gathering orcs outside. What was happening? Had she committed some crime by cooking meat soup? Confused, she approached the door and overheard the orcs discussing her, which clarified the situation. Heavens, what a stunning female! How could there be such a beautiful female in Stone Giant City? Her skin was as pale as that of a mermaid dwelling in the deep sea. You've never seen a mermaid. How could you compare her to one? Nevertheless, she truly was breathtaking. I wonder if she has a partner. Look, inside is Yutsong, the son of the Fox King, who brought the 4 crystal lions to Stone Giant City. Is this beautiful female his partner? Xia Yunyun's presence instantly caused the orcs to forget their original purpose for gathering at that moment. Xia Yunyun thought, what on earth? I am not a spectacle for you all to gawk at. Achoo! In the house of a certain elder, a middle-aged male, enjoying the services of a female, suddenly sneezed, barely paying it any mind. Cowering in the corner due to Yutsong's return, Mao Mao blinked innocently. Gazing longingly at Xia Yunyun's retreating figure, Yu Song was quite displeased at the thought of his female being ogled by other males, despite feeling a sense of pride. Striding to the entrance, he positioned himself protectively behind Xia Yunyun. This is my female. If you wish to look, be wary of your eyes. The four crystal beasts were already of considerable strength in Stone Giant City. And upon hearing his voice, the gathered orcs trembled in fear and scattered like birds that a few braver males, reluctant to leave, cast lingering glances at the figure behind Yu Song, but after much deliberation, they ultimately turned away. With the orcs dispersing, Xia Yunyun's stomach growled in hunger. She cleaned and chopped up the prey brought back by Yu Song and placed it in the pot, producing another fragrant batch of meat soup. This time, no orcs dared to intrude. Even if some were present, they only dared to savor the aroma from a distance. After consuming a bowl of meat soup, Xia Yunyun felt satisfied, but for the orcs' appetites, that pot would only serve as a mere snack. Undeterred, she happily prepared several more pots and grilled the remaining meat for Yu Song, determined to ensure he would not eat raw meat again. Once both Xia Yunyun and Yu Song had their fill, they tidied up the items brought from the forest, arranging the newly crafted furniture in their home with the addition of new members. Mao Mao and a few rabbits captured from the forest, Yu Song constructed small shelters for them outside. Mao Mao's house resembled a miniature version of rural dog houses, while the rabbits resided in a pen made of stacked stones. Since rabbits tend to burrow, the bottom was lined with stones, which worked in their favor. The rabbits, lacking intelligence, abandoned their digging attempts and settled contentedly inside. Having organized everything, Xia Yunyun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It finally resembled a home. Just as they were resting inside, an unexpected visitor arrived. I am the female fox Xiaobai from next door. May I inquire about the delightful aroma from earlier? How is it made? A petite female, not much more robust than Xia Yunyun, stood at the door, peering curiously inside. Of course, without waiting for Yu Song to respond, Xia Yunyun stepped forward with a smile and grasped Xiaobai's hand. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that a female lived next door. Really, I would like my little ones to enjoy such delicious food. Xiaobai's unexpected enthusiasm caught her off guard. Being naturally shy, she stumbled over her words while casting glances back outside. Xia Yunyun, curious, followed her gaze and noticed a male outside, dark-skinned and robust, cradling a bamboo basket in his powerful arms. Two fuzzy heads with white and gray stripes peeked out, their large gray eyes fixed on Xia Yunyun, seemingly entranced by her beauty. Are those your little ones? Xia Yunyun exclaimed in astonishment, turning back to Xiaobai with disbelief. Xiaobai was petite and delicate, appearing to be of a similar age to Xia Yunyun. In Xia Yunyun's eyes, she seemed barely of marrying age, and she wondered how she could possibly have children. Suddenly recalling that fateful night, she pondered whether, had things gone differently, she might also be expecting. Yes, they were born before I moved here. They are quite mischievous and kept insisting on coming over because of that delightful aroma, Xiaobai replied, nodding bashfully. Her little ones had long wanted to come over, but it felt inappropriate to intrude into someone else's home. Only when they became too restless did she come to inquire. This female is so gentle and beautiful. Upon hearing Xiaobai's voice, Xia Yunyun snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly as she exclaimed, "Your little ones are adorable." The delightful aroma came from the meat soup. It's quite simple to make. Is it really possible? Thank you, beautiful female. Xiaobai's face lit up with joy upon hearing Xia Yunyun's willingness to teach her. Typically, orcs would not share their culinary methods with outsiders, as some races relied on their culinary skills for survival and would not easily divulge their secrets. Xiaobai had merely intended to ask for a taste of the delicious food for her little ones. But she hadn't expected this female to readily agree to teach her. Of course, why would I deceive you? My name is Xia Yunyun. You can call me Yunyun. Xia Yunyun smiled at Xiaobai, thinking how wonderful it was to finally have a female companion to converse with. Yunyun female, Xiaobai replied, her newfound boldness evident as she smiled gratefully. Xia Yunyun, eyeing Xiaobai's tiger cubs, glanced at Yu Song. Knowing he would never allow another male to enter. Why, Yu Song, aren't you going out to hunt and bring me some pelts? With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Xia Yunyun smiled brightly. Yu Song remained silent, casting a glance at Xiaobai before shifting his gaze back to the male outside. Oh dear, you must hurry. I have no clothes to change into. Look at me, wearing the same outfit every day. And I have Xiaobai here to keep me company. Xia Yunyun wore a look of grievance as she complained. As expected, Yu Song rose without uttering a word, affectionately ruffling Xia Yunyun's hair. But I will go and prepare some beast skin for you. You stay at home. As he spoke, his deep brown eyes fixed intently on the male figure outside the door, as if to convey, if anything were to happen to my Yunyun, you shall be held accountable. He had chosen this secluded location precisely because it was remote, with only a few neighboring females residing nearby. He felt assured that males with partners would not pry into the affairs of other females. The male outside sensed the weight of Yutsong's gaze and felt a shiver run down his spine, an inexplicable urge to flee washing over him. He was merely a second-level beastman, and the newcomer next door was a formidable fourth-level warrior. Be careful, Xia Yunyun said with a smile, nodding her head in admonition. Why Yutsong transformed into a snow lion and swiftly darted out of the house. Conveniently, he had matters that required his solitary attention. Once Yutsong departed, Xia Yunyun eagerly brought in the cubs of the fox Xiaobai. What adorable little cubs, Xia Yunyun exclaimed, cradling one of the tiger cubs in her arms, which prompted another cub in the basket to gaze longingly at her, stretching out its tiny paws to grasp at her leg. Fox Xiaobai lovingly lifted the other cub, her face glowing with maternal radiance. As her partner was a white tiger, thus the cubs belonged to the tiger clan. Naturally, her male remained by the door, refraining from entering. Bark Bark, the little dog, who had been lingering in the corner, seemed reluctant to be ignored, wagging its tail in a somewhat timid manner, daring only to bark at Xia Yunyun. With a delightful tiger cub in her arms, Xia Yunyun hardly paid attention to the little dog. The round, sparkling tiger eyes were more captivating than the finest diamonds, and the cub especially adored her, its tiny paws clutching her arm tightly. Although the little tiger cub was only a few days old, its claws had already grown sharp, causing Xia Yunyun a bit of discomfort as it grasped her. She shifted her position, only for the cub to bury its head deeper into her embrace. Are you hungry, little one? Do you wish for some milk? Alas, I have none to offer you. Gently, she placed the cub back into the basket and began teaching Fox Xiaobai how to prepare meat soup. Lacking ingredients and proper cooking utensils, Xia Yunyun resorted to using her own tools, and before long, a large pot of soup was simmering. The two tiger cubs eagerly lapped up their meal from the bowl. And only then did Xia Yunyun notice the little dog watching her with yearning eyes. She had yet to clean it since bringing it home, taking the little dog to the riverbank for a bath. Xia Yunyun was accompanied by Fox Xiaobai, leaving the cubs inside. Yunyun, you seem so fond of the cubs. Why not have some of your own? Fox Xiaobai inquired curiously. Xia Yunyun's gentle demeanor and affectionate treatment of the little dog mirrored her interactions with the cubs, which piqued Fox Xiaobai's curiosity. Xia Yunyun found herself at a loss for words. Forgive her for not fully grasping the open-minded customs here. She was barely 18 and had never considered having children at such a young age. Moreover, her previous attempts with Yutsong had been unsuccessful, leaving her too embarrassed to try again. Noticing the hesitation in her eyes, Fox Xiaobai kindly asked, Yunyun, do you face some difficulties? Xia Yunyun nodded earnestly. Indeed, it was a significant challenge. Well, Xiaobai, the females in my homeland usually find their partners quite late, and they have children a few years later than here, Xia Yunyun patiently explained. Surely, Xiaobai would understand. Have you come of age then? Fox Xiaobai asked, her previous timidity fading as she posed the question with an air of certainty. Yes, Xia Yunyun replied with a nod. In this context, coming of age referred to the onset of her menstruation. That's no issue. Once a female comes of age, she can conceive, and you are certainly capable of it. Although Fox Xiaobai was unaware of Xia Yunyun's species, which allowed females to refrain from mating with males promptly after reaching maturity, she did not dwell on it too long. Perhaps in her homeland, females were not as scarce as they were here. Cough, cough. Xia Yunyun nearly choked on her breath upon hearing Fox Xiaobai's words. The concern was not whether she could bear children, but rather, how could she bring herself to be intimate with Yutsong? Lowering her head, she felt too shy to articulate her thoughts directly. Opting instead to scrub the mud off the little dog, Fox Xiaobai, puzzled and uncertain, couldn't comprehend Xia Yunyun's sudden silence. After a moment, she finally connected the dots, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she gazed at Xia Yunyun. Yunyun, you haven't mated with your male yet, have you? This was not a question, but a statement of certainty. The Fox clan was known for their intelligence. Despite Fox Xiaobai's more introverted nature, her mind was quite sharp. Yes, Xia Yunyun replied softly, feeling as though she were a single woman past her prime, though she was merely an 18-year-old blossoming maiden. So that's how it is, Fox Xiaobai mused with a knowing smile. the corners of her eyes lifting slightly, revealing her current delight. Your male is so robust. Surely, you will bear exceptionally strong offspring. Fox Xiaobai regarded Xia Yunyun with envy, while the latter remained oblivious to any reason for envy. I know what you're thinking. I have a plan. The words Fox Xiaobai had spoken before echoed in Xia Yunyun's mind, though she did not notice Yutsong's return. Looking up, she saw Yutsong placing several large game animals on the ground. Having transformed back into his human form while holding a bundle of vine-like items in his hands, Why Yutsong? What is this? Upon seeing Yutsong, Xia Yunyun promptly set aside her earlier thoughts and asked with curiosity. Previously, Yutsong had only brought back edible items. Today, he had returned with a few lengths of vine. Is it edible? Yutsong approached Xia Yunyun, taking one of the vines and peeling away a layer of its skin in front of her. Is this what you mentioned before? With Yutsong's deep voice resonating, Xia Yunyun finally discerned what it was, her face lighting up with joy. Inside the brown vine skin lay white and yellowish fine fibers. Intertwined at first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary vine, but upon closer inspection, the fibers could be separated. You actually found it. Xia Yunyun joyfully embraced Yutsong, clutching the vine tightly in one hand. This is wonderful. Thank you, Yutsong. With this, I can finally make proper clothing. You seem to have only a beast skin skirt, right? Once the beast skin is ready, I shall craft you a new one. Xia Yunyun chattered on, completely oblivious to Yutsong's gradually deepening breaths. Yunyun, his voice, thick with masculine pheromones, caught Xia Yunyun off guard. Sensing the shift in Yutsong and his brethren, Xia Yunyun chuckled, stepping a few meters away, urging him to hurry and prepare the beast's skin while she busied herself with the fibers in the bundle. Though she had accepted Yutsong in her heart, she still needed time to come to terms with the idea of intimacy with him. Especially after the previous two awkward encounters. Witnessing her reluctance, Yutsong felt an inexplicable sense of defeat. She had just promised to make him a beast skin skirt, so why did she shy away from his touch? This conundrum perplexed him as he dragged the game outside, diligently preparing the skins. Skinning a beast is a skilled task. Not every male could accomplish the feat of removing an entire hide without damage. Under Yutsong's sharp claws, the massive game animals quickly transformed into large skins, flecked with bloodstains. Yutsong frowned, meticulously rinsing the skins in the cold water, which he found as unpleasant as the cold-blooded creature itself. In a dense forest outside Stone Giant City, a pair of silver-gray triangular eyes gazed intently in the direction of the city. The creature's massive body and the truncated tail behind it were strikingly conspicuous. Moments ago, the snow lion had arrived unexpectedly, leading him to believe that the snow lion intended to end his life. After all, he had once been a predator of female serpentine beasts. Yet, to his surprise, the snow lion exhibited no signs of aggression. Its calm and composed demeanor was far from what one would expect when facing a six-crystal beastman. It was evident that the snow lion was fully aware of the injuries he sustained. Although the female appeared concerned, her condition was not life-threatening, and it would be a considerable effort to slay a four-crystal beastman, which was entirely within the realm of possibility. I understand that you will not leave. Stone City is not a place where you can find solace. As long as you do not harm Yunyun, I will not reveal your whereabouts. Yunyun is a kind-hearted female who cannot bear to see others suffer. However, should you dare to bring her harm, even if I cannot defeat you, I will fight to the death. He vividly recalled the words of that snow lion. The deep brown eyes, with their unsettling tranquility, instilled a sense of dread within him. He harbored a feeling that the owner of those eyes would undoubtedly surpass him in strength in the future. It was a gaze that seemed to disdain all. Even if his current power eclipsed that of the snow lion, it would be unwise to underestimate it. Ever since he had been cast aside from that place, he had not felt that there was anything to aspire to in this life. Yet now, death had suddenly become a source of fear. If only he could grow stronger, perhaps he might stand proudly by her side. All he desired was to be near her. In Stone City, Xia Yunyun was diligently sorting through fibers. The delicate strands appeared as though they would snap with the slightest touch, yet upon contact, she discovered they were far sturdier than she had imagined. Initially, she had contemplated that if the fibers were too easily broken, she would need to find a way to strengthen them. However, it soon became clear that this was not a concern at all. The fibers here were entirely different from those in the modern world. They appeared thin, yet were remarkably resilient, impervious to tearing without the aid of stones for grinding. Of course, This was merely in reference to Xia Yunyun's strength. It might not hold true for other beastmen. The fibers she had just pulled were still damp, so Xia Yunyun placed them in the shade at the entrance to dry in the wind before binding them one by one to wooden sticks for safekeeping. Intending to use them as thread once the hides were prepared, a bundle of vines contained numerous fibers, and after completing these tasks, Xia Yunyun was drenched in sweat, while outside, Yutsong had just finished cleaning the hides. Soon, several animal hides were hung at the entrance. While Yutsong had brought back 4 or 5 prey in one go, skinned them, and left them at home, creating quite a fright. It was summer, and the meat attracted flies and mosquitoes. After having one for dinner, fur remained. If left unattended overnight, the meat would surely spoil. Xia Yunyun pondered, reluctant to waste the hard-won catch that Yutsong had brought back, but with no refrigerator in sight. She had no choice but to have Yutsong place the remaining prey outside. That night, as Yutsong transformed into his beast form to sleep beside Xia Yunyun, she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep when he attempted to draw closer. The next morning, upon awakening, Xia Yunyun was met with an unpleasant odor. Sure enough, as she stepped outside, she found the prey, now devoid of skin, crawling with fly-like insects. Without uttering a word, Yutsong disposed of the spoiled game. Although wasting food was shameful, there was no other choice for the sake of preparing the hides. After breakfast, Yutsong ventured out to hunt again. It was summer, an excellent time for tanning hides, and he sought to gather more for Yunyun to prepare for winter. With Yutsong out, it was just as Xia Yunyun wished. She tidied up the house and then made her way next door. Hu Xiaobai was sitting at the door, and upon seeing Xia Yunyun, joyfully stood up. "Xiaobai, quickly take me to find the thing you mentioned," she exclaimed. She needed to return home before Yutsong came back. She couldn't let him discover her secret. "Let us go. I will lead you there right away." Yes, they held hands. Xia Yunyun realized that the male accompanying Hu Xiaobai was not the same one from yesterday. She knew Hu Xiaobai had 3 partners, but why did they all have to follow her when she went out? What if her partner had overheard her conversation with Xiaobai yesterday? Goodness, would a bolt of lightning strike her down? The male trailing behind Hu Xiaobai noticed Xia Yunyun's occasional glances in his direction and found himself conflicted. He already had a partner, yet could this beautiful female possibly be interested in him? No. Although she was stunning, he could only have one partner. If only Xia Yunyun knew what was going through this male's mind, she might have gone home to hang herself with the fibers. Following Hu Xiaobai, Xia Yunyun had no idea how long they walked, winding through several small paths in the city, until they finally reached a large open space. "Xiaobai, where is this?" Xia Yunyun asked in confusion. Having just caught a glimpse of a fox den. "This is the clearing behind our fox clan's den. Over there is the red flower fruit. Although our clan is not skilled in cultivation, we grow the best red flower fruit." Following Hu Xiaobai's finger, Xia Yunyun beheld a vast expanse of crimson blooms. The scorching sun poured down from above, accompanied by a gentle breeze. For a moment, she forgot to wipe the sweat from her brow, utterly entranced. What a beautiful sea of flowers! Upon witnessing Xia Yunyun's reaction, Hu Xiaobai beamed with pride. Their clan's red flower fruit had helped many beastmen with their mating issues. "Isn't that just a flower? Where are the fruits?" Realizing her mistake, Xia Yunyun stared quizzically at the vibrant flowers, unable to resist the urge to step closer. The air was filled with a faint fragrance, and as she inhaled, she felt an irresistible draw toward the floral s. Hu Xiaobai followed behind her, allowing her to move ahead unimpeded. As she approached, Xia Yunyun discovered that beneath the red flowers were clusters of small red fruits, roughly the size of a baby's fist, indistinguishable in color from the flowers themselves. From a distance, it was impossible to tell the difference between the flowers and the fruits. "Yunyun, your face is quite red. Have you inhaled too much pollen?" In a moment of contemplation, Hu Xiaobai appeared beside her, quickly noticing her flushed cheeks with concern. "What? Is my face really red?" Xia Yunyun touched her face, feeling a slight warmth. "Perhaps we should gather some red flower fruits and head back. Inhaling the pollen can have a similar effect, but the pollen does not affect us fox beastmen. All right." Nodding, Xia Yunyun hurriedly plucked several red flower fruits, cradling them in her arms, her mind hazy and warm, completely forgetting Hu Xiaobai's words, solely focused on gathering the fruits to return home. As a female of the fox clan, Hu Xiaobai was unaware of the potent effects of the red flower fruit's pollen on other clans, and thus she paid little heed to the situation as she escorted Xia Yunyun home, carrying a few freshly picked red flower fruits herself. Upon returning home, Xia Yunyun, in a daze, perched herself atop a pile of grass with the red flower fruits in her arms. The absence of windows cast a shadowy gloom over the interior, with only a sliver of light streaming in through the doorway. Night fell, and Yutsong had yet to return. Oh well, I might as well take a nap and wait for him. But as she relaxed, she inadvertently dropped the red flower fruits, which scattered across the floor. Looking down, she picked one up. Its surface somewhat dry. Ah, she exclaimed, taking a bite. Within moments, she had devoured an entire fruit. Now, Xia Yunyun's face was even redder, her eyes closing as she collapsed onto the grass pile. Her exposed skin slightly flushed. The effects of the red flower fruit on beastmen were akin to ancient herbal remedies. However, Xia Yunyun was human, not a beastman, and having inhaled so much pollen was undoubtedly exacerbating her condition. At this moment, Xia Yunyun resembled someone who had downed a bottle of strong liquor, but thankfully, the red flower fruit was not actual alcohol. Otherwise, she might have remained in a stupor indefinitely. In the afternoon, Yutsong returned, bearing several prey on his shoulders. Before he could set them down, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, prompting him to rush into the house. With a resounding crash, the prey fell to the ground as Yutsong dashed inside. The sound seemed to wake Xia Yunyun from her slumber. Squinting her eyes, her cheeks flushed like the fallen red flower fruits. She extended her arms toward the familiar figure. Why, Yutsong, I'm ready. Her voice, soft and reminiscent of glutinous rice, ignited a fire within Yutsong. Looking down, he noticed the scattered red flower fruits on the floor and quickly deduced what had transpired. Yunyun, this is what you mentioned. When Xia Yunyun awoke, she gazed at the light filtering in through the doorway, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Had she been run over by a truck yesterday? Why did every bone in her body feel as though it had been crushed? Shifting her gaze, she surveyed the interior of the house. With Yutsong absent, the sunlight streaming in suggested it was already noon. Even if Yutsong had left early without rousing her, it was hard to believe he would still be away at this hour. Deep in earnest contemplation, Xia Yunyun was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It was hardly her fault for being so oblivious. The effects of the red flower fruit on a human were overwhelmingly potent. After a night of indulgence, she could barely remember anything, let alone the consequences of consuming the red flower fruit. Propping herself up on the pile of grass with one hand while rubbing her shoulder with the other, a series of vivid images suddenly flashed through her mind. Boom! An earth-shattering realization struck Xia Yunyun, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. She had been intimate with Yutsong yesterday. In a frenzy, she tugged at her disheveled hair. Her shrill cries could very well qualify her for a dolphin singing competition. What on earth had transpired? Her mind was a blank canvas, and her emotions were akin to a dog biting her, yet she could not retaliate. Her gaze fell upon several brightly colored red berries scattered on the ground. The red flower fruit. In an instant, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. She had confided to Hu Shaobai her reluctance to engage with Yutsong, to which Hu Shaobai had knowingly replied that consuming the red flower fruit would dispel her worries. Then, they had gone together to gather the red flower fruit, and afterward, everything became a blur. She returned home, consumed the fruit, fell asleep, and dreamt of Yutsong's return. It seemed she had even foolishly uttered something in her slumber. Tears streamed down her face as her heart screamed in agony. Wasn't that merely a dream? Could she possibly retract her previous actions? She wasn't ready for this. Rising with a dark expression, she was relieved that he hadn't torn her only set of animal skin clothing. Otherwise, she would truly be left with nothing to wear today. Just as she finished putting on her clothes, Yutsong returned. Upon noticing that Xia Yunyun had awakened, he tossed down the two prey from his back, transformed into his human form, and approached her. Yunyun, are you hungry? The meat from today's hunt is quite tender. We can roast it. Yutsong's typically indifferent expression was now infused with fervor, his eyes brimming with affection as he gazed at Xia Yunyun. The previous day, after returning from his hunt and seeing Yunyun, he could not restrain himself, and they had crossed that boundary. The fact that she did not resist was the most exhilarating revelation for him. The events continued until midnight, whereupon releasing years of pent-up energy, he finally regained some semblance of reason, realizing that Yunyun's delicate body could not endure excessive strain. Seeing the bloodstains on the grass pile filled him with remorse. He had inadvertently hurt her, which prompted him to cease further actions. I'm hungry. Of course, she was starving. She had not eaten lunch or dinner yesterday, nor had she consumed anything today. She felt she might perish from hunger. However, the moment she thought of the events that transpired last night with Yutsong, recollections of that night danced vividly in her mind. Her cheeks flushed instantly. How infuriating! Why was she thinking about such matters at this moment? Ugh, forget it, forget it. She was still that innocent young girl. Yes, indeed. After a moment of self-reassurance, Xia Yunyun managed to suppress her inclination to evade Yutsong, albeit she found herself slightly avoiding his affectionate gaze. Allow me to prepare some roasted meat for you. Please wait here. Wai Yutsong understood that for Xia Yunyun, meals were a serious matter. She adhered strictly to her routine of 3 meals a day. He had satiated his own hunger last night. But Yunyun had not eaten since noon the day prior, and must be ravenous. She replied softly, not inclined to refuse. Having been exposed to her habits for many days now, Yutsong possessed a cleverness beyond that of the average beastman. He had diligently observed Xia Yunyun's cooking methods, intending to prepare food for her in the future. Although he relished the meals she prepared for him, in the eyes of a beastman, it was a male's duty to provide delicious nourishment for the female. In the past, Xia Yunyun had criticized the appearance of his culinary creations, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. He was determined to ensure she enjoyed the food he prepared. While hunting outside, he had secretly practiced how to replicate her cooking techniques. Now, as he roasted the meat, he deftly skewered a piece of meat. Listening to it sizzle over the fire, the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Gulp. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yunyun swallowed hard, turning her head in disbelief. She had steeled herself for an unpalatable experience. Yet the oily, delectable-looking roasted meat appeared to be truly crafted by Yutsong. Just as she was grappling with her curiosity and desire, Yutsong had already finished preparing a generous bowl of roasted meat. Starving and desperate, Xia Yunyun rushed over, plopped down beside the roasted meat, and began to devour it, tearing into the chunks with gusto. Delicious, delicious. Yutsong, when did your culinary skills improve so remarkably? This is even better than what I make. Between mouthfuls, she couldn't help but shower him with compliments. Perhaps it was due to her intense hunger, but this was undeniably the most exquisite meal she had enjoyed since arriving in the beastman realm. I'm glad you like it. I will prepare it for you every day from now on. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's delight in the roasted meat, Yutsong's previously tense expression gradually softened. Thank goodness, as long as Yunyun enjoyed the food. It's delicious. Xia Yunyun nodded, thoroughly relishing her meal when Yutsong spoke again, causing her to freeze mid-bite. Yunyun, I inadvertently hurt you last night. Are you feeling all right now? Yutsong's concern was palpable as he recalled the bloodstains on the grass pile, and seeing her appear weak only intensified his worry. Puffed. Xia Yunyun's immediate reaction to Yutsong's words was to spit out the morsel she had been chewing. Unfortunately, she still had a piece lodged in her mouth, and in her haste, she began to choke. Cough, cough, cough. What's wrong? Yunyun, are you all right? Yutsong had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her. He hurriedly approached and gently patted her back. Stop, stop. If you keep patting me like that, I will either choke to death or be beaten to death by you. Xia Yunyun clutched her chest. Rising to her feet, struggling to suppress her urge to strike him, glaring at Yutsong, the latter looked utterly bewildered, his deep brown eyes reflecting a hint of innocence. Perhaps, in Yutsong's perspective, gentle meant something entirely different. Xia Yunyun felt exasperated. You feel aggrieved? I'm the one who should feel aggrieved. Yunyun, are you really all right? Realizing his oversight, Yutsong's expression turned serious. He had failed to consider that females were inherently different from males. Yunyun, being delicate by nature, required him to be more mindful, but I'm fine. Faced with Yutsong's worried demeanor, Xia Yunyun felt her anger dissipating. She waved her hand in resignation and sat down. Yunyun, you bled last night. Are you truly okay? Let me see your injury. If it's serious, I'll fetch the old veterinarian. Yutsong insisted earnestly, concern etched on his face. Xia Yunyun, do you think I have an injury? Ugh, what injury? I wasn't injured at all. Did the beastman here possess no knowledge of a girl's first intimate encounter? Observing Xia Yunyun's speechless expression, Yutsong, misinterpreting her silence, leaned closer, intent on checking her injury. But don't move. I'm really not hurt. In our culture, females experience this during their first time with a partner. It's completely normal. Xia Yunyun quickly recoiled, her eyes wide with apprehension, fearing he might not comprehend and proceed to check her injury. perhaps even summon the old veterinarian. Such a scenario was ludicrous. She had never heard of a girl needing to visit a doctor after her first experience resulting in blood. Is that so? Is it really like that? Although Yutsong had never encountered such peculiar customs among the beast men, he did not suspect Xia Yunyun would deceive him. Despite his confusion, he accepted her explanation. Yes, absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can check again next time. There definitely won't be any blood then. Xia Yunyun hastily clarified, not considering her words before they slipped out. Oh no. Not that. Just know there won't be any blood in the future. After hastily speaking, Xia Yunyun realized she had only made matters worse. Alright, then that we'll see next time. If it truly is an injury, I will fetch the old veterinarian to examine you. With a grave expression, Yutsong nodded in agreement with Xia Yunyun's suggestion, showing no sign of finding any fault in her words. Xia Yunyun pondered. Why do I suddenly feel so exhausted? Why does communicating with Yutsong feel so challenging? What should I do? Their meal concluded amidst a series of unexpected disturbances. Carrying her empty bowl, Xia Yunyun made her way to the stream outside to wash it. Just then, the neighbor, Hu Xiaobai, also stepped out. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun, she shyly smiled, cradling a basket with a tiger cub inside, and approached the stream while her male partner waited by the door. Good afternoon. Xiaobai, are you heading out? Xia Yunyun greeted her, feeling a surge of energy upon seeing her. Yes, I'm taking the cub out for a stroll, Hu Xiaobai replied, her gaze flitting over Xia Yunyun, noticing the bruises adorning her skin. She couldn't help but chuckle. Yunyun, how are you feeling? Did the Huang Waguo from our Fox clan work well for you last night? How do I feel? You ask? Xia Yunyun replied, her expression darkening as she regarded Hu Xiaobai. Should she say it was good, or should she say it was very good? It was simply delightful, she finally admitted. Once Hu Xiaobai departed, Xia Yunyun felt utterly drained, still clutching the freshly washed bowl. As she stood up to return indoors, her foot unexpectedly landed in a patch of soft mud, causing her to lose her balance and tumble toward the stream. Oh no! Xia Yunyun flailed her arms in midair. Yet she could not avert her impending fall. The stream was nearly 2 meters wide. If she fell in, she would surely become a drenched mess. Just then, a warm surge enveloped her chest, and her body seemed to freeze midair for 2 seconds. In an instant, a white figure dashed out from the house, swiftly catching her on his back and leaping over the stream to land on the opposite bank. Yutsong. Having been rescued by Yutsong, Xia Yunyun's heart raced as she clung tightly to his beastly neck, reluctant to let go. Are you all right? Yutsong gently set her down, transforming into his human form, his eyes filled with concern as he examined her closely. Anxious about her well-being. What just happened? Xia Yunyun, still shaken, stared at Yutsong, instinctively placing a hand over her heart. It felt as if she had sensed something peculiar. Moments ago, an unfamiliar force had prevented her from falling into the stream. And Yutsong had arrived just in time to save her. Although she was aware of Yutsong's remarkable speed, how had he known she was on the verge of falling? It seemed inconceivable that he could have reached her in that fleeting moment. What just happened? Why did you fall? Yutsong appeared perplexed by her question, his focus solely on her injuries. Dumbfounded, it felt like I paused in midair for a moment. Did you see that? Xia Yunyun's face was filled with confusion. Despite having witnessed countless strange occurrences since her arrival, experiencing this bizarre sensation firsthand was a first for her. Why hadn't anything like this happened during previous moments of danger? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be related to Yutsong? Perhaps it was due to their intimate connection from the previous night. Don't you know? Yutsong seemed surprised by Xia Yunyun's persistent questioning. Xia Yunyun shook her head, unsure of what he meant. After becoming partners, a female can harness the strength of her male counterpart. The stronger the male, the healthier the female's body becomes. We consummated our bond yesterday. His deep gaze locked onto Xia Yunyun, who was significantly shorter than he. So, my near fall was averted because of your strength. Xia Yunyun was astonished to discover such a remarkable aspect of their bond. Realizing that this world was indeed unlike the human realm. Each male possessed unique strength, and the power a female could wield depended on her partner. The connection between them determined how much strength the female could access. Yutsong patiently explained this to Xia Yunyun, not questioning why she was unaware of such fundamental concepts. Perhaps it was precisely her naivety that made him cherish her all the more, unwilling to share her with any other male. Having only become partners yesterday, today Xia Yunyun could already use his strength. Surely, she harbored feelings for him. With this thought, Yutsong's mood lightened, and he suddenly scooped Xia Yunyun off her feet. Striding through the stream and into the house. Yutsong. What are you doing? Xia Yunyun gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck as he flipped her over. Yunyun, let us have a litter of cubs. A litter? Do you think I'm a pig? Xia Yunyun's face darkened as she pushed against his shoulder, trying to break free. Let me go. I want down. Yet, her struggles seemed futile. Yutsong showed no intention of releasing her as he headed toward a pile of grass, seemingly intent on placing her atop it. Timing her escape, Xia Yunyun prepared to leap down, but inadvertently collided with Yutsong's chin as he lowered his head, resulting in a painful bump that made her wince. Yunyun, Yutsong hadn't anticipated her reaction would be so intense. Seeing her hurt, he instinctively loosened his grip, and Xia Yunyun fell onto the grass pile. Fortunately, the grass was thick, cushioning her fall, and although she felt the impact of Yutsong's earlier descent, she was unharmed. However, as she noticed him leaning over, Xia Yunyun, in a moment of instinct, kicked out. Bang! The sound of impact echoed, and when Xia Yunyun regained her bearings, she found Yutsong missing from the room. What just happened? Bewildered, she gazed at the sight of Yutsong sitting on the ground outside. Looking down at her feet, she wondered if she had been possessed by some deity. Had that too been Yutsong's strength? As her thoughts raced, Yutsong stood up and re-entered the house, dusting himself off as though nothing had occurred, his eyes deep and inscrutable, causing Xia Yunyun to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. She had just utilized Yutsong's strength to kick him out. Would he be angry? Just as the atmosphere thickened, and Xia Yunyun braced herself for his wrath, Yutsong stepped closer, his voice rich and magnetic, seemingly suppressing something. If you're tired, rest for now. I'll go hunting. Why Yutsong's unexpected reaction caught her off guard, and before she could respond, he had already turned and exited. Was it really necessary for him to rush off to hunt? Was she that terrifying? Exhausted, she realized she had no idea how late it had gotten last night, nor how much her body ached. As soon as Yutsong left, her earlier vitality dissipated, and she contemplated lying down in the grass for a moment. To her surprise, she fell asleep. When she awoke, a piece of dried animal hide, possibly recently sun-dried and somewhat stiff, covered her. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, prompting Xia Yunyun to inhale deeply. She sat up, pulling back the hide to see Yutsong by the fire, tending to a pot, the broth bubbling away, releasing a mouth-watering scent with each bursting bubble. Yunyun, you're awake. Are you hungry? I made meat soup for you. Just let me know when you're ready, and I'll serve you. Upon noticing her wakefulness, Yutsong immediately set down the firewood and strode over to her, his towering figure casting a shadow over Xia Yunyun. Noticing the food before her made her realize just how hungry she was. With the enticing meal at hand, she swiftly dismissed the lingering soreness in her body and any minor grievances she had with Yutsong. Eagerly agreeing to partake in the soup he had prepared, while she had been asleep, Yutsong had already skinned and cleaned the pelts of their recent catches, hanging them outside along with the previous ones. Once she had her fill, Xia Yunyun observed that the room felt considerably emptier. Inquiring further, she learned that Yutsong had discarded the excess game into the forest. The pang of regret hit her. So much food had gone to waste. For several days, Xia Yunyun remained in the house, seldom venturing outside. After resting for a few days, she finally noticed an improvement in her soreness, sitting at the doorstep. She tugged at her hair in frustration. I'm so fed up. I've never felt this miserable during my period. When she had been busy gallivanting about, she hadn't felt it, but now that her life had stabilized, she found herself growing increasingly discontented with the emptiness surrounding her. Though the issue of sustenance has been resolved, it consists solely of the most rudimentary fare, lacking in flavor. Even the finest cuts of meat, when consumed in excess, can become tiresome. As for the food, she can at least tolerate it. After all, even Yutsong, who ventures out daily to hunt, has not voiced any complaints. However, the absence of basic living utensils leaves her, a modern individual, in a perplexing predicament. Over the past few days, the temperature has noticeably dropped. It is now midday, and a variety of animal hides hangs in a long row at the entrance, forming an expansive canopy that shields Xia Yunyun from the sweltering sun, providing a comfortable, neither hot nor cold atmosphere. As mealtime approaches, Xia Yunyun's frustration remains unabated. With a solemn expression, she gazes out the door, pondering how to ameliorate her current circumstances. At the very least, it is not a sustainable solution for Yutsong to discard the leftover meat into the forest each day. even if he does not mind the exertion. She finds the act of hauling the prey back home only to cast it away cumbersome. Returning indoors in a state of agitation, Xia Yunyun suddenly catches sight of a stone jar perched atop the wooden table she had crafted earlier. Xia Yunyun claps her hands together, a realization dawning upon her. How could she have forgotten about this? Upon entering the home with the prey slung over his shoulder, Yutsong sees Xia Yunyun approaching with a mysterious expression, urging him to wash the meat from the catch instead of discarding it. Though puzzled, he complies without hesitation. Soon, he skillfully skins the entire animal, cleans the prey thoroughly, and meticulously cuts it into sizable chunks. Presenting them before Xia Yunyun, he assumes she must be hungry and wishes to prepare a meal, but as he stands by, he notices she makes no effort to ignite a fire. Instead, she busies herself with the jar containing salt. On the large wooden table, neatly arranged, are several pieces of meat. Holding the stone jar, Xia Yunyun begins to sprinkle salt over the meat. Observing her actions, Yutsong's eyes flicker with curiosity. His fingers twitch, yet when he sees the rare smile gracing Xia Yunyun's face, he refrains from speaking. The jar, roughly the size of 4 fists, is perhaps the only fortunate aspect of Xia Yunyun's current situation. Mission accomplished. After toiling for quite some time, Xia Yunyun sets down the stone jar, claps her hands, and squints her eyes in satisfaction. "What have you created, Yunyun?" Yutsong inquires, his expression neutral, accustomed to Xia Yunyun's peculiar endeavors. Though a hint of curiosity lingers in his gaze, "I am making cured meat. This way, we won't waste food. If only I had thought of this earlier, we wouldn't have had to discard all that prey from days past." Sprinkling salt over the food, she explains that it will prevent spoilage. Yutsong, unfamiliar with modern methods of curing meat, fails to grasp her process but deduces that salt can indeed hinder food from going bad. But only meat can be treated in this manner. It can be preserved for quite a while. These catches can all be turned into cured meat, though the salt may not suffice for too many. Xia Yunyun glances down at the stone jar, calculating that it could potentially preserve the meat from 10 more pieces of prey. However, with the pelts no longer an urgent matter, the extra catches each day could spare 5 days' worth of food from being wasted. With this thought, Xia Yunyun feels a sense of value in her efforts. Upon hearing her, Yutsong, though still somewhat perplexed, nods in agreement. "If the salt is insufficient, I shall procure more tomorrow. Since you enjoy cured meat, feel free to prepare as much as you desire." Witnessing Xia Yunyun's joyous demeanor, he assumes she has a fondness for cured meat. "That sounds wonderful." Xia Yunyun, not overthinking it, reflects that hunting daily is taxing. If they could store provisions at home, Yutsong wouldn't have to toil so hard each day. Why Yutsong then arranges the remaining pieces of prey on the wooden table, placing the salted meat together. Awaiting Xia Yunyun's next step in the process, he continues to wash the prey by the stream. Yu soon notices the commotion. She approaches Xia Yunyun's dwelling and, upon seeing Yutsong cutting the meat into chunks while Xia Yunyun sprinkles salt over them, her irritation flares. "Xia Yunyun, what on earth are you doing?" "You. I am making cured meat. Is there something you need at my home?" Xia Yunyun responds to Yu's inquiry, somewhat baffled, yet her work does not cease. "Do you even understand what you are doing? You are wasting salt. If Elder Ho finds out, he will surely cease to provide you with any salt." Elder Ho, the only elder in the giant stone city. Xia Yunyun recalls the elder who had previously visited her home, insisting that she drive away Yu, and she instantly feels a sense of aversion. "What does my making cured meat have to do with the elder?" "Cured meat? I couldn't care less what kind of meat you are preparing. It is all absurd nonsense. Wasting food is one thing, but wasting salt is entirely unacceptable." "Yutsong, are you not going to say anything to your mate?" Yu accuses angrily, leaving Xia Yunyun utterly bewildered. Is salt truly so precious? It takes Xia Yunyun a moment to glean this information from Yu's words. What does she mean by wasting food, and now wasting salt? Food is of paramount importance to the beastmen. Is she implying that salt is scarce here? Goodness, no wonder there is only 1 stone jar of salt at home, and she is making cured meat, which consumes salt in abundance. What Xia Yunyun does not realize is that the quantity of salt in this stone jar is what another family would use over 6 months to a year. Yet, she had just thought it could still suffice for 5 more days. Sensing Xia Yunyun's questioning gaze, Yutsong takes her small hand in his voice slightly frigid. "My mate, do you truly lack for salt?" Yunyun, Pay no heed to her nonsense. It is merely a bit of salt. Tomorrow, I shall trade for more provisions, so prepare as much cured meat as you wish. His boundless affection elevates Xia Yunyun's spirits immensely. Is that truly all right? Hearing Yutsong's reassurances, Xia Yunyun feels an inexplicable sense of comfort. She begins to question her earlier thoughts. Could it be that she was mistaken? The starkly contrasting attitudes leave Hu Yu seething with frustration, and she begrudgingly speaks again. How much food would it take to exchange for such a large amount of salt? Where on earth did you grow up that you lack such basic knowledge? Xia Yunyun is taken aback, both by her background and by Hu Yu's words, leaving her astonished. Yutsong? She looks up, seeking his response. Upon hearing her, Yutsong quickly furrows his brows, evident anger flickering in his deep brown eyes. Leave, Yutsong. I leave? Do not make me escort you out. The word escort is emphasized with particular intensity by Yutsong. Startled by Yutsong's furious demeanor, Hu Yu turns on her heel, casting a resentful glare at Xia Yunyun before stomping out. As Hu Yu steps outside, she encounters a familiar figure approaching. With a quick shift of her expression, she conceals her earlier ire and strides forward. Huce, what brings you here? Glancing down, she notices the white animal hides in Huce's grasp. Her eyes lighting up that Huce had anticipated running into Hu Yu. He had heard she had been causing a stir with her mate and had moved here, that I came to deliver the white fur hides to Yunyun. As I had promised her, she forgot to take them when she left. Huce, not paying much heed to Hu Yu, continues towards Xia Yunyun's home. Xia Yunyun. Once again, it's Xia Yunyun. Why does everyone treat her so well? What right does she have to these white fur hides? I am the most beautiful female of the Fox clan. Hu Yu seethes with jealousy. Watching Huce's retreating figure, filled with resentment over her perceived loss to Xia Yunyun. Once upon a time, she had been the center of attention in Giant Stone City. Now, she finds herself overshadowed by an outsider, whose partner happens to be a four-crystal beast man. Even her cousin, Dahai, a young powerhouse of the Fox clan, had been scheming on how to win her over. No, suddenly, Hu Yu senses something amiss. That detestable Xia Yunyun seems to have changed in some way. Unlike males, females often lag behind in various aspects, including perceptiveness. Suddenly, a thought strikes Hu Yu as she glances towards Xia Yunyun's doorway. Spotting Xia Yunyun and Yutsong standing together, he truly has bonded with this female. She had sensed something different about Xia Yunyun today. It must have been last night, in the realm of orcs. A male is destined to bond with but a single female throughout his life. Once such an alliance is formed, the possibility of another female is rendered impossible. Fox Yu is acutely aware of this fact. Her teeth clenched in frustration, yet powerless to alter the circumstances, her gaze shifts to the figure of Fox Yu, who has just passed by, her expression momentarily dazed before quickly regaining focus as she returns to her dwelling. After bidding farewell to Fox Yu, Xia Yunyun's heart remains unsettled, her eyes searching for reassurance from Yutsong. His recent words linger heavily in her mind, leaving her in a state of contemplation. Yutsong, I was unaware that salt is so scarce. Had I known, I would not have squandered it on curing meat. Apologetically, Xia Yunyun lowers her gaze, offering her contrition. Do you not believe me? Yutsong's voice carries a palpable discontent as he fixes his dark, brooding eyes upon her. No, it's not that. I certainly believe you, Xia Yunyun exclaims, hastily shaking her head. How could she possibly doubt Yutsong? Surely, he merely wishes to soothe her troubled heart. Then that is sufficient. He replies that as her partner, he would ensure she lacks for nothing, no matter how precious the item in question. Why Yutsong? Yunyun, you're both here. Fox Yu calls out cheerfully as he approaches the door, spotting Yutsong inside. What brings you here? Though he and Fox Yu share a friendship, the fact that Yu is now a bonded male introduces an unintentional tension amidst other males. Moreover, Yutsong's eyes catch the white beast skin in Fox Yu's grasp. This is the white beast skin I intended for Yunyun the last time. I forgot to take it with me, so I brought it back. Fox Yu, sensing Yutsong's reluctance for his presence, maintains his smile and gestures for him to take the skin. No need. You may keep it. Yutsong responds nonchalantly, refusing the offer. Yet I promised Yunyun I would deliver it to her. Fox Yu is taken aback by Yutsong's sudden dismissal, his expression betraying a hint of helplessness. He only wishes to provide this female with a finer skin. It is perhaps the only thing he can offer her at present. Thank you. Fox Siwa. Previously, I lacked a beast skin garment, but Yutsong has since tanned several. Such a valuable skin should be returned to you. Sensing a discord in Yutsong's tone, Xia Yunyun steps forward, smiling as she declines the offering. Fox Siwa's expression dims slightly. Upon entering, he had observed the skins hanging outside, a testament to Yutsong's prowess in hunting and tanning within mere days. Very well. If you already possess beast skins, I shall take my leave. Autumn is approaching, and one must prepare provisions. You have only Yutsong as your partner. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. His tone is tinged with regret. Yet his sincerity remains intact. Autumn? Stockpiling provisions? Xia Yunyun ponders Fox Siwa's words, realizing the implications of the impending season. Like animals, orcs must gather sustenance for the winter, and no need. Yutsong interjects with a firm refusal. Understanding his sentiment, Fox Siwa glances at Xia Yunyun before turning to depart. In the neighboring house, Fox Siwa has been waiting impatiently, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Fox Siwa emerge, the white beast skin still in hand. Siwa, why have you brought the skin back? What is the matter? Her alluring fox eyes gleam with fervor at the sight of the skin. Cousin, I believe it would be prudent for you to speak with uncle regarding your reasons for moving out. Fox Siwa replies coolly, not inclined to halt his progress for her. That is my concern, and my father has no say in it. What? Has that female rejected your offering? She did bond with Yutsong yesterday. Silence. Though Fox Siwa is typically amiable, his temper can flare. I shall speak. She has indeed spurned you. Humph. Accustomed to her own arrogance, Fox Siwa shows no fear of Fox Siwa, defiantly raising her chin. The more he attempts to silence her, the more determined she becomes to voice her thoughts. Look there. Is that the female? She must reside here. Such a beautiful female. Truly the pride of Giant Stone City. At that moment, the chatter of females in the distance reaches Fox Siwa's ears. Prepared to continue her tirade, she finds her pride swelling upon hearing their words. Indeed, she is the most beautiful female. Even the others here marvel at her. The females approach, whispering among themselves as they draw near. Puffing out her chest like a peacock flaunting its feathers, Fox Siwa stands proudly to greet them, seemingly awaiting their compliments. Has the news of my arrival spread so swiftly? Have you all heard? Surveying the group of females before her, Fox Siwa gazes down with an air of superiority, her face betraying an unmistakable smile. Are you Fox Siwa, the most beautiful female of the Fox clan? One female exclaims upon recognizing her. Indeed, that is what brings you to me. She replies, chin held high, her stature even more striking among the group. Do you reside here? Are you acquainted with the female living next door? We wish to meet her. The foremost female steps forward to clarify their intentions. Though Fox Siwa is celebrated as the most beautiful female of her clan, enjoying the finest privileges, the females of Giant Stone City hold a similarly esteemed status. The inquiry leaves Fox Siwa momentarily taken aback. Yet another seeking that female, Xia Yunyun. I do not know her. If you wish to find her, seek her out yourself, she coldly responds, dismissing the females entirely. Realizing they can glean nothing further from her, the females turn away, heading towards Xia Yunyun's home. Fox Siwa's eyes widen with fury, and she catches sight of Fox Siwa, preparing to leave in haste. She rushes to intercept him. Siwa, you are of age. The Fox King has long wished for you to find a partner. If you were to gift me the white beast skin, I could ensure you a chance at pairing next time. With a tone laced in jealousy, Fox Siwa appears resolute in competing with Xia Yunyun, her pride unwavering as she blocks Fox Siwa's path, undeterred by his displeasure. There's no need. You should reserve that precious opportunity for your 8 partners. I have no desire to compete with them. Fox Siwa retorts with a cold laugh, striding away. Siwa, you. Although aware of his disdain for her, Fox Siwa is taken aback by his outright rejection of her overture. How ungrateful. Meanwhile, Xia Yunyun observes a group of females at her doorstep, confusion etched on her face. Upon inquiry, she learns they have come seeking her guidance on preparing meat soup. Beautiful female, could you reveal the secret behind that delectable dish? Remarkable female, how did you create such an enticing aroma? Indeed, could you teach us? The chorus of excitement leaves Xia Yunyun utterly bewildered. She had simply made a meat soup. How could so many females have learned of it and come seeking her expertise? Feeling slightly bashful amidst the throng of eager females, Xia Yunyun notes that Yutsong, being a male, remains silent, choosing instead to stand watch over her. allowing the unexpected visitors to remain if you wish to learn. I can certainly teach you. Meat soup is hardly a closely guarded secret, and seeing their curiosity, Xia Yunyun graciously agrees to instruct them. The females are astonished, eagerly absorbing the recipe for the meat soup. Their previous biases against outsiders all but forgotten, leading to a newfound camaraderie with Xia Yunyun. In no time, meat soup becomes the culinary sensation of Giant Stone City, favored by all orcs. Of course, all credit for this culinary revolution goes to Xia Yunyun, the one who shared the recipe in the days that follow. Despite having taught several females the art of meat soup preparation, a steady stream of orcs continues to arrive, eager to learn from her. After all, females more beautiful than the Fox clan's most exquisite ones are indeed a rarity. Those fortunate enough to receive personal tutelage from Xia Yunyun are invariably female. Without exception, as the males have been driven away by Yutsong and are not permitted to approach the dwelling even by a fraction. This has stirred quite a commotion in Giant Stone City, with several unaccompanied males loitering outside Xia Yunyun's home, yet they dare not draw near. Xia Yunyun has become a well-known figure of renown throughout the city. One day, while washing dishes by the brook, despite Yutsong's repeated insistence that, as his partner, she need not engage in such tasks, Xia Yunyun remained resolute in her desire to contribute in whatever capacity she could. Beautiful Yunyun, please accept my gift. These are sweet fruits I found in the forest, and I hope you will enjoy them. Just as she set the dishes down by the shore, Xia Yunyun suddenly heard someone calling her name. Turning in confusion, she beheld a youth with dark red hair holding a plate-like object, smiling at her. Are you Fox, Hu Dahai? Xia Yunyun recognized him as the one who, alongside Hu Si, had rescued her from the stone cave beneath the water pool. Beautiful female, you actually remember my name, Hu Dahai exclaimed with delight, nearly dropping the fruits he held in his excitement. Thank you for your kindness, but you should keep those fruits. Yutsong does not approve of me accepting gifts from other males. Preferring not to meet Hu Dahai's fervent gaze, Xia Yunyun gently declined. More precisely, she disliked the notion of accepting anything from other males. In recent days, several females had brought her fruits in gratitude, and her home was now overflowing with them. However, any gifts from males were promptly dismissed by Yutsong, who had remained sullen for quite some time as a result. She certainly did not wish to provoke Yutsong's ire over a few fruits. That lion clan male, does he treat you poorly, forbidding you from accepting gifts from other beasts? Hu Dahai asked, his tone growing fervent as he edged closer to Xia Yunyun, prompting her to retreat in alarm. In her haste, she accidentally kicked a dish on the ground, causing her to stumble. This is disastrous. Why must she be so unfortunate? Silently mourning her fate, she was suddenly steadied by a large hand gripping her waist. When she opened her eyes, she discovered Yutsong had appeared at her side without her noticing. Aside from me, Yunyun shall accept nothing from any male. Yutsong's voice was laced with a palpable tension as he glowered at Hu Dahai. You cannot dictate such decisions for the female. She cannot possibly have only you as a partner, Hu Dahai retorted defiantly. As a fellow fourth-tier beastman, he felt no fear of this lion beast. Moreover, he sensed he was on the verge of ascending to a fifth-tier beastman. That is of no concern to you. Upon completing his statement, Yutsong seized Xia Yunyun and pulled her back into the house. It must be said that Yutsong possessed an extraordinary talent for inciting irritation. Observing his profile, with sharply defined features, he appeared to be the most exquisite creation of a master craftsman. While the males here were all remarkably handsome, beauty is not sustenance. Having one is more than sufficient. Days passed amidst such minor upheavals. Before long, Xia Yunyun found herself facing a significant dilemma, staring at the impeccably clean iron pot. She pouted, occasionally gasping as she leaned closer to examine it from various angles. Sigh. Yunyun, what troubles you? After her 36th sigh, Yutsong, returning from a hunting expedition, noticed her troubled expression and set down his catch. Approaching her with concern. Why Yutsong, you've returned just in time. Can you take a look at my teeth? Are they yellowing? It seems so. How could this happen? Grasping her hair in distress, Xia Yunyun wore a woeful expression. She did not wish to have discolored teeth. She had been here for about a month, without any means to brush her teeth, and now, after daily consumption of meat, her teeth had yellowed so quickly. What would happen if her teeth turned yellow? Seeing Xia Yunyun's agitation, Yutsong assumed it to be a grave matter and asked with concern, do beastmen not pay attention to their teeth? Or is it that those of notable stature do not concern themselves with such trivialities? Upon this reflection, Xia Yunyun leaned closer to Yutsong to scrutinize his teeth. The sight only deepened her dismay. Yutsong, why do your teeth remain pristine? Do you use something to brush them daily? I have never paid attention to my teeth, Yutsong replied, shaking his head, suddenly realizing that Xia Yunyun was concerned about her appearance. He offered reassurance, do not fret. Even if your teeth are yellow, I will still be your partner. Xia Yunyun felt tears welling up. That was not the issue she wished to address. I have heard that when females clean themselves, they simply need to transform into their beast form and revert back. Yunyun, you could try that. Wai Yutsong remarked earnestly, as if he had never seen Yunyun in her beast form, and was unaware of her true species. Yunyun appeared to be an enigma. It seemed to him that he would require a considerable amount of time to fully understand her. However, he had all the time in the world. Awaiting the day she would reveal the truth behind this mystery, Xia Yunyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Transform into a beast? How absurd. As a human, how could she possibly do that? Oh, the beastmen here can all shift into their beast forms. If others were to discover she could not transform, they would undoubtedly question her identity. What if they found out she was not a beastman? Would they not treat her as prey? Heavens, the thought sent a shiver down Xia Yunyun's spine. No, she could not let anyone find out. It was imperative she kept it a secret. I do not like the appearance of a beast. I prefer the way I am now. Xia Yunyun lifted her gaze to meet Yutsong's profound eyes, instinctively wanting to look away. Must she keep this from Yutsong as well? She had never before considered this dilemma. Should she disclose to him that she was not a beast man, but a human? If he were to discover her true nature, would he? Contemplating such matters, Xia Yunyun felt herself on the brink of collapse and opted to cast her worries aside. She needed to prepare herself mentally. Perhaps in a few days, when she had formulated a suitable explanation, she would reveal the truth to Yutsong. Indeed, females are often too delicate to shift forms. Given your fragile constitution, how could I have overlooked this? Yutsong mused, considering only Xia Yunyun's well-being. Did I recall there is a type of green leaf that some females place in their mouths? However, it is not meant to be consumed. I wonder if it is what you refer to as a toothbrush. Really? Where can I find it? Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun's eyes lit up with excitement as she gazed at Yutsong. Regardless of its nature, she was determined to try it. What if it proved effective? Within the tallest stone structure in Giant Stone City, in a spacious room where a middle-aged male was meditating. His eyes suddenly opened as he turned towards the door. Soon, a somewhat delicate-looking female entered. Master, there are females and males outside seeking your presence. The female bowed her head, resembling a most dutiful automaton, not daring to spare a single glance. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged male dismissed her. Accustomed to such occurrences, the female quickly exited. Inside the stone house where the elder resided, Xia Yunyun patiently awaited alongside Yutsong. Reflecting on how troublesome it was to meet this elder, akin to the ancient royal courts where one required formalities to gain an audience, she pondered. A middle-aged female emerged from within. Upon seeing her, Xia Yunyun recognized the elder of Giant Stone City. It is you too. I did not expect your sudden visit today. What brings you here? Ho Baijiang greeted the pair with a warm smile, his eyes curving amiably, approaching them as if they were longtime acquaintances. Elder, I wish to procure something from you. Might you have any green leaves to spare? Xia Yunyun stepped forward, displaying a pleading smile. Though she was not particularly fond of conversing with this elder, Yutsong had mentioned that only he possessed green leaves, leaving her no choice but to seek him out. Green leaves? Ho Baijiang pondered momentarily before chuckling softly. It seems we have a tidy female here. That I have green leaves. If you wish for some, I can fetch them for you shortly. Really? Thank you so much, Xia Yunyun exclaimed, pleasantly surprised at how easily she could obtain the green leaves. How has your stay in Giant Stone City been? Ho Baijiang inquired with a gentle smile, the wrinkles on his face giving him the appearance of a kind elder inquiring about Xia Yunyun's well-being. It has been quite good. Xia Yunyun nodded busily. After all, the other party had provided her with a place to settle down. No matter how much she disliked them, she would not lack even this modicum of courtesy. As summer swiftly faded away, autumn's gathering was just around the corner. You haven't attended the autumn gathering in Giant Stone City yet, have you? You simply must come and enjoy it. The autumn gathering? Looking at the elder's inviting smile, Xia Yunyun wore a puzzled expression. What exactly was this autumn gathering? Did Yutsong not inform you? Each year, on the last day of summer, our giant stone city holds a grand feast for the autumn gathering, where we pray to the beast god for an ample supply of food to sustain the females through the harsh winter though. So that's how it is. Xia Yunyun nodded in realization, her large, watery eyes suddenly shifting towards Yutsong. The latter remained composed, though he tightened his grip on her small hand slightly, his steady voice emerging slowly. If you wish to go, then we shall. Really? Xia Yunyun beamed with joy. Since arriving in Giant Stone City, she had not participated in any activities. Most importantly, a feast. Surely, there would be plenty of delicious food to savor. You've indeed found a splendid partner. Hobei Jiang observed with a knowing smile, casting a meaningful glance at Yutsong. Females typically issued commands. He had never witnessed a female seeking approval from a male before. Once they acquired the Kinjizi, Xia Yunyun did not linger and returned home early with Yutsong. Cradling the Kinjizi she had received from the elder, Xia Yunyun realized that what they referred to as Kinjizi was a type of leaf remarkably similar to mint. The leaves were a lighter shade of green than ordinary foliage and emitted a refreshing minty aroma. Upon returning home, the faint scent of mint attracted the attention of the neighboring fox. Xiaobai, Yunyun, where did you get this Kinjizi? Being a female and acquainted with Xia Yunyun, Xiaobai was not stopped by Yutsong from entering the house. Upon seeing Xia Yunyun holding the Kinjizi close to her nose, a flicker of confusion crossed her features. That I got it from the elder. With Xiaobai's arrival, Xia Yunyun naturally lowered the Kinjizi in her hand. The elder actually gave you so much Kinjizi? Xiaobai approached with a look of surprise, observing that Xia Yunyun held a small jar filled with the leaves. Is this thing really that precious? Upon hearing Xiaobai's question, Xia Yunyun felt puzzled. The elder had generously handed her the Kinjizi. Not exactly. Xiaobai shook her head, glancing at Yutsong, who had remained silent beside them. Noticing he had not spoken, she turned back to explain to Xia Yunyun. Kinjizi only grows in particularly cold regions. Here, it is quite rare. There is none around Giant Stone City. Only the elder possesses the means to cultivate it. The elder is truly remarkable, Xia Yunyun exclaimed in awe. In modern times, he would be considered a talent. If he studied agriculture, he would surely increase the harvest yields for the farmers. But how did he manage to grow a plant that only flourished in cold climates here in Giant Stone City? Of course, the elder is the wisest among us in Giant Stone City. Such feats are only possible for him. With the elder around, our city will always remain the most formidable tribe, Xiaobai declared proudly, as though the elder were her own kin. Hearing Xiaobai's unabashed praise for the elder piqued Xia Yunyun's curiosity about him. Previously, she had not held a favorable view of the elder and had not paid much attention to him, only knowing that Husai held him in great reverence. Now it seemed that the elder was indeed a significant figure in Giant Stone City, perhaps even holding a status higher than the four beast kings. How does the elder cultivate the Kinjizi? Such matters are beyond our understanding as beasts. This is the elder's secret technique. Kinjizi is something preferred by females, and the demand is not high. The elder periodically allows females to collect it from him, which is quite generous, Xiaobai replied with astonishment. Her spirits visibly lifted when discussing the elder. Is that so? I haven't been in Giant Stone City for long, so I was unaware of these things. Sensing Xiaobai's excitement, Xia Yunyun quickly changed the subject. Another admirer of the elder. Was the elder truly that impressive? It seemed like every beast in Giant Stone City held him in high esteem. By the way, Xiaobai, I heard there will be an autumn gathering in Giant Stone City in a few days. Are you going? Remembering the new term she had just learned, Xia Yunyun curiously inquired. Of course, all the females in Giant Stone City will attend. I heard that this year, the Wolf King's eldest son has been promoted to a 5-crystal beast man. He is the strongest among the younger generation of beasts. I am so eager to witness it. Xiaobai's voice brimmed with anticipation, making Xia Yunyun smile. You already have 2 partners. Are you interested in the Wolf King's son? Xia Yunyun chuckled, covering her mouth. Having spent considerable time with Xiaobai, she had come to understand her personality. Though Xiaobai was quite open about certain adult matters, she remained rather reserved. No, not at all. I'm merely curious about such a formidable male. Xiaobai stammered, her face flushing as she turned her head away from Xia Yunyun. Haha, it was a rare sight to witness Xiaobai feeling shy, and Xia Yunyun broke into a broad grin. I'm not like you. Your partners are so impressive that I merely came from another tribe to Giant Stone City. Due to my poor health, males generally do not choose females like me as partners. As she spoke, Xiaobai's expression turned somewhat forlorn. Naturally, she could not compare to females like Hu Yu. Due to her frail health, other females did not often wish to associate with her, and her partners were merely two crystal beast men. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to live in such a remote area. Fortunately, her partners did not disdain her, and now she had Yunyun willing to converse with her. Who says that? If I were a male, I would definitely choose you as my partner. Sensing Xiao Bai's low spirits, Xia Yunyun quickly retorted. For some reason, she found it increasingly easy to perceive others' emotional shifts. At this moment, she could distinctly sense that Xiao Bai seemed somewhat disheartened. She was unaware of how the beasts here evaluated a female's worth. All she knew was that Xiao Bai was a good female. At the very least, she had the courage to strive for her offspring, making her a good mother. In her childhood, due to family circumstances, Xia Yunyun had a solitary disposition, with no friends willing to play with her. She understood what it felt like to be ostracized. In such circumstances, reaching out to a stranger for conversation or assistance could be an incredibly daunting task. This profound sense of loneliness was something perhaps others could not grasp, but how could she not understand it? Enough about me. What about you, Yunyun? You only have one partner, and are you not considering finding another? Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's somewhat excited voice, Xiao Bai lifted her head, revealing a gentle smile as her gaze discreetly darted towards Yutsong. Xiao Bai's words caused Yutsong, who had been observing Xia Yunyun, to frown, his expression darkening as he swept his gaze past Xiao Bai. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Bai felt a chill run down her spine, and the remaining words were swallowed back. Xia Yunyun, however, remained oblivious, merely listening to Xiao Bai's comments, chuckling awkwardly. I do not intend to seek any other partners that I in our homeland. Females typically have only one male partner and only look for another after parting ways with the current one. Otherwise, they would be viewed as undesirable by others. This explanation should be comprehensible to Xiao Bai, right? After all, no one knows where I came from, and this beast realm lacks communication tools. The knowledge of these beasts is likely limited. So it is prudent to conceal my identity. Is there truly such a place? Yunyun, from which tribe do you hail? I have never heard of such a place before. Curiosity danced upon the features of Hu Xiaobai. As she found the words of Xia Yunyun to be utterly fascinating, Xia Yunyun spoke in hushed tones, intending her words for Hu Xiaobai alone, unaware that Yutsong, with the keen senses characteristic of his kind, was absorbing every syllable nearby. Gazing at the silhouette of Xia Yunyun, Yutsong's eyes brimmed with tenderness. His deep brown orbs, reminiscent of a shadowy corridor, sparkled with unwavering resolve. Yunyun was destined to be his companion alone. Little did he know, she felt lost, unable to find her way back. Ignoring the peculiar demeanor of Yutsong beside her, Xia Yunyun pondered the possibility that she might never return to the modern world. A wave of melancholy washing over her. Although she had no particularly close relatives in her former life, she had managed to carve out a solitary existence, breaking free from a home that never truly belonged to her. Suddenly thrust into this world of beasts, she found herself grappling with an uncomfortable sense of dislocation. Could it be that she would never find her way back? Through the soft gray eyes of Hu Xiaobai, Xia Yunyun beheld her current self. Her black hair cascaded messily. Her attire, a crude beast-skin skirt, was deemed by modern standards as utterly unrefined, and had it not been for her distinct skin tone, she might have been mistaken for a whimsical beast woman among the many females. Xia Yunyun hailed from a prominent family. Albeit both her parents had long since departed from this world, she had seen their photographs, and perhaps their commendable genes bestowed upon her a visage not entirely unsatisfactory. Could this unexpected arrival in such a peculiar realm be construed as fate's intervention, a means for her to liberate herself from that home? Regardless, since she had come to this place, she resolved to live her life to the fullest. Perhaps it was not such a bad thing after all. Hu Xiaobai seemed to detect a hint of sorrow in Xia Yunyun's voice. Realizing she might have inadvertently touched upon a painful subject, and quickly changed the topic. Yunyun, do not be disheartened. Stone City is a far superior dwelling than any tribe. You will surely thrive here. Hu Xiaobai consoled her, cognizant that her words had cast a shadow over Xia Yunyun's spirits. It was a rare privilege to converse with a female willing to engage with her, and she dared not let this opportunity slip away. I understand, Xia Yunyun replied softly, offering a faint smile and nodding her head. Deep inside, however, she recognized that she might never find the path back home again. Days passed on a vast clearing adjacent to the Fox clan of Stone City. A throng of beastmen gathered early in the day, Some males transported enormous prey onto the open ground, while the females stood by, watching with keen interest. Familiar faces exchanged whispers and smiles, as if celebrating some joyous occasion. Upon their arrival, Xia Yunyun and Yu Tsang were met with a spectacle of various hunted game laid out before them, alongside heaps of fruits, an abundance that Xia Yunyun had never witnessed amassed in one place. Beyond the food, what captured her attention even more were the large stone cauldrons set up around the clearing. Goodness, are they preparing to boil meat soup here? Xia Yunyun thought with exasperation, ever since her recipe for meat soup spread. It seemed every household in Stone City had developed a fondness for it, each equipped with their own stone cauldron. The aroma of meat soup wafted through the air daily, becoming almost unbearable for her. The mere scent had begun to evoke a profound aversion to cooking it herself. Yunyun, over here, just as she was musing, a voice called out to her. Turning to look, she spotted Hu Xiaobai, who was with her partner not far away. Xia Yunyun approached with Yu Tsang, noticing a fire crackling in front of Hu Xiaobai, where 3 pieces of meat sizzled, though the cooking skills left much to be desired. Yunyun, since you have only one partner, why not join us? Hu Xiaobai said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if she truly hoped for Xia Yunyun to accept her invitation. Sure, Xia Yunyun agreed, having no intention of going elsewhere, observing around her. It seemed that each female was surrounded by multiple males, forming several small clusters that in contrast, Hu Xiaobai's gathering was one of the quietest in the clearing, with 3 males and 2 females. Such a combination was indeed rare. Yet, it was evident that males with partners were few, as most were gathered in larger groups, engaged in their own activities. Xiaobai, what are they doing over there? Why are so many beastmen congregating? Xia Yunyun inquired, pointing curiously in a particular direction that in front of the crowd stood an elderly figure with striking red hair. She recognized him as the Fox King. Beside the king were elders and 3 similarly aged males she did not know. Yet she was intrigued by why so many females were drawn to them. That is a competition among the males. I've heard that this year's victorious male will be rewarded with 2 jars of salt from the elders. Hu Xiaobai explained, her light gray eyes shimmering with excitement. 2 jars of salt. That elder is quite generous, Xia Yunyun exclaimed, astonished. The competition reminded her of modern times, where winners receive prizes. It was no wonder so many males were rushing to participate. They sought the reward. Having been in Stone City for nearly a month, she understood the value of salt in this realm, and Hu Xiaobai's words only heightened her surprise. The elder is the most powerful individual in our Stone City. It is his rewards that draw so many males to compete. However, the primary purpose remains to showcase their strength. That I wonder if we shall see the Wolf King's son today, Hu Xiaobai mused. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she lowered her gaze shyly. Did I see? You wish to catch a glimpse of the Wolf King's son? Xia Yunyun teased, finally grasping the underlying intent. It seemed that the 2 jars of salt were merely a ruse, with the true objective being the search for a partner through this competition. No wonder the males were so eager to participate. Given the rarity of females in the Beastman world and their selection criteria, it was only natural for them to seek out the most formidable males. That I merely wish to see who will claim those 2 jars of salt this year. Certainly, Hu Yin and his lot have no chance. What about you? Your partner is quite impressive. Won't you let him try his hand? Hu Xiaobai inquired, glancing at her companions, who lowered their heads shyly at the mention of Hu Yin. The father of Hu Xiaobai's cub, they were merely second-tier beastmen, fortunate to have found partners, yet regretting their inability to provide a better life for Xiaobai. Xia Yunyun followed Hu Xiaobai's gaze towards Hu Yin. She could tell that Xiaobai's partners genuinely cared for her. Otherwise, they would not have become her mates. Strength has room for growth. After all, Xia Yunyun replied, somewhat unclear about the concept of second-tier beastmen, but offering vague comfort to Xiaobai. Having said that, Xia Yunyun turned her attention to Yu Tsang. Since arriving here, he had been diligently preparing food for her, an unspoken understanding among males to refrain from interrupting when females conversed. Nevertheless, Yu Tsang listened attentively to their dialogue, and upon catching Xia Yunyun's gaze, he paused and looked back at her. If you wish for me to participate, I shall. Perhaps not. We have no shortage of salt. And Yu Tsang is not seeking a female, so there is no need to join the fray, Xia Yunyun replied after contemplating his words, shaking her head in response to Hu Xiaobai. The beastmen here appeared formidable. She had witnessed the prowess of Shi Yu and Yu Tsang, where battles often left them bloodied. While she was uncertain of the strength of other beastmen, she did not wish for Yutsong to risk injury for the sake of 2 jars of salt. After the last time she had used their only jar of salt to cure meat, she had refrained from wasting any more. Yutsong had since hunted to replace it, and they were temporarily well-stocked. Are you truly not going to try? Hu Xiaobai was taken aback by Xia Yunyun's stance. For the beastmen of Stone City, achieving victory at the autumn feast was a tremendous honor. Any capable male would seize the opportunity. Yunyun, you are truly unlike other females, she mused. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding the Fox King and the elders had become quite lively. Go. Defeat him. How impressive. Which male is that? The clamor of voices surged from the throng of orcs, causing Hu Xiaobai to widen her eyes in curiosity as she turned to gaze in that direction. Xia Yunyun followed suit, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Let's go and take a look, Yutsong suddenly suggested. All right, Xiaobai, let's go see. With Yutsong's consent, Xia Yunyun eagerly grasped Hu Xiaobai's hand, aware that she too was keen to investigate, just as they were about to move. Yutsong unexpectedly reached out, his rough palm brushing against her cheek, lingering momentarily. Why, Yutsong? What did you smear on my face? Xia Yunyun inquired, sensing an uncomfortable sensation on her skin, halting in mild annoyance. Nothing, merely alleviating some trouble. Hurry, the competition is starting over there. A radiant light flickered in Yutsong's eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he urged her toward the orc-dominated area. Xia Yunyun regarded him with suspicion but thought little of it. Realizing he had applied something to her face, she wiped it with her hand, noting no unusual effects, and joined Xiaobai at the edge of the orc crowd. The afternoon sun, warm and inviting, cast a golden glow on the scene, where a circle of orcs had formed, leaving a substantial space in the center for the males to compete. As Xia Yunyun and Hu Xiaobai approached, the males instinctively parted to grant them passage. Despite the abundance of males, they dared not obstruct the females, who were welcomed into the inner circle. Captivated by the ongoing contests, Xia Yunyun and Hu Xiaobai made their way inside, with Yutsong steadfastly by her side. As for Hu Xiaobai's partner, he observed from a distance, fully aware that this arena was not only a battleground for males vying for female attention, but also a perfect venue for females to seek their desired mates. Upon entering, Xia Yunyun witnessed a male from the wolf clan being felled to the ground. Cheers and roars of various clans erupted as the victor emerged, none other than Hu Danghai, the elder brother of Hu Siyue, whom Xia Yunyun had met here before. He appears formidable, she mused, observing the defeated wolf male, who lay bloodied, while Hu Danghai seemed scarcely injured, marked only by 3 translucent crystal imprints on his forehead. Cloudy female, do you recognize him? Hu Xiaobai inquired. Her curiosity piqued. It was uncommon for her to recall the names of many orcs, yet she had promptly identified Hu Danghai. That I have met him. Xia Yunyun nodded, her gaze fixated on the bloodied arena, her brow furrowing at the brutal spectacle before her. Orcs, indeed, were a violent species. Soon, another male orc stepped up to challenge Hu Danghai, but, like the previous contender, he was swiftly defeated. Lacking even the strength to rise, orcs revered strength, believing that only the powerful could ensure survival. Females, too, were drawn only to the strong. In this arena, the more victories one amassed, the more brutally one vanquished opponents. The more they showcased their prowess, capturing the attention of females. Unlike modern humans, who might shy away from such displays, these females retained their primal instincts, reveling in the ferocity of the battles. It's no surprise that the eldest son of the Hu King is a 4-crystal orc. I had not anticipated he would be this formidable. Our clan is not particularly known for our combat prowess, Hu Xiaobai remarked, her voice growing animated as she observed another male fall. Xia Yunyun shifted her gaze back to Hu Danghai's forehead, confirming the 4 crystal imprints that adorned it. Yutsong, you are also a 4-crystal orc, she exclaimed, astonished as she nudged him. Indeed, Yutsong replied, his gaze unwavering from Xia Yunyun, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of becoming stronger, powerful enough to protect her alone. The reflection of her slender figure danced in his deep brown eyes, an unusual glimmer flickering within. Since truly bonding with Xia Yunyun, he felt his strength surging at an accelerated pace, as if his recent ascension to a 4-crystal orc had unleashed even greater potential within him. In another corner of the orc gathering, a red-haired youth suddenly took notice of something, his previously wandering gaze now fixated. Motionless. Sigh, you too are a 4-crystal orc. Why not give it a try? This year's prize from the elders is 2 jars of salt. A proudly postured female clad in a revealing hide skirt chimed in beside him. I've told you before, I do not wish to compete. If you desire the salt, seek out the victorious male, Hu Siwei replied, his tone laced with impatience, though his gaze lingered on a figure not far away. If it's for you, I want you to win those 2 jars of salt, Hu Yuyu purred, leaning closer to Hu Siwei, her lips pouting in a playful manner. That you're insufferable, Hu Siwei retorted, on the verge of losing his temper after days of her incessant coaxing, when a clear voice interrupted him. Hu Siwei, I didn't realize you were here. The sound made Hu Siwei's heart skip a beat, and he hesitated before glancing toward the source, finding that the figure he had been watching had noticed him and was making her way through the crowd, waving in his direction. Xia Yunyun, initially transfixed by the gruesome display of bloodshed, shifted her gaze to discover a red-haired male among the orcs. Aside from the Hu King and Hu Danghai, who else had red hair? Ah, you are the youngest son of the Hu King? Hu Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Hu Siwei. Orcs, like their ancient counterparts, shared a few similarities, particularly in the elevated status of royal family members within the tribe, which, while lacking in clear hierarchy, still commanded attention. Hu Siwei nodded in acknowledgement, feeling somewhat flustered by Xia Yunyun's arrival. Yu Tsong, meanwhile, scrutinized the exchange between Hu Siwei and Hu Yuyu with a detached gaze, his dark eyes reflecting the discomfort evident in Hu Siwei's expression, sharpening his own demeanor. How have you both been lately, Yu Tsong, Xia Yunyun? Hu Siwei inquired, striving to maintain a natural smile to conceal his inner thoughts. Very well. We shall soon have a litter of cubs. Yu Tsong's voice, calm yet tinged with a hint of declaration, suddenly enveloped Xia Yunyun as he pulled her closer, his gaze softening as it settled on her abdomen, where their potential offspring might already be forming. The reproductive capacity of male orcs was formidable. Nearly any female who engaged with a male could conceive, though the likelihood of bearing females was exceedingly rare, resulting in a pronounced imbalance in gender ratios. Xia Yunyun's expression turned bewildered. Why are we discussing cubs again? We've only done it once. Surely it can't happen on the first try, and why must such matters be broached in front of so many people? Embarrassed, Xia Yunyun managed a laugh, interjecting, don't mind him. He's just talking nonsense. That I am not speaking nonsense. Our first litter will undoubtedly be robust, Yu Tsong interjected, his domineering tone leaving no room for her to refute him. They exchanged glances, the intensity between them palpable as seconds ticked by. Ultimately, Xia Yunyun conceded, knowing that conversing with Yu Tsong on such matters was futile. The union of orcs and pure humans was indeed fraught with challenges. A true test of communication barriers. Xia Yunyun remained blissfully unaware of the Orcish concept of mating, her mind still filled with the knowledge of the modern world. How splendid, she proclaimed, the red flower fruit will surely prove beneficial. Once you give birth to your cubs, my little ones will have companions. Upon hearing this news, the most elated of all was Hu Xiaobai, with an excited gaze fixed upon Xia Yunyun and with Yu Tsong by her side. She dared not vie for Yunyun's attention, choosing instead to watch her with envy, her joy undiminished. One noticed the sudden shadow that crossed Hu Siwei's eyes, his slightly lowered head conveniently obscuring their view. His desolate gaze concealed in the darkness. What if she is pregnant? What so remarkable about that? A sarcastic voice suddenly pierced the air, reaching Xia Yunyun's ears, observing the gathering of beasts around Xia Yunyun. Hu Yu could no longer contain her dissatisfaction, a sourness spilling forth from her lips. It was clear that she was the one who should be the center of attention among the beasts. Why was it always Xia Yunyun surrounded by males? Upon hearing that voice, the surrounding orcs swiftly turned their gazes toward this direction. I too have entered the season of mating, and I am in the process of selecting a partner. My cubs will not be inferior to yours, Hu Yu proclaimed, raising her chin with pride, her voice unabashed. This declaration drew even more attention from the beasts, igniting a flurry of whispers. What? Hu Yu is in her mating season. And she is seeking a partner. Is she returning to her previous mate or selecting a new? Regardless, it hardly concerns you. Feeling the hostility emanating from Hu Yu, Xia Yunyun wore a look of helplessness. Even before confirming her own pregnancy, she found herself unwittingly embroiled in comparison. Could it be that the females here were simply more competitive? Yet, that didn't seem right. Xiaobai was not one to relish rivalry. After pondering for a considerable time, Xia Yunyun remained perplexed by the underlying reasons, and as she rubbed her aching head, she mused that while a few instances might be tolerable, the persistent animosity each time they met was becoming increasingly unbearable. What kind of cubs I wish to bear doesn't seem to be something we females can decide merely by speaking, she thought, and even if my cubs are not robust, they are still my beloved offspring. I will not compare them to others, for regardless of circumstances, they are my most cherished little ones. The mere thought of her yet-to-be-born children being subjected to such comparisons stirred discontent within her. She detested competition of any kind, for comparisons inevitably led to the discernment of superiority and inferiority that was akin to a scale. Once items were placed upon it, distinctions of height emerged, and how many would care about the emotional wounds inflicted upon the lesser side? Yutsong gazed on in surprise. Yunyun had always been averse to discussions regarding cubs, disliking when he broached the topic. Yet, here she was, vehemently defending her unborn cubs against Yuyu. Indeed, Yunyun cared for him. She cared for their future offspring. Speak as you will. Yuyu had never encountered such a retort, and, momentarily at a loss for words, she huffed in annoyance and chose to ignore Xia Yunyun thereafter. Hu Xiaobai watched the two with a perplexed expression, her head bobbing back and forth, her face adorned with a charmingly confused look, though no one was there to provide her with answers. A brief silence enveloped them before a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd of orcs, followed by the anguished cries of a male dada. At that moment, Xia Yunyun had been oblivious to the ongoing contest. But upon hearing the commotion and turning to look, she was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Heavens! How could this be? The orcs nearby gasped in shock, quickly drowning out the pained cries. The once dominant Hudahai, who had mercilessly tormented other males, was now rolling on the ground, clutching his head, crimson blood streaming from his eyes, a sight both horrifying and surreal. Xia Yunyun was utterly unprepared for such an occurrence in what was supposed to be a routine contest. Though the males previously defeated had not been much better off, at least they had once offered her assistance. If this were a conflict between tribes or a life-and-death duel, she might not have been so shocked. But was it truly worth such suffering merely to capture a female's attention? In stark contrast to the astonishment of the other orcs, Yutsong merely cast a glance at the male who had felled Hudahai, then turned his focus back to Xia Yunyun. The law of the jungle dictated that he must grow stronger to safeguard his beloved Yunyun, ensuring that no beast could take her from him. Xia Yunyun hurried toward the scene. Despite being in an unfamiliar world, her innate compassion as a healer compelled her to respond to the distressing sight before her. In the modern world, such injuries would have warranted an immediate call for medical assistance. Yutsong followed closely behind her, his formidable presence causing the surrounding orcs to instinctively part, creating a path for them. The four crystal orcs were among the rare elite in the younger generation of the giant stone city. Even with Xia Yunyun's solid medical knowledge from the modern era, the scarcity of supplies rendered her helpless, forced to watch Hudahai writhe in agony upon the ground. Siwa also took notice of the unfolding situation and rushed over. Glaring at the victorious orc nearby, Wolf Peak, you've gone too far. Despite having had little interaction with his elder brother in the past, and having been largely ignored when he was weaker, the blood bond between them compelled him to feel outrage at witnessing one of his own being so brutally harmed. Too far? I disagree. Only the strong deserve everything that is for the weak. They should stay far away and not interfere. Wolf Peak retorted nonchalantly, abruptly shifting his tone to address Xia Yunyun with a smirk. Little female, it's been a while. His mocking tone completely disregarded the imposing figure of Yutsong standing behind her. In an instant, Yutsong enveloped Xia Yunyun in his embrace, asserting through action that she was his, and no one could touch her. His deep brown eyes fixed intently on Wolf Peak, who met his gaze with equal defiance. Their eyes clashing like sparks, Xia Yunyun suddenly realized she recognized this orc. He was the very male she had encountered during her visit to the wolf tribe with Yutsong. "Itsu," she exclaimed in surprise, only to feel Yutsong tighten his grip on her hand. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, she looked around, bewildered. What? I'm merely a bystander here, trying to help the injured. Why do I feel like I'm becoming the epicenter of a conflict? Is this really happening? Heh. Upon noticing the grayish smudge on Xia Yunyun's face, Wolf Peak chuckled softly, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. His smile deepening. What did that smile signify? Xia Yunyun stared at him in confusion, unsure why he was fixated on her. Their encounter had been fleeting at best. Just as she prepared to ask, he abruptly interrupted her. Is there any beast willing to challenge me? Wolf Peak called out, turning to the surrounding males who had gathered to watch. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Seriously, you've just brought a 4-crystal orc to this state. Who in their right mind would step forward? Although attracting the attention of females was important, one's life was paramount. Better to live, even if it meant losing the chance to impress the females, than to end up like that unfortunate fellow on the ground. For with so many males around, the most crucial thing for any male was to maintain a healthy and robust body. Thus, should a male lose his health, the inevitable outcome would be abandonment. Indeed, the truth was brutally simple. Survival of the fittest. The surrounding males exchanged glances, contemplating the fallen who to high, and none dared to step forward to accept the challenge. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward until a voice broke the silence that "Are you Wolf Peak, the eldest son of the Wolf King?" Who Xiaobai asked in a hushed tone, her cheeks flushed. Xia Yunyun, standing beside her, was taken aback by Xiaobai's unexpected question and found herself filled with a sense of admiration for her. Xiaobai, could you not crush on a male at such a time? Xia Yunyun thought. Her mind clouded with disbelief at Xiaobai's audacity to flirt at such a moment. However, the Wolf Peak paid no heed to Xiaobai's words, his gaze casually sweeping over her before lingering for a moment. Revealing a wicked smile that seemed to serve as his response, he inhaled deeply, casting his eyes around once more. Had no beasts arrived yet? If not, the next turn of events was surely mine. Suddenly, the Wolf Peak's gaze shifted, landing on Yutsong, and with a cold chuckle, he addressed Xia Yun. Though you have already paired with another, I am indifferent. After all, I do not concern myself with a mere dead beast. At that moment, cheers erupted around them. This year's victor was the Wolf Peak. How impressive! It turned out that the news of his advancement to a 5-crystal beast man was indeed true among the Wolf clan. Aside from the Wolf King, he was the most formidable. The discussions among the beastmen revolved incessantly around the Wolf Peak, and it must be said, the competition at this autumn banquet had quite a significant impact in Giantstone City. Yet, amidst the throng of beastmen, Xia Yun remained utterly perplexed. Of course, she was even more bewildered by the Wolf Peak's earlier remarks, gazing at him from a distance and feeling that his smiling eyes appeared decidedly unnatural. What does that mean? As Xia Yun was about to inquire, her voice was swiftly drowned out by the clamor of the beastmen. Silence, everyone. The outcome of this year's autumn banquet competition is clear. The 2 jars of salt belong to the Wolf Peak. Remember, Wolf Peak, come to me for your salt after the autumn banquet. Suddenly, an elder from the opposite side of the beastmen spoke up. Miraculously, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, not a single beast daring to interrupt him. Witnessing this, Xia Yun felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. These beastmen truly held the elder in high regard. Thank you, elder. The Wolf Peak nodded toward the elder, who, despite his rebellious demeanor, showed a marked restraint in the elder's presence. Now then, the elder replied with a benevolent smile, and as his words settled, he turned to the assembled males. His composed demeanor inspiring an instinctive trust. Since the victor has been determined, Wolf Peak, speak your mind. Who do you wish to challenge among the males present? Whether they have companions or not, feel free to state your intentions. The elder's slightly aged voice was directed at both the Wolf Peak and all present. Upon hearing this, the males were filled with excitement, their primal fervor ignited, eagerly watching the Wolf Peak, torn between anticipation for whom he would name as his challenger and apprehension that it might be themselves, which would spell doom for them. Xia Yun regarded Yutsong with clear confusion in her eyes. What kind of performance was this? Yutsong, having spent some time in Giantstone City and being friends with Hu Shiyi, possessed a fair understanding of its customs. Noticing the questioning look from Xia Yun, he leaned down to explain, this is a rule set by the elder. The winner of the competition has the right to challenge any beast present. If he wins, the defeated must share what they possess, while the victor incurs no loss. Such a rule exists. Xia Yun pondered over the elder's 2 jars of salt as a motivational reward for the beastmen to compete. Yet she found herself perplexed by the peculiar regulation and its purpose. As she contemplated, the Wolf Peak's gaze shifted, and under the eager watch of numerous beastmen, he fixed his eyes on Xia Yun and her companion. Yutsong, I wish to challenge the partner of that little female. The Wolf Peak's thin lips parted and closed without him needing to gesture. The surrounding beastmen followed his glance. Not only Yutsong, but also Xia Yun suddenly became the focal point of the many beastmen's attention. Who is that male? I don't even know him, and he's a 4-crystal beast man. No wonder the Wolf Peak wishes to challenge him. A 4-crystal beast man. How could he have a partner so early? What's that dark stuff on the female's face? Is that his partner? That female looks so small and has such a peculiar black substance on her face. Why would he choose such a partner? Compared to Yutsong, the beastman's chatter shifted predominantly to Xia Yun. Hearing their remarks, Xia Yun could surmise that Yutsong had smeared something on her face. He must have applied the charred wood powder to her. She had endured standing there for so long with such a dark face. No wonder she felt the gazes of the nearby beast men were so strange. It turned out to be due to Yutsong. Embarrassed by her pitch-black complexion, Xia Yun wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. How infuriating! Why were they all staring at her at this moment? Yunyun, don't listen to them. No matter what they say, you are the most beautiful. Yutsong, sensing Xia Yun's distress, tightened his embrace around her. How can you say that? It's all because of you, she retorted. What? Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Just as Xia Yun felt utterly mortified, the wolf peak grew impatient, his proud and resonant voice echoing in the ears of every beast present. The beastmen turned, fixated on Yutsong, eagerly awaiting his response. I have the right to refuse your challenge. Yutsong did not even glance at the wolf peak, as if he did not take his words to heart at all. Refuse? You must be afraid. Though you are a 4-crystal beast man, you would surely sustain injuries in a match. Fear is only natural, the wolf peak mused, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. His seemingly careless words drew scoffs from the assembled beastmen. Isn't this male just a friend of Hu Shiyi? If even Huda Hai cannot defeat the wolf peak, he's surely doomed. The wolf peak was a 5-crystal beast man. How could he possibly triumph? Hearing the murmurs around her, Xia Yun felt a surge of displeasure. She could tolerate others discussing her, as it was merely a matter of losing face, but she could not stand to hear Yutsong being belittled. He was the first beast to treat her kindly here. How could they speak of him in such a manner? Hey, while you may challenge a male, there's no stipulation that the challenged must accept your challenge. Xia Yun knew that the disparity in rank between Yutsong and the wolf peak worried her. She did not want Yutsong to suffer as Huda Hai had. Yutsong and Huda Hai seemed to be of the same rank. She certainly did not wish for Yutsong to endure such severe injuries. Though she said this, no male had ever refused a challenge. Can I then assume that I can win without fighting? Little female, the wolf peak regarded Xia Yun with interest, deliberately emphasizing the phrase win without fighting. Xia Yunyun never anticipated that this wolf peak could be so loquacious. Fuming, she glared at him, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. She certainly did not wish to be wed to this insufferable fellow due to such a regulation. Just as Xia Yunyun was seething with indignation, Yutsong suddenly released his arm that had been encircling her and strode purposefully forward, placing her behind him. Very well, I accept your challenge, Yutsong. Xia Yunyun exclaimed in astonishment, calling after him. How could he accept such a challenge? How could he possibly contend with a wolf peak of a higher rank? No worries, just wait for me. Yutsong turned his head, casting Xia Yunyun a reassuring glance before continuing towards Wolf Peak without looking back. You've accepted the challenge. It seems you must be defeated before I can happily bond with your little female. Wolf Peak observed with a sly grin. I shall not grant you that opportunity. Yutsong snorted coldly, and before Wolf Peak could utter another word, he transformed into a snow lion and lunged at him with fervor. Eager to experience the taste of defeat, are we? Then I shall oblige you. Wolf Peak retorted with a chilling laugh, his expression swiftly morphing into one of bloodlust as he too transformed into a gray wolf. Defiantly charging at the snow lion, the scene quickly became lively, with the beastmen eagerly watching the spectacle unfold. Xia Yunyun watched with concern, soon realizing that Yutsong appeared to be evenly matched with Wolf Peak. Despite the rank disparity, Wolf Peak was unable to land even a single blow on him. Just as she was becoming engrossed in the unfolding drama, an urgent need to relieve herself suddenly struck Xia Yunyun. Glancing at the engrossed Hu Xiaobai beside her, she decided it was best to find a place to take care of her needs to avoid being discovered. She intentionally walked quite a distance away, locating a large tree to discreetly resolve her predicament. Afterward, she returned, eager to see how Yutsong was faring, only to realize that she had somehow lost her way. What was going on? She distinctly remembered walking in one direction. Yet after squatting down for a moment, she could no longer see the silhouettes of the beastmen in the clearing. Anxious to return and check on Yutsong's duel, Xia Yunyun had no choice but to randomly select a direction and proceed cautiously. However, she barely took 2 steps before her foot slipped into an empty space. With a resounding crash, she felt her body lose its balance and plummet rapidly, landing with a thud on the ground. How unfortunate! Have I met my demise? Xia Yunyun grumbled, rubbing her rear as she opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything around her. Where on earth was she? To encounter such a misfortune just for a bathroom break was truly the height of bad luck. How could she possibly get back up? Feeling a headache coming on, Xia Yunyun looked up at the full moon above her. It turned out she had fallen into a deep pit, over 3 meters high, nearly rendering her incapacitated. All she could see was the small opening above and the round moon outside of it. She attempted to climb, but the dry, earthen walls offered little grip, and without a rope, ascending was impossible. Alas, she sighed deeply, staring longingly at the moon. What sin had she committed? If only she had brought Hu Xiaobai along. Perhaps she wouldn't have encountered such misfortunes. Who could be so cruel as to dig a massive pit and leave it unfilled? Hello, is there anyone out there? Please come and assist me. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yunyun resolved to call out for help. She couldn't have wandered too far, especially with all the commotion tonight. She hoped someone nearby would hear her voice. However, the belief that a directionally challenged individual could remember the length of their journey was utterly unrealistic. After calling out intermittently for several minutes without a single response, the only reply she received was the cawing of crows startled from the nearby trees, flapping their wings and making a raucous exit above her. Exhausted and lacking the strength to continue, Xia Yunyun sat down to rest, suddenly feeling a cool sensation on her forehead that a strange, sour odor wafted into her nose. Looking up, she saw a black crow's feather floating down from the sky, landing right on her nose. Achoo! What was that? Unable to suppress a sneeze, Xia Yunyun removed the feather from her nose, wiping her forehead only to be met with dismay. How infuriating. Even crows are bullying me. The cool, soft, and slippery substance was unmistakably bird droppings. Fuming, Xia Yunyun glared skyward, but the crows had long since vanished from sight. Cursed crows. If I ever encounter you again, you'll be doomed. After finally managing to clean the droppings from her forehead, her mood soured even further. Exhaling heavily, she prepared to lean against the wall, only to find there was nothing behind her, causing her to fall unceremoniously to the ground. What on earth is this place? In utter despair, Xia Yunyun rubbed her rear, which had just suffered a second injury, wishing to curse the heavens thrice. Today was certainly the culmination of her misfortunes, as she found herself entangled in one bizarre incident after another. Was this not simply a deep pit? How could there possibly be another empty hole behind it? Turning her head, she noticed, illuminated by the faint moonlight, that there was a passageway behind her. In her haste, she had not noticed it in the darkness. Is there a way out? Rubbing her sore backside, Xia Yunyun stood up and peered into the dark void, which remained impenetrable. Frowning in contemplation, she reasoned that sitting idly would not guarantee rescue. If Yutsong were to find her, he would likely deduce she had ventured further in. This was Giant Stone City. It would not pose the same dangers as the forest, since she could not escape. She might as well explore inside. Perhaps she would uncover a route to freedom. Resolute, Xia Yunyun stepped boldly into the tunnel. It was already night, and with the darkness deepening, the underground passage lacked any illumination, rendering the path invisible. Xia Yunyun could only feel her way along the muddy walls, inching forward. In the inky blackness, she had no sense of direction, utterly oblivious to how far she had traveled or where she was. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Could it be an exit? She thought, quickening her pace towards the light. As she approached, Xia Yunyun realized the source was simply another opening. Not the exit she sought, but rather a connection to another chamber. After being in darkness for so long, the sudden brightness was disorienting, and she shielded her eyes with one hand as she stepped inside. Once her eyes adjusted to the radiance, she discovered that the illumination emanated from countless sparkling orbs. For a fleeting moment, she believed she had returned to the modern world, thinking that the cave was lit. She had been puzzled by how it could be so bright inside when it was dark outside. It seemed there was more than met the the center of the cave stood a large pillar, bound by numerous black, strip-like objects. Upon closer inspection, Xia Yunyun realized that a grand creature adorned with golden feathers was also ensnared. What on earth is this? She murmured, astonished and curious, as from her vantage point she could only see the creature's silhouette. The golden feathers were marred with bloodstains, suggesting it had been frequently whipped. The black strips tightly bound it to the pillar, leaving the already bloodied feathers marred with additional wounds. Such enormous feathers could only belong to a colossal bird. Contemplating this, Xia Yunyun cautiously approached. After all, having stumbled into such a peculiar place and confronted with such an odd entity, she felt compelled to exercise caution. Uncertain if this strange creature might pose a threat, as she drew nearer, standing 10 meters away from the pillar, she finally discerned what was bound there. Indeed, it was a gigantic monster bird. The crimson beak of the bird was accompanied by a pair of heavy-lidded eyes, and the feathers atop its head appeared quite disheveled. The entirety of its avian form towered over humans, rendering it a mere pittance in comparison to the colossal eagle encountered by Yang Guo in the television series. It seemed to sense the stirrings of the outside world, awakening to the arrival of Xia Yunyun, its eyes snapping open with a fierce gaze directed at her. Chirp! Upon locking eyes with Xia Yunyun, the creature suddenly erupted in a fervent call, its wings thrashing violently as if striving to free itself from the bindings of the dark, stripy object restraining it. Xia Yunyun was taken aback by the creature's sudden movements, the resounding noise echoing as if it might lunge at her in the next instant. The ferocity in the creature's gaze was truly terrifying. Had it not been ensnared by that peculiar black object, it might have already charged at her. Such a fearsome beast, it was no wonder it was bound here. Given its imposing size, Xia Yunyun, not being a beast man, could not discern whether it was a mere animal or a beast man of this realm. However, witnessing its ferocity and its immediate instinct to attack upon encountering a human, she pondered whether it might indeed be a fierce predator. Perhaps it was best for her to hastily depart from this place. With no other exits in sight, she resolved to retrace her steps back to the pit from which she had fallen, waiting for Yu Tsang to come to her rescue, lest she remain in this cursed locale. Facing a creature that could go berserk at any moment, and uncertain of what other calamities might befall her, preserving her life was paramount. Just as Xia Yunyun turned to leave, the creature fell eerily silent. Its golden yellow pupils fixating on her like hooks, the sense of peculiarity washed over her. Moments ago, it had been so agitated, yet now it was completely still. Why did its gaze feel as though it belonged to a person scrutinizing her? Lost in the depths of the creature's eyes, Xia Yunyun found herself inching closer. The faintly reddened golden eyes met her own, and she felt an inexplicable connection to the emotions swirling within the creature. Impatience, unease, melancholy, and rage. Was this creature truly just an ordinary bird devoid of intellect? Doubt crept into Xia Yunyun's mind. At that moment, her vision flickered, and through those golden eyes, she suddenly glimpsed a youthful face, fair and delicate, similarly bound to a pillar, devoid of clothing, with his head bowed, rendering his features indistinguishable. Perhaps the distance was too great. She yearned to draw nearer and discern the lad's appearance. Instinctively, she took 2 steps closer. And suddenly, the boy lifted his head. Those golden eyes, sharp and piercing, swept in her direction. Xia Yunyun gasped in shock, halting her advance. The resemblance between those eyes and the creature's was uncanny. When she looked again, however, the image of the handsome youth had vanished, leaving only the deep-seated sorrow reflected in the creature's gaze, unwavering in its scrutiny of her. Xia Yunyun felt an unexplainable pang of sympathy. Though the creature had startled her moments ago, its current tranquility and absence of aggression led her to wonder what wrongs it had committed to be confined here. Who was the boy she had seen? Why had she glimpsed him through the creature's eyes? Perplexed, Xia Yunyun endeavored to approach the creature. It seemed to sense her lack of hostility, continuing to observe her with an unusual glimmer in its golden eyes. Are you a beast man? Can you understand my words? With the creature now completely subdued, Xia Yunyun mustered the courage to approach it, cautiously inquiring. The creature remained unresponsive, its golden eyes reflecting her image. After the arduous journey, Xia Yunyun was drenched in sweat. Her once murky visage now transformed into a spectacle of color. What a disappointment it was to realize it was merely an ordinary animal. If it were indeed a beast man, it ought to comprehend her words. Yet this creature exhibited no such understanding. Just as Xia Yunyun resigned herself to the notion that it could not comprehend her, the creature subtly tilted its head. Astonishment washed over her. Had she truly witnessed the creature nodding? It understood her words. Thus, it must be a beast man. Amidst her astonishment, Xia Yunyun did not forget to inspect the black bindings encircling it. She tugged at the restraints, only to discover that they were firmly secured, wound tightly around the creature's form. Upon closer examination, she noticed a knot located behind the large pillar, just out of the creature's reach. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Yunyun lifted her gaze. Standing before the creature and locking eyes with it, "Do you still possess strength?" she inquired. In the arena, 2 figures, one white and one gray, were engaged in a fierce struggle. The onlooking beastmen had presumed that the Wolf King's son, Wolf Feng, would undoubtedly emerge victorious. To their astonishment, This 4-crystal beast man displayed no signs of yielding against the 5-crystal wolf foam. Their powers seemingly evenly matched. The gray wolf, having failed to land a blow, leaped back from the snow lion, its long fangs bared as saliva dripped from its maw, a testament to its waning strength. Simultaneously, blood oozed from the wounds on its legs. Cursed be it, the snow lion proved to be remarkably formidable. It was unfathomable that he could not best it. Wolf Fang's heart sank, disbelief clouding his expression. This snow lion was merely a 4-crystal beast man, while he was a 5-crystal beast man. How could he possibly be losing to it? Meanwhile, the 4-crystal beast man, Yutsong, found himself in a similarly dire situation. Though undeniably strong, the disparity in their levels rendered the contest strenuous. Fortunately, after forming a bond with Yunyun, his strength had inexplicably surged, allowing him to hold his ground against wolf foam. Beneath his pristine white fur, patches of crimson blood lent a terrifying aspect to his appearance. The two beasts remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, until at last, wolf foam, unable to suppress his disbelief any longer, bared his fangs and let out a deafening roar, lunging once more at Yutsong. Yutsong, equally resolute, gritted his teeth and met him head-on. He would not concede. Yunyun would be his partner alone. He would not relinquish her to another beast. The contest, fraught with tension, drew the attention of the Wolf King, who furrowed his brow in concern. His son, the strongest warrior apart from himself in the tribe, could not possibly be bested by a beastman of lower rank. What was happening? In contrast to the Wolf King, the other rulers, Fox King, Tiger King, and Leopard King, watched the contest with keen interest. Even the elders wore smiles tinged with something more profound beneath the surface. This year's autumn gathering was far more exhilarating than previous ones. The 4-crystal lion beast man must be a friend of the Fox King's youngest son, right? With his addition, the future of Stone City looked exceedingly bright. Indeed, my son Xi has been fortunate to befriend him. His strength has notably increased, now standing as a 4-crystal beast man like the lion, the Fox King remarked, pride radiating from his countenance. The Wolf King's expression darkened slightly. However, he concealed his discontent, mindful of the elder's presence. Just as he finished speaking, the Fox King suddenly turned pale, clutching his chest. In the next moment, he expelled a mouthful of black blood. Thud. Fox King. What has happened? How could the Fox King be spitting blood? Quickly, summon the old beast doctor. Father. Xi rushed to his father's side, and chaos erupted among the Fox tribe. The Fox King, as their leader, was the cornerstone of their clan, and any misfortune befalling him was a matter of grave concern. Father, how are you? Fox Siwa anxiously supported the Fox King, whose body was stained with dark blood, yet he paid it no mind. Nearby, the battling Lang Feng and Yutsong noticed the commotion, exchanged glances, and simultaneously ceased their attacks. Rushing over to this side, while the contest was indeed significant, the sudden incident involving the Fox King could not be overlooked. Cough, cough. The Fox King gazed at Fox Siwa, his mouth agape, yet words eluded him, and he could only cough violently. The scene descended into chaos, with the beasts whispering among themselves. Who was so despicable as to resort to poison to harm the Fox King? Indeed, if apprehended, they must be dealt with harshly and expelled from Stone City. The Wolf King observed the tumultuous situation, blinking his dim eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he addressed the elders. We need your guidance at this critical juncture, the agitated members of the Fox clan shouted. We demand justice for our clan. If Xia Yunyun was present, she would surely sigh, lamenting, such is the fearsome nature of these so-called righteous youth. Meanwhile, Fox Xiaobai was left stunned, wishing to turn to Xia Yunyun for support, only to realize she had vanished. She searched anxiously. Where could Yunyun be? If she is lost, will Yutsong tear her apart? The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. The poisoning of the Fox King at the autumn gathering was not merely an issue of one clan. It intertwined with various facets, including inter-clan relations and interests. The challenge to the authority of the clan leader and elders carried implications far more profound than the incident itself. Elder Ho Baiyang appeared indifferent, maintaining a detached demeanor as he sat calmly, tapping his fingers on the stone bench, seemingly unfazed by the enraged crowd of foxes before him. The Fox King was soon carried away, and after initial treatment by the elderly veterinarian, the situation was temporarily stabilized, though it remained precarious. The elderly veterinarian paced beside the Fox King, enduring the mounting pressure, and after a lengthy contemplation, he stated, the Fox King has been poisoned. yet I have never encountered this toxin before. Fox Xia, on the verge of madness at the sight of his elder brother's condition, thought, if their father were to meet a similar fate, the Fox clan would surely descend into chaos, vulnerable to the oppression of other clans. Despite the current facade of harmony among the various clans, friction was incessant. The Fox clan was not known for their prowess in battle. Their position in Stone City was hard-won. Nonetheless, he stifled his anxiety. Listening to the elderly veterinarian's findings, only to receive a frustratingly unhelpful conclusion after such a prolonged wait. Unable to contain himself any longer, Fox Xia erupted in anger, only to be restrained by Yutsong. After all, Fox Xia was still the youngest son of the Fox King. Despite his fury, wisdom urged him not to act impulsively. Yutsong firmly pressed on Fox Xia's shoulder, offering reassurance. Fox Xia, maintaining a stern expression, said to Yutsong, I shall seek the elder's assistance. I hope he will take charge of this matter, uncover the perpetrator, and secure the antidote. As for my father, he glanced at the Fox King lying nearby. Suppressing his grief and anger, he addressed the elderly veterinarian. I must trouble you to care for my father during this time. I will find a solution as swiftly as possible. Rest assured, the Fox King is merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness. The elderly veterinarian replied solemnly. Having entrusted the elder with his request, Fox Xia turned to find Yunyun, while Yutsong sought out Xian. Yet, after scouring the vicinity, he found no trace of her. Frowning, unease gnawed at him. A deep-seated instinct warning him of impending misfortune. Suppressing his apprehension, he approached Fox Xiaobai. Do you know where Yunyun is gone? Fox Xiaobai shook her head in distress. As soon as you engaged Langfeng, I turned around and lost sight of her. Could something have happened to her? It cannot be. Yutsong's expression darkened as he growled. He could not allow harm to befall Yunyun. Fox Xiaobai trembled in fear. Acutely aware of Yutsong's fury, her male companion instinctively shielded her behind him, willing to defend her with his life. Despite being outmatched, the stronger the beast, the better they could control their emotions. Yet even someone as oblivious as she could sense Yutsong's emotional turmoil. Illustrating the depth of his rage, that Yutsong's unease intensified. Ever since he bonded with Yunyun, he had been attuned to her emotional fluctuations, and now he sensed her distress was profound. He must find Yunyun immediately. Remain by her side, and never leave her again. Regret washed over Yutsong. He wished he had spent more time with Yunyun, allowing her to better utilize his abilities, fostering deeper communication between them. Resolute, Yutsong vowed that once he located Yunyun, he would ensure they connected on a profound level in short order. Meanwhile, after conversing with the elder, Fox Xia received the elder's consent to take action. Elder Ho Baijiang stepped before the gathered beasts, who had yet to regain their composure, and silence fell upon them instantly. He surveyed the crowd, declaring, the Fox King's life hangs in the balance. I shall temporarily oversee the affairs of the Fox clan. The poisoning of our king is an egregious act, especially during our annual autumn gathering. We will conduct a thorough investigation, identify the culprit, and administer severe punishment. Elder, how will we find the perpetrator? We must act quickly, lest they escape. A beast interjected. Indeed, we cannot allow them to flee. Others echoed fervently. Poisoning incidents were rare within the tribe, and the once peaceful inhabitants of Stone City were understandably agitated by such a turn of events. The culprit must be among us. The safest means of escape after administering poison would be to flee the scene immediately. Once they left, all evidence would vanish, Elder Ho Baijiang asserted with conviction. Right, truly a wise elder. How could we have overlooked this? The beast exclaimed, suddenly enlightened and showering praises upon the elder. Fox Xia listened quietly from the sidelines, observing Elder Ho Baijiang with a furrowed brow. Yet he ultimately remained silent. Thus, those who were present earlier but are now absent are the suspects. Reflect carefully on who is missing. Elder Ho Baijiang continued to guide them. Could it be Langfeng? The wolf tribe has always had tensions with the fox tribe. Perhaps it was the wolf king's son. Look, the wolves have left, one beast suggested suspiciously. Have you lost your mind? At the time of the Fox King's incident, the Wolf King's son was engaged in battle with a 4-crystal lion beast. He had no time to poison anyone. Another beast countered vehemently. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted and mocked by others. The atmosphere grew lively, with everyone participating in the discussion. Unfortunately, such discourse bore no fruit in advancing the situation, merely adding to the chaos. Meanwhile, Xia Yunyun found herself cornered, curled up in a secluded spot, confronted by a large bird that was intently staring at her. "Don't come any closer. I just saved you. You can't repay kindness with malice," she exclaimed in despair. What was happening? Moments ago, she had kindly freed this strange bird from its bindings. Yet now the situation had taken an unexpected turn beyond her comprehension. Had she known this would unfold, she would have remained home with Yutsong. "Yutsong, where are you? Please come save me." Xia Yunyun silently pleaded for her partner's assistance. However, it was too late. She suddenly noticed the strange bird shifting its stance, causing her mind to go blank. Xia Yunyun's piercing scream shattered the silence, startling the large bird mid-flight. Unbeknownst to her, it had merely intended to stretch its wings and attempt to take off. The bewildered bird gazed at the curled-up female, pondering, "Does she seem a bit frightened of me? Do I look that terrifying? But I can't shift forms right now. What should I do? I hope she isn't too scared of me." The large bird scratched its head with a wing, and suddenly, its golden eyes lit up. "I've got it." He plucked a feather from his wing with his beak. It hurts so much. He stifled the tears welling in his eyes, shaking his head. A male. How could he dare to shed tears in front of a female? Yet, the pain was undeniable. He shook his wing, from which the feather had been torn, and handed the plucked feather to Xia Yunyun. Trembling, Xia Yunyun accepted the feather, her mind racing with questions. What did this mean? Would not accepting it put her life in jeopardy? The large bird, upon seeing the small female accept his feather, let out a jubilant cry. She accepted him. That powerful call from the strange bird was enough to attract the attention of the group of beasts who were fervently debating nearby. Xia Yunyun's earlier call had already piqued their interest, especially that of Yutsong, who was dashing toward her in lion form. The strange bird's loud call had thoroughly exposed his exact location. Sensing the imminent danger, the bird glanced back at Xia Yunyun, reluctant to leave, and spread his magnificent wings. "Wait for me, my little female." With his enormous golden wings unfurled, his speed of flight was unaffected, though his golden eyes were filled with reluctance. However, the growing commotion around him left no room for delay, and he soon flapped his wings and took to the skies. Watching the grand bird depart, Xia Yunyun patted her chest and let out a deep breath. Indeed, good deeds do bring good rewards. At least her safety was assured, but, after casting her gaze into the sky for a moment, she realized, "Strange bird, come back. How am I supposed to get out of here?" Suddenly, the gravity of the situation dawned on her. Oh no, with the strange bird gone, how would she escape? This was a dire predicament. She looked helplessly at the sky, shrugged her shoulders, and muttered to herself, "In crucial times, one must rely on oneself." At that moment, Xia Yunyun caught sight of a white shadow, and before she knew it, she felt herself lifted into the air, spinning 720 degrees before landing softly in a pile of white fluff. It was Yutsong. Overwhelmed with excitement, Xia Yunyun wrapped her arms around Yutsong's beastly neck and joyfully exclaimed, "In critical moments, you are the best." Upon seeing Yutsong, she had completely forgotten her earlier musings about relying on herself. Yutsong scrutinized Xia Yunyun from head to toe, relieved to find that she was unharmed. Once he confirmed her well-being, he sighed deeply in relief. Before finding Xia Yunyun, it felt as if a piece of his heart was missing. He couldn't focus on anything else. Of course, his singular purpose had been to search for her. Why Yutsong had lived in danger from a young age, a true survivor in a perilous world. Yet, he had never experienced the kind of fear he felt just moments ago. Previously, he had ventured deep into the forest alone, hunting fierce beasts to obtain life crystals and enhance his strength. No matter how perilous the situation, he had never felt such anxiety. But now, just a brief disappearance of Xia Yunyun had rendered him restless, reinforcing his conviction that his life could not be without her. Absolutely not. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he instinctively tightened his embrace around Xia Yunyun. Xia Yunyun was taken aback, unsure why Yutsong had suddenly held her close, although he often displayed affectionate gestures toward her. He had never acted this way in the presence of others, naturally, except for certain occasions when he asserted his dominance. This was one of the qualities Xia Yunyun appreciated most about him. He understood the importance of respect. She believed that even in this world, respect was paramount. A person could only truly love you if they respected you. He could be domineering and assertive, but he must always respect her. Reflecting on this, she wondered if her earlier actions had frightened him. How sweet. Xia Yunyun lowered her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she thought to herself, to have someone who cares for you so deeply. Xia Yunyun, you finally have someone who cherishes you. She struggled to contain her emotions, refusing to let tears fall. After all, she had never experienced such concern and affection before. It was her first time feeling valued. She reached out and embraced Yutsong tightly, expressing her inexpressible feelings. Sometimes, words can be too frivolous. Certain emotions can only be conveyed through the most primitive human gestures, allowing one to express their sentiments fully. This feeling was delightful. Xia Yunyun mused. Although Yutsong often appeared strong-willed, he consistently prioritized her in all matters. She was not naive. She could sense his sincerity toward her. The world of beast men was not so terrible. After all, at least compared to the modern world, every male beast man treated their partner with genuine kindness. Feeling the warmth of Xia Yunyun's affection, Yutsong's heart softened. What to do? He longed to transform into his beast form and press his little female beneath him, rubbing his silky white fur against her body to express his love. If only Xia Yunyun could connect with him heart to heart. Otherwise, he would surely face her wrath, while Xia Yunyun was lost in her thoughts about Yutsong. She could never have imagined what was occupying his mind at that very moment. Suddenly, a flash of light caught Yutsong's attention, and a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes as he squinted toward the source of the light. It was the moonlight reflecting off the golden feather. In his earlier worry, Yutsong had neglected to notice the golden feather in Xia Yunyun's hand. Now, relaxed, he immediately focused on the vibrant feather. The golden feather belonged to the phoenix, the most esteemed among the avian beasts, and the brilliance of its color signified a noble status. Moreover, if a phoenix gifted its feather to another male or female, it implied a desire to bond with that beast. Why Yutsong frowned. Impossible. When had Yunyun encountered a beast of the phoenix lineage? Aside from their brief separation, Yunyun had never left his sight, nor had she departed from the Stone City. Furthermore, how could there possibly be phoenix males in Stone City? The Phoenix clan was known for their solitary nature, residing in secluded areas rarely known to outsiders. How had Yunyun come by this golden feather? Unbeknownst to Xia Yunyun, if she understood the ways of these beasts, she would surely lament. The city roads are perilous. I want to return to the countryside. Seeing Yutsong fixated on the golden feather in her hand, Xia Yunyun assumed he admired it. Delighted, she raised the feather proudly before him, exclaiming, "This is for you." It was indeed a lovely feather, and thinking that Yutsong might like it, she decided to gift it to him. After all, the strange bird likely wouldn't return. Reflecting, she realized she had never given Yutsong a gift before. Yutsong was momentarily stunned, not expecting Xia Yunyun to suddenly present him with the golden feather. "For me?" he asked, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he quickly regained composure and gently accepted the feather from her hand. As expected, he understood Yunyun well. She likely saw it as nothing more than an amusing trinket. It must be admitted, Yutsong was astute. He decided to play along. Since Yunyun was oblivious, he might as well let it be. Just as Xia Yunyun and Yutsong were engrossed in their tender exchange, the voice of Hu Xiaobai echoed from afar. "Yunyun, you scared me to death," Hu Xiaobai shouted, sprinting towards Xia Yunyun at full speed. However, just 5 meters away, she suddenly hit the brakes upon seeing Yutsong beside Xia Yunyun. She recalled his earlier wrath that had indeed been a terrifying fury, so instinctively she halted upon spotting him. Truly, Xia Yunyun was remarkable. Even such a fearsome male could be tamed, and Hu Xiaobai's admiration for her deepened. Xia Yunyun had prepared to embrace her approaching friend, but instead, she found Hu Xiaobai frozen in place, wearing a conflicted expression. Xia Yunyun turned to Yutsong, asking, "What's wrong with Xiaobai?" Yutsong softened his gaze, taking Xia Yunyun's hand as they approached Hu Xiaobai. Initially, Hu Xiaobai instinctively wanted to retreat, but Yutsong's piercing gaze held her in place. "Yunyun, where have you been?" Your male was frantic with worry. As Yutsong approached her, Hu Xiaobai could no longer contain her anxiety. Grasping Xia Yunyun's other hand, she expressed her concern. "Alas, it's a long story that I cannot elucidate at the moment. I will explain everything when we have time." Xia Yunyun, reflecting on her recent misadventure, felt quite disheartened to think that even a simple trip to the restroom could lead to such bizarre occurrences. Her luck was truly abysmal. All right," Hu Xiaobai nodded, her companion now by her side, vigilantly watching over her. There was little doubt that Yutsong was an imposing presence, difficult for any male to overlook, and his lack of gentleness towards females left Hu Xiaobai's partner somewhat apprehensive about the possibility of him inadvertently causing her harm. Sighing, Xia Yunyun wished fervently to leave this place and return home, to the dwelling she shared with Yutsong. Little did she know, such a desire was but a fleeting thought. Truly, her misfortune seemed relentless. Akin to choking on cold water, Yutsong, Have you finished? What was the outcome? Suddenly recalling something, Xia Yunyun lifted her gaze to Yu Tsong, who towered over her, despite the fatigue stemming from her recent tribulations. She had not forgotten that he had been engaged in a contest with Lang Feng. She was still unaware of the results. Now that Yu Tsong stood before her, had he already completed the match? Do not worry, I would never entrust you to another male, Yu Tsong, interpreting Xia Yunyun's concern for Lang Feng, felt a surge of happiness. He was convinced that his Yunyun would not desire another partner. Lowering his head, he began to explain. Really? That is a relief. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyun felt a sudden wave of relaxation wash over her, exhaling deeply. Thank goodness, that means you did not lose to Lang Feng. I certainly do not wish to be bonded with an unfamiliar male due to some nonsensical tradition. Why Yu Tsong? I am so tired. Can we go home now? She implored, her eyes pleading. Observing Xia Yunyun's weary expression filled him with deep sympathy. He had always been responsive to her needs, and this request seemed entirely reasonable and fitting. Without hesitation, Yu Tsong scooped Xia Yunyun into his arms and turned to leave. You cannot leave. At that moment, an aged voice called out from a distance. It was the elder. Yu Tsong furrowed his brow, his earlier unease resurfacing. Why? Hu Xiaobai, equally concerned for Xia Yunyun, was aware of her frail constitution. Her innate sensitivity as a fox allowed her to sense a profound unease. She timidly inquired, Elder, why can Yunyun not depart? Xia Yunyun, equally bewildered, stared at the elder and the throng of beast men accompanying him. What was happening? Why had they all gathered here? Could it be that the beast men from the autumn gathering had all come here? Xia Yunyun felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering whether the strange bird she had released earlier had some significance. After all, she had done nothing wrong. Indeed, she had done nothing at all. Ho Baiyong halted, his eyes gleaming intensely as he regarded Xia Yunyun, prompting the beastmen behind him to come to a standstill as well. Female, everyone else is at the autumn gathering. Why are you alone here? Xia Yunyun hesitated, unsure whether to respond. Was she to admit, in front of all these beings, that she had merely been in urgent need of a restroom? Furthermore, it hardly warranted the commotion that had attracted so many beastmen. Xia Yunyun felt a sense of helplessness. Her words lodged in her throat. What is wrong? Why are you silent? Or perhaps you wish to confess that it was you who poisoned the Fox King. Ho Baijiang's voice, imbued with mild suspicion, detonated like a bomb among the crowd of beastmen who had just arrived. The gathered beastmen exchanged incredulous glances, unwilling to believe that a mere female could have plotted against the Fox King. Females were scarce, and historically, society had held a precious view of the few that existed. Despite their reluctance to accept such an accusation, the elder's words held weight. He could not be mistaken. After all, the small female belonged to another beast, while the elder was their own revered leader. The beastmen engaged in brief discussions before choosing to believe Ho Baijiang. They had never doubted the elder. Feeling only a sense of disbelief, no beast had ever questioned his words in Stone Fortress. The elder claims that this little female with the soiled face poisoned the Fox King? One male pondered aloud, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Yunyun's unkempt appearance. That cannot be. How could she possibly have access to the Fox King? Another male raised his doubts, though confusion flickered in his eyes. They were nonetheless directed at Xia Yunyun with an air of suspicion. Surely the elder's words could not be wrong. This female, so peculiar and frail, could not harbor such malicious intentions against the Fox King. What a vile female! An inconspicuous male suddenly shouted, his tone brimming with indignation towards Xia Yunyun. Hearing the murmurs around her, Xia Yunyun was taken aback. What? The Fox King has been poisoned. She had merely stepped out for a moment, only to find herself lost. How could such a calamity have transpired? Most alarmingly, they were accusing her of being the perpetrator behind the poisoning of the Fox King. She might as well have eaten feces to wish harm upon the Fox King. Turning to Ho Baijiang, she noticed an inexplicable glimmer in his eyes. In a flash, a realization struck her, a thought surfaced in her mind. Could it be that he intended to silence her for inadvertently overhearing his conversation with Hu Xiyue? The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became that this was the case. Previously, the matter had been sidetracked, and she regretted not informing Yu Tsong about it. After that incident, she had even asked Hu Xiyue, who had no recollection of the elder's comments, yet she had certainly heard them. So, was it Hu Xiyue who intentionally concealed the truth, or did he simply forget? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Xia Yunyun became increasingly suspicious of the peculiar relationship between Hu Xiyue and the elder that it was too coincidental that the elder would arrive with a throng of beastmen, explicitly naming her as the poisoner of the Fox King. Was it mere chance that she had been absent when this situation arose? Contemplating her options for escape, Xia Yunyun considered her first approach to appeal to their emotions and reason, providing logical evidence of her innocence. However, she cast a sidelong glance at Hou Baijiang. With him present, the likelihood of success seemed minimal. Should he declare her guilty, no beast would doubt his word. This irrational crowd would not heed her explanations. Her second option involved revealing the elder's motives for targeting her. Yet who would believe her cries? That approach was futile. The only other individual involved, Xia, remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Her final recourse was to attempt a forceful escape. As she assessed her available resources, her expression darkened at Yu Tsang, Xia, Xiaobai, and herself. Against 3 beast kings and numerous others, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Glancing around at the beastmen focused on her, Xia Yunyun felt a surge of anxiety, only to suddenly notice Yu Tsang beside her, his demeanor as calm as ever, as if the situation around them were inconsequential. Yu Tsang, sensing Xia Yunyun's gaze, met her eyes without uttering a word. The mysterious allure in his deep brown eyes momentarily assuaged her fears. Indeed, troubles would find her even if she did not seek them out. She could not rely solely on Yu Tsang for resolution. She did not wish to remain a partner who merely burdened him. With renewed determination, Xia Yunyun fixed her gaze on the elder, who appeared somewhat regretful, and spoke up. "Elder, surely I cannot be deemed a suspect simply for being absent. There are many beasts who were not present." The beastmen were taken aback by the audacity of this frail female, daring to challenge the elder's words. Yet upon reflection, her argument held some merit. Indeed, there were many who were not present, such as Hu Shaosan and Lang Shower. They seemed to have been absent as well. My offspring was also not in attendance. Hu Xiaobai chimed in, lowering her head, her voice laced with discontent. She firmly believed that Yunyun would never commit such an act. Upon hearing Xia Yunyun's defense, Hou Baijiang merely smiled faintly, his convincing voice resonating once more. "Female, you possess a point. However, they are all exceptional beastmen who did not attend the autumn gathering, while you vanished from the very event." His words effectively drew the beastmen to his perspective. The beastmen, lacking any treacherous intent, readily accepted whatever resonated with reason, and at this moment, they found merit in everyone's statements. In contrast, they still believed that the elder would not deceive them. I merely stepped away momentarily due to a sudden stomachache, intending to return. Furthermore, I harbor no enmity towards the Fox King. Why would I wish to poison him? Xia Yunyun felt thoroughly wronged, for it was her first experience of being unjustly accused in such a manner. Unable to shake the burden of this calumny. At that moment, a high-pitched female voice shattered the murmurs of the crowd. "Indeed, it was you. I knew it had to be you. Did you not resent the Fox King for imprisoning you?" The shrill voice of Sang Xian drew everyone's attention. Xia Yunyun gazed over in confusion, sensing an unsettling familiarity in that voice. She felt an ominous premonition. Fox Yu, with tears glistening in her eyes, was being supported by a companion, her expression one of sorrow and rage directed at Xia Yunyun. "That was merely a misunderstanding. You were eventually released, were you not? Moreover, the Fox King even saved you. How could you do this to him? What wrong have we, the Fox clan, ever committed against you?" Her voice, choked with sobs, evoked sympathy among the beastmen nearby. As Fox Yu wept, her voice hoarse with emotion. She discreetly raised her eyelids to gauge the reactions of the surrounding beastmen. Seeing their responses to her words, a cold smile crept into her heart. Aren't you quite formidable? They seem to protect you well. I shall see how you handle this." Though she was unaware if Xia Yunyun was indeed the true culprit, with the elder's assertions, she felt justified in assisting her cause, accused by Fox Cc. Xia Yunyun suddenly felt as though she had indeed committed an unpardonable transgression. Her countenance displayed sheer shock. She was genuinely taken aback at that moment. She could only lament such theatrics, an Oscar-worthy performance. When did Fox Yu become so well-informed? She recalled that at the time, Fox Yu had been oblivious to her poisoning by Xia. Although the Fox King had rescued her, it was not as Fox Yu had described. It seemed as though she was being portrayed as a profoundly ungrateful person. Glancing at the surrounding beastmen, a sense of dread enveloped Xia Yunyun if what Hou Baijiang suggested was her timeline for the alleged crime. Then Fox Cc's claims constituted her motive. The other beastmen displayed expressions of realization upon hearing Fox Cc's accusations. So that is how it is. No wonder she poisoned the Fox King. This female harbors a grudge against him for their past misunderstanding. How terrifying. How could Giant Stone City harbor such a female? With Fox Yuyu's reminder, the other members of the Fox clan recalled the incident where the Fox King had saved a female not long ago, their indignation growing. What? She is the very female the Fox King saved. She looks somewhat different. It's her. It's definitely her. I have seen her. She possesses a distinctive scent. I cannot be mistaken. The beastmen of the Fox clan spoke over one another, revealing the heightened emotions surrounding the Fox King's poisoning incident. Suddenly, Yutsong cast a sharp gaze at the male who had mentioned Xia Yunyun's scent, the latter experiencing an unsettling chill as he met Yutsong's fierce eyes that in that instant. He found himself unable to utter a single word. Xia Yunyun, oblivious to Yutsong's actions, felt utterly crushed. She was finally experiencing the weight of collective condemnation, unable to voice her grievances, akin to a mute suffering in silence. Accusations were easily levied without justification. Ho Baiyang displayed a hint of astonishment, looking at Xia Yunyun with incredulity. Is it truly the case that you acted out of conflict with the Fox King? Xia Yunyun was bewildered, questioning how the conversation had shifted to this point. I have never had any conflict with the Fox King. That incident was merely an accident. Since then, I have not encountered the Fox King. Just as she prepared to explain, the weeping voice rang out once more, abruptly interrupting her impending words. The Fox King is the backbone of our Fox clan. How could she poison him? Elder, you must uphold justice for our clan. Fox Yuyu cried out, her voice filled with a desperation akin to that of a child lamenting the harm done to a parent. How could this be? Elder, you must believe that Yunyun is innocent. I am her neighbor. During this time, she has had no contact with the Fox King. How could she have poisoned him? Fox Yabai, standing near Xia Yunyun, was on the verge of panic, her voice rising in urgency, but not a single beast paid her words heed. The typically reserved Fox Yabai, in this moment, was unafraid. Yunyun had helped her so much, and she could not allow her friend to suffer unjustly. I have never attempted to harm the Fox King. Fox Yuyu, why would you say such things? Xia Yunyun glared at Fox Yuyu in indignation. Previously, she had thought Fox Yuyu might have misunderstood her and had hoped to mend their relationship. Despite Fox Yuyu's consistently harsh tone, she had chosen to overlook it. Yet now, she was taken aback by Fox Yuyu's audacity to accuse her at such a critical moment. The situation was undeniably precarious for Xia Yunyun. On one side was the compelling accusation from the beautiful beast, Fox Yuyu. On the other was the seemingly inconsequential defense from the unnoticed Fox Xiaobai. The outcome was all too predictable. Naturally, Fox Yuyu's words wielded greater influence, and no beast heeded Fox Xiaobai's protests, only growing more disdainful of Xia Yunyun. That I speak nothing but the truth. It is clear that there was a conflict between you and the Fox King. Otherwise, why has such an incident never occurred in Giant Stone City until your arrival? Coinciding with the Fox King's poisoning, Fox Yuyu met Xia Yunyun's bright eyes unflinchingly, a chilling smile lurking in her gaze. This statement struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, how is it that such an event transpired solely upon her arrival? She was at a loss, yet the fact remained that she had not been present. What to do? Who could possibly wish to poison the Fox King? Had the Fox King incurred enmity with anyone prior? Xia Yunyun pondered anxiously, as Fox Yuyu's words were unmistakably clear. If she could not identify the true culprit now, then her status as a suspect would surely be solidified. Fox Yuyu's assertions were indeed compelling. Xia Yunyun, do you have anything to say? The elder suddenly stepped forward, and the surrounding noise fell silent. I did not poison the Fox King, whether you believe it or not. I have never committed such an act, Xia Yunyun exclaimed, her emotions surging. Memories of childhood accusations, being wronged and bullied, flooded her mind. She had once thought that arriving here was a chance to start anew, a chance to escape her past. Little did she know, no matter where she went, her fate would remain unchanged. I believe Yunyun. At that moment, Yutsong, who had remained silent, stepped forward, shielding Xia Yunyun from the hostile gazes of the beastmen. All she could see was his formidable silhouette and the enveloping darkness, yet inexplicably, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Yunyun is my mate. I know best whether she has harmed the Fox King. Furthermore, I am the one who had conflict with the Fox King, not Yunyun. As he spoke, Yutsong directed his fierce gaze at Fox Yuyu. Fox Yuyu was taken aback by Yutsong's menacing stare, retreating instinctively into her companion's embrace, too frightened to meet his gaze. This male seemed even more formidable than before, yet he remained a fourth crystal beast man, unchanged in essence. Then you two harbor suspicions of poisoning the Fox King. However, you were engaged in battle with Wolf Peak at the time. Xia Yunyun was not present, which does not provide sufficient evidence. Today, as an elder of Giant Stone City, I must provide everyone with an explanation. Ho Baijiang regarded Yutsong earnestly, his expression revealing his dilemma, as if the situation before him truly posed a challenge. Elder, if this female is indeed the culprit, what more is there to discuss? Yes, Elder, imprison this female. She must not be given another opportunity to harm others. Lock her away. Elder, please confine her. Observing the elder's dilemma, the beastmen, showing their concern, fervently proposed that Xia Yunyun be imprisoned. Witnessing the fervor among the beastmen, Yutsong could not help but furrow his brows. Deep as an abyss, he held Xia Yunyun's hand tightly. Unwavering in his resolve, through his actions, he conveyed his determination. No matter the circumstances, he would stand by his Yunyun. He would never allow a single scratch to mar her. Xia Yunyun felt the solace emanating from Yutsong, but found herself at a loss for words to defend her innocence. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she could think of nothing more to say. This was the first time she experienced such profound defeat, a deep, crushing sense of failure. She had inexplicably transitioned from her own world to this one. Yet that had not defeated her. She had faced numerous life challenges and adaptations without faltering. Even when confronted by adversities and vicious beasts, she had remained unbroken. Yet today, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness rise from within her core. Was her fate truly meant to be this way? In an instant, myriad emotions flooded Xia Yunyun. Her hands, she realized, had grown cold. Was there truly no resolution to this dilemma? It dawned on her how insignificant she truly was, devoid even of the ability to protect herself in this unfamiliar world. Meanwhile, Xia, who had been anxiously by her father's side, suddenly learned that the beast responsible for the poisoning had been captured, and a wave of joy washed over her. Wonderful, father, the beast that harmed you has been caught. You will surely be all right. The sadness in Xue's eyes was momentarily replaced by elation, causing her to forget to temper her voice. Generally, beastmen take a considerable time after adulthood to find a mate, and as a young male of the sensitive fox tribe, Xue felt an intense, almost inescapable connection to her bloodline. Her excitement was overwhelming. Drawing a sharp glare from the elderly veterinarian, who had been feigning sleep nearby, did he not realize that a sick beast required a tranquil environment? Moreover, there were others resting. In the city of Jushur, there were only 2 veterinarians, a rarity indeed. Their status was naturally elevated above that of ordinary beastmen, and they were treated with utmost caution. Xue hurried over to the elderly veterinarian without explaining the situation, only to find that the reality was more shocking than joyful. She gazed in disbelief at Xia Yunyun, who was being obstructed by a throng of beastmen, her eyes wide with incredulity. Could it be that the beast responsible for poisoning her father was Yunyun? Impossible. Such a notion was preposterous. He resolutely turned away, his expression starkly different from the disdainful countenance of the surrounding beastmen, his voice firm. Elder, you must be mistaken. It cannot be her. There must be some misunderstanding. He could not fathom that a female with such beautiful eyes could be the true perpetrator of his father's poisoning, especially considering that she was Yutsong's mate. Meanwhile, Yu had been closely monitoring the unfolding events, her resentful eyes glinting with malice as she cast a scornful glance in Xia Yunyun's direction. She had stoked this fire to its current intensity. What more waves could Xia Yunyun possibly create? It was futile. She could not escape her fate of imprisonment. Yet, upon hearing Xue defend Xia Yunyun, she could no longer contain her jealousy. Even now, with the Fox King in such peril, all he could think of was that little female, Xue. Do you even care about your tribe or the Fox King? Undoubtedly, Xue shot her an irritated glance. Hu, do you even comprehend what you were saying? Yunyun is not the murderer. My father is poisoned, and I must uncover the true culprit. With his keen intuition as a member of the Fox tribe, how could he not realize that Yu, who often sought to undermine Xia Yunyun, played a role in this farce? The true culprit is this female. Do you not even trust the elder's words? Yu shouted defiantly. Xue's words not only positioned her in opposition to him, but also expressed that even in the face of the one who poisoned his father, he would still protect that female. Why? What right does that female have to possess such things? These were all meant to belong to her. Under the dim glow of the night, her pale skin began to contort into a grotesque visage. Indeed, Yuyu's words caused Xue to momentarily hesitate. Was it really the elder who had spoken, the elder he revered most? Yet he could not believe that Yunyun would commit such an act. What should he do? In his crimson eyes, the menacing beastmen, the troubled elder, and that small, terrified female blurred into a haze of confusion. Ho Baiyang seemed to sense Hu Siyue's distress and kindly smiled, explaining, "She is merely the prime suspect. There is no need for you to worry. She will not come to harm. However, for the safety of all, we must ensure the security of Jusher City. Which is why we must temporarily inconvenience her." The elder's words were reasonable, even if they were somewhat strained. They elevated the matter to one of life and death for all beast kind. Hu Siyue's bewildered gaze flickered as he met the elder's profound eyes. And suddenly, a tumultuous wave surged through his mind, deepening his confusion at that moment. The image of that delicate figure surfaced again, and suddenly, his eyes brightened. How could a female devoid of any combat prowess pose a threat to the safety of Jusher City? This was Hu Siyue's first moment of questioning the elder's decision openly. Ho Baijiang's smile momentarily flickered before being replaced by a serene gaze. "Siyue, do you know her background? How can you be certain she is not a spy sent from another tribe? If she could poison your father, she could very well poison others. After all, if your father could fall victim, what chance do the others have?" A barrage of questions left Hu Siyue momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Xia Yunyun quietly observed Hu Siyue as he rushed into the fray of beastmen. His father was poisoned. Surely he must be furious, right? Yet when she heard Hu Siyue's subsequent words, she was taken aback to discover that he believed in her innocence. Yutsong's gaze towards Hu Siyue also held an air of inexplicable sentiment. Moreover, she and this four-crystal lion had been exiled from their previous tribe to join them here. What could possibly compel a tribe to expel a female and a four-crystal beast? You understand how vital a female and a four-crystal beast are to a tribe. Ho Baijiang's following remarks left the beastmen in disbelief. Indeed, if this lion beast is so formidable, why was it expelled from its original tribe? The beasts inhaled sharply at the elder's words. Thank goodness for the elder's wisdom. He discovered the truth in time and saved Jusher City. Initially hesitant due to the scarcity of females, the beastmen, upon hearing the elder's words, joined the chorus demanding Xia Yunyun's imprisonment. In an instant, nearly all the beasts were clamoring loudly, imprisoning this female. Yes, lock her up. This was a matter of paramount concern for every beastman. Throughout history, self-interest has always been a timeless theme. Even humans cannot maintain their rationality when their interests are at stake, let alone the utterly irrational beastmen. The cries for Xia Yunyun's imprisonment grew ever louder. And Ho Baijiang, looking somewhat troubled, turned to Hu Siyue and sighed, "I am sorry. This is my duty. For the sake of Jusher City, I must proceed in this manner, albeit temporarily." The implication was clear. Xia Yunyun would have to be confined. Xia Yunyun had long anticipated this outcome and remained remarkably composed, only feeling that Ho Baijiang was indeed a competent elder. If she were in her own era, she would undoubtedly be an exceptionally skilled public relations expert. Although she stood from a vantage point of utmost fairness, she still felt a peculiar sense of unease regarding the elders. With the consent of Elder Ho Baiyang, several imposing wolf and fox beasts swiftly encircled Xia Yunyun. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the previously composed Yutsong suddenly erupted, transforming into his beastly form and roaring fiercely. The majestic white lion stood protectively in front of Xia Yunyun, shielding her with his own body, his crimson eyes reflecting his fury. Surrounding them were several three-crystal beastmen. Although Yutsong had ascended to 4 crystals, he had already fought against Wolf Peak prior. Now, faced with multiple beastmen, no matter how powerful he was, he could not withstand a war of attrition. A group of 3 crystal beastmen had encircled them, and in his effort to protect Xia Yunyun, it was difficult for him to break free to counterattack. Soon, the beautiful white fur of the snow lion was gradually stained with red blood, transforming from pristine white to a pale pink and then a deep crimson, as if adorned with blood-red cherry blossoms, creating a profoundly shocking visual impact. Roar, damn it! Yutsong's deep brown eyes glimmered with red, with a startled Xia Yunyun behind him, and just a few meters away stood the enemies poised to attack. These damned males, Yutsong cursed inwardly. He had never been so wary of his foes before. In times past, he had always charged recklessly at his enemies. Now, he was not afraid of his own injuries, but he was terrified of Xia Yunyun suffering even the slightest harm. With a flick of his lion's tail, he securely placed Xia Yunyun onto his back. Why Yutsong? Why is there so much blood? When Xia Yunyun regained her senses, she saw that Yutsong's once snowy mane was now drenched in blood, his bright eyes clouded with crimson. Stop fighting. Please, don't fight anymore. I don't have the Fox King. You can imprison me, but please, don't hurt him. Xia Yunyun was utterly shocked. She had never witnessed Yutsong so grievously injured, bleeding so profusely. In her heart, the pain surpassed any inflicted upon her own body. Why had it come to this? Looking around at the chaos, surrounded by a pack of ferocious beastmen in their beast forms, Xia Yunyun felt nothing but despair and an icy chill in her heart. Could she not live a peaceful life? A life with a home of her own, a stable existence? Hearing Xia Yunyun's voice, tinged with tears, Yutsong could not help but feel a pang of heartache. The searing pain from his wounds dulled slightly at her words. In a daze, Yutsong felt warm liquid trickling down his back. His keen sense of smell informed him that it was not blood. Roar. Yunyun, don't cry. I'm fine. Don't worry, I will definitely take you away from here. In Yutsong's eyes, a complex glimmer shone through, predominantly a deep concern for Xia Yunyun. He had made her cry. How infuriating. Xia Yunyun's icy demeanor suddenly softened. Had she truly shed tears? She lowered her gaze, staring in bewilderment at the snow lion beneath her, confused. Had she just heard Yutsong's voice? How was that possible? He was still in his beast form. While she pondered this, Yutsong's voice, laced with a hint of joy, reached her again. Yunyun, you heard correctly. Although we are of different species, we are bonded as mates. Even in beast form, you can understand my beast language. What Yutsong did not reveal to Xia Yunyun was that the ability to understand beast language required both beastmen to harbor mutual concern for one another. The snow lion, with its striking blend of white and red, seemed suddenly invigorated, as it gazed at the unfriendly three crystal beastmen, racing forward with great speed. Around them, the beastmen cried out in alarm. She's trying to escape. Quick, capture her. We cannot let her get away. What a splendid pair they would make if they could indeed escape. Ho Baijiang's previously serene expression turned cold in an instant, watching the fierce battle unfold with a detached gaze. Wasn't it a fierce battle? The true challenge had yet to commence. The current useless three crystal beastmen were merely warming up for Yutsong and Xia Yunyun, just as Yutsong prepared to flee with Xia Yunyun. He suddenly spotted a golden figure lunging towards him. In the next moment, he felt a tremendous force slam him aside, crashing him to the ground. Puffed. Alongside him was the fierce fox Xia, who had charged forward. Xia spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been closely observing the battle and felt a surge of joy when Yutsong toppled the trio of three crystal beastmen, silently urging him to escape with Yunyun. But just as he reveled in the moment, the scene shifted dramatically. He was the first to notice the three beast kings making their move, despite noticing it immediately. The disparity in strength was far too great, leaving him no time to think. He could only use his body to momentarily shield Yutsong. Thankfully, Xia's intervention prevented what could have been a fatal blow to Xia Yunyun on Yutsong's back. Blood trickled from the corner of Yutsong's mouth as he turned to glance at his fallen comrade, Xia, who lay incapacitated beside him. The four crystal beastman against the beastman was akin to seeking one's own demise. He turned his head, attempting to rise, but his bones felt as though they had been shattered. No matter how he struggled, he could only half support himself. Gritting his teeth, he urged himself, "Stand up. Yunyun is still in their grasp." The sudden sense of danger compelled him to look up, his gaze landing on the three beast kings who had remained silent until now. At the center stood the wolf king, drenched in blood. It was him. Behind the wolf king, Wolf Peak had somehow appeared, observing him with a gaze that was either amused or contemptuous. In the world of beast men, strength is paramount, making power the foundation of all. The prowess of a beast king symbolizes unrivaled authority and dominance. If a single beast king possesses such power, then three beast kings together are an insurmountable force, from the moment they made their move. Yutsong realized he could not take Xia Yunyun away from them. He could not even best Xiyu, let alone contend with three beast kings. He fixed his furious gaze upon the three before him. Flames of rage burning in his eyes, as rationality began to slip away entirely. In the depths of his mind, Yutsong clung to the last remnants of logic, reminding himself to remain calm. Only by maintaining composure could he hope to rescue Yunyun. Never before had he felt such dissatisfaction with his own strength. He had always believed that the growth of power required time and persistent effort. Thus, he had steadily been enhancing his abilities at his own pace. Yet, in this moment, he yearned for an instantaneous surge in power. It was then that he resolved. He must become a king. The one and only king, Yutsong. Xia Yunyun, enduring the pain coursing through her body, crawled from the dust, unable to contain her exclamation, seeing Yutsong so grievously injured and Xia also caught in the fray. She desperately tried to reach Yutsong's side, but before she could steady herself, she was seized by several three crystal beastmen whom Yutsong had just felled. Fox Xia noticed Xia Yunyun being captured and rushed forward, intent on using her strength to rescue her. Yet, before she could reach Xia Yunyun, or rather, before she could even reach the edge of the battlefield, she was ensnared by Fox Xia. aware of Xiaobai's intentions and her bond with Xia Yunyun. Yu quickly intercepted her, provocatively stating, "What's this? You want to save her? Just you? You might as well give it up. No, don't even think about it. Females like you, so utterly useless, are a rarity, just like that Xia Yunyun." Yu scrutinized Xiaobai with disdain before shaking her head in disapproval, glancing at the two males trailing behind Xiaobai, and continued, "I wonder how any male would even fancy you." Xiaobai's face flushed crimson with indignation. Not knowing whether it was due to Yu's humiliation or her disparagement of Xia Yunyun. You've gone too far." The male standing behind Xiaobai erupted in fury upon hearing Yu's words. Although females were rare and held high status, they would not allow their mates to be insulted in such a manner by another female, had it not been for the fact that the opponent was female. They would have likely engaged in combat by now. However, Yu remained unperturbed, defiantly raising her chin as she gazed at the infuriated Xiaobai, who appeared ready to erupt in fury. A satisfied smile graced her lips, as the frustrations of being consistently humiliated in front of Xia Yunyun dissipated in an instant. Upon realizing that Yu posed no real threat to her, Xiaobai, with her keen intellect as a member of the Fox clan, recalled Xia Yunyun's kindness towards her. Gathering her courage, she resolved to circumvent Cece and rescue Xia Yunyun, for she was merely a useless female. Yu, noticing Xiaobai's intentions, sneered. She would not allow her to succeed. Taking advantage of the male's reluctance to confront females, she stood imperiously in Xiaobai's path, flanked by her 8 companions. Hearing Xia Yunyun's call and witnessing the anguish etched on her face, Yutsong's last vestiges of rationality crumbled, leading him to unleash a heart-wrenching roar. Filled with sorrow and fury, the beast kings around him were momentarily taken aback by the sheer power of his cry, a sound that resonated from the depths of the soul. Exchanging glances, the beast kings ceased their attacks, forming a protective circle around Yutsong, fully aware that pursuing an enemy to their last breath was unwise, especially considering the rarity of a 4-crystal beastman in their midst. Apart from the bloodied wolf king, who glared malevolently at Yutsong, the leopard king and tiger king exhibited signs of admiration for him. They had never encountered such a defiant beastman before. Xia Yunyun was taken away without any struggle. Fully aware of her predicament and the choices she had made, she resolved to survive, and more importantly, to ensure Yutsong's survival, wishing for the safety of all those she cherished. As she cast a final glance at Yutsong, who lay helpless on the ground, she lowered her head and followed her captors. Why, Yutsong, you must be all right. We will all be fine, she whispered. Unable to suppress her murmurs, inadvertently stirring something within Yutsong's heart, watching Xia Yunyun's retreating figure, he felt as if the world were collapsing around him, his anguished roars echoing the pain of a shattered spirit. Yet, Xia Yunyun did not look back. She knew that Yutsong might lose his sanity and act recklessly, and she wished to protect him from harm. Now, she could only hope that Cece would restrain him and prevent any impulsive actions. She believed that Yutsong would regain his composure and ultimately rescue her. Once an ordinary being in her own world, Xia Yunyun found herself thrust into circumstances she had never encountered before. With no path of retreat once a choice was made as she anticipated, Yutsong was consumed by a fury that obliterated all reason, fixated solely on the thought of taking Yunyun away. His crimson eyes were ablaze with chaos as he summoned all his strength for one final strike. Failure would mean death. The 3 beast kings, witnessing Yutsong's readiness to engage in a desperate battle, felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. How could a mere 4-crystal beastman evoke such a long-forgotten sensation of dread? In the aftermath of this momentary fear, a surge of eagerness welled within them. They were genuinely curious to discover what extraordinary surprises this 4-crystal beastman could unveil. Whether beast kings or common beasts, their essence remained that of creatures, inherently combative. Even the newborn cubs shared this trait. Thus, the scent of danger and blood ignited an uncontrollable frenzy within them. As Yutsong prepared to make his final stand, Cece suddenly, despite his pain, rose from the ground and swiftly positioned himself in front of him. Their gazes locked, neither willing to yield. Roar. Yutsong's anguished cry echoed, aware that he could not best the beast here. Trust me, we will rescue Yunyun, Cece insisted, furrowed brow and disheveled appearance, yet unwavering. Although he too wished for Xia Yunyun's freedom. As a member of the Fox clan, his instincts were sharper than those of other beasts. Even in this moment, he quickly assessed the pros and cons. Should Yutsong break free now, they would be left utterly powerless. At last, Yutsong regained his composure, his icy gaze fixed ferociously on the nearby beast kings, sweeping over the elder who bore a calm yet sympathetic expression, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. The atmosphere thickened for a moment until the elder finally stepped forward, shattering the silence. Well, since this female has been detained, let's conclude today's matters here. Everyone, disperse. With the elder's command, no beast dared to defy him. Even the three beast kings nodded in agreement before departing. The elder cast a glance at Yutsong and Husisi, offering a slight nod before joining the throng of beasts leaving the scene. Yutsong's gaze lingered on the elder's retreating figure, unblinking. Husisi, sensing his unusual demeanor, inquired curiously, "What is it?" "Nothing," he replied tersely. The following day, within the fox den, the poisoning of the Fox King was a matter of great concern for Stone City. As an elder, Hou Baijiang felt it was his duty to pay a visit to the Fox King. The close relatives of the Fox King also gathered to inquire about his condition, filling the room with members of the Fox clan, yet silence prevailed due to Hou Baijiang's presence. "Old veterinarian, how's the Fox King's poisoning? Is there a remedy?" Although he had learned yesterday that the veterinarian could offer no cure for the Fox King's affliction, Hou Baijiang still felt compelled to ask once more. The old veterinarian shook his head, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. With a sorrowful expression, Hou Baijiang reassured the gathered Fox clan beasts. "Rest assured, the female has been detained. I will find a way to compel her to produce the antidote. Old veterinarian, I entrust the Fox King's care to you during this time." "Certainly, elder, do not worry. The Fox King's condition is stable. Although the nature of the poison remains unknown, he is merely unconscious and shows no other adverse symptoms," the old veterinarian assured, nodding emphatically as a member of the Fox clan. He would tend to the Fox King's health without needing the elder's prompting. Husisi, however, could not bring himself to believe that Xia Yunyun was responsible for the poisoning. Yet, under the current circumstances, he could only force a smile and nod, his mind racing with thoughts of how to rescue Xia Yunyun. Husisi appeared anxious. Having been injured yesterday, he was not present at the scene and still bore wounds, standing there bruised and battered. Hearing the elder's words, he found it hard to believe that the young female could be the perpetrator of his father's poisoning. He was all too aware of his father's strength. The young female surely lacked the opportunity to poison him. It was said that the Fox clan possessed keen insights, and even Hudazai hesitated to fully accept Xia Yunyun as the culprit. Yet the beasts of Stone City held Hou Baijiang in unwavering trust. This moment, Hudazai did not speak up on Xia Yunyun's behalf, silently observing the elder and the others converse, his red eyes occasionally darting about, lost in thought. What does the elder plan to do with her? Hu Yu suddenly interjected. She showed little concern for the Fox King's condition, primarily interested in how the elder would deal with Xia Yunyun. After a moment of contemplation, the elder shook his head. "For now, she will remain confined. I hope to encourage her to amend her ways and, if possible, to persuade her to hand over the antidote, which would expedite the Fox King's recovery." Upon hearing this, a middle-aged male with light-colored hair, standing beside Hu Yu, suddenly flickered his gaze, though the attention of the assembled beasts remained fixated on the elder and the Fox King. Leaving him unnoticed, "You asked this, Yu, do you have a good idea?" Hou Baijiang said with a smile, his kindly demeanor making it hard to refuse his inquiry. "I have no ideas. I merely overheard discussions today about taking her away in exchange for another female as compensation for the Fox King's injury." Hu Yu replied with a laugh, shrugging off the notion of involvement. Yet, these were her own thoughts, for she intended to ensure that Xia Yunyun would never again remain in Stone City. As soon as she finished speaking, Hudazai and Husisi hastily interjected with their objections. "Absolutely not. This is unacceptable." As soon as the words were spoken, the two beasts exchanged surprised glances. Yet their thoughts diverged significantly. Husisi was taken aback to see his elder brother stand up for Xia Yunyun, but he quickly dismissed such thoughts and fixed a hostile gaze on Hu Yu. Hudazai, on the other hand, felt that such a beautiful female should not simply be replaced by another. How could one ever find another so exquisite? If she were to be exchanged, he would lose the chance to pursue such beauty forever. Why should it not be so? Everyone believed this resolution was satisfactory. Did they truly wish for her to remain? She was, after all, the perpetrator responsible for the harm inflicted upon the Fox King. Seeing them both rise in opposition, Hu Yu's emotions flared. Why? That female had committed such vile acts. Yet they still sought to defend her. What right did she have to such preferential treatment? She clenched her fists, dark shadows gathering in her dim eyes. She absolutely could not be allowed to stay here. No way. Xia Yunyun was not even one of our Fox clan's females. Even if she had erred, we cannot sacrifice her for another. I believe that if our father were awake, he would not agree to this either. Husai understood that even if he argued that Xia Yunyun was not the murderer, no beast would believe him. He could only seek excuses. I also think Sai has a point. Elder, why not designate Xia Yunyun as a communal partner for our fox clan? We still have many beasts without partners, Hu Dahai chimed in, rubbing his hands together eagerly. How could any other female compare to her beauty? Brother, Husai stared wide-eyed at Hu Dahai, astonished by his declaration. A communal partner? How could Xia Yunyun become a communal partner? Dahai, she is a female who can poison. Are you not afraid she might poison someone in Giant Stone City again? What if the next beast to fall victim is you? Would you still dare to keep her here? Hu Yu spat through gritted teeth. If that is the consensus, then perhaps we could proceed, and I will do my utmost to obtain the antidote from her. If the resentment of the others still cannot be quelled, we may revisit this matter, Ho Badyong pondered, not outright dismissing Hu Yu's proposition. However, Husai attempted to speak on Xia Yunyun's behalf, only to find the elder suddenly turning his gaze towards him. Sai, regarding this female, I will discuss the matter with the Beast King. Recent affairs of the Fox clan shall be entrusted to you and Hu Dahai. Among the Fox King's sons, aside from the eldest Hu Dahai and the youngest Husai, 3 others were out in the world, one having perished, leaving only Husai and Hu Dahai in Giant Stone City. In the territory of the Wolf clan, Wolf Peak was engaged in discussion with the Wolf King. I never expected that new female to commit such an act. It truly is beyond imagination. The Wolf King laughed heartily, glancing at Wolf Peak. Father, should we continue with our previous plans? Wolf Peak asked, his expression bright, as if he had stumbled upon good fortune. Of course. Why would we not continue? The Wolf King abruptly ceased his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor, narrowing his gray eyes. Is this female not precisely what we needed? What do you mean, father? Wolf Peak inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty as he regarded the Wolf King. The Fox clan had always held a prestigious reputation in Giant Stone City, earning the trust of its beasts. How could it be that the Fox King allowed a female to be so grievously harmed? Could the Fox clan still retain its former status? The Wolf King scoffed. It was said that the Fox clan was clever and intelligent, able to maintain a high standing in Giant Stone City without exerting much effort. But what of the Wolf clan? They were no less capable than the Fox clan's beasts. Why should they be relegated to the most arduous tasks to earn the elder's favor? The Tiger clan and the Leopard clan were not fond of communal living. The Tiger clan had its king and several formidable warriors, while the Leopard clan had become mediocre in recent years, posing little threat. If they could eliminate the cunning Fox clan, the Wolf clan would undoubtedly secure its position in Giant Stone City. Wolf Peak analyzed with conviction, a smile growing on his face. You are correct. We owe a debt of gratitude to that female. Otherwise, our plans would have been delayed for much longer. The Wolf King nodded in agreement, his eyes glinting with admiration for his son. Indeed, it was no surprise that he could manage much of the Wolf clan's affairs at such a young age. He had entrusted most matters to Wolf Peak, and if all went according to plan, Wolf Peak would soon ascend to the position of Wolf King. Beast positions were not hereditary, they were earned through strength. In other words, anyone who attained sufficient power could become a king among beasts. However, the Wolf clan, a communal species, differed from other clans. They were known for their unity, with most considering the tribe's welfare. Only those capable of leading the entire Wolf clan had a chance to become king. In Giant Stone City, Wolf Peak was undoubtedly the most outstanding younger member of the Wolf clan and the Wolf King's favored candidate for the next ruler. Father, I believe that female does not necessarily need to be removed. Her presence could be beneficial to our Wolf clan. Wolf Peak listened intently to the Wolf King's words, his gray eyes suddenly flashing with the thought of the intriguing female. If possible, he truly did not wish for her to come to harm. Even though her partner was exceedingly detestable, it was infuriating that a mere 4-crystal beast man could match him in strength. While pondering, Wolf Peak furrowed his brow. Having that male in Giant Stone City would only serve as a hindrance. Upon hearing Wolf Peak's words, the Wolf King recalled the matter, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, you have a point. But, suddenly, the Wolf King was reminded of the competition at the autumn feast, his gaze momentarily darkening. That female's partner possessed considerable strength. Having withstood a blow from him. If possible, recruiting him into the Wolf clan would be advantageous. However, the Wolf King's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing with a hint of bloodthirstiness. Yes, father, do not worry. I know exactly what to do. Wolf Peak declared proudly, thumping his chest. He was the strongest male of the younger generation in the Wolf clan, and only he was worthy of possessing that beautiful female. He would eventually defeat that male. Meanwhile, Xia Yunyun, the subject of their discussion, remained imprisoned by the beasts of the Fox clan. Given that the victim was the Fox King, she was directly detained by the Fox clan. This decision met with no dissatisfaction among the beasts. In the depths of the Fox clan's dwelling, there lay an abandoned cave, long since neglected. Previously, Giant Stone City had no designated prison for offenders, and males committing serious offenses would be executed or expelled. Females, however, might face punishment by becoming communal partners for the tribe's males. Xia Yunyun had been unceremoniously cast into this forsaken fox den, closely guarded by the Fox clan's beasts, inside the dark cave. Despite a sizable opening, little light penetrated. Only a small circular hole at the top allowed a beam of sunlight to filter in, resembling a white column supporting the cave. Xia Yunyun, who feared darkness, found herself in a desolate space devoid of any furnishings. She could only sit beside the shaft of light, hugging her knees, her chin resting wearily on them, her heavy eyelids occasionally lifting to glance at the entrance. Two towering males stood guard there, likely to prevent her from escaping. She had lost track of how many days she had been confined. At first, she could gauge the passage of time by the light above. But as hunger overwhelmed her, she fainted, awakening with no recollection of how long she had been unconscious. It was impossible to ascertain how many days had passed since her imprisonment. She was parched. And while the males outside occasionally offered her a sip of water, they provided only bloody meat to quell her hunger. Even though she remained unaware of when she might escape, she refused to swallow the gruesome meat. The scent of blood wafting from the dark corners of the cave made her body tremble uncontrollably, burying her head deep in her knees. Memories long buried began to resurface, triggered by that odor. They took her back to the time shortly after her mother's passing, when she was taken in by her aunt's family. That time, she was not yet 10 years old. Upon arriving at her aunt's house, she felt like a stray abandoned by her owner, surrounded by the chilling atmosphere of the vast villa. It seemed as though the steaming delicacies laid out on the table were never intended for her. At the far end of the lengthy dining table, her cousin, a boy with short black hair, cast a glare filled with disdain and rejection, further deepening her already melancholic silence. She could sense his disapproval of her presence. Oftentimes, she would confine herself to her room, and when her aunt instructed him to call her for dinner, he would simply inform her that she did not wish to eat. In truth, he had never even bothered to ask her. Not long after moving into her aunt's home, the winter holidays arrived, and her aunt, concerned that she might struggle to adapt, took her back to their rural hometown to celebrate the new year. The countryside in winter was harsh, with heavy snowfall and biting cold. Her aunt, frequently preoccupied with work, often left her alone with her cousin, who, having never liked her, acted with impunity. The new clothes her aunt bought for her were torn, and the snacks in her room mysteriously vanished into his. Whenever they were home, he barred her from entering the front door. These memories had long faded, yet for some reason, they now felt as vivid as if they were unfolding before her eyes. She would forever remember that winter night when she had gone days without food, her busy aunt not returning home, leaving her locked outside in nothing but a sweater, without even a thick coat to shield her from the biting wind. Her stomach had long since lost all sensation from hunger. She knocked on the door, but he refused to open it, telling her to get out of his house and stop monopolizing his mother's attention. Children raised in such homes never truly understood fear. Xia Yunyun had once been like that. Yet, at that time, she had already lost her parents, leaving her no right to feel unafraid. She secretly crawled through the dog door by the back, glancing at the frozen corpse of a mouse nearby, pondering whether she too might meet the same fate someday. Before long, he discovered her, summoning a group of children. Being a city boy, he was the leader among the rural kids. They forced her to consume the dead mouse, her body already numb from the cold, her trembling teeth meeting the icy flesh as though it were mere ice cubes. Starving to the point of hallucination, for a fleeting moment, she imagined her mother approaching her with a steaming bowl of noodles. Gripped by the children, she was compelled to swallow the mouse's body. When she came to her senses, she desperately clawed at her throat, retching uncontrollably, the taste of blood filling her mouth, as if it had become her very essence. Upon discovering her plight, her aunt rushed her to the hospital for a gastric lavage and scolded her cousin severely. From that day forth, she could no longer bear the thought of raw meat. Not even steak, which had to be well cooked. Her stomach issues became severe, and she dared not neglect her appetite. Regardless of the circumstances, she would never allow herself to go hungry again, for she feared that hunger would summon the haunting memories of that night when she had consumed the dead mouse. No one could fathom what such recollections meant to a child barely 10 years old. This was also why, upon her arrival in the realm of beastmen, Xia Yunyun resolutely refused to allow Yu Tsang to eat raw meat. Gradually pulling herself from the depths of those memories, Xia Yunyun's gaze fixated on the meat nearby that exuded a bloody scent, and she could no longer resist. Rising to her feet, she made her way toward the cave entrance. There was no firewood, no flint, only raw meat, and if she continued to starve, she would surely perish. Before she reached the cave's mouth, the distinctive, deep, and resonant voice of a male beastman echoed from outside. That female's partner is a four-crystal beastman. How could such an unattractive creature end up with such a powerful male? Indeed, one wonders what breed she is to produce such an unsightly female. So frail as well. Her partner must have been gravely injured by the Wolf King. Upon hearing of Yu Tsang's injury, Xia Yunyun's heart suddenly tightened. It's hard to believe she had the audacity to act in such a manner. Our fox tribe has never treated a female like this. Yet, hasn't she gone without food for quite some time? How can she not starve? Who cares? Although she is a female, the Fox King is of utmost importance to our tribe. If she dares to poison the Fox King, she deserves to starve. Even if she dies, no one will hold us accountable. That reasoning seemed solid. Xia Yunyun reached up to touch her face, feeling something dry clinging to her skin. She speculated that it was something Yu Tsang had touched. She had not washed her face in who knows how long, and that substance had likely stuck there and solidified due to her perspiration. Thinking of Yu Tsang, she couldn't help but worry about how he was faring, whether he was recovering well. The grime on her face, which she typically would have minded, now seemed inconsequential. After all, in this dark place, with no mirror to see herself, let the beastmen with superior night vision suffer instead. After a moment of contemplation, the voices of two male beastmen outside resumed. What do you think the elders will do with this female? I've heard many beastmen wish to trade her for females from other tribes, and some suggest making her our communal partner. If you ask me, calling her a communal partner is still treating her kindly. A female like her, who would dare to take her as a mate, should be cast out into the forest to fend for herself. But she is still a female. There are so few of them in Stone Giant City. I've longed for a partner myself, not a communal partner. What does that mean? From her hiding place, Xia Yunyun overheard their conversation, a sense of unease creeping over her as she stepped on a stone and fell unceremoniously to the ground. It's the female's voice from inside. One of the males exclaimed. In the next moment, two towering figures emerged from the darkness of the cave. Female, what are you doing at the entrance? The food is inside. You needn't approach the cave mouth. Indeed, providing you with food is already generous. Do not think of escaping. With us here, you cannot run away. Both male beastmen frowned, their expressions sour as they regarded the small, frail female sitting on the ground. Xia Yunyun could hardly see their features, but the tone of their voices conveyed a palpable malice. She bit her lip. I have no intention of escaping. I merely wish to ask if you could give me some other food, perhaps fruits or some wood and flint. As she spoke, her stomach let out a loud growl. The emptiness within her was quite uncomfortable, and her usual vivacity seemed to have vanished, her voice light and airy, as if her spirit might float away at any moment. The male with a weaker tone turned to the other. The latter shook his head resolutely, devoid of any compassion. No, we are merely tasked with guarding this place. Who knows what you might do? The meat has been given to you. Whether you eat it or not is your concern. At the thought of the bloody meat, Xia Yunyun could not help but swallow hard. She would rather starve than consume that. I cannot eat raw meat. Didn't you claim I was the one who poisoned the Fox King? If I die, your Fox King will never obtain the antidote. Gritting her teeth, Xia Yunyun stood up, enduring the discomfort in her stomach, and spoke with unexpected firmness. The male beastman was taken aback by her words, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. We have an old beast doctor. There isn't a single patient in Stone Giant City that the old beast doctor can't cure. You were saved by the old beast doctor as well. I do not believe what you say. This male beastman had also attended the autumn feast, although he was unaware of the detailed events surrounding Xia Yunyun's rescue from the fox den. He had heard the conversations during the feast. You don't believe me? Xia Yunyun feigned calmness as she gazed at him, standing tall despite her blindness. Then you may go and check on the Fox King's condition. If the old beast doctor can truly save him, wouldn't the Fox King have awakened by now? Isn't it true that the Fox King has yet to awaken? Murmured one male to the other. The expressions of both males darkened as they regarded the unattractive female before them, filled with revulsion. They had not anticipated encountering such an insufferable female who dared to threaten them. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. After all, I am merely a female. My life is of little consequence compared to the Fox King's. If I die, you still get to take the Fox King with you. So it would be a win for you. A faint smile graced Xia Yunyun's pale face as she sensed the hesitance in the two male beast men, emboldening her further. I can no longer hold on. Whether the Fox King lives or dies now depends on you. My life is inconsequential. What do you say? Xia Yunyun exerted the last vestiges of her strength to prop herself up. In a sudden moment of clarity, she realized that relying solely on others was futile. When she found herself utterly alone, the only source of support was herself. No one would offer her pity, for fate had never shown her mercy. Indeed, she could not afford to be overly fragile. Yutsong was still outside, and she had yet to bear him a litter of the lion cubs he so fervently desired. How could she possibly relinquish her life in this wretched place? You truly are a cunning female. One of the male orcs gritted through clenched teeth. I will fetch the food you requested. He will guard you. And let me make this clear. Do not even think about escaping. With a fierce glare directed at Xia Yunyun, the louder of the males turned and stomped away. Thud, thud, thud. Xia Yunyun could only see a pair of large, bell-like eyes momentarily flicker with light before hearing the disgruntled footsteps retreating. For reasons she could not quite fathom, sensing the other's ill temper brought her an unexpected sense of comfort. Was this what it felt like to be the villain? If so, it was not entirely unappealing. Why must she always play the role of the good person? That role had never brought her any advantage. A vivid image of the scantily clad fox female flashed through her mind. Occasionally embracing the persona of a villain seemed rather appealing. At the very least, it might help her preserve her life. The remaining male orc cast a glance at the petite Xia Yunyun, saying nothing as he turned and continued his vigil at the cave's entrance. Sensing the absence of another presence in the cave, Xia Yunyun exhaled sharply, her body suddenly softening like a noodle as she sank to the ground. She paid no heed to the dust that coated the floor. Breathing in the still potent scent of blood within the cave, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in comparison to this meager odor. Everything else seemed trivial. Finally, she could eat something. The departing male orc moved swiftly, perhaps fearing that Xia Yunyun's words held truth, apprehensive that if she perished, the Fox King would follow suit. In no time, he returned with a dozen fruits and a hefty chunk of roasted meat. Eat. If it's not enough, let me know. He tossed the food in front of Xia Yunyun with little courtesy, preparing to ignore her as he turned to leave. Just then, a tiny voice, as faint as a mosquito's buzz, pierced his ears. Thank you. Such a soft sound would have gone unheard by an ordinary human, but orcs possessed a far superior sense of hearing. Even the slightest murmur reached his ears. His footsteps faltered momentarily, and he instinctively glanced back at the unsightly female, who seemed somewhat altered from her previously infuriating demeanor. She knelt before the food, not rushing to eat, her face marred with smudges of dirt. What was she thinking? The male orc shook his head vigorously, dismissing unnecessary thoughts, and quickly exited the cave. Once the orc had departed, Xia Yunyun grasped the substantial piece of roasted meat, its weight overwhelming her frail body. Despite the dust covering the ground, she leaned down and took a bite. She was truly so famished that even the act of eating required immense effort. Nonetheless, she needed to consume meat to replenish her body's nutrients. Eating meat was far more beneficial than a bowl of plain rice, although the quality of the meat left much to be desired. It could rival the roasted fare prepared by Yutsong on her first encounter. After filling her stomach to a satisfactory extent, Xia Yunyun released the meat, mustering enough strength to brush off the dust from its surface, then blew away the grime from the ground before placing it down again. She needed to conserve the remaining food. Should the orcs refuse her sustenance again, she could at least avoid starvation. After consuming a fair amount of meat, Xia Yunyun also nibbled on a fruit, finding it somewhat astringent, far inferior to the large, sweet fruits Yutsong had picked for her. Nevertheless, it was edible, quenching her thirst adequately. Xia Yunyun had never envisioned a day when she would resort to such fare to fill her belly. Still, it was better than being a beggar. After all, beggars did not have the luxury of meat to eat. She reassured herself inwardly. After such a long period without food, suddenly consuming so much left her feeling slightly bloated. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, Xia Yunyun leaned against the wall, intending to take a few steps to aid digestion. But as she stood, it dawned on her that the orcs were keenly perceptive. If they suspected she wished to escape, it could lead to dire consequences. Who knew what impulsive actions these orcs might take? After all, she was the one who had poisoned their king. Sigh. Contemplating her current predicament, Xia Yunyun could not help but let out a resigned breath. Just as she prepared to sit down, she suddenly heard the voice of a third orc outside. You cannot enter, but I wish to interrogate the murderer. Is that not permissible? Very well. No sooner had the words been spoken than footsteps approached swiftly. Xia Yunyun, nestled behind a beam of light deeper within the cave, caught sight of the figure as it neared to Hu Dahai. "What brings you here?" Xia Yunyun inquired, surprised. The son of the Fox King had come here. Could it be related to the king's poisoning? Was he seeking revenge for his father? The thought tightened her chest. If he truly sought vengeance, she stood little chance against this orc. "Yunyun, my dear female, I came to see how you fared. Why have they confined you to such a wretched place?" Hu Dahai wrinkled his brow at the suffocating dust in the air and the sweet scent of fresh meat discarded in a corner, now covered in grime. How could they allow a female to reside in such conditions? The female before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen. He could not allow her to perish in such a manner. "I am fine. If you are well, you may leave," Xia Yunyun replied, somewhat taken aback that Hu Dahai had not come seeking retribution. Yet her expression remained indifferent, devoid of emotion. It was evident to anyone that her response of fine was anything but. "Yunyun, you need not fear. I am unlike the other orcs of the Fox clan. I will not harm you. They have not mistreated you in these past few days, have they?" Hu Dahai, perceiving the formality in Xia Yunyun's tone, did not take offense. He merely assumed she had been frightened during her confinement. He scrutinized Xia Yunyun closely. Her once fair skin was now caked with dust, and her already oversized fur skirt was tattered. The most beautiful features of her face were marred by dark smudges, rendering her appearance far from lovely. Seeing her face, Hu Dahai momentarily froze, realizing that this was not Xia Yunyun's true visage. It was merely an unfortunate result of her accidental contact with dirt. "The little female is still beautiful." Xia Yunyun shook her head, her wariness toward Hu Dahai lessening slightly. "How long have I been imprisoned?" 3 days, Hu Dahai replied, candidly, though Xia Yunyun acknowledged, knowing full well that she could not expect to be released. She simply wanted to ascertain the duration of her confinement. She wondered how Yutsong was faring after 3 days without seeing her. Had he taken good care of himself? "Do you wish to leave?" Hu Dahai suddenly inquired, observing Xia Yunyun's despondent demeanor. Xia Yunyun looked up in surprise. Leave? Could she truly have an opportunity to escape? Yes, leave. Seeing that Xia Yunyun was intrigued by his words, Hu Dahai beamed with a broad smile. He had already participated in the efforts to rescue this little female. If he could lead her out of here, she would undoubtedly agree to become his mate. "How do we leave? Do you have a way?" Although she knew the likelihood of her escape was slim, Xia Yunyun could not help but ask. He. Hu Dahai's narrow eyes crinkled into a smile as he stepped closer, his already handsome features becoming even more approachable. "If you become my mate and help cure my father's poison, they will no longer harm you. And you will be able to leave." Hu Dahai's intentions were clear, yet Xia Yunyun felt a frown crease her brow. Becoming his mate? Was he jesting? If it were akin to modern times, pretending to be his girlfriend was something she might begrudgingly accept. However, the companion here must engage in intimate relations with their partner. How could she possibly entertain the idea of being with someone she does not like? Oh no, rather, with a beast. Furthermore, the notion of simultaneously possessing 2 husbands should surely exist only in novels and television dramas. Shouldn't it? Though it sounds rather glamorous, she has no desire to experiment with such a concept. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I do not wish for a companion beyond Yutsong." Xia Yunyun succinctly declined Hu Dahai's proposal. Presenting Yutsong should make him relinquish his pursuit more easily, right? After all, she is now the partner of another male. She cannot believe that the males here would lack jealousy. Is it possible they would feel nothing about such matters? If that were the case, then a union solely for reproduction would indeed be terrifying. The thought made Xia Yunyun's hair stand on end. She certainly does not want to become such a creature. It is far better to remain an ordinary, normal human. Don't you wish to go outside? If not, the elders will not permit your exit. You may be confined here indefinitely, and our Fox tribe will not grant you the opportunity to leave. Hu Dahai was taken aback by Xia Yunyun's resolute rejection, his astonishment giving way to uncontrollable excitement. Xia Yunyun remained silent. She knew that even if she voiced her thoughts, Hu Dahai might not comprehend her. "As long as you become my companion, I will find a way to let you out. No beast would dare to bully you if you're my partner. With my strength, the next Fox King shall surely be me. Even if you are the one who poisoned my father, my kin would not harm you." Hu Dahai believed that Xia Yunyun was simply afraid, excitedly explaining to her. How could she refuse him so decisively? He was the beast capable of taking her out. "I'm sorry, I do not wish for a second companion, nor can I provide an antidote for the Fox King." Xia Yunyun resolutely shook her head, her tone devoid of any hesitation. She had not poisoned the Fox King. So how could she possibly possess an antidote to cure him? All Hu Dahai could hear were her rejections, disbelief etched across his features. Why? You cannot possibly have only him as your companion. You should have many more, even more than Hu Yuyu. Most importantly, one of your companions must be me. Xia Yunyun did not anticipate Hu Dahai's tenacity. She was unsure of what exactly he found appealing about her. However, considering that the mating standards of the males here diverged significantly from her expectations, she found herself somewhat reconciled to the situation. Nevertheless, she would never acquiesce to his demands. Then I shall only have one companion. She reiterated her refusal without hesitation, opting to forego even polite phrasing. Already fatigued, her patience had been nearly exhausted, and a hint of irritation crept into her tone to Hu Dahai, having lost his composure. Now only desired Xia Yunyun to be his companion. Even though she repeatedly declined, he remained unyielding that a flicker of agitation ignited within his crimson pupils. His previously handsome visage gradually morphed into something more menacing. Unaware of Hu Dahai's transformation, Xia Yunyun was about to ask him to leave when she suddenly felt the light before her obscured by something. Looking up, she barely grasped the situation before a heavy force collided with her shoulder. Ah! Xia Yunyun cried out in pain that a massive red fox was pressing its paw onto her shoulder to Hu Dahai. What are you doing? Upon recognizing the fox before her, she gasped, even if she did not know the fox. She was aware that it had transformed from Hu Dahai. The fox paid no heed to Xia Yunyun, its red pupils flashing with confusion and anxiety, quickly overshadowed by a wave of rage. Saliva dripped from its sharp fangs, mere centimeters from Xia Yunyun's face. Pain coursed through her, causing her to grimace. She could already sense the blood seeping from her shoulder, the metallic scent wafting through the air. Suddenly, the weight on her lessened, and upon glancing back, she found Hu Dahai had reverted to his human-formed Hu Dahai. Get up. Have you lost your mind? Although he had transformed back, the expression on his face remained terrifying. His elongated eyes wide and bewildered, appearing as though he were possessed. Xia Yunyun fell silent. However, the moment she spoke, Hu Dahai's agitation intensified, pinning her firmly to the ground. His immense strength threatened to crush her bones. Why? You are mine. You are my companion. Mine, like a madman. Hu Dahai yelled at Xia Yunyun. Startled by his sudden outburst, she attempted to push him away, but her strength was no match for his. What on earth is wrong with you? Let me go. The pain made her eyes redden, and she could only scream for him to release her. The commotion had not gone unnoticed by the two males outside, whose duty was solely to prevent the female from leaving. Whatever transpired between the Fox King's son and her was of no concern to them. The male delivering roasted meat and fruits glanced toward the source of the noise. His view was obstructed by the stone wall at the cave's entrance. What is happening? The other male inquired, noticing something amiss. Nothing, the first male replied, averting his gaze. Inside the cave, Hu Dahai pressed closely against Xia Yunyun's neck. Exhaling a foul breath, his voice transformed into something almost beastly. You are mine. Be my companion. You can only belong to me. A wave of fear surged through Xia Yunyun, and just as she prepared to call out to him again, the hide of her skirt was yanked open violently. She had not anticipated that Hu Dahai would attempt such a thing. She was certain he had lost all reason, kicking at him in terror. Though it was of little effect, the chill swept over her skin, causing goosebumps to rise. She felt the air against her skin more acutely. Xia Yunyun could scarcely fathom what might transpire next. Memories of being disregarded in her childhood flashed through her mind, transforming into the image of Yutsong standing before her. Yet she was bound and unable to approach, Yutsong's gaze as frigid as those who had once overlooked her. Leaving her in despair? No. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Xia Yunyun screamed. She could not bear to endure such anguish again. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glimmer of light flickered within Xia Yunyun's dark eyes. At that moment, as she cried out, Hu Dahai's body jerked as if electrified, his scarlet eyes miraculously clearing. Sensing the weight upon her lessen, he seemed to exert less force, and Xia Yunyun seized the opportunity to shove Hu Dahai away, scrambling to her feet and clutching her hide skirt tightly. Fortunately, the skirt was remarkably sturdy. Unless deliberately clawed, it would not tear easily. Nervously observing Hu Dahai, who lay on the ground, Xia Yunyun retreated until her back pressed against the wall, unable to back away any further, finally allowing herself to breathe. Though her gaze remained vigilant, hissed. Hu Dahai inhaled deeply, his head feeling as though it might split open as he looked up, bewildered, at the now distant Xia Yunyun. What has happened to me? This marks the third day of Xia Yunyun's confinement. Yutsong's injuries had begun to heal gradually. It was most beneficial for beasts to recuperate in their animal forms. And he lay on the ground, expressionless and despondent. The once vibrant red of his fur had dulled, becoming disheveled, embodying the essence of utter despair. He fared slightly better than Yutsong. Although the blow he received was severe, it was merely a single strike. Trivial compared to Yutsong's plight, he recognized that Yutsong was likely enduring the most painful moment of his life. With Yunyun captured and no means to rescue her while he suffered from his grievous wounds, rendered utterly helpless for Xia Yunyun, he could ascertain that he still harbored affection for her. Yet he cared more for the friendship he shared with Yutsong. Should one insist on forcibly taking Xia Yunyun away, it would likely result in mutual destruction, a scenario he is keen to avoid. Thus, he now harbors a solitary hope that Yutsong and Xia Yunyun may thrive together. He resolves to bury such emotions deep within his heart, content merely to stand at a distance. Quietly observing her well-being, Hucua stood at the entrance of Yutsong's abode, gazing at the despondent figure of Yutsong, lost in thought, when suddenly Xia Yunyun's smiling visage emerged in his mind. Prompting an involuntary chuckle, while Yutsong lifted his head, perplexed by the sudden laughter. Realizing his indiscretion, Hucua ceased his mirth, acknowledging that such a reaction was quite inappropriate in the current circumstances. Struggling to regain his composure, he rubbed his face, amused by how his fox-like features always seemed to bear a semblance of amusement. Even in human form, his demeanor exuded an air of perpetual cheerfulness, utterly ill-suited for these sorrowful times. He approached Yutsong, crouching beside him, his gaze growing somber, adopting the tone of a concerned elder admonishing a rebellious youth. Yutsong, you cannot continue in this state of despair. Your wounds require the attention of an experienced healer. Shall we seek out the old veterinarian together? Hucua felt he had exerted considerable effort in attempting to uplift Yutsong, to the point of exhausting countless brain cells, under normal circumstances. He would not fret over his injuries. However, this was a wound inflicted by the Beast King, one that had rendered him incapacitated, let alone the severity of Yutsong's injuries. Yet, Yutsong remained unmoved, ignoring the incessant prattling of his companion. Observing Yutsong's indifference, Hucua shook his head, resting his chin on his hands, occasionally prodding Yutsong's lion-like mane. The tactile sensation is quite pleasant. He mused internally, recognizing this as a rare opportunity that I should poke him a few more times. Previously, aside from Xia Yunyun, who would dare to do such a thing? One would surely be bitten. He sighed inwardly, contemplating that he must find a way to encourage Yutsong. However, even this gentle nudging elicited no response. Unbeknownst to him, Yutsong was solely fixated on devising a plan to rescue Xia Yunyun. Confident that Hucua meant him no harm, and thus oblivious to his actions, what could possibly hold more significance than Xia Yunyun? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Hucua sprang to his feet. Why, Yutsong, if you persist in this manner, you shall forfeit any chance of rescuing Yunyun. You have any inkling of the torment she is currently enduring while you wallow in despondency. If you are afraid, simply say so, and I shall undertake the rescue myself. Otherwise, you must rouse yourself. Do not languish in this state of despair. Upon uttering these words, Hucua felt a tremor of anxiety. He truly wished to see Yutsong in a better state. Rather than witnessing the blood-stained snow lion before him that last, Yutsong stirred, raising his head to regard the somewhat sheepish Hucua. He understood that Hucua was endeavoring to motivate him. Emerging from his reverie, his drooping ears perked up. Hucua, witnessing Yutsong's reaction, felt a surge of excitement, believing his efforts were yielding fruit, and he was greatly relieved. Transforming from beast to human, Yutsong's robust form was exposed to the air, and there was no need for modesty between the two males. However, Yutsong instinctively reached for his pelt skirt to don it, a habit instilled by Xia Yunyun. Remembering Yunyun, his gaze sharpened with renewed focus. Ever since her abduction, a tempest of emotions had brewed within him, one that could neither be extinguished nor released. Though not entirely despondent, he felt a weight of melancholy compounded by a persistent fatigue, giving rise to an impression of world weariness. Nevertheless, Yutsong remained grateful for Hucua's colorful companionship, though he could not bring himself to utter such an effusive thank you, deeming it unnecessary. Rest assured, I shall not be so easily defeated. And truly, you are quite the chatterbox, Yutsong remarked, observing Hucua's worried expression. pondering whether the concern stemmed from a singular individual or a combination of human and beast. Xia, seemingly accustomed to Yutsong's manner of speech, yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Just focus on your recovery. I don't know why, but I've been particularly fatigued these past few days. I think I shall take a rest. With Yutsong on the mend, he felt a sense of relief. Truly, this was a source of worry. He still needed to gather information, as Xia Yunyun was held captive by the Fox clan. And he wished to ensure she did not suffer any indignities. The foxes were indeed enraged, and when a beast is angered, they can commit unspeakable acts. Upon hearing Xia express his weariness, Yutsong's heart skipped a beat. He too had been experiencing an inexplicable fatigue of late. Was it merely coincidence, or something more? As Xia prepared to depart, he noticed Yutsong's furrowed brow and inquired. Puzzled, what is it? Are you suggesting that you feel fatigued? Yutsong asked, his brow knitted. Xia, somewhat bewildered by the question, assumed Yutsong was concerned for him and replied, I suppose I haven't rested well. A short nap should suffice, so do not worry about me. In truth, no one was concerned for him. Recently, I've also felt an unaccountable exhaustion. It must be because you've neglected your injuries and failed to recuperate properly. I told you that you need to see the old veterinarian, yet you refuse. You must recover well. Only then can you hope to rescue Yunyun, Xia complained lightly, while Yutsong shook his head, sensing something amiss. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the notion, rationalizing that perhaps he was overthinking. Perhaps I am imagining things. No matter. It is not a pressing concern. Recently, you have worked hard. Take care to rest well, and do not overexert yourself. Yutsong patted Xia's shoulder, conveying his concern. Xia nodded, smiling as he said, Yutud, I understand your urgency, but do not push yourself too hard. Take care of yourself, or else Yunyun will be heartbroken upon her return. Though the timing of Yunyun's release remained uncertain. What is a friend? A friend is one who, in your times of despair, offers you hope and courage, willing to exhaust every effort to uplift and comfort you, encouraging you to rise again. They are an indispensable part of life. After bidding farewell to Xia, Yutsong surveyed his home. Realizing that it had become quite disorderly without his notice, he resolved to tidy up. Should Yunyun return to find the house in such disarray, she would surely be disheartened. In truth, before encountering Xia Yunyun, his home had been even more chaotic. It was only after bringing Xia Yunyun into his life that his abode transformed into a sanctuary of order, credit to her diligent efforts. Initially, Yutsong was astonished and pleased by the change, recognizing that a small female presence enhanced the home. Over time, he grew accustomed to and adapted to her influence on his living habits. Soon, his room was restored to its former neatness, and he mused that Yunyun would undoubtedly be delighted upon her return. Stepping outside, Yutsong noticed the rabbit enclosure and recalled that Yunyun had been caring for the small creatures known as rabbits. Having neglected them for a few days, they had grown noticeably thinner. After some contemplation, he decided to feed the rabbits. With Yunyun absent, it was imperative that he manage the household affairs diligently. Having fed the rabbits, Yutsong would not forget about Mao Mao. With no food prepared for it, he resorted to offering a bit of cured meat for the time being, likely due to the prolonged absence of Xia Yunyun. Mao Mao appeared agitated. Not only did it refuse the cured meat offered by Yutsong, but it also desperately attempted to escape. The once quiet creature had transformed entirely, while Yutsong would not permit its escape. Grasping it by the neck and lifting it up. In its frenzy, Mao Mao attempted to bite Yutsong, who, already nursing injuries, lacked control over his strength. What was meant to be a gentle push inadvertently resulted in flinging Mao Mao away. The creature landed on the ground, a small trickle of blood forming at the corner of its mouth, with abrasions on its body. Although Yutsong harbored no fondness for Mao Mao, had it not been for Xia Yunyun's affection for the creature, he likely would never have entertained the idea of keeping such a seemingly useless little beast. However, given that it was raised by Xia Yunyun, Yutsong, adhering to the principle of affection for all that is beloved, approached to take a closer look. Yet, as soon as Yutsong took a step towards Mao Mao, the creature screeched wildly and retreated. When Yutsong attempted to advance another step, Mao Mao continued to back away. The peculiar behavior of Mao Mao drained Yutsong of any desire to attend to it further. He strode past and unceremoniously tossed it into his nest before heading out to hunt. Unbeknownst to anyone, as he grasped Mao Mao, its blood mingled with his wounds, swiftly disappearing without a trace. As Yutsong traversed the forest, he increasingly felt fatigued, even though he had yet to engage in any significant exertion. He felt an overwhelming heat radiating from his body, and beads of sweat formed abundantly on his brow. Assessing his current capabilities left him somewhat disheartened. He had initially intended to hunt fierce beasts to acquire life crystals and rapidly enhance his strength, provided his physical condition allowed for it. However, the state of his body now, he looked up at the sun in the sky. It was not yet noon, the sun was not particularly fierce, and he had not exerted himself significantly. Why then was he drenched in sweat? Was it truly due to his injuries? Yet he had sustained wounds before without encountering such a situation. Yutsong seated himself on the ground, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, should someone chance upon him at that moment. They would likely be alarmed by the frightful redness of his face, as if he had been splattered with blood, a truly terrifying sight. Gradually, he began to feel drowsy, struggling to maintain consciousness, just as he teetered on the brink of slumber. A sudden surge of strength coursed through his body. Before long, Yutsong discovered that his once exhausted physique had completely restored his peak prowess, and even surpassed it. Puzzled yet unwilling to dwell on the mystery, he stood up, stretched his limbs, and thought, if this is the case, then I shall hunt fierce beasts. Yutsong resolved to venture deep into the forest, primarily in search of these formidable creatures. The number of fierce beasts paled in comparison to the strength of the beast men, and they were incapable of transforming into human forms. Much like the fierce predators of modern society, the growth of all creatures follows certain rules. Although fierce beasts are perilous to the beast men, they possess a formidable territorial instinct. This instinct significantly mitigates the conflict between fierce beasts and beast men, confining their living space to a scant few regions, where they generally refrain from encroaching upon the territory of beastman tribes. However, this does not imply that fierce beasts are devoid of danger. Despite being animals, their intelligence is not inferior to that of humans. Rather than merely being termed fierce beasts, they could be considered a form of beast spirit. Thus, they choose to establish their lairs deep within the forest to ensure their safety. Consequently, for beast men to hunt them, they must venture into the forest's depths. The more formidable the fierce beast, the deeper it conceals itself within the woods. They adeptly employ the forest's natural barriers, along with its inherent dangers and traps, to overcome adversaries. In essence, this behavior constitutes a gamble, requiring a high level of skill. The capital at stake is one's own formidable strength, while the cost is one's life. The victor survives, while the vanquished perishes, an utterly ruthless reality. Yet, such is the law of nature, survival of the fittest, where the strong prevail. Transforming into his beast form, Yutsong swiftly advanced into the heart of the forest. Moving from the sun-drenched periphery that could leave one faint to the shadowy embrace of the trees, the snow lion traversed the jungle, showing no signs of halting. He pressed onward with urgency. He desperately needed life crystals to solidify and enhance his power to rescue Yunyun. His current strength was still far from that of the Beast King. After an indeterminate period of running, he finally came to a halt. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself beside an ancient tree so vast that it would require 4 or 5 people to encircle it. He examined it closely, and at last discovered an inconspicuous mark. Yes, this is it, Yutsong mused inwardly. This was a place he had stumbled upon during a previous hunt, a location devoid of any sense of time. The branches obscured the sky, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. Here, neither the sun nor the moon nor the stars could be seen. In this realm, there was also no sense of space, for everywhere was identical. Ancient trees as far as the eye could see. The tree he had marked was the most distinctive of them all, being the slenderest among these colossal giants, offering a glimpse into the sheer size of the others. From this tree onward, he had entered the territory of fierce beasts. Yutsong silently recited in his mind, treading cautiously and discreetly. The temperature deep within the forest was always significantly lower than usual, even though summer had only recently passed. The cold winds whipped against his body, yet his palms were slick with perspiration. Merely wishing to hunt fierce beasts did not render him a hunter. Conversely, he could easily become prey, or worse, the breakfast of a fierce beast. As he meticulously searched his surroundings, Yutsong recalled a brief encounter with a particular fierce beast that should have been a black bear. He remembered it vividly, its entire body gleaming black, save for its piercing white eyes that captivated the soul. Its claws were exceedingly sharp. On that day, he had returned from a successful hunt, having captured a fierce beast and obtained a life crystal. On his way home, he fortuitously found himself near its territory. Coincidentally, the fierce beast was feasting at that moment, effortlessly tearing apart its prey with its claws, blood splattering into the air, filling the atmosphere with a thick, metallic scent. The image of that scene was etched in Yutsong's memory. It was rare for beastmen to witness a fierce beast feeding. More often than not, they risked becoming the beast's next meal. Its prey had been a thick-skinned beast, known for its resilience. However, it had been effortlessly sliced open by the fierce beast. A testament to the sharpness of its claws, that a strong wave of bloodlust washed over Yutsong as he caught a whiff of the potent scent of blood. He had found it. The fierce beast must be nearby, still in the midst of its feast. The only possibility of such an intense scent emanating from within the fierce beast's territory was indeed the fierce beast itself. Cautiously, he advanced towards the source of the sanguine aroma. Simultaneously searching for the silhouette of the fierce beast he remembered, he drew closer to the scent. However, Yutsong increasingly sensed something amiss. This scent is wrong. The black bear's aroma is not like this. Even masked by the overwhelming stench of blood, he could not have misidentified it. The foul odor of decaying, fur-covered carrion lingered in the area, signaling something was decidedly off. Yutsong frowned, puzzled, yet continued his brisk stride. Suddenly, he halted beside a massive ancient tree. He heard the sound of the serpent beast, a noise he despised, just a few dozen meters away. A green python with a darkened head was tightly coiling around a large, shadowy prey. In a desperate struggle, the python's body writhed violently against the ground, and the once struggling prey gradually ceased its movements. Once the prey had drawn its last breath, the python opened its drooling maw to reveal two sharp, venomous fangs, sinking them into the prey's skull, slowly consuming it piece by piece. That Yutsong could clearly see that the prey was at least twice the width of the python. Though this enormous python is indeed considerably smaller in comparison to that vile serpent beast, its digestive prowess astounds him nonetheless. He can now ascertain that this serpent is not an orc, but rather a ferocious beast of the serpent variety. After surveying his surroundings, Yutsong found no traces of other creatures, his gaze shifting to the fearsome beast not far off, which had already consumed an entire prey. Its head raised towards the heavens, mouth agape, exhibiting an expression of utter satisfaction. The once smooth contours of its serpentine body appeared comically distorted due to a bulging section in its abdomen. While digesting its recent meal, the python abruptly sensed an anomaly in the ambient temperature, its large, inverted triangular eyes fixating intently on Yutsong. Its scarlet tongue, reminiscent of the blood of its devoured prey, exuded an aura of danger. Yutsong, who had been concealed within the nearby foliage, was caught off guard. Realizing that his presence had been detected the moment he moved, he was taken aback by the creature's keen senses. This fearsome beast's strength should not be underestimated. Nevertheless, having been discovered, he was not one to cower in fear. After years of solitary existence in the forest, he had encountered all manner of prey. His original intent was to seek out fearsome beasts, and though he had not anticipated this particular encounter with a green python, it would suffice. Indeed, Yutsong had already classified this beast as quarry. The green python remained fixed on Yutsong, neither fleeing nor rushing towards him, displaying a hint of cunning. Yutsong mentally commended the creature, but his white form suddenly vanished from sight. Serpents are notoriously poor in vision. From the way the green python regarded him, it was evident it possessed almost no sight, relying entirely on its instincts and unique abilities to detect danger and locate him as long as he was swift enough. He could evade the creature's grasp. The advantage was clear. His white silhouette darted around the python with remarkable speed, too rapid for the naked eye to discern his exact form. In the green python's triangular eyes, only a fleeting white shadow passed, its constantly swaying head revealing its agitation. In the midst of his sprint, Yutsong's lion-like eyes quickly locked onto a specific spot beside the python's abdomen. Striking at the vulnerable point, indeed, Yutsong intended to target its Achilles heel. The opportunity was fleeting. Should he seize it, victory would be his. Fortuitously, Yutsong grasped the moment. The green python, likely unaccustomed to such an adversary, exhibited a restless agitation in its gaze. However, having recently consumed its meal, it struggled to digest its food, finding it difficult to track his movements. Roar! The time had come. The snow lion let out a low growl, and the green python, startled by the sound, momentarily froze. In the next instant, two massive paws seized the python's body like nails, sharp fangs sinking into the creature's vulnerable point. As blood, foul and acrid, splattered in all directions. At that moment of impact, the green python emitted a high-pitched cry. Filled with distress and resentment, it writhed violently, attempting to dislodge the powerful claws that had ensnared its form. Yet, the snow lion's claws were deeply anchored in the ground, making its struggles futile. That it seemed intent on writhing, as if to exhaust all its movements in this singular moment, ultimately failing to escape the lion's grasp once the green python ceased to exhibit any signs of life. Yutsong proceeded to open its head, only to find nothing within save for its brain matter. Alas, no life crystal was to be found. Why Yutsong felt a twinge of disappointment, pondering the peculiar ease with which he had dispatched this beast. It seemed his strength had indeed grown significantly. During his recent outburst, he had even sensed an inexplicable power within his roar, as if it could diminish his opponent's prowess. Was it merely an illusion? Nevertheless, this green python appeared to possess only the strength of a 5-crystal beastman, significantly weaker than the black bear beast he had previously encountered. Reflecting on the black bear, Yutsong felt a pang of concern. He could not fathom that the black bear could have been vanquished by this python. The disparity in strength was far too great. Having failed to acquire a life crystal, Yutsong was resolute not to abandon his quest. The carcass of the green python was laden with toxins, rendering it inedible, so he left it behind, venturing deeper into the forest. Since the black bear was untraceable, he would continue to seek the next fearsome beast. After all, his primary objective remained the hunting of formidable creatures to enhance his strength. Whether or not it was the black bear was of little consequence. With his resolve set, Yutsong pressed onward. But soon sensed something amiss. Under normal circumstances, as one delves deeper into the forest, the surroundings should grow increasingly dim. Yet, as Yutsong surveyed the area, he noted an inexplicable brightness. It defied logic. The air was suffused with the sweet aroma of nectar, a scent he had not encountered on his previous path. As he advanced, the sunlight grew more piercing, and the fragrance of nectar intensified. Drawn by the sweet scent, Yutsong quickened his pace. Typically, where there is nectar, bees are sure to follow. If he could disturb a beehive, he would surely obtain a bountiful supply of honey, something Yunyun would undoubtedly delight in. After a short while, he indeed emerged from the forest, only to be greeted by an entirely different scene. Despite having spent his childhood in the woods, he had never laid eyes on such a spectacle. It was a meadow surrounded by forests, ablaze with a riot of colors, vivid purples and reds, filled with countless unknown flowers, and vibrant butterflies fluttering gracefully among them. More prominently, bees busily gathered nectar, the sunlight illuminating the meadow and refracting into a spectrum of colors. Truly a paradise on earth. If only he could bring Yunyun here, she would surely adore such a beautiful place. Contemplating this, Yutsong stepped forward, walking alongside the flower field. That a cursory glance revealed a brown, round object perched on a nearby tree, swarmed by numerous buzzing bees. Indeed, a beehive, and it was so close. Upon closer inspection, there were 5 or 6 hives, and excitement gleamed in Yutsong's eyes. This was a delightful surprise. Honey is quite a rare delicacy in the world of beastmen. These little creatures may not possess formidable strength, yet many females are fond of honey. Occasionally, males venture into the forest in search of hives to procure honey, all in hopes of winning the favor of the females. However, these small creatures typically swarm together. While bees may not inflict severe harm on males, being stung repeatedly would undoubtedly be an unpleasant experience. Thus, in the eyes of beastmen females, honey is considered a rare and delectable treat. As Yutsong marveled at this unexpected discovery, the scene before him suddenly transformed dramatically. The butterflies, which had been dancing upon the flowers, swiftly took flight,